Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 227. Burgers. Bringing up the Earth's purity to 90% was very hard. Mainly due to too many little problems, and they were hard to rectify. 2 years had passed since the birth of Morgan. She was quite intelligent. She was just 2 and already spoke like a saleswoman. "Grandpa, what's this?" Morgan asked. Alexander was working in the Universe Tower, making Earth's unified controlled artificial intelligence. It would be used for warning systems and business management. Vision was officially hired to operate it for as long as he lived. He looked up and saw a plasma cutter in Morgan's hand. His heart skipped a beat and he quickly used magic to swap it out of her hand. "That was a dangerous thing, Morgan. I told you not to touch anything." She jumped down from the table and walked to him on her small feet. "But I am getting bored, Grandpa." She attacked him with her big puppy eyes, and it worked on him. "All right, let's go out and meet your Grandpa Dobby and Ragnarok." She quickly started to jump in excitement. "Yay! But let's fly there." "I want to fly, Daddy never lets me." "Sure, we will fly." He walked to her and picked her up like a small teddy bear with both his hands. He went straight to the open balcony and jumped out of the 130th floor. Whoa-ah. Excitement-filled shouts of Morgan were continually heard the whole way. After a while, they finally landed near the front gate. "That was so fun, Grandpa," she sat on his shoulders. "Ha. You know what's more fun?" he asked her with a knowing gaze. Then they both spoke at the same time. "Burgers." They went in and found only Dobby and Ragnarok sitting. Morgan quickly jumped down and ran to the counter. "Grandpa Dobby, I want 2 burgers today." She showed her 2 little chubby fingers. Dobby chuckled. "Be careful, Morgan. Too many burgers are bad for your health." "Oh, no worries, I exercise daily." She showed her non-existent muscle on her biceps. It was never boring with Morgan around. She seemed to have become the favorite of the whole Avengers team. Morgan had also given nicknames to all of them. For example, she called Leonidas and Natasha Lovey and Dovey. Thor was Uncle Sparkles, Hulk was Uncle Green, Captain America was Uncle Perfect. Alexander let her have her important conversation with Dobby in the kitchen while she looked at him cooking. He on the other hand went to Ragnarok and sat beside him. "So, when are we leaving?" Ragnarok asked. Tomorrow evening. Ragnarok took a big sip of his drink. "I had grown accustomed to all these people. Little Morgan will be hard to forget too." Alexander glanced at Morgan in the kitchen and couldn't agree more with Ragnarok. "Yeah, I cannot forget all the people here. So, I've decided that once I reach the highest realm of strength we will return to the exact moment when we leave, so for them, it's like we only left for a short time. I don't want Morgan to be sad. Not just here. We will bring all the people we've been close with. Even Daenerys, Jon, Alexandra, and all the others. We will make many more relationships as we go forward, so let's not forget them. I will make my own realm, where we all can live happily," he firmly said. "Then I am looking forward to it. What about this bar?" "Dobby has been crying over it that he doesn't want to leave it behind." Ragnarok inquired. "Oh, I already dealt with that. I made a replica of this place with a miniaturization function. He can roam around with his bar in his pocket now. I've also asked my father to give me the ability to send people to the Multiverse FO." They were interrupted by Morgan, who brought a big plate full of burgers. "My dear grandpas, here you go." For the next few hours, they all chatted and ate. Though it was mostly Morgan talking about how much of a klutz her father was. Leonidas and Natasha may not have gotten married, but they already considered each other their soulmate. They just never had free time to marry because they were either working or busy in some closed-door activities. For the past 2 years, Alexander had trained not only Leonidas but also Natasha. Because he wanted them to be extremely strong if they were to travel the multiverse independently. For this, he went ahead and killed the elder called the Collector and took away all his collection of antique items and plants. Plants were regrown in Fixheim while other objects were put in the locker. All the living people were freed and given refuge on Earth. Alexander created a cosmic serum for the 2, which would upgrade their bodies so they can grow stronger without limit. It all depended on how much they trained. In fact, Medusa and Loki, Edward and Hermione, and Hela had also jumped to the opportunity and asked him to send them to the multiverse as well. So he gave them the serum too. Loki had proven himself a good son-in-law by now, so there was no problem. So, 2 years of hellish training made them the strongest non-cosmic beings in the universe. Now they were ready to go. All right, you seven. Are you ready? He asked them. They all had some standard things with them. One was a world purity checker, in the form of an indestructible watch. The second was a demonic presence checker. Other than this, they all had the ability to call Alexander if the situation was too bad. Yes, we're ready, Leonidas affirmed excitedly. Yeah, Grandpa, can't wait to go on new adventures. Edward excitedly said. Although he was very old, he still had the same fire in him. Okay, you know the instructions. You will do what I told you to do. Make the worlds you go purer. If you find any demonic presence, call me. He instructed. They did not have the ability like I of judgment, so they'd have to work much harder to make the world better. But thankfully most of them were proficient in legilimency, so they'd find some help with it. They will go to different worlds in 4 teams. Even Alexander didn't know where they would go, but all he knew was that they would not be sent to extremely dangerous worlds like Marvel or DC. After a big round of hugs and kisses, they all stood on a platform. All right, Team Lovey-Dovey. Come forth, he called. Haha, I'm going to miss Morgan. Leonidas bubbled. Alexander then used his new power to send them away. A white light fell on them and took them away with it. After that came Loki and Medusa. The second last were Edward and Hermione. Finally, at last, it was Hela's turn. She had grown a lot more patient and smart now, so he had confidence in her that she would do good. She was taking her tigress with her too. Alexander had made the tigress stronger, or else she would have died with a normal body. Take care, my child. Never forget, Grandpa is always proud of you. Alexander said. It made Hela a bit embarrassed before leaving. He then looked behind at Rena in her small form and Amy sitting and looking at everything. You two want to go somewhere? Suddenly both jumped and ran up to him. Rena hugged his leg as her height only allowed that, and Amy hugely his waist. Alexander was in his unleashed form right now, in which he was 13 feet tall and buffed. This was his original state, and being in a smaller size makes him feel uneasy. Both spoke in unison, never, I will never leave Grandpa. His heart was overjoyed and made them both hover over his chest and hug them. And Grandpa will never leave you behind. Alexander looked down at Gali, who was looking at him too. Alexander just waved his hand and she always flew into his arms while giggling. He had talked with Galactus and he had agreed to let Gali come with him. Galactus knew that he wouldn't be able to fill her stomach if she lived with him. He then told Gali, and she was both sad and happy. Sad because she'd be away from her papa, and happy because she'd be with her best friends. But Alexander also informed her that she'd see her papa again in a few years, which made her calm down. All right, you three, go out and buy whatever you want to bring with us. We'll be leaving this evening, okay? Aye, Captain. The three said and ran away. But Alexander felt his body shiver when they spoke those sailor words. He ignored it and went to finish his work, but in his way he found Douglas playing on a PlayStation with Barry. The two were serious T.V. and gaming addicts. Even the Phoenix, now named Red and also the partner of Barry, reprimands him, but to no avail. He went ahead and switched off the T.V. Back to work, you two. It's just morning and you're already at it. But I worked so hard for you, Douglas argued. That was 4 years ago and you only killed 1 beyonder. Even Zeus's duck killed 4. Alexander stated, making Douglas embarrassed. Barry suddenly started laughing, ha ha ha. You said you killed 100. Ha ha ha. Even a duck killed more than you. It soon turned into a catfight among them. Alexander grabbed the two and threw them out of the castle. Barry, go and check up on your village. Douglas, the grass has started to grow more. What? Not the grass. Anything but that. Douglas complained. All right, go out and help Dobby. He ordered. Aye, Captain. He said and ran away. This time too, Alexander felt chills. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 228. MCU ends and WW2 again. This time, some people were joining his already big family on the journey of Multiverse. Joachim, aka Blue Fong, was the last of his species and retired president of the Universe Federation. He had no family or friends except Alexander and the others. But to Alexander, he was already family. Brian was also there. He was now just too bored with managing the Universe Federation business, so he craved adventure. Alexander allowed him, as one day they would return to the world again. Then there was the case of Connor. Connor wanted to join him too. His reasoning was that he wanted to do more good. As Earth was pretty much perfect now, so, Connor had taken retirement from the government. Now the Earth and Universe Federation were efficiently working with Alexander's millions of curses. Sir, I want to work with you more, Connor asked him again. Alexander instantly argued, what about Jenny? She's still 10 years old. I will bring her with me. She will most likely enjoy living in Fixham, he reasoned. Sigh alright, pack your bags. I guess your cloning ability can be helpful sometimes. Connor happily thanked him and ran away to pack the bags. Alexander had already retired from the world of bureaucracy after stabilizing the Federation. He just gave the reason that he needed to manage the Universe Federation. So now the public rarely gets to see him. He had personally selected a new young man to lead the Earth Federation as its head counselor, named Cull. He was very social and a kind-hearted man with a firm will to make the world better. After a few hours, everyone gathered on the roof of the Universe Tower. Odin had also come to say goodbye to his best friend. I will miss you, Grandpa, Jean said while in his embrace. Haha. Didn't I tell you, Jean? I won't be gone for too long. But. Still. Alexander patted her back and looked around at everything. Most of them understood that he'd be back. But for children like Morgan, it was hard. She slowly walked to him and asked with a worried face, Are you leaving me, Grandpa? No baby girl, Grandpa is just going to work. I will be back in a few days. He tried to ease her. But she was smart. How many are a few days? AAA. A week. Alexander said. Wah. That's too long, Grandpa. Take me with you. She ran to him and hugged his leg like a chimp. Alexander looked at Tony, who understood and pulled her away after some persuasion. But Alexander asked her something before he left. How much do you like your dad, Morgan? 3,000, she showed 3 fingers. And how much do you love Grandpa? Morgan thought for a second before showing all her fingers. I love you 10,000. Alexander's chest got filled with pride and he looked at Tony. Haha. 10,000. I win. He then went to give Morgan kissed and gave her her own mini AI in the form of a locket. It had a holographic character with Alexander's face and voice. She could talk to it about anything. Tony showed his rare moment of maturity and came to hug him. We all love you 10,000, Grandpa. Try to come back early. I'd hate it if you came back and I also looked old like you. Ha ha ha. I won't let that happen. All right, everyone. It's time for me to leave. Yao, Odin, everyone, see you in a few days. He said his goodbye. Everyone coming along was already in Fixham. A feeling that he had long forgotten returned. The feeling like he was being sucked into a thin pipe. He saw himself pass through the space and soon a white light blinded him for a second. It took him a few seconds for his vision to return to normal. But his senses were already at high by then. He sensed he was in a port city and something was burning. He looked around and he saw himself standing beside rice fields. In the distance, he could see some buildings burning. From the architecture, he ascertained he was either in old China or Japan. Alexander put on a spell that made others perceive him as a native. Then suddenly Dobby came out. Where are we, boss? I don't know. Let me check the phone first. He mumbled. But on the phone, he had received a message with just one line. You are a rice field farmer. Alexander sighed and looked around. Welcome to the rice fields, Dobby. Let's go around and see what's going on. They both went to the house from where smoke was coming. Looking into one of the people's minds told them where he was. He was in the port city of Kobe in Japan. The time was World War II. Seriously, this is my 3rd time in World War II. So, any guess where we are? Dobby asked. Nope, it all seems like we're in a normal world. No supervillain, other than Hitler. No significant event that would make it any bit different. Alexander confusedly stated. Let's roam around and see what we can do. If it is about stopping the war then that is super easy. He said and they started roaming around. Calling the condition of the people pitiful was an understatement. This is the reality of war, Dobby. There are no winners or losers. Only misery, misery of normal people. All those guys at the top sit in their big offices with luxury food while normal people starve and get bombed. All in the name of Führer, Emperor, or President. Boss, look. That little girl is about to eat plastic. She's probably hungry and thinks it's candy. Dobby pointed at a distance. It looked like a bomb shelter where the little girl was living. She looked very weak and her eyes were devoid of any glow that a child should have. Guess where he is? Hint, it's a very old anime movie, animated by Studio Ghibli. Well, let's see if we can help, Alexander said and headed to her. They could clearly see that the girl was having doubts about whether to eat it or not. What is your name, little one? Alexander asked. The girl tilted her head and looked at him with her half-open eyes. Setsuko, Candy. Alexander felt heartbroken. The girl didn't even have the energy to fully open her eyes. He used magic and quickly healed her. She was suffering from malnutrition. Her stomach had deflated due to hunger and all her ribs were showing to the point that he could count them all. He then made rice porridge for her with various supplement potions. Just one small bowl would be enough to get her back into shape. After Alexander's treatment, Setsuko regained some of her energy and started talking. She was small but still very sensible. It turns out, their home was bombed and their mother died. She acted like she didn't know that to keep her brother happy. Then she and her brother came to their aunt who made her brother work and still didn't give them much food. So they left and started to live in the shelter. But recently, gathering food had become harder and harder. Alexander saw Dobby's eyes had gotten red. Though it was unknown if it was in anger or grief, elves always loved children and liked taking care of them, so he probably felt sadder. Dobby then himself fed her porridge while she sat on his lap. Setsuko was not much older than 5 from her size. After a few minutes of her eating, she regained all her strength and lost weight. Now back with the same energy, she ran around them with giggles. Alexander and Dobby smiled looking at her. But then they saw a boy running towards them. He was protective of his sister and quickly ran to cover her from the strangers. "Who are you?" he questioned. We are humanitarian workers," Alexander introduced. "What is humanitarian worker?" the boy questioned. Alexander quickly reminded himself that the boy was only 13 or 14. "We give free food to people who cannot afford it. Now come here and eat some. You must be hungry." But the boy remained alert, so Alexander tried to ease him. "Look at your sister, kid. She ate and now look, all happy and full of energy. Come." Alexander poured him a bowl while magically making the aroma reach his nose. In no time the boy ran up to him and grabbed the bowl. He started eating like an animal. "What's your name, kid?" Alexander warmly asked. "Seita. Can I have more?" Seita lifted his empty bowl. "Ha. Yes, you can have as much as you want. And don't worry, you won't have to look for food anymore." "When was the last time you ate though?" he inquired. 4 days ago. The farmer refused to give more potatoes, so all I had I gave to Setsuko," he told them. Alexander noticed Dobby clenching his fist and standing up. "Boss, wait for me here. I will be back by evening." "Sure, I'll be right here." Dobby first appeared where Setsuko's aunt lived and gave her a strong tight slap without any context. It was hard enough to make her fall unconscious. Then he flew to the Japanese royal palace. There he killed all the military commanders and messed the hell out of Emperor's brain. Now the Emperor was more loyal to his people than a dog to its human. Then he flew to Berlin, killed all the top commanders, and kidnapped Hitler. From there, he went to a TV station and killed Hitler on live television. Mussolini also received the same fate soon after. But Dobby didn't stop there. He went to Russia and did the same with Stalin, as he knew what the men would do in a few years. World War II ended in a single day. After that, Dobby brainwashed all the major political leaders and businessmen of the world to help the poor with food, as they were extremely vulnerable right now. There were no jobs anywhere, so there was no way of making money. It was worse for the orphans. He went ahead and made large areas of land highly fertile in every country. He also filled all the granaries in the world to the brim. In one single day, Dobby removed the world hunger problem. Soon, evening came and Dobby returned to Alexander. "I like that slap part, Dobby. Good job," Alexander praised. "Did I do the right thing, boss?" Dobby asked. It was normal for him to doubt himself. This was the first time he did something like this. Especially for a kind-hearted elf. But he only received laughs from Alexander. "Ha ha ha. Dobby, you brought this world's purity to 91% in just a single day. What can be better than this?" Alexander said. Though he didn't tell him that Alexander had silently put the whole world on a curse which will force people to be nice and not corrupted. Alexander then looked at Setsuko and Seita. "Kids, let's go to the police station. From today, you will start receiving food there every day for free." After that, they took the 2 kids to show them that what they said was real. Once they got them settled, Alexander again left the world. This time, feeling a bit extra proud of his best friend. Movie name, Grave of the Fireflies. If you haven't watched it, then go and watch it. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson, Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 229. MIB and One Piece starts. The white light vanished and Alexander found himself standing on a footpath. He looked around and he felt pretty sure that he was in New York City. Surprisingly, Dobby was already out this time. They were both in their military uniforms for some reason. "Look at the phone, boss," Dobby reminded him. For some reason, Alexander always forgets to do that. He took out the phone and read the message aloud. "We are 2 aliens visiting Earth." Dobby looked at him suspiciously. "That's it. Yeah, that's all there's written. Well, let's see where we are. He put down the phone and looked around. Alexander and Dobby were about to move, but suddenly something touched their heads from behind. Don't move. Alexander and Dobby instinctively turned around. Dobby may not recognize it, but Alexander did. The two guys in black suit and tie were Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones. Looking at their attire, he had some idea where they were. I told you not to move and you turned around. Will Smith shouted. Alexander looked at the tiny silver gun. Does this thing even work? And who are you? No. It's me who will ask questions. Who are you? And what are you doing on Earth? Will Smith asked while getting a bit extra violent with his gun. Alexander looked at the old man beside him. The old man sighed and made Will Smith lower his weapons. Agent J is new. He's still learning how to de-escalate a situation. He was in the New York City Police Department before, so he still has a lot to learn. K, you told me you'll let me handle this one out. Agent J complained. That was until you got violent with your gun. Agent K replied. Then he looked back at Alexander. Sir, we are MIB. I am Agent K and this is Agent J. We detected that you illegally entered Earth. Do you have the documents? Alexander was clueless. I don't think so. Then I'm afraid you'll have to come with us. You have illegally entered the Earth. Agent K informed. Wait, but I'm a human. At least half. So you are a hybrid. Who are your parents? Agent K questioned. Alexander shook his head. I seriously don't know that. I'm an orphan. Wait, how did you know I came here? We detected a spatial anomaly here. This is mostly how super high-tech alien civilizations travel. Now, please follow us. They came to their car, which was a 1987 Ford Ltd Crown Victoria. It was a pretty big car, but for Alexander, who was 13 feet tall, and Dobby, who was 7.5 feet tall, it was small. Agent K suddenly realized that their car was too small. We're gonna need a bigger vehicle. Haha. It's all right. Just open the door. Dobby interjected. Once the door opened, Dobby cast an expansion charm and entered the car. Alexander followed behind. Agent K looked at this gobsmacked. He quickly peeked in and was surprised how big the back seat had gotten. How the hell did this happen? Haha. Magic, Alexander laughed. Agent K shrugged and went to the driver's seat. J, let's go. Agent J, who was using neuralizer on people, came back and got into the car. But then he noticed the huge space in the back. What the fuck? Don't ask me, kid. Agent K shrugged and stepped on the accelerator. The whole time Alexander was thinking about what was the purpose of his coming there. He looked at the purity level of the world and it was at 85%. Beep beep. Alexander received a message on the phone and finally understood what he was supposed to do. It read, "Oh, son. I forgot to tell you. A demon has secretly taken over a secret organization there. You just need to deal with them." Alexander shook his head at the old man's memory problems. Man. Which brand is that phone? I've never seen it. Agent J asked. Oh, I made this one, Alexander, and started his own interrogation. Alexander then started at his job. So, what kind of organization is this MIB? Is it just local or international? They weren't going to say anything, but magic was always handy. Soon Agent J started telling all his secrets, including the fact that he had 30 pairs of underwear. So, who's the biggest boss of MIB? Alexander questioned. That would be Alpha, although he rarely shows up these days. Agent K told them. But J interjected, why did I not know that? It's above your pay grade, kid. Agent K replied. Infuriating Agent J, stop calling me kid. Look, if we want to work together, then we need mutual respect. Do you understand that? Mutual respect, Agent J started continuously mumbling. In a few minutes of ride, they reached the MIB office. It was really nice seeing the huge underground area. Though he couldn't say the same about the various aliens. They were just too different from humans. Maybe Marvel World spoiled him, as it mostly had humanoid aliens. He was brought to their chief agency. From there Alexander hijacked everything. He looked in Agent C's mind and confirmed that he was not the culprit, and also found where he could find Alpha. Alexander decided not to meddle with MIB anymore, so first he went in and took a neuralizer. Just for research purposes. Then he used mind arts in a wide area and made everyone forget that they even saw them. After that Alexander and Dobby headed out to find this Alpha. The men supposedly lived in a ranch, but when they came there they sensed that there were a whole lot of things under that ranch. Alexander and Dobby made themselves intangible and flew down to the ground. Whoa. He made this alone. Dobby amazed at the sight. Alexander and Dobby were still invisible, so they freely explored the underground facility. After a while, they finally found him in a lab. Alpha. Alexander voiced. His words spooked him and he quickly pressed the panic button which started up some defense droids. The droids fired hundreds of bullets on Alexander and Dobby but they fell down as soon as they touched their skin. Alexander and Dobby's skin was just too thick. Who are you? Alpha questioned. Alexander rolled his eyes. Seriously, I could feel your demonic presence from a mile away. Alpha made a face like he just realized something. Oh, is that so? Then you must be from the heavens, to be able to sense me. Alexander scratched his beard. Really? You don't know me? I'm kinda famous in both heaven and hell, you know. Nope, never heard of you, Alpha repeated. Wait, when was the last time you went to hell? Alexander asked. Why would I go to hell? I've been living here since even before humans started to evolve. That explains it, but I can't let you go. I have a duty and you don't have very good plans for Earth. I'll have to purify you. Alexander started walking up to the demon. Wait, stop. I will kill you if you come closer. The demon stuttered. Alexander ignored his threats and went straight to put his hand on his forehead. A beam of white light came out of his palm and easily killed him. Alexander also killed the man the demon had possessed because the man was also a villain. He had done tests on his body and upgraded it with alien tech, in hope of destroying MIB and ruling Earth. Alright, Dobby. It seems our work here is finished as well. Now let's see where we go next. I hope it's a relaxing place. Dobby went back into Fixheim while Alexander stood there waiting for his call. The feeling of being pushed out vanished as he opened his eyes slowly to look around. His nose was already telling him that he was near the sea and his ears were telling him that there were birds. He inhaled the smooth cold fresh air and looked around. The scene was amazing. Beyond beautiful. He was standing on a cliff looking at the ocean. There were two ships. One that he recognized was his modified Yamato warship and the other was an old-looking sail ship. It was also very weird because at the bow of the ship a figurehead in the shape of a dog with a bone in the mouth was erected. Alexander read the words on its sails. It said Marine and HQ.3. Alexander had no idea what the words meant but it at least confirmed that the world he was in wasn't too advanced. But he came out of thought as he heard a loud laugh from behind him. Bwahahaha. Look at me, I'm so much younger than you and still look like your age, old man. A loud robust voice said. I turned around and saw a big old man sitting on the ground, picking his nose. In front of him was a small table with a bottle of fire whiskey on top. Alexander was really shocked because the man was more than 9 feet tall. How could a normal human be like that? But then suddenly the time stopped, he had not even seen his phone yet and the memories started to pour in. This time they felt so much more real. Like he was really present at all those moments. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 230. Admiral Alexander Maxim Universe. Memory. Year 1467, 55 years before the main story. Alexander Maxim Universe found himself standing on the deck of a huge sail ship. He only remembers small things about his life before this moment. He didn't know anything about the world except some small details, like its map and people. For starters, he was born in the Goa Kingdom on Dawn Island, and second, he was again an orphan. Beyond that, there was no memory. Some tens of years later, he directly became an admiral after going to special recruitment. He beat the admiral there with ease and became an admiral directly. It was quite a surprising thing but it did happen. He already looked like an old man so most people thought that he was some hidden old man who trained for years. But he then found out that there was corruption in the Marines so he cut himself off from the headquarters. He stopped listening to any order given to him other than that of dealing with pirates. This behavior of his left the world government unsatisfied but they couldn't do anything to him as making him their enemy wasn't worth it. But they also made the decision to never promote him to be the fleet admiral and promoted Kong, a young man, to the position of fleet admiral. Currently, the 3 admirals were Alexander, Robbel, a very old man and the 3rd position was empty for now. A vice admiral was assigned for that position temporarily though. All this gave Alexander the freedom to do anything. He stayed away from the corrupt Marines and did his job with Vice Admiral Dobby at his side. Goa Kingdom, Dawn Island. Alright runts, if you want to be a good Marine then you need to have the best discipline. Now then, your first task is to clean this ship until it starts shining. You got that? Dobby spoke like a good drill sergeant. Wah. But I want food. When will we eat? One of them cried. Dobby quickly looked at who voiced. It was a well-built 22-year-old boy, standing with a big grin. Ensign Monkey D. Garp. You will not get food this whole day. This is your punishment for showing indiscipline. Don't expect me to treat you nicely because you have a slightly similar name to the Admiral. This goes for you all, no one here gets preferential treatment. Now, go and work. Dabi ordered. Garp was about to say more but Tsuru and Sengoku grabbed him and dragged him away. Leaving the deck of the ship, Dabi came to Alexander's chamber. Any luck finding where we are? Alexander shook his head. No, I have no recollection about this world. It is either something new or something I just never saw. This means we don't have the advantage of knowing all the events of this world. But let's not worry about that, though luckily I got this world map from the headquarters. All admirals have them. Now at least we know what kind of world we are in. And calling it just weird would be an understatement. This planet seems to be mainly water, but a giant mountain chain divides it in half. Then there is a grand line and calm belts dividing the world into further 4 parts. All this seems too unnatural. The world map gives me feeling like this world's topography is made so that the rulers can rule easily. I also couldn't find any history of the world before 800 years. Alexander babbled. We will find all these things slowly, boss. It's not your fault you don't know. I mean, there were bound to be worlds you don't know about. So, let's first focus on finding out where Ragnarok is. He's somewhere out there and we aren't able to find him. Dabi worryingly stated. Alexander thought for a long moment. Maybe, it's possible that he's somewhere in another time. That is the only explanation why I can't even contact him. But let's just keep on looking for him. He's a world-ending dragon, he can't be hidden that easily. Knock knock. Come in. It was Blue Fong in a marine uniform too. He was a rear admiral. What happened? Sir, there seems to be a big fire going on outside the city in the Great Terminal. He reported. All right, we'll see to it. Meanwhile, send 20 Marines to help. He instructed. Dabi looked at Alexander. You know, no matter what you do. Once we leave this island, things will again go back to being bad here. Alexander nodded. I know, that is why we will just make living standards better here, rather than fixing everything. Let's go. Alexander and Dabi headed to the Great Terminal with some Marines. Its eastern part was burning heavily. Adding fuel to the fire was all the junk. The Great Terminal was a massive junkyard located on Dawn Island by Mt. Kalubo near Fusha village, just outside the Great Gate of Goa. Filled with unwanted goods and people ejected from the city of Goa, it was a lawless community without proper medical care, leaving many ravaged by disease. Alexander walked straight towards the fire with his hand raised towards it. Within a second the fire started to die down and by the 3rd second, it was out. Whoa! Did you see that? How did Admiral do that? Garp excitedly asked. He and his 2 friends had snuck out and followed them. He has probably eaten some devil fruit, Sengoku commented. But Tsuru quickly denied that. No, that can't be. I just saw Admiral yesterday swimming in the sea without a shirt. Both Garp and Sengoku quickly turned their heads towards her. Tsuru-chan, why were you looking at Admiral without his clothes? Garp questioned with teasing eyes. Tsuru quickly realized her tongue slip and blushed, and also slapped the 2. It's nothing like that, you two. And don't add Chan with my name. She huffed and went back to the ship. Garp and Sengoku didn't follow her as they still wanted to see their role model. Alexander was currently making rounds around the whole area. Mostly criminals and such lived there, but there were some poor innocent families too, who had no other choices but to live there. Garp, come here with your partner. Alexander loudly ordered. Garp and Sengoku, hiding behind a rock, quickly stood up and saluted due to instincts. Then, realizing they were busted. Come here you two, I got some work for you, Alexander called. The 2 started sweating and walked up to him. All right, I want you 2 to go around the Great Terminal and round up all the criminals. Remember, just you 2. Understood? Yes, sir. They saluted and ran away. Bwahahaha. Such an easy job. Garp yelled while running away. Alexander did a makeover of the area and made lots of homes for the people. For security purposes, he made 10 godroids, human-like magical golems. These godroids would protect the housing and commercial area. Alexander also told some good people how to recycle so they could sell it and make some earnings. In the long run, it would help the Great Terminal. Pirates rarely came to the Great Terminal as they already had a spot to live, which was on or around Mt. Kalubo, near Fusha village. Though currently all the pirates and bandits had hidden themselves anywhere possible due to fear from Alexander. Dabi, have we received any reports of pirate attacks? Alexander asked. No, boss. It's all calm these days. Dabi replied. Then let's sail to Rusakana. I will train these newbies there. Alexander loudly announced. All the new recruits got excited at the mention of special training, including recently arrived Garp and Sengoku. They both had bruises all over their bodies. Ha ha ha. How was the easy job? Alexander made fun of their swollen faces. The two didn't say anything in embarrassment and simply headed back to the ship. Both had underestimated the number of bandits living in Great Terminal and ended up barely completing their mission. He set us up, I'm telling you, Garp complained while walking. Sengoku fist-bumped his head, you fool, we had a plan to single them out and deal with them one by one. It was you who ran to them without thinking. Wahahaha, that is what a strongman should do. Never be afraid of fights. Garp loudly claimed. Sengoku looked at Garp's swollen face in disappointment and thought, maybe I should have left him for some more beating. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 231. The Golden Trio. Rusicana Island was in the Calm Belt, just adjacent to Amazon Lily and not much away from Impel Down. Alexander's ship was a normal marine ship that every admiral gets. It had paddle wheels to move forward in the Calm Belt and sea stones lining at the bottom of the ship that kept sea kings away. Alexander had already left all the common sense at the back of his head after finding out about the world's geography. It was too nonsensical, and the Grand Line was just like that. Trapped in between two calm belts, circling the planet from northwest to southeast. It was perpendicular to the Red Line, a mountain range dividing the planet in half. The Grand Line was a weird place with extreme weather phenomena. On one island there will be a desert and on another, there will be a snowstorm. Sir, which route should we take? His ship captain named Bald Chad asked him. Bald Chad was a 7-foot-tall guy. He never had a single hair on his head ever since his birth, so his parents added Bald to his name after some years, making him Bald Chad. He was very loyal to Alexander. Go straight to Eni's lobby from here and then to Rusicana. No need to stop until we reach our destination. Bald Chad saluted and left. Normally he should have asked questions like how they would travel the Grand Line, but he didn't because Alexander had given him many eternal pose, a compass that only points to a particular island no matter where you are, that he bought in all these years. Paradise was a highly traveled area, so it had the location of most of the islands registered. Once everyone was on the ship, Alexander stood up facing the port of Fusha village. He could sense everyone with this new ability he had learned called observation haki. He saw all the pirates and thieves. Then suddenly, all people on the island except innocents stopped moving. They tried but couldn't. They continuously felt something pressing them down, and the pressure was increasing by the second. Listen, you all the pirate and bandit scums, if anyone touches any innocent on this island, I will come after you personally. A loud voice echoed throughout the island. All the concerned parties quickly understood it was a message for them. Some of them instantly collapsed on the ground as soon as the pressure disappeared. Dread filled all their hearts. Alexander just used his Conqueror Haki. It was a rare form of Haki that allows the user to exert their own willpower over others. This type of Haki cannot be attained through training, it is a power that one must be born with. Only 1 in several million people are born with this ability. But Alexander was pretty sure he had it because he was God's son. It is said that whoever possesses this type of Haki has the qualities of a king. And Alexander was a god. One with a small g for now, but still a god. Alexander didn't know how strong his Haki abilities were. He only tried them once and mastered them. For example, he was able to kill sea kings with just his Conqueror Haki. Alexander felt movement near him, so he turned and saw the Golden Trio. What is it, you three? All three had stars in their eyes. Admiral, do you have Conqueror Haki? Tsuru asked. Ah, that. Yeah, I do. What? You all want to learn it? Alexander asked. First, the three quickly nodded, but then realizing who they were asking and shook their heads. It was quite comical. Haha. I guess I should teach that before your training starts. Alexander thoughtfully said and gestured them to follow. He brought them to the open area on the deck. All right, there are 3 kinds of Haki. Observation Haki, Armament Haki, and Conqueror Haki. Now, I can teach you the first 2, but the last one is something you are born with, so it depends on your luck. Now tell me, which do you want to learn first? Garp quickly spoke, Armament Haki. I've heard it makes your punch feel like steel. Sengoku interjected, fool, who will you punch when you can't see around you? We should learn Observation Haki first. Haha, Senchan is right. However, both of these Haki are very important if you want to rise in the ranks. Remember, the stronger you are, the higher you will get. Now, stand side by side. Suddenly Tsuru picked her hand. Sir, I've heard people say that you are the strongest men in the world. Then why aren't you the fleet admiral? Sigh. Tsuru-chan, and you too. Remember, things are never as simple as they seem. If you want to know the answer to this question, then you need to reach a high position, because if I told you now, then you might lose your will to become a marine. Alright, enough chit-chat. Armament Haki is a form of Haki that allows the user to use their own spiritual energy to create, in essence, an invisible armor around themselves, providing incredible offensive and defensive capabilities. The best thing about this form of hockey is that it can be used to injure devil fruit users that are otherwise immune to ordinary physical attacks, such as Logia users. Now close your eyes and focus. Try to imagine your inner spirit covering your fist and punch these metal blocks. Suddenly 3 big metal blocks fell from thin air. The 3's eyes nearly fell out seeing them. Alright, your first job is to at least make a deep dent in it. Now start. Alexander walked away from them, brought out a nice recliner, and sat down. Beside him was a small table with chips and fire whiskey. Soon Dobby also joined on another recliner. The aroma of the whiskey made many sailors salivate, but they all kept their calm. For an hour the trio kept their eyes closed in all seriousness. The first to open was Sengoku. He quickly took a fighting stance and punched as hard as he could. Boom. It didn't make a dent, but it was still a progress. If not, then Sengoku's fist would have been crushed. After that, Tsuru went and had the same result. It was to be expected. No one could master it in an hour. Finally, it was Garp's turn. He opened his eyes and took a fighting stance. He took a long breath and finally went for it. Boom. This was by far the loudest punch. All the Marines looked at him shockingly. Crack. A. Garp yelled in pain. He had gotten his fist broken. Bwahahaha. Alexander started laughing uncontrollably while slapping his thighs. Boy, you've got a long way to go. I saw your nose twitch at whiskey smell. Alexander commented. He got up and walked to Garp in pain. Garp was just an energy-filled 22-year-old boy. Alexander couldn't be so heartless as to ignore his broken hand. All right, show it to me. He checked his fist. Next time, if you aren't sure, don't do it. He said and used magic. Garp's hand started to glow in golden light and soon all the broken fingers started to fix themselves. In a few seconds, it was back to normal. Garp tried his fist by opening and closing it. He felt no pain. How did you do that, old man? It's magic, Alexander whispered. Bam. Garp received a fist to his head. A big bump came out. What was that for? It's Admiral to you, not old man. Now get up and start practicing observation hockey. It's a form of hockey that grants the user a sixth sense that allows them to sense the presence, strength, and emotions of others, as well as gain limited precognitive abilities. If you master it, it can also grant you the ability to see some moments in the future. He instructed. What? Can you see in the future too? Sengoku asked. Yes, I can, Sen-chan. And Garp is going to pull your mustache. Alexander warned him. Garp shockingly looked at Alexander. Whoa. You really can see the future. You bastard, I told you not to pull my glorious mustache. Sengoku roared at Garp. Easy now, you will again close your eyes and try to feel your surroundings. You 3 will help each other in this. When the 2 of you are focusing, one of you will constantly pick and drop a needle near you. He will repeat it until you catch that needle without looking. Each time you get 10 tries before changing positions. Now start. He instructed and returned back to his seat. Crunch. He again started eating chips loudly, trying to break their focus. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 232. Noodles. Alexander had used his magic to propel the ship faster. Otherwise, it would have taken them months to reach their destination. Although it was still going to take them about 3 more weeks. They had come to the calm belt now and the ship was currently not moving. All the soldiers were fishing for dinner. It was also a practical test for the trio. He had handed them very long sticks with nets at the end. They were supposed to use observation hockey and scoop out the fish. This is too hard. We could hardly catch the needle. How do we catch fast-moving fish in water? Tsuru complained. Oh really? As soon as they heard the voice their faces turned blue. Oh, Admiral. No, we were just. It's all right. Just keep trying. Practice makes men and women perfect. Now, let me show you how you catch fish. Alexander grabbed Sengoku's hook and started scooping out fishes one after another. He just threw them on the deck while all the Marines scrapped to catch them and put them in the basket. It was even crazier as he was also scratching his beard with one hand at the same time, meaning that he was not even focused. He's a monster, Sengoku exclaimed. Alexander heard that. Sen-chan, observation hockey also makes you hear better. And no, I am not a monster. This is a monster. This time Alexander scooped out a giant sea king. Though relieving to the Marines that he didn't drop it on the ship. But still, everyone's eyes were bulging out. How can you scoop that out with that small hook? Everyone questioned. I just asked him to come out. Alexander said. He then jumped to the sea king's head. It looked like a Chinese dragon without the ability to fly. Its face also looked less scary and more cuter. Alexander petted its head. Good boy, what were you doing down there under my ship? Oh, other sea kings bully you. Because you are different. Well, I say you are better than them. What is your name? Alexander talked with it. Oh, so you don't have one? All right, I'll give you a name. How about Noodles? Alexander asked. The Sea King made happy noises. Ha ha. Do you like that one? All right, would you like to come with me, Noodles? We will travel the world and bring justice to the poor. It turns out, Noodles had a very high sense of justice and firmly nodded his giant head. Good, then keep following this ship. You also know my scent now, right? Alexander jumped back to the ship. Everyone was still extremely shocked. They had heard about people killing sea kings with a punch but never about befriending one. Not to mention a big one like this. It was certainly much bigger than normal sea kings, spanning 10 times the size of their ship, that was already the biggest one in the marine. Marines, from today onwards. Noodles will be a part of our team, okay? Treat him with kindness and love. He prefers peace, that's why his own kind rejected him. We are better than them. Now, let's go and cook those fish. We'll throw Noodles a welcome party. He announced. No matter how messed up they thought Admiral's logic was. They all forgot everything and cheered when they heard about the party. Alexander went back to Noodles and told him about the party. But Noodles had another wish. He liked the hat Tsuru was wearing. Alexander smiled and made Noodles another huge hat with magical abilities to always stay on his head. Happy now, boy. Noodles danced around in joy. That evening, they all danced and ate like no tomorrow. Not because they were hungry. But because they had too much fish. After a week, they came near the Eni's lobby. Also known as the Judicial Island, it was a government-controlled stronghold in paradise together with the Marine headquarters and Impel Down, and the headquarters of CP9. Eni's lobby is located on an island referred to as the Afternoon Island. It was a strange island located on a very deep pit in the ocean. How the island was floating in the mid-air, or how there was a never-filling pit in the ocean, or why the island only had an afternoon, was beyond Alexander's understanding. It was most likely made by the world government by some means. Just like other unimaginable things like the Impel Down prison which goes as deep as the ocean and the ocean was 10,000 meters deep. Or the gates of justice located at Marine headquarters, Eni's lobby, and Impel Down. Gates are so big that they form their own ocean current which Marine and world government use to travel quickly to the two locations. Pirapiparu. Alexander picked the Den Mushi. What do you want? Sensei, it's me. Alexander recognized the voice. Ah, Z, how are you, my boy? I am fine, Sensei. I needed a favor. Your ship is the fastest here and I need to reach Impel Down. Can you give me a ride? Z asked. Sure. Grab a boat and come to my ship. I'll wait. Alexander said and hung up. Alexander gave the signal for the ship to stop. After a few minutes, a small boat reached their ship. Alexander welcomed a purple-haired young muscular boy. Z gave him a hug. Haven't seen you in a long time, Sensei. Alexander patted his back. Haha. You seem to be rising ranks. I got the words that your name is being considered for the next admiral position. Yes, I did receive such news. Alexander took him to his seat from where he watches the trio practice. The ship moved fast to reach the Impel Down. It was even faster with the special Tarai current. Alexander called the trio. Why are you not saluting? This man here is Vice Admiral Zephyr. He's just 31 years old. See, if you have a firm will, you can achieve anything. Z will soon become an admiral too. So look up to him and train hard. Once they were back to practice, Alexander shared drinks and food with him. How is everything at headquarters? Alexander asked. Well, Fleet Admiral Kong hates you for never picking up his call. He even threatens to cut your salary. Though I doubt he already knows you don't care about money. Z told him. Ha ha ha. If these fools think they can use me for their disgusting activities, then they can expect to never see me. Alexander laughed it off. What about you, found any partner yet? Alexander asked further. Actually, I am planning on seeing someone. Let's see how things go. Z replied embarrassingly. Then I wish you luck. My blessings seem to work most of the time, so relax now. He joked. After a while they reached Impel Down and Z to board the ship. They didn't ask each other what they were doing and went on their way. All right, Bald Chad. Next stop, Rusicana. He loudly announced. In a week they reached Rusicana. It was a harsh island that has 48 seasons which change weekly. And right now, it was thunderstorm ongoing there. The trio looked at the island with a questioning gaze. They didn't know what they were supposed to do on the island. Old man, what is our training about? Garp asked. BAM** he received a fist on the head. Your training here is about survival. This island has animals so strong that even some marine vice admirals would not be able to defeat them. Not to mention, the seasons here change every week. Right now there is lightning and in a few days, it could probably snow. You will live on the island for a month and use your hockey to defend and train. Alexander instructed them. Dobby walked up to them and gave them a backpack each and spoke, these bags have necessary equipment like a tent, firestone, first aid, and a small amount of rations. You will always be under my and Admiral's eye, so be careful. If you do well, then we might even take you to a special training camp at HQ, good luck. Although there were around 10 new recruits, they were all weak. Alexander could only feel strength from Tsuru, Sengoku, and Garp, so he decided to cultivate them. That is why he was spending so much time on them. Blue Fong, leave them on the island and return, Alexander ordered. Yes, sir. Let's go, kids. Blue Fong took a small dinghy and rowed to the island. Garp was enthusiastic as always. Same with Sengoku. Both only thought about finding a good place and living the remaining days in ease. But Tsuru had a thought in mind, thinking, why this island? What was so special that it could train them? Sure, there were animals, but they can't be that dangerous, right? Ruhar. Wrong. She exclaimed and was alerted. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 233. Training on Rusakana. They saw a giant lion, growling at them. Its eyes were bloodshot red, showing its bloodthirsty state. Haha. It's just a lion. My fist can make dents in metal, he's just meat. Let's eat him today. Garp haughtily stretched his arm and walked towards the lion. Roar. Stop him, Sengoku, that lion is not simple. Did you forget what Sensei said? Even vice admirals can't beat the animals here. Tsuru spoke. Sengoku quickly ran after Garp. Meanwhile, Garp prepared to punch the oncoming lion. Little by little, when the lion got too close, Garp finally realized that his punch wouldn't work. The lion's mouth alone was big enough to swallow him whole. Boom. The lion pounced on him. But at the right moment, Sengoku grabbed him and leapt away. They quickly started running from the lion. On the other side, Tsuru started making some sound traps to distract the lion away from them. Then she threw it at the lion's tail. Now the lion kept on thinking that the target was behind him and ignored them for a second. That was all they needed, and they ran like there was no tomorrow. The three went as far as they could from there and dug a cave for themselves and put a big boulder as a door. They sat down in a circle with grave looks on their faces. We are supposed to live here for a whole month, Garp said in a monotonous voice. And we only have rations for 1 week, Sengoku added. So this means we need to prepare during this week. Observation hockey and armament hockey are the only things that can make us stronger. Right now, we are at the bottom of the food chain on this island. Tsuru shared her thoughts. Sengoku clenched his fist and firmly spoke, I am 22, if that Z can become an admiral at just 32, then I will aim to become the fleet admiral. Justice shall reign under me. Garp looked at him, well, I will beat you to it then. Bwahahaha. Bam. Tsuru punched his face, you can't even survive and dream of becoming fleet admiral. Ah. Tsuru-chan, what is your goal? Garp asked. I just wanted to bring pirates back to the good path. She slowly said, thinking that the two would laugh, but they didn't. Haha. Then let's drink water. Vice Admiral by the age of 30. If any of us loses, then they'd give 70% of their salary for a year to others. Garp suggested. They quickly took out their water pouches and clanked it. After their small cheering session, the trio sat down to start focusing on their observation hockey. Back on the ship near the island, Alexander was teaching Noodles how to fight. Noodles had his fangs but didn't know how to use them. Paru. What? Alexander answered the Den Mushi. Admiral Universe. You have new orders. A world noble wants to see the Fishman Island. You are the closest admiral. I want you to escort him there. Fleet Admiral Kong spoke. I am busy. Alexander uninterestingly replied. His answer infuriated Kong, this is an order from above. You must follow it through. Alexander sipped on his drink and answered, oh no. I see a pirate ship. I must go and bring them to justice. He cut the call. Alexander looked back at Noodles, no Noodles, that's a practice dummy. You need to fight it, not hug it and make friends. Marine Ford, Marine Headquarters. Bam. So, he refused. A voice came. Kong looked at the man sitting on the sofa, the current chief of CP9. I am telling you. Do not provoke him. The world government cannot afford to make him their enemy no matter what he does. If it were me, I'd suggest inducting him as a world noble. With his power, the world government would never have to worry about anything. Kong warned Azrael. That was his code name, meaning the Angel of Death. He had never failed any assassination mission and was extremely loyal to the world government. Ooh. You look scared. I didn't expect that from the fleet admiral and possibly the next commander-in-chief. Azrael mocked. But even he knew that he would be able to defeat Kong. The man was so strong that it had blinded the world government to bring him under the fold no matter what. I'm not scared. I'm telling the truth. Not many people know this, but there is a reason why the world government tolerates him. I may publicly be called the strongest Marine, but I am nowhere near him. Before I got promoted, I had thought that he would become the fleet admiral. But then I got the promotion. I was not satisfied, so I went to him and challenged him for a duel. Do you want to know what happened? I lost. I lost miserably. First, he toyed with me by dodging anything I threw at him. Then with just one punch from him, I was down. Unable to wake up, with a punctured liver and damaged kidneys. That's the kind of monster he is. Kong clutched his fist as he remembered that embarrassment. But he also respected the old man for that. Because after fighting him, his fire to get stronger reignited. Azrael was gobsmacked by this intel. He was the chief of CP9 and yet didn't know about this. Meaning that this was a secret of the highest level, and if he spread it then to any non-world government member, then it meant only death for him. But he also had another idea now. Becoming the chief of CP0 sounds nice. It seems I'll have to work for my promotion now. Kong didn't know what Azrael was thinking and just continued, so I'm telling you to stay away from him. I will. Keep your words in mind. Take care, Fleet Admiral. Azrael left. 1 week later. Back on the island, the trio had practiced as hard as they could to master their hockey. Their practice included trying to crack a 5-ton boulder in half and trying to observe 5 kilometers of the area around them. This time they didn't disappoint Alexander as they were successful. The 3 had also developed good teamwork. Now was the time to start rising up in the food chain. Not just to get stronger, but because they had run out of food. But their problems weren't just the animals. Since 3 days ago, the climate of the island had changed, and now it was heavily snowing. They didn't have thick clothes, so looking for furry animals was also on their agenda. There's a pack of 5 wolves 5 kilometers in that direction. We can get them all if we make a surprise attack. Tsuru proposed. All right, let's do this. They all agreed. The wolves were quite strong and they were barely able to beat them all. They quickly picked up all the bodies and ran back to their cave, as other animals might get attracted to the smell of blood. Not to mention they themselves were injured. One of the wolves had also cut Garp near his eye. Thankfully it was not too deep. That night, they cooked the meat in their small cave and ate until their heart's content. After all, they were just staying alive on simple military rations for the past week and it had no meat. They also made themselves nice clothes from wolf's fur. This will last us 2 days, Sengoku assessed their rations. Garp was too busy eating, so he didn't say anything. Tsuru started, yes, we will keep practicing and getting stronger while gathering food. Let's just hope we don't meet the apex predators of this island before we get strong enough. Bwahahaha. Just like that lion, right? This time I will beat him for sure. Garp commented and picked another big chunk of meat. Sengoku and Tsuru just shook their heads. This was a typical Garp for them. Boss, they have passed the level 1, Dabi reported. Haha. The game has just begun. I've divided that island's animals into 6 levels. 1, 5 and S. Let's hope they don't meet that S anytime soon, or else I'll have to go there. Alexander revealed. Well, they are currently in Lion's territory, so they won't meet S anytime soon. S lives too far away from them up at the mountain. Dabi added. Yes, but it also comes down from there sometimes. It depends on their luck then. Dabi sighed. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson, Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 234. Business Empire. Rohair. Garp jumped and uppercut punched the Wolf King in the jaws. In the past few days, they had dealt with quite a few wolves. This made the Wolf King to come out. The Wolf King was a level 4 animal of the island. Now, Sengoku, Garp shouted. Sengoku jumped down from a tree with his fist out, covered in armament hockey. His fist fell straight on top of the Wolf King's head, making a big dent in its skull. Now Tsuru, Sengoku called out. Tsuru, standing behind a tree, pulled the vine and multiple sharpened logs started to swing. Many of them piercing the Wolf King. Some more punches from them won them the battle. This one was not that hard. Sengoku clapped his hands clean. Yes, let's take it and cook. Garp went ahead to pick it up. But he suddenly stopped midway. Everyone, hide. The lion is coming here. He informed the others. They quickly jumped onto the branch of a tall tree. Soon the same lion they saw on their first day appeared. It started to smell and examine the dead wolf. It licked its wounds like it was assessing who killed the Wolf King. He then suddenly looked straight at the trio on the tree branch. The trio knew they would have to fight, so they jumped straight on top of him with punches out. Garp landed on its head, Sengoku on its back, and Tsuru went for the eye. The most damage was from Tsuru. The eye was its weakest spot, and now the lion only had one eye temporarily. They took advantage of the lion's confusion and beat him up. It took a lot of effort and energy. Soon the lion got scared and ran away like an injured dog. The three took a sigh of relief, knowing that they were running out of energy. I'm done for today. Let's just go back. Garp proposed. Yes, let's go. Sengoku agreed. They picked up the huge Wolf King and started going to their cave. Unknown to them that a smart predator was secretly following them. Alexander's ship. Boss, the S has left the mountain. It's currently following the trio. Dabi reported. Alexander expanded his hockey to cover the whole island. Ah. These idiots, why aren't they still using the observation hockey? I'll have to go, it seems. He put down the newspaper and flew to the island. The three were carelessly cooking meat in their cave. Their cave now looked more like a luxury apartment with wolf pelts everywhere. Haha. Today was a close one, Tsuru-chan. It was, Garp. Only 3 more days left now. Let's train and conquer this island. She stated. Yes, we see a, boom asterisk. Suddenly their cave door was blown away. Now a giant T-Rex's head was trying to enter the cave. They didn't think anything and quickly punched the head repeatedly until they had a way to get out of the locked cave. Once out they saw the behemoth dinosaur. I thought these were extinct, Sengoku shouted, his nerves popping out upon his head. Not this one, apparently, Tsuru interjected and went to attack it. Thinking that like other mindless beasts, it too would charge at them. But instead, it backed up some steps, dodging Tsuru and countering with his huge claws. Garp jumped in time to save her, but his back still got heavily scratched. The T-Rex then instantly opened its jaws to eat them. Sengoku horrifyingly watched all that unfold. He felt helpless at that moment. Something he had vowed to never feel again since those bad days in his childhood. For that, he learned martial arts from a small age. But it seems it wasn't enough. He angrily looked at the T-Rex and shouted as loud as he could. Stop. For some reason, due to his loud roar, the T-Rex seemed to stop and show fear. Sengoku at that moment ran to get Garp and Tsuru up. But the T-Rex came out of the stupor and now had the 3 of them in his close range. It went to eat them with open jaws. The trio turned blue after seeing no options out. At that moment they truly realized why no one could conquer this island till now. They looked at the huge jaws falling over them slowly. Boom. Suddenly something fell from the sky and landed in front of them. The person with a marine trench coat with golden stars on shoulders. Only one person dressed like that. It was Alexander. The moment he appeared he jumped and gave a powerful punch to the T-Rex's head. A huge bump swelled upon his head. The T-Rex cried in pain with his short hands touching his head. That hurts, boss. I told you to only pretend to eat them and not actually eat them, Gary. Alexander reprimanded. But I thought they were food, Gary, the T-Rex replied. Still, on the ground, the trio had their jaws fall to the floor. They could not believe that the dinosaur just spoke. Alexander then noticed them. Get up you 3. Meet Gary, he ate some weird devil fruit and became ageless. His mind evolved and started understanding humans and speaking their language. Now to you 3, do you know that Gary was following you 3 since you returned to your cave? You made the mistake of not keeping observation hockey up when returning because your minds were at ease thinking all the trouble is gone. Although your performance in this test is above average, you all still made many mistakes. For this you deserve punishment. Bam bam bam. All 3 had tall bumps coming out of their heads now. That was this old man's fist of love. This will make you not forget the lessons you learned here. Now let's go back to the ship. We're done here. By the way, good job awakening Conqueror's hockey, Sen-chan. Garp and Tsuru looked at Sengoku with shock. Sengoku himself was shocked. What, when? When you made Gary scared for a second by your scream. That was Conqueror's hockey. Now let's go. Hey, boss, you promised. Gary stopped them. Ah, yes, I remember Gary. I'll find you a mate later. Now here you go, your meat trees. Alexander waved his hand and many tall meat trees grew out from the ground. There you go. Goodbye, Gary. Alexander and his students returned to the ship and he sent them to clean up. Behind them, Gary waved his small hands and shouted goodbye. Then he looked around. A huge lion, gorilla, and crocodile had appeared. Roar. Go away, runts. These are my trees. Gary roared and scared them away and then smirked. Hey, weaklings. Ah, when will he find me a mate? Once again Bald Chad appeared to ask for the destination. Where to, Admiral? Amazon Lily. It's not too far from here. Alexander instructed. Why go to the island of women? Dobby asked. Because they are stuck in the calm belt and don't get to make much trade. That's why. I can probably help them. Alexander explained. I'll tell Brian to prepare an economic agreement then, Dobby said, understanding what Alexander was planning and went into fixame. Alexander was secretly planning on running a trading company around the known world. The agreed party would have the right to buy anything from the catalog he gives while he will sell whatever they will make. He was starting with Amazon Lily because they were vulnerable and needed what he was going to offer. Amazon Lily was just a bit to the east of his location. It didn't take long for them to appear near the secluded island. For now, they had pretty good privacy, but in the future, they will have to do something if the world's technology improves. He had learned from his Admiral's Guide that the current empress of the Kuja tribe was Gloriosa. A short lady with unknown power. They anchored the ship near the beach and took a small boat to the shore. Dobby and the trio were coming along with him. All right, you three, this island doesn't welcome men and outsiders in general, so be careful. If you fall into a mess, I won't save you this time. Got it. Yes, SIR, they saluted in unison. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 235. Kind Heart Mall. Alexander went straight into the main housing area of the island. Only women were there, who were looking and gawking at them as they passed by. They soon reached the stairs of the Kuja Palace. That was where they first faced resistance. Halt, why have you come here? Men are not allowed on this island. The guard barked. Alexander and his party seemed too relaxed. Ah, you may have recognized me from my uniform. I am an admiral from the headquarters. I pretty much have the authority to go anywhere, however, I will not force myself here. Go and inform your empress that I have a proposal for her. The guard nodded and sent some underlings to the palace. She knew angering an admiral was not a good thing. After a while, they were allowed to go into the palace. Though only Alexander was allowed to see the empress while others were taken to a dining room. Alexander came to the throne room-like area. There were many snakes there as the Kuja tribe worshipped snakes. He wondered if they would have started worshipping Medusa if she was there. Soon a voice from behind the curtain came, "What has our small island done to garner the attention of an admiral? We still have a month left to pay the heavenly tribute." Alexander felt a bit of fear in that voice, but again, knowing the corruption in Marine and the world government, he could imagine them not having good experiences. This heavenly tribute was also something he heard for the first time. He hadn't really learned much about how the world was governed until now. It seems I need to do some research. Ha ha ha. Nothing to fear, Empress of Kuja. I am not like my counterparts. I also didn't come here for official work but more of personal business. Alexander revealed. This attracted the Empress's undivided attention. We are a poor kingdom in the middle of the calm belt. Neither can we buy nor sell much. What business can attract you, Admiral Universe? She finally walked out of the curtain. Her height was very short and Alexander reckoned she was probably just in her late teens. Call me Gloriosa. Now, what business do you want to talk about? Ha ha ha. All right, little Empress. I have a proposal. I can sell you food like various grains and other seeds at a normal market price. You will receive the delivery right here too. You'll just need to reserve a giant warehouse. Alexander said. Gloriosa's plain face gained some hopeful look. How? Magic. Just take my word on that. Alexander stated. No matter how amazing your proposal sounds, we cannot just buy it. We will go bankrupt. Right now we only spend what we make. She told him about her problem. It seems Brian will have to start working now, Alexander thought. Then let's do this. I've seen your Kuja tribe's clothing. They are really good, especially that embroidery work. I'm telling you, they will sell like hotcakes in the right places. How about this? You make as many clothes as you can and give them to me. I will sell them outside, and I will keep a 10% profit while return 90% to you. He suggested. Now Gloriosa's eyes were bulging out. This offer was too good to be true. And she was somewhat right. If it was anyone else, this profit ratio would not have even been considered. But because Alexander didn't lack wealth in any way, he just didn't care. It wasn't like he was going to spend money on transporting stuff, magic was more than enough for that. He had too many unsullied, droids and seraphs just resting in Fixaim as well. Now was the time to open kind heart shops all around the world. More like malls to be precise. He will publicly declare that they are under his protection so it'll be all cool. Also, take these designs for more stylish clothes. He handed her a small booklet with many Asian cloth designs. Take this booklet too, it has all the stuff I will be selling. Every day, just make a list of what you want and in what quantity and put that list in the closed reserved warehouse. You'll find your goods there the next day. Deal? He asked while waiting for a handshake. Gloriosa's mind ran at full speed in thinking whether this was going to be a deal that would make their lives better or it was a trap. But she thought about all the news related to the Admiral Universe, nicknamed the kind old Admiral. She took a leap of faith and shook hands with him. Deal. Ha ha ha. Good, however, let me tell you, a man named Brian will come with a contract and stuff. He will tell you all the remaining details. If you have any other problem at any time then use this. This mirror will contact me when you call my name on it. He handed her a two-way mirror. She meekly took it like it was a grand treasure. It wasn't every day you get a means to contact an admiral. Due to Alexander's old habit, he patted her head, you won't regret this little empress. Now let's go and eat something. After that, they entered where Dobby and the trio were eating. He came behind Garp and gave a punch to his head. Damn it Garp, stop picking your nose while eating. Are you a monkey? Well, he has monkey in his name so he probably is, Tsuru disgustfully added. Bwahahaha. Tsuru-chan, this is my style, you won't understand. Garp loudly claimed. Alexander shook his head and sat with them. You three will be sent to Marine Ford for special training to learn Rokushiki. I will only train you until we reach there. After 3 years of training there, you will have to take an exam. In it, all that matters is your strength. The higher it is, the higher your starting rank will be. That's how I directly became an admiral. Sensei, can't we be in your crew? Sengoku asked. Sigh. Yes you can, but I will not accept you. He stated. The three quickly stopped eating and turned serious. Why? Because we are weak. Alexander sighed. No, because you three are very strong and have the talent to grow more. If you stay with me you will never get promoted as I have a very bad reputation among the higher-ups. The moment you deboard this ship at Marine Ford you will stop being my crew. I'm also warning you, do not tell anyone that you trained under me or know me closely. You will be targeted otherwise. The three were confused at the moment. They couldn't understand why a Marine Admiral would have his own people against him. It wasn't really their fault either, they had just ventured into the sea so their knowledge about anything was pretty much non-existent. Don't ever forget, if you ever need my help, just call me up. You three are like my own children now. We may not have spent too much time together but that's how I see you three. Now let's eat or the food will turn cold. Garp, Tsuru, and Sengoku kept on looking at Alexander with smiles. They promised themselves that they would make him proud. That they will become good Marines like him. After eating they departed the island and started their journey to Marine Ford. It wasn't very far away but he ordered the captain to move slowly. He was going to give personal lessons to them now. All right, come here. Try to hit me with your best attack and I will show you how your opponent may counter. Your target is to make the best defenses and offense. He waited for them but they didn't come to attack him. He looked where they were looking. It was a pirate ship at a distance. Bald Chad, catch up with it, Alexander ordered. You three, ready to catch your first pirate? He asked them. Hell yeah. The three exclaimed at the same time. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 236. Kind old Admiral. They came to the pirate ship, it wasn't that big, they were probably some low-level pirates. However, it was rare to see them so close to Marine Ford or impel down. Alexander let the trio jump onto the ship and deal with it while he relaxed. For a while, many screams came from the pirate ship but after some time, they stopped. However, the trio didn't come out either. He got interested and went in to check up. As he got closer he started to hear some noise. Sengoku, that is my strawberry. I will eat it. Tsuru-chan, that one is also mine. Garp ran here and they're trying to eat the food on the ship. Garp, you have gotten far too greedy. To teach you a lesson. We must eat this in front of you. Tsuru said. Tsuru-chan is right. Sengoku also agreed. They both proceeded to eat the fruits. But the next moment they both were coughing. Such nasty taste. Why did they have this thing here? They complained. Bam bam bam. The three received a fist to their heads, you fools. You just ate devil fruits. Now you can never swim. Wayot. They exclaimed together. They looked at the remaining part of the fruit which had now started to turn gooey. Why the hell do these pirates have 2 devil fruits? Sengoku questioned. He went to an unconscious pirate and woke him up with slaps. Why do you have 2 devil fruits? He asked. We stole them from a marine ship that was transporting them. The pirate muttered before falling back unconscious. Sigh, it seems like it was your bad day. Let's go now. We'll have to see which devil fruit you 2 ate. Bwahahaha. That's what you get for eating my food. Garp laughed and soon received a beating from them. Alexander brought them to his office on the ship and took out a catalogue of the known devil fruits. Marine had gathered this data over many centuries. Alright, let's see. Sengoku's looked like a strawberry and a mushroom. Here it is, human fruit, model, Buddha, is a mythical zoan-type devil fruit that allows user to transform into a giant, living, golden Buddha, gaining an extreme boost in strength to match the size. In this form, your limbs will grow out of proportion, giving you abnormally large arms and relatively tiny legs. It apparently has no weakness except the same water problem. Alexander read out loud. Sengoku clenched his fist, so, I will get stronger with this. If that's the case, I don't mind not being able to swim. Once you learn Jeppo, one of Rokushiki, you will be able to walk in thin air so you don't have to worry about falling in water, Alexander told them, much to their relief. Admiral, what about my fruit? Tsuru asked. Oh, yours looked like a ball, right? Here you go, wash fruit. Paramecia-type devil fruit that allows the user to literally wash and hang out to dry people and objects as if they were clothes, making the user a laundry human. It will allow Tsuru-chan to make people and objects like clothes. It would seem to render her victims unable to fight back or move. There's also a note, villains who have been dried get their hearts a little bit cleaner as well, their evil hearts become fainter, so it's a dangerous ability against pirates. This has no weakness either. Alexander looked at the 2, it seems you 2 are in luck. Your fruits are something that can greatly help you in your fights to come. Now you just need to learn how to use it. Let's try it out then. Tsuru excitedly interjected. From there they went to the deck and brought the caught pirates for Tsuru. She went ahead and turned one of them into clothes. Like they were just washed. Their evil also seemed to lessen a bit. On the other hand, Alexander had to personally help check Sengoku's power. He turned into a giant Buddha and felt a great power. But Alexander didn't let him feel invincible as he defeated Sengoku within a single move. You 3 still got a lot to learn. Now forget these fruits and start practicing hockey. After this, I will introduce you to Rokushiki for a bit. Go. For the rest of their journey, Alexander heavily trained the 3. He also taught them a bit about Rokushiki so they can have a small advantage in their training. Alexander didn't even get down from his ship when they reached Marine Ford. Alright, you 3. Give me a nice victory pose for the picture. I will frame this to embarrass you in the future. Alexander told them. Tsuru and Sengoku had gotten a bit emotional by then. Garp, however, was still smiling as always. Go and become stronger, kids. I wish you luck. Alexander wished. The 3 surprisingly came to him and gave him a hug. Thank you, Admiral, for your lessons. Thanks, old man, Garp added. He just gave them another fist of love and let them go. Go and make me proud. After all that was done, he appeared back in Fixheim. It had been many days since he came in. Ahahaha. He heard giggles from the garden and saw Jenny and other girls playing tag. They noticed him and came running to him. Grandpa. Alexander picked little Jenny in his arms and looked at Amy and Golly, where is Rena? Oh, Uncle Brian took her with him for a business deal signing you told him about, Amy informed. Oh, then let's hope she doesn't eat up all the food in Amazon Lily. He loudly thought. Alexander then went to his workshop and started making miniature malls that can expand with PIM particles. With this, they can set up their stores anywhere with ease. He made about 100 of them for now. His androids will man these while Seraphs will manage. Brian will be the overall overseer of the whole operation. Alexander was just trying to help some poor kingdoms with this and also gather intel with it. After setting up an assembly line for production, he returned to his ship. His stop was Sabaody Archipelago. He wanted to buy some books from there and he was sure he'd find them there. Boss, it seems we're being followed. Dobby voiced. I know, Dobby. It's probably someone from headquarters. Although I don't think they are sent by the Marines or the world government. Let's see if they do something stupid. Alexander shrugged. Their ship was very fast and they reached the Sabaody Archipelago in a few hours. Sabaody Archipelago was the final island in paradise, close to the Red Line. Though it is called an archipelago, it was actually a massive mangrove forest growing out from the middle of the ocean with each tree of the forest serving as an island on which people live. Since it is just a group of trees and not an island like those found in the Grand Line, it has no magnetic pull for which to affect a log pose, compass that works in Grand Line. Due to the place being in close proximity to the part of the Red Line bordering the first half of the Grand Line and the New World, it was a highly visited rest stop for all sorts of travelers to prepare before entering the New World. Aside from its unique environment and it being a booming business hub, it was many times visited by the world nobles. Alexander's ship went to Grove 60 to 69. It was a marine operating area. Like any other place, the arrival of an admiral was a big thing and the news swept the whole archipelago. All the pirates currently on the archipelago hid themselves or kept low. Let's go to Grove 30. There's a shopping mall. I'm pretty sure I'll find some books there. Alexander stated. Blue Fong, stay on the ship and watch out for any suspicious activity, Alexander instructed and left with Dobby. Grove 30 to 39 was Sabayati Park, an amusement park with bubble-based attractions. It usually attracts many tourists. He went to a random bookshop and started to scoop up any book he felt was useful. About the geography, New World, supposed stories of the Treasure Island, and finally, the working of a kingdom, a book for visiting princes and princesses. However, Alexander was more interested in the treasure book. He quickly opened it and started reading while Dobby searched for a book of his liking. He was surprised to see that an island was mentioned in the book. It was supposedly in the New World and finding it was impossible. It is said it was filled with lots of treasure left by a big pirate many years ago. He was so engrossed in the book that he didn't realize how much time had passed. Hey, reading without paying is banned here. A young girl possibly 10 years old came and shouted. Alexander came out of his trance and looked at her. Ah, yes. I am going to buy these. But before he even got up, the shop owner came, who was probably the father of the child. His eyes fell out when he recognized Alexander. Please forgive Mimi, she's small, she didn't know who you are. The men started prostrating. The little girl looked confused and fearfully looked at her father, not knowing what mistake she had made. Alexander kindly went to the men and helped him get up. She was doing her job. Reading without buying is truly a bad thing. But do teach her about the people she should not talk to. It is me, that's why there is no problem. But imagine if it was some other marine or world noble. Alexander's mention of world noble made him start sweating. Yes, Admiral. I will train her better. Alexander then sat near the little girl and patted her. You did good, Mimi. But don't be rude to people next time. Here, take this. He handed her a lollipop, gave the money, and left, leaving behind the father and daughter. Mimi happily ate her candy while her father sighed in relief. Thank God it was the kind old admiral, the men thought. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson, Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 237. Fight in Sabayati. Alexander stayed at Sabayati Archipelago for the night. He went to Grove 70. It was supposed to have hotels of the worst quality to the best you can ask for in the world. He obviously chose the best as he didn't lack money. The night was spent nicely. But in the morning he received a call from Blue Fong. Boss, the people who were following us just aboard their ship and entered Sabayati. Should we follow them? He asked. No, Blue Fong. They are probably here for me, so following them is useless. All right, eat your breakfast, I'll deal with them and return. He instructed and hung up. Dobby, keep an eye around. I don't want any innocent people to get hurt. He ordered. They slowly headed back to the Grove 60 Marine Base. Alexander didn't take the straight route and instead chose to go through the Grove 1 to 9. It was a lawless area with mostly pirates visiting. Once in the lawless area, Alexander finally started to feel someone following him. It was certainly not a pirate, as they were all hiding for their lives. Alexander's observation hockey told him that he'd receive an attack from his left side soon. He truly did, and a masked man in a white suit came towards him with his leg out, apparently to kick him. The kick was one of the Rokushiki aka 6 powers abilities that the world government uses. The kick was Storm Leg. In this, the user kicks with enough speed and force that it creates a wind that can even slice metal. But sad for whoever the attacker was, Alexander's body was a lot harder than metal. Whoops, be careful lad, it might hurt someone, Alexander said as he caught the leg with his hand and threw the masked man away. Azrael was confident in his kick. He had fully mastered the Rokushiki. But somehow Admiral still caught his leg. Let's see how he deals with this then. Not many people had known, but he had eaten Vaka fruit. It gave him the ability to create a bubble of vacuum anywhere near him. That is how he beat even those opponents who were stronger than him. This is why he came to attack Alexander even after being warned by Kong. He was just confident in his abilities and the fact that no one can live without air. He pointed his palm at Alexander. Alexander sensed something strange around him. He quickly felt what it was and couldn't help but laugh. He would have died if he was a normal human, but not anymore. Ha 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 ha. If this is how you thought you would kill me, then I am disappointed. But, by doing this you have shown that you wanted to kill me. And you also have a pretty high sin, so say goodbye to the land of the living. Alexander proclaimed. Azrael, category. Murder, 3. Indirect murder, 4. Torture. Enslaving. R**PE. Sin percentage, 68%. Alexander raised his palm at the man named Azrael. He didn't really know him, sure, he knows CP9 and other organizations but not the people in them. He cast a silent accio and Azrael's body flew directly into Alexander's palm. He quickly put him in a time torture first. In it, he would go through all the happy moments of his life like opening his birthday present or getting a promotion in the job, but before reaching the best part he would die due to sudden vacuum around his head. This went on for 10 years for Azrael while only a minute passed outside. Once he was back to normal consciousness he started crying and begging, "Please let me go, I will give up my position to you. Why you can be the chief of CP9. Please let me go." Alexander made a disappointed face, pathetic, you can't even face your death like a man. Snap. Alexander snapped his neck with ease and ended his life. He finally took the mask off and recognized the man. He had seen him at headquarters once. But then Alexander felt something leaving Azrael's body. It was like a small block of invisible energy. It hovered above Azrael's chest for a minute and then suddenly flew towards a banana in a nearby man's hand. Alexander instantly realized it was the soul of the devil fruit. He looked at the banana holding man with deadly eyes. "Can I have that banana?" he asked. The man was a small-time pirate with big dreams. Forget the big almighty admiral, he hadn't even seen a rear admiral in all his life. And now here he was, right in front of one of the strongest beings alive. He couldn't say anything as his legs gave away. Tip, tip. The sound of water dripping started to come from below him. He looked down and unknowingly he had peed himself. Alexander looked at all that with shock and finally facepalmed himself. Reprimanding himself for even asking. He just used the magic and the banana flew away from the man's hand and came to him. He looked at the banana and sure enough, it was changing. Not in shape but in texture. It was losing its yellow color and becoming blue with curly lines on it. He just put it in his dimensional pocket and headed back to the dead body. "What should we do, Dobby? We can't throw it into the sea, so many people saw us," Alexander said. Not asking a question but generally discussing it. Dobby thought for a second while scratching his beard. "Boss, so many people saw him attacking you, an admiral, that was enough to get a death sentence according to marine law. You should call Fleet Admiral and just inform him. You know, Dobby, sometimes I wonder why you elves remained under the wizards for so long. You clearly have pretty smart brains." Alexander praised him. "That probably has something to do with our nature of preserving life," Dobby replied. He had been looking for this answer himself. Alexander took out his den mushy and called Kong. "Ah, King Kong, it's Admiral Universe." Alexander greeted. Fleet Admiral Kong thought Alexander was calling him a king as a sign of respect and he liked that so he didn't get angry. "Speak, Admiral." "Ah. Well, I was in Sabaody Archipelago and this guy attacked me. He's pretty strong, I'd say he's as strong as other admirals. So as standard protocol I countered and unfortunately, he died. He was wearing a mask so I didn't know who he was until he died." Kong interrupted him, "Get to the point." "Well, it was Azrael of CP9. Alexander's words shocked Kong out of his seat. "Wait. I don't think I heard right, you said you killed Azrael." "I didn't kill him, King Kong. He attacked me and I defeated him. There are plenty of eyewitnesses to confirm that." Alexander clarified. "God damn it, why did you kill him? You could have caught him, I know you are strong enough for that." Kong yelled on the other side. "What's done is done, I only called you to ask what to do with his body." Alexander straight up told him. He was also sounding less goofy now, which made Kong also get serious. "Bring his body to Marine Ford. I will inform the higher-ups." Kong said and was about to hang but. "Wait, Fleet Admiral Kong, I am not done yet. Tell me, was this attack ordered by you or someone else up in the food chain?" Alexander inquired. Kong nearly got chills hearing the cold voice and remembered the true strength of Admiral Universe. "No, I didn't do that, neither did any higher-ups. He did it on his own. In fact, I warned him. We can talk more after you come here, Admiral." "All right, I'll be there by noon." Alexander hung up. He looked at Azrael's body, this fool really came on his own. "Boss, you are a golden apple that everyone wants to eat. The government wants to rid you while the pirates want to kill you to get famous," Dobby remarked. "And I am yet to meet someone who can withstand more than one punch of mine," Alexander stated and grabbed Azrael's body. They started walking to their ship with the body dragging with them. All the pirates there were scared shitless from the scene. Many would stop being pirates from that day. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 238. Ryugu Kingdom. Alexander appeared on the docks at Marineford by noon. It was the Marine headquarters from where the Fleet Admiral commanded. He deboarded his ship and headed to the Fleet Admiral's office. Behind him were some Marines carrying the body bag. On his way, he saw the training field and saw the trio working out. They didn't notice him, however. He entered and saw the other admirals were there too. Surprisingly, he saw Z in Admiral's cloak. Ha ha ha. Z, my boy. You got promoted. Alexander congratulated him. Z stiffly just shook his hand and didn't say anything as it was not the right time. Alexander didn't wait for any of them to speak and sat down on a nice seat. So, what's the problem? Your killing of Israel has really made the higher-ups angry. But they can also not ignore the fact that he attacked you with intent to kill. Your salary will get 70% reduction as a punishment for not capturing him and killing him. Kong informed him. Alexander just shrugged and took out an apple from his bag to eat. Sure, not like I care about my salary. Did you find out why he did this though? Sigh. That fool thought that killing you would earn him a promotion, though I can't deny the fact that he might have gotten it if he was successful. Admiral Universe, I am saying this out of respect for you, the 5 elders aren't happy with you. They are just tolerating you until they find a solution. Please don't make any more trouble. Kong nearly pleaded. It was really rare for him to act this way. It seemed he really respected him. Well, Kong, with how things are, I might just take retirement before they find a way to deal with me. I am as much disappointed in the world government as they say they are in me. He bluntly stated. If this was anyone else they might have faced consequences, but who would punish Alexander? Besides Alexander, Z quietly admired his sensei. Z had trained under Alexander when he was young, and since those days Alexander was his role model. Why don't you go to the New World, sensei? There are many pirates who need a fist of justice. Z suggested. Kong nodded at that. The more Alexander was away from the Marineford and Mariewa, the less likely there was going to be trouble. It is decided then, starting next year, you will be stationed at G5. You are an admiral, so we cannot send you too far from Marineford, but you will be keeping an eye on all pirate activity in the New World. Kong ordered. All right, but I have a request, Alexander said. Kong gestured to him to speak. I will take my own ship. I will also not tell you how I made it. Kong simply agreed instantly. Why would he fret over a simple ship? Knock knock. A vice admiral entered the room. He was Kong's assistant. He said something in Kong's ears which made him go red. Damn it, Universe. I told you to follow that celestial dragon. He was attacked in the Ryugu Kingdom by someone. It is your mess, now you must solve it. Go. Kong screeched. Alexander rolled his eyes and walked out while muttering, what's so special about them, let 1 or 2 die. All the people in the room acted like they didn't hear him. Alexander returned to his ship, bawled Chad, bubble up the ship. We're going to Fishman Island. No need to hurry, take your time. What if the world noble died? They would call a buster call at the Ryugu Kingdom. Dabi voiced his concern. Ha. Then I will stop that buster call. Anyways, I'll include the Ryugu Kingdom in my business empire as well. This world's purity is at puny 30%. This means it needs to be changed on a micro level. For this, simply destroying the government is not an option. First, we need to learn why this is the case, and honestly I am interested in knowing how these devil fruits came to be. Alexander blabbered. Well, we might have to find out how this whole world came to be then. It's just too weird and illogical. I read in a book that you can actually go to the moon here with a balloon, and there are also sky islands. Sometimes I feel like leaving you and going on exploring. Dabi excitedly said. Ha ha ha. Don't worry my friend, we will have our adventure soon. Besides, aren't we already on one? We're going to a freaking city 10,000 meters down in the ocean, ruled by mermaids. And we will be traveling there in a ship covered with a bubble. Can it ever get more adventurous than that? Alexander said. Blue Fong also walked in. You are right, sir. Even in my years of space exploration I've never come across a planet like this. Nothing makes sense here. Ha ha ha. Then let's get used to it. No matter what, we gotta live here. Alexander patted both their shoulders. Soon after the ship was ready, they started going down and navigated towards the opening in the red line from where they could enter. Halfway through he noticed Noodles also following them. Noodles, go back. I told you to stay at the HQ. But Noodles seemed to ignore him and happily followed the ship. Alexander sighed. All right, you've already come this far. The journey to the bottom of the ocean went smoothly. They entered the Fishman Island with relative ease. But Alexander had delayed his arrival by a whole day and he wasn't sure if the world noble was alive now. The Ryugu Kingdom. Saint Nodorin, a celestial dragon, wanted to see the Fishman Island and get himself some nice mermaids as slaves after he lost a bid in the Sabaody Archipelago's slave house. So like any other overly spoiled celestial dragon, he demanded to go and get a slave himself. His plan seemed to have worked until he saw the fiancée of King Neptune, Princess Otoheim. Saint Nodorin lusted over her and demanded that she be handed over to him. It enraged King Neptune, who was a giant 40-foot-tall merman. He beat Saint Nodorin up. However, when his anger calmed down he realized what he had done. What calamity he had brought upon his kingdom. I will go with him, Neptune. For the safety of our people. Otoheim proposed to her soon-to-be husband. Otoheim, you know what they will do to you. I can't let this happen. No. King Neptune denied. Then what option do we have? He has already called the Marines. They will send an admiral now. I can't see so many of us die just because of me. She persuaded him. Saint Nodorin seemed to recover from his unconsciousness and stood up. Why you hit me? Me. A celestial dragons. I will destroy this land. I will enslaving everyone here and kill you slowly. I will call a buster call upon you. He enraged. I am ready to go with you, Saint Nodorin, please forgive my people. Otoheim pleaded. Oh, no no. Now it's too late. I will have you, even if you don't come with me now. Not just you but everyone you love or care about. I will torture them in front of you. And I will start with that giant first. He pointed at King Neptune. Suddenly a fishman soldiers came running. My king, a marine ship has been spotted entering. It is very big. Everyone except Saint Nodorin and his men went blue in horror. Oh. It is probably one of the admirals. They will show you what it means to mess with the celestial dragons. Saint Nodorin boasted. Please, there must be a way. Please forgive my people, I will do anything you say. Otoheim pleaded and prostrated for forgiveness. Saint Nodorin made an ugly perverted face hearing that. Oh really? Then I have something you can do. I will let you people live if you do that. Please tell me. I want you to dance for me. Right now. Saint Nodorin demanded. Otoheim felt it wasn't much and came forward to dance. But then Saint Nodorin added something that broke all her will. I want you to dance for me, and the whole kingdom, without clothes. He showed his ugly sickening smile while saying that. This was the real nature of him, sick and perverted. How dare you? Neptune roared in anger. Stop, there is no other way, Otoheim shouted at him, there were tears in her eyes. She slowly took down her scarf. King Neptune's heart shattered seeing his always smiling Otoheim. This was the first time she ever shouted at anyone. He couldn't imagine the hopelessness she was feeling. It was surely more than his. But he also felt powerless. He tried to control his anger with clenched teeth and fist. Asking himself what he should do. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 239. Slap of Justice. Alexander reached the Ryugu Kingdom and he deboarded the ship. He didn't know where the trouble was happening so he just walked straight to the busiest location. However, he saw a big crowd gathered at a distance. He went there and sadly saw the celestial dragon still alive and shouting. He then saw the people he was shouting at. Alexander didn't have much time to waste so he just looked into the mind of celestial dragon to see what was going on. Saying that it enraged Alexander was an understatement. He apparat to the Princess Otoheim and stopped her from removing her clothes. I will handle it from here, no need to listen to his demands, he told her. Everyone was alerted and shocked by the sudden appearance. But from his clothing, they all understood it was the Admiral. Saint Nodorin saw him and started ordering, oh it is Admiral Universe, good you came fast. Now I want you to destroy this kingdom. Their king dared to attack me. Alexander looked uninterested. He winked at the King Neptune and Princesses Otoheim and looked at Saint Nodorin. Saint Nodorin, tell me, did you receive your part of heavenly tribute from the Ryugu Kingdom? Alexander asked. Saint Nodorin looked confused but still answered, of course I did. Nobody dares to not give it. Alexander started slowly walking to him, tell me, do you know why they pay heavenly tribute? Because I am the celestial dragon and we made the world government. He proudly said. Wrong. Do you really think the world government is run by a bunch of celestial dragons? No, the world government is called the world government because 170 kingdoms agreed to join it and pay the heavenly tribute to keep Marines funded to protect their interest. Now, what you did today breaks the law. You took the heavenly tribute and yet, threatened to destroy them. Do you think other kingdoms will pay after they hear this? Are you trying to destroy the world government? According to the law, if one tries to break the government, they will be executed even if it is a celestial dragon. He reached an arm's distance to Saint Nodorin. Saint Nodorin was shaking with fear at the moment. He was very dumb and knew nothing about the law, so he believed everything Alexander said. Why you need to save me, Admiral? I didn't do anything like that. I just wanted a slave. Bam. Alexander slapped him so hard that his air bubble burst and he got thrown 100 meters away. Everyone's eyes nearly fell out from the shocking scene. An admiral hitting a celestial dragon, this was the craziest thing they had ever seen. People started murmuring that Alexander would now be labeled a traitor by the world government. Dobby, grab him and tie him near Noodles. I want him scared to death when I see him again. Tell Noodles to play with him. Alexander instructed. Then he looked back at the princess. I am sorry that this happened. I will deal with him, you don't have to worry, no trouble will come to your kingdom. In fact, I have a proposal. Thank you, Admiral Universe, we didn't know kind people like you also served in Marines. This restored my faith in humanity. Please come with us to the palace. She invited him. Alexander coolly walked into their palace. It was really big for him, but considering how huge the king was, it was not that big. Thank you for helping us, Jamon, King Neptune said while walking. For some reason, he added Jamon after many of his sentences. That was my duty as a Marine. Your money pays my salary after all. Alexander shrugged off the praise. Princess Otoheim felt really happy that a good person like Alexander exists. She was probably the only person in the Ryugu kingdom who advocated peace between the fishmen and humans. On top of that, Princess Otoheim had a very powerful observation hockey, and it let her feel other people's hearts, and Alexander's heart was as kind as her own. You went against a world noble. I hope you won't be in trouble for this. She worriedly said. Ha ha ha, they can't do anything to me. And don't worry, princess. No trouble will come here either. He reassured them. They soon came to a big hall which was supposedly where they would sit and talk. So Alexander started telling him about the trade deal. So we can buy and sell anything with you. And you will open a shop here. King Neptune murmured. I accept, this is nothing for what you did today, he then agreed. Alexander made himself large, surprising everyone, and shook hands with Neptune. A man named Brian will come with a contract later. He will tell you everything in more detail. Okay, I should leave now, they must be waiting for a report from me. Once again, thank you, Admiral Universe, you will always be welcome to the Ryugu Kingdom, Jamon. Alexander left the couple and walked back to his, but in his way, he came upon a small fisherman kid. His skin was fully red. Hey, mister. Why do you hate us? The kid asked him out of nowhere. Alexander knelt down to his level. I don't hate anyone, child. But Mama said humans hate us. The kid stuck to his idea. Child, humans even hate each other. It's their nature. But rest assured, the men who just caused problems here will be punished by me. What is your name, by the way? Alexander asked. My name is Fisher Tiger. Alexander ruffled his hair. Tell me, Tiger. If you find some rotten fruits on a fruit tree, do you throw the rotten fruits or cut the whole tree? That's easy, we just throw the bad fruit. Just like that, this whole world is a big fruit tree, there are some bad people everywhere, on the upper branches and lower too. But you should never generalize a whole community because of some bad people. Now go and play, this is not your age to worry about all this. Here, take this and share it with your friends. He took out a big crate filled with different kinds of candies and chocolates. Fisher Tiger showed his innocence and picked the crate over his head. Thank you, Uncle Admiral. I will share this with everyone. Alexander finally came back to his ship and saw Saint Nodorin tied to a pole. Noodles was trying to play with him. But Saint Nodorin was not moving as he had peed his pants and was unconscious at the moment. You won't get away with this, Admiral, you attacked a celestial dragon. One of Saint Nodorin's bodyguards threatened. Alexander looked at him from the corner of his eye. Tell me, what motivates a man to wake up every day and be a dog of that excuse of a man? Why you dishonor Saint Nodorin? Just wait, they will kill you slowly and... The man wasn't able to say more as Alexander didn't allow. Noodles, eat this man and the ones in a suit like his. Noodles happily completed the big responsibility bestowed upon him. After eating he made some happy noises. E-a-a-a-a-a-a-a. Bald Chad, take us back up. Directly to the red port. He ordered. What are you gonna do with him, boss? Dobby asked. Haha, just grab the popcorn and watch the show. He chuckled, keeping his plans mysterious. After a few hours, they finally came back up to the surface. Just for the record's sake, Alexander reported to Marine Ford, King Kong, I have successfully rescued Saint Nodorin. He was attacked by a sea king down there. His men died but I came in time and saved him. I will deliver him straight to Mary Geos. Good job, Admiral. 5 elders will be happy to hear this. You may proceed. Kong happily permitted him. Alexander didn't reply and hung up. Behind him Saint Notarin had woken up. I will kill you. I will order a buster call on you. Slap. Alexander put a nice palm tattoo on his face. You retarded man-child, do you even know what buster call is? It's nothing but 5 vice admirals coming to destroy whatever they are asked to. You may have forgotten, but I am an admiral. I can bust your buster call with even one hand. Why yo? Saint Notarin didn't have anything else to say as he had run out of vocabulary. He had already used everything he knew, but nothing worked. Slap. Listen to me now, I will be escorting you to Mary Geos. I want you to keep your mouth shut the whole way. If I hear any word I will kill you. Alexander sternly instructed him. Why you won't do that? Slap. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 240. I didn't do anything. Did you notice that my slap is getting harder and harder? 2 of your teeth are about to fall off. Now imagine how much damage my full power slap can do. Do we have an understanding? Alexander warned him. Saint Notarin nodded, yes. Slap. I told you to keep your mouth shut. Do you understand? Alexander repeated himself. Yes. Saint Notarin was too dumb to realize that he was not supposed to speak. So it took him 5 more slaps and 10 teeth loss to understand what was going on. Meanwhile, now Saint Notarin was planning to tell everything to the 5 elders as soon as he reached Mary Geos and get Alexander punished. After a short trip, they reached the Red Port. It was the official way to cross the Red Line. It was present on both sides of it. However, people needed the approval of the world government and pay a fee to cross it. Not to mention they'd have to get a new ship on the other side. This was another ploy by the world government, according to Alexander. This way they managed to segregate the world in half with nearly no way to go to the other side except by using more dangerous routes. What a convenient way to make sure there is no world revolution against them. They deboarded the ship and saw some Mary Geos guards come with a giant man crawling on 4 limbs, tied in metal chains with a collar around his neck. Alexander stopped smiling at the scene. He could see tears continuously dropping from the man's eyes. Alexander couldn't believe how humans treat one another like that. Alexander stopped time for a while and walked to Saint Notarin. Slap X5. Saint Notarin was shocked and terrified, but then he saw that no one reacted to what happened. Nearly all of his teeth had fallen and his face had swollen up. Alexander then put an illusion on his face to make him look normal. Nobody will see anything. I have stopped the time. Now, I want you to free that slave, or I will kill you. Alexander threatened. Saint Notarin shivered in fear. What? How? Will you do it or not? Yes. I will release him, please no more slaps. Suddenly time resumed. Saint Notarin quickly commanded, guards, remove the chains from slave 3. He is free from now. Saint Notarin's words shocked the guards too much. This was the first time they saw a celestial dragon doing this. But they didn't ask questions and quickly removed the chains. Dobby, take this man to my ship and give him some food, Alexander instructed. After that was done they went up with the elevator. Once they came to the long stairs, Saint Notarin started complaining about climbing them. But a nudge from Alexander shut him up. As they were climbing, suddenly a huge chunk of red rock from the sides fell off and came to them rolling. All the guards stepped aside in time, but Saint Notarin was too fat and was hit brutally by it. His ribcage surely had broken. But that was not it, his body rolled down the stairs towards the platform. Alexander instantly put him in a million-year-long time torture in which he died in thousands of ways. One of them was being forced to cut his body parts and eat them slowly. That thing lasted for 20% of his torture. Finally, he fell down from it. The platform was 6,000 to 7,000 meters high, so when Saint Notarin's body reached the town on the ground, his body splashed like jelly. Recognizing who just fell was impossible. His time torture had ended, so he felt all the fear and dread while falling and died with a scream. The moment the guards realized what happened, all hell broke loose. They rushed to the platform and down with the elevator. Alexander also did the same and followed them relaxingly. Loud sirens started to sound throughout the area. Alexander took out his den mushy and informed Kong, yes, King Kong, I was on my way to Mary Geos and an accident happened. Saint Notarin fell from the red line and died. On the other side, Kong stood up in shock. What? What do you mean died? Take him to the hospital. AAA. That would not be possible. His body turned into a paste. I don't think a doctor can fix this. Alexander uninterestingly replied while looking at the unrecognizable meat blob on the ground. You just stay right there, I am coming. Kong hung up and probably ran for the fastest ship. Alexander went to a nearby shop and ordered some food while he waited. The death of a celestial dragon was a pretty big thing. Nice play, boss, Dobby commented. Haha. I don't even know what you're talking about, Dobby. Here, taste this cake is awesome. He handed him a plate. Little by little the crowd was increasing at St. Notarin's landing site. He also felt Kong coming from his observation hockey and headed out. Kong was probably in too much anger and had forgotten that his rank didn't make him stronger than Alexander. He came to him and tried to punch Alexander. Alexander simply grabbed his fist with his arm tightly. He purposely made him feel pain. Should I consider this an attempt on my life by the Marines and the world government? Kong quickly snapped out of his anger and realized who he was messing with. No, that was just me. How did you let this happen? You could have saved him. Kong asked him. King Kong, you know even you can't survive that fall. Why would I risk my own life for that? Also, everything happened so fast that I couldn't do anything. God damn it, Universe. We both know you are bullshitting. I can't do anything about this case, it's up to CP0 to investigate and 5 elders to decide. Kong told him. Alexander started walking away. Good then, I'm going back on my duty. Don't have as much free time as you. He returned to the ship and came to the slave he had just freed. The man was too traumatized to say anything, so he had to give him some healing potions. I just want to go home. Please let me go. The man cried. Where is your home, big man? I will take you there. He offered. Really? It's in Logetown on Polestar Island. All right, I'll take you there. Don't worry. Just relax now, they will not come for you anymore. Alexander left him in the room and came out, bald Chad, to Logetown. I can't believe I'm saying this, but things are even worse than Sakaar here. Blue Fong interjected. At least slaves on Sakaar weren't made to do things like being someone's horse. At least you had the option to die in the arena. He added. That is why the world's purity is just 30%. I also feel a lot of demonic presence here, but I don't know if it's real demons or because of a devil fruit. Alright, I need to do some tests. We need to find a devil fruit. He told them. But don't we already have one? Dobby asked. That vacuum power was very dangerous and I want to keep that fruit with me. We'll find some harmless devil fruit for experiments later. Let's try some auction houses in Logetown, Dobby suggested. They reached Logetown in 3 months. It mainly took this much time because it was at the other end of paradise in the Grand Line. It was also very close to Reverse Mountain, so most of the pirates stopped there to stock up. In these months the former slave became better and finally told Alexander his name and tale. His name was Riva Bronze. He used to be a chef of a small pirate group, but they were attacked by the Marines and captured. Due to his size, he wasn't sent to Judiciary Island for a trial but to become a slave. All because St. Notarin took a liking to him and made him his human seat. He has a daughter and a wife in Logetown. But he doesn't know how they'd be because he initially became a pirate because he owed money to a local gangster. He had paid back but was still anxious as to what might have happened to them while he was missing. They came into the city and looked for Riva's wife and daughter. Alexander first asked for a description of them from Riva and then looked with his observation hockey. He could only see one woman matching the features. She was working in a bar serving drinks. I think I found her, Alexander told him. Riva joyfully cheered. Where? At a bar called Gold Roger Bar. Alexander said. I know that place, follow me. Riva ran into a street. Alexander and Dobby followed him behind. See Dobby, that's why I like to roam in disguises. Look, the whole street is empty just because an admiral is here. Can't an admiral just enjoy his day? Hee hee. Maybe they just haven't seen a lazy and nice admiral like you. Why do I feel like you are mocking me? Alexander suspiciously looked at him. You are imagining stuff, boss. They saw Riva running into a bar which they guessed was Gold Roger Bar. Alexander entered the place, but his entrance gained a lot of attention. Everyone stopped eating or drinking. The only noise that was coming was from Riva and his wife. I'm back, Rose. I'm finally back. I was captured by the celestial dragon but they released me. He told her. Rose had tears in her eyes as she hugged him. I knew you'd come back. I waited for you all these years. Our little Kate has also grown. She misses you. Yes, I will always be with you and Kate now. All thanks to Admiral Universe. He brought me back here. He is a very kind man. Riva pointed at Alexander. Suddenly everyone in the bar started to look at Alexander. Damn it, you all. Can't I enjoy a drink without your constant eyeing me? Concentrate on your food. Alexander's light warning did wonders and everyone started eating like they were in a military camp. Alexander walked to the counter and took a seat beside a mustached man wearing a straw hat. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 241. A small dragon. What can I give you, sir? The bartender hesitantly asked. Give me the best stuff you have. For both of us. Alexander ordered. Dobby, we'll be going to the Goa Kingdom and its nearby places again after this. We will stay there until I'm transferred to the New World. They might not do that until their inquiry of Saint Notarin's death is complete. You can focus on uplifting the world in the meantime, Dobby suggested. That is exactly what I will do. But we also have to find that old lizard. God knows where he is. Alexander then noticed the bar owner talking to the long-mustached man in a straw hat. Forget about going there, no one comes back from the Sea of the Devil, you don't have to go there, Roger. The men laughed, ha ha ha. That is why I'm going there. Alexander got interested, why do you even want to go there? It's not that big of a deal, it's just filled with weird islands and people. Roger tilted his head and looked at Alexander. Roger's eyes widened seeing his uniform and recognizing him. It seems he missed Alexander's arrival. Ha ha ha. This must be fate, meeting an admiral here and about me going there. I want to circumvent the world, that is my last dream. He told Alexander. That is quite an adventurous aim you got there. I wish you luck then. Here, take these two are log poses. The one with a single needle helps navigate in paradise while the other in the New World. Be a good man and don't become a pirate, okay? We will probably see each other in the future. He said and patted Roger's back. Roger laughed, this was the first time he met a Marine like him. My name is Gold Roger, thank you for these. Ha ha. You probably know my name, Alexander Maxim Universe, Alexander responded. But it shocked Roger a bit, I didn't know you also have the initial D in your name. Most tend to only read the first and last name of mine because it's too long so it's usually left out. Now, let's have a drink for two men with a bit similar name. Alexander clanked his bottle with him and both drank it in one go. After that Alexander went back on his way to the Goa Kingdom. The small reunited family waved their hands happily as they left. On their way, Alexander decided to go and check out the auction house for devil fruits. Logetown was a major market and it was close to the Grand Line, which made it highly likely that there would be devil fruit at the auction. Alexander and Dobby checked out what was being sold. They did find a fruit there and it was an unknown one. Alexander found the seller's details and went to talk to him directly. It was an old fisherman from the town. The old man nearly peed himself seeing Alexander coming to him. Where did you find the devil fruit? He asked. I found it while fishing. You have put 80 million berries price tag on it. I will give you that for the fruit. Alexander offered. The men quickly agreed and sold him the fruit. Soon Alexander and Dobby were on their way. Leaving behind the gobsmacked fisherman with a suitcase full of cash money. He threw his fishing gear away and ran straight to the bank. The island was filled with pirates after all. Dobby, I'll be taking out my steel warship later. Considering that this world is mostly water so living on that would be a lot more comfortable. But I want you to check all the men in our crew before that. There could be 1 or 2 spies. Alexander instructed him. Maybe a mild compulsion charm will do. I'll check everything on our way. Marine Ford. It had been 2 years since Alexander had left the trio for training. But because they were previously trained by Alexander their training ended in just 1 year. Then they took the exam and directly became Commodore and were put under the command of different vice admirals. Everything went normal for Tsuru and Sengoku but Garp had done something entirely different. The guy had fallen in love with a pirate woman he saved. Then they had a kid and the woman dashed after that, saying she wanted to explore the seas. So now Garp had asked for a leave from work so he could settle his kid in his home country. He had the small baby in his arms and walked down his ship on the Goa Kingdom port. He was surprised to see a huge ship that looked like it was made of iron. On it was also a marine flag. He had never seen anything like this even at the headquarters. Oi! Whose ship is this? He asked. The sailor quickly saluted and replied, it is Admiral Universe's personal ship, sir. He's here too, ha. Ha ha. I will show him my boy, then. He walked into the Fusha village. He went straight to Party's bar. Where he saw Alexander, old man. Alexander, who was simply enjoying his drink, looked back, what you doing here, boy, and where did you kidnap this baby? Wahaha. This is my own, old man. Look, we look the same. Garp held the baby near his face to let Alexander compare. Yeah, now you say it, you do look a bit similar. But your face looks a bit dumber. Ha. And yet I am the one who has a child. Women dig me, old man, unlike you, Guard boasted. When did I say I didn't have a wife and kids? I have the most beautiful wife and children. Alexander proudly claimed. Ha. Yeah, in your dreams. But Garp saw the serious expression of Alexander. You weren't kidding. Boy, if you are lucky, I'll introduce you to them someday. Now, hand me that baby. Alexander grabbed the child from Garp and started spoiling him. What's his name? Alexander asked. Garp puffed his chest out in pride. Monkey D. Dragon, future strongest marine. I didn't know you held such love for the celestial dragons. Garp made an ugly face. Arg, love them. Even their mothers probably don't love them. I also heard you killed one of them. I didn't kill anyone, it was an accident. A boulder fell, he tripped and fell 6,000 meters. As simple as that. Alexander clarified. Yeah, sure. I believe you. Garp said, sounding not even a bit convinced. Alexander ignored the loudspeaker of a man and looked at the cute baby in his arms. Boy, your name has dragon in it, let's hope you grow up and become a dragon who burns those fake dragons. Stay healthy and safe. Garp saw Alexander's shining hand caressing Dragon's head. What's that? My blessings, it will keep all disease away from him. By the way, where is his mother? He asked. She wanted to explore the seas and left him in my care. Garp embarrassingly revealed. It was Alexander's turn to laugh. Ahahaha. I had heard of men running away, but this is the first time hearing about the other way around. Ahahaha. I wish you luck, Mama Garp. He then waved his hand and lots of baby care items appeared. Boxes and boxes filled with diapers, pacifiers, baby formula, powdered milk, and a nice cradle. Here, these will be needed for the baby. Don't eat the baby formula yourself, Garp. Huh, who do you think I am? Why would I steal my own son's food? Thank you for this stuff though. Garp gratefully said. He wasn't paid enough to buy so much stuff, so this help was very much appreciated. Alexander then started to leave. Garp looked at his back. Where are you going now, old man? To the new world, I'm transferred to G5. Bye-bye Mama Garp. Alexander mocked and left. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 242. Devil Fruit. G5 Base, New World. Alexander appeared there and started sorting things out there. G5 was supposed to be a lawless base. It is said that the Marines of this branch are insane, cruel, and merciless people who stick needles into pirates, feed them to sharks, or use them for campfire kindling. They are known for not following the orders of their superiors. Some members do not wear the full formal Marine uniform. If anything, they are overly casual to the point of wearing slacks and a bucket for a hat. Alexander set foot on the base and gathered all the men. All right, keep your eyes and ears open, as they might just win you your life. From this moment on, there will be no disobedience, no cruelty to captured prisoners. If I catch any of you doing that, first you will be court-martialed and then punished, which can be a fine or a death sentence. Am I clear? All of them may be bash and lawless, but that was only until they had a commodore as their commander. They know they can overpower a commodore with enough men. But the current situation was totally different. Yes, sir. They shouted in unison. Good, now your first task is to clean the base. It should look like newly polished marble. You all have 3 hours to complete this. If you don't, then 50% of your next month's salary will be cut. Got that? Yes, sir, they shouted with tears and quickly ran to do the cleaning. Showing a rare moment of hard work. Ready, boss? Dobby asked as they walked to an underground lab. Yeah, let's see what's so mysterious about this thing called devil fruit. In the past few months, Alexander had done experiments on the devil fruit he had bought in Logue Town. He had checked the catalog and it didn't match with anyone. Meaning that this was a new and unregistered devil fruit. The fisherman he bought it from had randomly found the fruit in the sea after all. Alright, let's see what this thing does. He picked up the shining golden devil fruit and took a bite. This tastes awful, Alexander exclaimed. Dobby on the other side of the room looked at everything through a special camera. Ah, it's happening, boss. You were right. That small bite you took established some kind of connection with your body. Because of which, sometimes invisible came out of the fruit and went into your body. Dobby exclaimed. He didn't notice, but a glass fell down from his elbow and shattered. Alexander ignored and continued. Then our theory was correct. These devil fruits have souls. But how they were made and how they give power is still a mystery. Alexander said. Try your power, boss. Let's see what that fruit does. Alexander closed his eyes and tried to feel any changes. But he couldn't. He didn't really have an internal body anymore. It was just a void. He simply willed for whatever the power was to come out. Alexander didn't feel anything happening, but then suddenly something changed. Ah, it's happening, boss. You were right. That small bite you took established some kind of connection with your body. Because of which, something invisible came out of it and went into your body. Dobby repeated everything. Then again the glass fell down. Dobby saw Alexander surprised. What happened, boss? I think I know what my ability is. I just used my ability and time got reversed, Dobby. Cover yourself with armament hockey, I'll show it to you. Alexander again used his power and they both saw the broken glass assembling itself back. So, it's a time-reversing fruit. But what's the limit? Dobby questioned. I don't know, it can't be too much though. Or else it will be a world-breaking power and someone must have had it before. Yet we have no record of that person or this fruit. From my guess, it can probably reverse time to a few minutes. We will need to research about its range too. However, I need to see if I can control which object's time I want to reverse. Alexander mumbled. What now, boss? We need more devil fruits to test. I've heard that the New World has the most number of devil fruits in the world. Let's head out and find some. We also need clues about this void century. I have a feeling everything is connected to it. He suggested. Alexander stayed on the base for another month to drive the lesson into each marine there. Then he left Blue Fong in charge and headed to Dressrosa. He had heard that their battle coliseum gave devil fruits as a prize. Dressrosa was one of the 20 kingdoms that were responsible for founding the world government. The country was well known for its flower fields, its cuisine, its passionate women, and its battle coliseum. The local women were prone to violent acts of jealousy, leading to a high crime rate in the country. The residents of the country also believe that fairies live in the country as well, taking away people's belongings and treating them as offerings, according to the residents themselves. Alexander appeared there with his huge ship that never disappointed him in garnering people's attention. He walked down the ship and saw a royal procession coming towards him. At the front was probably the current king, King Ricudoldo III. It is an honor to welcome an esteemed person like you to my small kingdom, Admiral. King Riku greeted him. Likewise, King Riku. I heard you have a devil fruit here. He blatantly asked. King Riku frowned a little, thinking that the world government sent an admiral to take it. Ah, yes. It's a mere attraction for the crowd in the Colosseum. You can take it if you want. Alexander knew the king was just afraid of him. After all, admirals had the ability to call a buster call. This simple fact kept most of the kingdoms afraid of Marines and the world government. I will pay you for it, just like everyone else does. Which fruit do you have? Alexander asked. Oh, it is nothing rare. It is a fish fruit kraken model. King Riku informed. All right, 100 million berries. That's what I'll pay. What do you think? Alexander offered. King Riku quickly agreed. This would greatly help him procuring for the next heavenly tribute. I can agree to that, Admiral. Good, send someone to bring it here, then. I am in a hurry. Alexander told him. He had received intel that there was a hundreds of years old giant elephant in the sea. He wanted to go and see it. Maybe talk to it if possible. Soon enough the fruit was given to him in a box and he in return gave them a suitcase filled with money. Alexander felt like he was doing a drug deal at that moment. Thank you for your cooperation, King Riku. I will probably come back soon for some personal talk. Till then. King Riku brainstormed for a long while wondering why Alexander would return. Admirals weren't considered good omens, it seems. Bald Chad, head to Zo, the giant elephant. It does not have a registered location on log pose, so just follow that bird in the sky. He ordered. The bird in the sky was a normal pelican. Alexander had asked it to lead them to Zo in return for lots of fish. It was quite a distance they had to travel to reach the elephant. The elephant was supposed to be 15 to 20 kilometers tall. He could walk on 10 kilometers deep ocean floor and still have its back so far high in the sky. When they came closer to the elephant the sea got covered in thick fog and it became turbulent. Alexander left the ship and flew up with Dobby. The more they flew up the more they marveled. But Alexander noticed the elephant's skin which was so wrinkled now. He felt bad for the old elephant who had probably spent most of his life as the last of his species. He flew up towards his head. But he was more shocked seeing landmass on his back. With walls and everything. He had not found the mention of an island like that anywhere. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 243. Zanesha. He looked at the giant elephant and saw many scars on him. His ears were cut from various places. Who knew what kind of atrocities he faced in the past 1,000 years? Alexander used his magic to treat all the wounds on him and then went to his head. Pat pat. You're a really big boy, huh? I've seen huge dragons but an elephant is first. He talked to himself. Alexander then heard a loud trumpet. He guessed the elephant wanted to talk so he used his strange ability with which he could talk to anything. Haha, he can understand us, Dobby exclaimed. Thank you, good human. It was getting very itchy behind my ears. A majestic yet kind voice reached Alexander. He smiled, it's all right, I like helping others. What's your name? Ah. It has been so long since I heard that question. Last time it was that boy with straw hat. I am called Zanesha, kind human. Zanesha, that is a nice name. I am called Alexander Maxim Universe. You can call me Alex or Old Man. Alexander kindly greeted him. Oh, another one with D in the name. Zanesha, do you know anything about the Void Century? Or anything major that happened 800 years ago? Alexander asked him. I do and I do not. I do not know what this Void Century is that you speak of. But I only remember one thing from that long ago. On that day, the sky turned dark, the world suddenly fell into the darkness like something had taken a hold of it in their evil palm. It was a dreadful feeling even for me. That is all I remember. Zanesha informed him. It's all right, Zanesha. Why are you still walking by the way? For the little people living on my back. The day I stop, the world will start noticing them and nothing good comes out of that. I love my little people. He proudly said. Haha, you are a very good elephant. I will go and meet the people. I can make their lives better. Alexander suggested. They will surely welcome you. There is also something that might interest you in the whale forest. Go and see it. Okay, I will return again soon. Till then, he flew up to the gates of the island. He was pleasantly surprised to see the place was flourishing. Though the only difference was that there were no humans. All the people looked like humanoid offshoots of various animal species. But he couldn't complain as most of them looked cute. He walked up to the huge door and knocked on it. He guessed that no one must visit them, which would explain the lack of guards on watchtowers and closed gates. Soon a gorillaman peeked out of the gates. The moment he saw Alexander his eyes widened in shock. Hello, Zanesha told me to come here. Who is your king? Alexander asked. The gorillaman quickly came out of shock, lesser mink. How did you get here? Wait, I have seen you somewhere. Gorillaman took out a newspaper from his bag and compared an image side by side with Alexander's face. Alexander didn't wait for him to speak. I flew up here. I am Admiral Alexander and this is Vice Admiral Dobby. We would like to meet your leader or king. Now, the mink tribe lived an isolated life but they were knowledgeable about the world with the newspaper and they had a general understanding that an admiral was as strong as their king if not more. Please wait here. I need to report to Duke Hitsujisuken. Only he permits visitors. Okay, I will be waiting. Wait, take this. Alexander threw a bag at him. Gorillaman opened it and saw a dozen bananas. His face instantly grew a wide smile and stars in his eyes. Thank you, I will go to Duke now. He ran away. Alexander took out a table and a chair and started drinking with Dobby. Did you just bribe that guard? Dobby asked. Cough. Alexander nearly choked on the drink. No, that was just a gift. Did you not see his happy face? Sure, whatever you say, boss. Dobby rolled his eyes. Alexander took out the phone and called Amy in Fixame. Sweetie, can you make a giant-size pineapple pizza? Your grandpa Dobby is hungry. Ah, thank you. Yes, you can come out and explore then. He hung up and looked at Dobby's pale face. It was Alexander 1 and Dobby 0 this time. Meanwhile, inside the central castle of the Zou Kingdom. The gorillaman arrived and reported to Duke Hitsujisuken. The Duke didn't waste time and quickly permitted them to enter. Even though they weren't a part of the world government, they had no reason to anger an admiral. They also liked lesser minks. Go and invite him in. Duke Hitsujisuken ordered. Duke Hitsujisuken was an old sheep mink and the ruler of the Makomo dukedom. He had also selected his successors, though they had gone out to explore the seas for now. Alexander had finished half a bottle when Gorillaman came back. Ah, Mr. Admiral, you have been invited to Duke's castle. Please come in. Alexander packed his stuff and headed in. The streets were bustling with lots of people. Alexander happily looked at some rabbitman kids. For some reason, the people were showing a bit extra enthusiasm and were waving at him. Kids were jumping around and shouting for his attention. They sure seem cheerful, Dobby commented. I don't know why but I like this. Look at those cute little ones. I feel like grabbing them in a hug. Alexander dotted on them. The whole way Alexander stopped many times to give candies to little children. What was supposed to be a 15-minute walk took them an hour. Soon they came to the castle. A large sheep mink with white wool and black skin was waiting for him there. He had curved horns, a walrus mustache, and a fluffy beard. He wore a dark-colored king's robe and a crown. Unlike most minks, he seems to have hooves instead of humanoid hands. Ha ha ha. Thank you for inviting me in, Duke Hitsugisuken. Alexander was already a huge man and then he enlarged himself more to shake hands. This little token of respect always surprises the people. Duke Hitsugisuken nearly fell back from the shock. Ha ha ha. What a strange lesser mink you are. I have traveled the seas in my days but I've never met one like you with so many abilities. Duke Hitsugisuken exclaimed. I had a talk with Zanesha. He told me about the people living on his back. Alexander's words shocked them. Did you really talk to him? Alexander connected back to Zanesha, my big friend, show them that I'm not lying. In return, Zanesha made a loud noise, seemingly replying to Alexander. Zanesha is not a brain-dead elephant. He is very smart, old, and kind. He can understand you all too. Alexander informed him. Duke Hitsugisuken was pleasantly surprised and had tearful eyes. That is such good news. We finally know he can understand us. Please come with me. I have prepared a feast for you. Ha ha. I never say no to food. Let's go. Alexander muttered. For a while, Alexander talked about all the here and there stuff with Duke Hitsugisuken while eating. After that, he finally came to the point and told him about his shop plan. Duke Hitsugisuken, I plan on opening a big shop here. You can buy all kinds of food, books, clothes, and other items. Not just that, you can also sell any specialty of yours. He proposed. Duke Hitsugisuken may seem kind and happy-go-lucky type but he was also smart and very knowledgeable. What's in it for you? I mean, we people don't have a very high buying power. It won't be very profitable for you. Ha ha ha. You are right my friend, it won't be profitable at the beginning. But I don't really need money. I have more than I can even spend. What I truly desire is friendship. Also, the shop will be a means for you to become rich too. You can sell anything that you make there. I will sell that stuff further around the world. 10% of the profit I will take, while you take 90%. Duke Hitsugisuken went into deep thinking. We do make very good wine. Everyone likes it. Maybe we can sell that. My friend, liquor business is the most profitable business. If your stuff is good, it will sell. Alexander encouraged him. Rahaha. Then it is decided. You can open a shop in Zo. Here to this new friendship. They clanked their glasses and gulped the wine. Then Alexander asked him the most important question. Zanesha told me I should go and visit the whale forest and that there is something of importance for me. He also said that someone with initial D came here in the past too. Yes, not just once, our royal historical records are filled with people with initial D coming here for that thing. Ah, I remember now. You also have a D in your name. Duke Hitsugisuken exclaimed. From what Duke Hitsugisuken said, it was clear that whatever this thing is, multiple people were after it. Come, I will take you there. We were trusted to keep it safe with us until the right man comes. We can never deny a man with initial D from seeing it. That is what our ancestors taught us. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 244. Tears of a Strong Man. He took Alexander and Dobby out the forest in which a giant whale-shaped tree was. He led the way to the inside of it. These pathways have been like this for hundreds of years. This forest is also protected by the guardians. After a while, they came to a big chamber on whose center, a big red cube was situated. Alexander couldn't recognize the language written on it. Ghost, scan it and decipher it. Ghost immediately replied to him, Sir, there is not enough data to decode this language. This language doesn't match any existing language in the world. Alexander walked to the cube and used his speaking power on it. It told him what the cube was and that there were 4 of them. Duke Hitsugisuken started to tell Alexander about it as well. These stones are called poneglyphs. Studying them is banned by the world government. From that Kazuki clan seal, you can see that it has a relationship with Wano. Alexander interrupted, let me guess, they made this 800 years ago. Duke Hitsugisuken nodded. Yes, these red ones are called road poneglyphs. There are 4 of them and each points to a different location. Once you join all the 4 points with an imaginary line, where it bisects is where the last island in Grand Line is. There are 2 more types of poneglyphs. Historical poneglyphs that reveal pieces of ancient history as well as messages written by ancient people. Instructional poneglyphs that contain instructions and or clues about the locations of historical poneglyphs. Alexander had started to build up a theory in his mind. That whatever was written on these stones was crucial to know what happened in the Void Century. Making it more believable was the fact that the world government was trying to hide it. Then people on Wano know how to read it? Alexander asked. Yes, but not all of them. Only the current shogun of Wano and daimyo of Kuri in Wano country, of Kazuki clan, know how to read and write this. Thank you, Duke Hitsujisuken, I really appreciate that you showed this to me. I will head to Wano now. Alexander decided. Wait, don't you need a copy of this? Duke Hitsujisuken asked. Ha ha ha. I already have that, my friend. Look. Suddenly a huge piece of paper appeared. On it was an image of poneglyphs. It looked as real as a photograph. How? Magic. Alexander whispered. He put the paper back in his pocket and shook Duke's hand. I should leave now. Thank you for your help. If you ever find yourself in trouble, use this to contact me. Okay. He gave him a two-way mirror. Duke Hitsujisuken delicately held it and looked at Alexander leaving. Best of luck on your journey, Admiral. He waved his hand. Alexander flew directly to the face of Zanesha. Thank you, my old friend. I should repay you for your help. Alexander fixed Zanesha's eyes. They had sunken back into his face for some reason. Ah, thank you for giving me my vision back, Alex. But my eyes will again sink back in a few years. The weather and dust affect them too much at this height. Zanesha told him. Alexander quickly made magical glasses for his huge friend. There you go, they will protect your eyes from any harm. They are also unbreakable and unstealable. Not only that, you can also look much further with this. It also has a feature to play music for you. Alexander played some Mozart for him. Zanesha flapped his ears in joy. This is beautiful, Alex. Thank you for this amazing gift. It's all right, if you ever need me just think about me and I will be here. I'm always there for my friends, okay? Alexander patted his forehead. Zanesha made some happy sounds, and as a parting gift, he threw the water in the air like a fountain, making multiple rainbows. Haha, thanks. I will bring my granddaughter next time. She loves rainbows. He said and flew away to his ship. Zanesha will not be bored now. Not with thousands of songs to listen to. Dabi commented. Haha, I can't imagine people's faces when they see a giant elephant with blue sunglasses. Alexander laughed imagining that. Paru. Alexander picked up the Den Mushi mid-flight. Yes, Grandpa. I mean Admiral Universe speaking. On the other side, Alexander heard a crying voice. Sensei. It was Z. What happened, boy? Tell me. Sensei, please save my wife and son. You showed me so many miracles. Please just one more. I beg you. Z's broken voice came. Alexander quickly took out his anywhere door. This was the first time he had heard Z crying. Z was a tough man who never cried no matter how hard the training was, but something big must have happened. Alexander didn't think of Z while opening the door but his family. He crossed to the other side and saw the carnage. Buildings burning and people running around. Behind them were pirates with guns and swords. Killing, looting, and our asterisk ping mercilessly. Dabi, don't leave anyone but their captain alive. He sternly ordered. Dabi instantly got into action. A long sword appeared in his hand and cut a running pirate in half. By now Dabi had understood that preserving life doesn't mean being a weak little elf. Preserving life also means protecting them. On the other hand, Alexander cast a point me charm and followed the guiding light. He finally came to a burning house. On its doorstep were two dead bodies. One woman and one child. Z had them in his arms. Z saw Alexander with his teary eyes. Sensei. I will give you a miracle, Z, step away from them now. Quickly cover yourself in armament hockey. Just do as I say, we don't have enough time. He ordered while leaking a bit of conquer hockey. Dabi, cover yourself in armament hockey. He telepathically told him. He used his devil fruit's ability to reverse the time. He had already mastered it to the highest tier and now it lets him reverse time to at most 30 minutes, but it had an area limit which he didn't know earlier. In short, his devil fruit only affected the time of the area under 20 kilometers around him. It also requires a lot of body energy. Something that Alexander had infinite. In front of him, everything started happening in reverse. By the 15th minute he saw the woman and child back alive, but Alexander didn't stop. If he could save more people then so be it. When 30 minutes ended he saw the pirates had just started their rampage. Alexander flew in the air and started to shoot lightning bolts at all the pirates, frying all of them to death. It was a very painful death for all of them. Only the captain was left, who also tried to flee but got caught by Dabi. Alexander looked at Z. Z, my boy. You asked for a miracle. I gave you one. Go and check them. Z ran into the house and found his wife and son hiding in the bathroom with the door locked. He broke the door and hugged them tightly. You're fine. You're alive. His eyes were still tearing up. Alexander entered the house and gave the three a calming draft. Then he looked around the town. There was not much damage now and loss of life was minimal. Most of the dead bodies belonged to the pirates. Alexander then dragged the pirate captain to the town center. "What's your name?" "Ha. I am Henry the Great. The captain of bloody pirates. You can't kill me, Admiral. I ate cloud fruit. My body is made of clouds. Why did you attack this place? Don't you know it is heavily guarded by the Marines?" Alexander questioned. "He ha ha ha. What a joke. Guarded. Ha ha ha, your own rear admiral stationed here made a deal with me. To let me loot for a 30% cut. He just asked us to leave Admiral Z's family alone." Henry revealed. "Let me guess, you thought you could become more famous if you kill Z's family. So you went to kill them anyway." Alexander stated without any emotion on his face. Z heard everything and came to punch Henry. But Henry turned into a cloud. "You think clouds can't be killed?" Alexander asked. Then he just tapped his finger on Henry's head. Suddenly he started to turn into ice. "Beat him, Z." Z gladly obliged and started punching Henry. This time Henry was grunting in pain. Finally, when Henry was half dead, Alexander cut his hand and feet and healed him. "Not so great now. I will throw you into the sea, let's see if clouds can float." He picked him up and threw with as much force as he could. Henry would soon drown and painfully die some kilometers away. Z looked at Alexander. "Our own people sold us. A rear admiral. This is beyond simple corruption. Don't go and kill him now, Z. You will be made a criminal. However, I can go and do it. Nobody has balls to mess with me." Alexander proposed. Z looked at him thankfully. He suddenly bowed. "Thank you, Sensei. But you have already done enough. I will deal with this myself." "Arg. Get up, kid. Now go see your wife and son. Also, shift them to a safer town. This is not a secure area now." Alexander suggested to him and left him to investigate on his own. He came back to his ship still near Zoe, Bald Chad, towards Wayno at full speed. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 245. Wayno. News coup. Alexander signaled the bird flying over his ship. He was really surprised that the bird was so intelligent. It gives a copy of the newspaper and takes the money in the bag. Alexander also patted the bird and gave a salted fish. "Good job." News coup happily munched on the fish before again flying away. Alexander started reading it on his recliner on a sunny day on the deck of his ship. The first page had Z's image on it. Whoa, when did this happen? Z took retirement and became an instructor. Dobby also heard him. Something must have happened. Call him and ask. Alexander called Z on Den Mushy. Z, what happened? Why did you retire? Sensei, now I know why you didn't become Fleet Admiral. There is too much corruption in Marines. The rear admiral responsible for the attack wasn't punished. Instead, he was promoted and sent to G5. He has ties with some kingdom's royal family. Z revealed. Oh, the G5 is under me. He will probably go through hell there. Why did you become an instructor now? He asked. Fleet Admiral begged me to. He said an admiral leaving suddenly would not be good for the Marines' reputation. They don't care about anything other than reputation, do they? Well, I will see you in a few days. Maybe I can pull some strings and get you onto my ship as a consultant. Being an instructor is too low for a man of your capabilities. Alexander offered. Thank you, Sensei, but I would like to stay here and train some new promising kids. Maybe after that, I will join you. Z told him. Oh, who are these so-called students that got you so interested? There are 3 especially, Akiji, Borsellino, and Sakazuki. These 3 have immense talent and they had eaten very strong devil fruits. They will probably be admirals someday, but for now, they are too small. Z told him. In that case, be sure to beat some self-consciousness into their brains. We don't want heartless men to be admirals. Alexander suggested. That is what I am trying to do. After a bit more talking they hung up and called Blue Fong in the G5. Yeah, my boy. A new vice admiral will be coming there. I want you to let him get the command and tell all the Marines to annoy the hell out of him. They don't have to worry about punishment. Is it the same guy from the newspaper? Blue Fong asked. Yes, he is. All right, boss. I will do it. He hung up. Alexander then looked at his watch. We should be near Wayno now. Let's see if we can get the poneglyph deciphered. Alexander took out a small book about Wayno, mainly because not much knowledge about it was available outside. Wano country was a country that was not affiliated with the world government. The country follows a strict policy of isolationism, meaning that contact with outsiders such as pirates and other countries is prohibited. Hundreds of years ago, Wano country was known as the country of gold. It faced constant threat from pirates and nobles who wanted to exploit its riches, but the samurai Ryuma led the country's samurai in defending against every assailant. Ryuma also became legendary for slaying a dragon in the sky above the capital. After his death, he was buried in his birthplace of Ringo, and his legacy made him a national hero. Whoa, there are real dragons too. Does this have something to do with why the world government doesn't mess with Wano? Alexander exclaimed and continued reading. Leaving the country's borders is also considered a crime. Outsiders who enter the country will be immediately attacked. This policy was maintained as a result of the country's geography that makes an invasion extremely difficult, as well as its powerful samurai warriors. Wano was ruled by 6 major families. The Kazuki family made up the shogunate, while the leaders of the Shimatsuki family, Kurazumi family, Yuzuki family, Ematsuki family, and Fugetsu family each served as daimyo over one of Wano's regions. In Wano, the Yakuza was considered to be well respected, and people associated with it are treated with admiration and fear. Alexander then closed the book. Interesting, Wano seems really interesting. There seems to be Yakuza too, and the whole kingdom reminds me of feudal Japan. They also use silver, gold, and platinum as currency, Dabi added while reading from his own book. Ha ha ha, then I can probably buy their whole country with how much gold I have. Alexander laughed. Dabi continued as he looked into the book, but I don't think getting anything out of them about Poneglyph will be easy. They hate outsiders. That is true. But I am sure after beating their strongest warriors, or as they call them samurais, they will surely respect me. Alexander suggested. That is also a possibility. Let's head to their flower capital. We'll see the rest of it from there. He commanded. After another hour, the shores of Wano finally came into view. Dabi, it's time to blend in. Put a haori on your clothes. Alexander instantly took out a nice red haori and wore it. He also threw one at Dabi. Boss, you are a 13-foot tall man with white hair and beard. I don't think you can blend in even if you wore a full kimono, Dabi commented. It's the effort that counts, Dabi. He said and looked back at his men. Bald Chad, anchor here until we return. If anyone attacks you are free to use artillery. Got it. He ordered. All the Marines on the ship saluted. After that Alexander and Dabi jumped away to the shores of Wano. Alexander and Dabi used magic that made other people perceive them as locals. They went into the nearest town to find the intel. It was filled with people in feudal Japanese clothes. There were lots of people carrying swords too. The first thing he noticed was that most people seemed happy. They found out that where they were now was a region named Udon. Though Alexander had to ignore the people's use of Dagozaru at the end of nearly every line. Finding the right direction, they jumped to the capital of Wano. And it was a sight to behold. They understood why it was called the flower capital. There were so many cherry blossom trees everywhere and their small petals were flying around. The building looked like colorful versions of feudal Japanese architecture. Alexander and Dabi walked on the streets, mesmerized by all the colors. They then started hearing pleasant shamisen music coming from a building. Dabi, I am in love with this place. For once I am thankful that it's a closed country and its culture wasn't destroyed. I will go and find the shogun. You bring Olivia and the girls out and show them around. They will love it. Alexander said. Dabi smiled widely. I had the exact idea. See you later, boss. All right, Shogun must be there. Alexander looked at a castle situated on a hill with a huge arch tree. Alexander walked straight to it. Stop, no one is allowed to enter without permission. Do you have it? One of the samurai guards at the gates asked. Ah, yeah, I do. Alexander took out a paper with compulsion charm that made them believe it was the permission. Please enter, Alexander-sama, both the guards bowed. Alexander scratched his beard in confusion. What did my compulsion make them see me as? He walked into the castle with ease and headed to the biggest room possible. Also because Alexander saw multiple people gathered there with his observation hockey. He entered the hall and went straight to Shogun. Clank clank. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 246. Road Poneglyph. Out of nowhere 2 ninjas appeared and slashed at Alexander's neck with their swords. But their swords broke down in 2. There were a lot of people present and everyone looked at the scene in shock. Alexander was still standing without a single scratch. The whole castle went into an uproar. Someone ran and rang the attack bell 10 times, signifying an attempt on Shogun's life. Alexander facepalmed himself. It seems I was too straightforward this time. 7 people appeared in front of Shogun, Kazuki Sukiyaki. Who are you, an assassin from Kurizumi? Shogun questioned. Before Alexander could speak, two samurais came and kowtowed in front of him. Alexander Kamisama. What can we do for you? Alexander again facepalmed himself. The two were guards from the gate and his compulsion charm made them see him as a god. Should I reverse the time again, he thought. He then quickly stopped himself from doing it. Reversing time again and again could become addictive. It wasn't even required right now. Kamisama. Ha ha ha. Who are you that calls himself Kamisama? Shogun questioned. This is a misunderstanding, Shogun Kazuki Sukiyaki, Alexander said and took down his disguise magic. He saw the Shogun twitch. Alexander understood that he knew about his admiral status. Maybe the normal populace was ignorant about the outer world, but the ruler couldn't do that. The atmosphere in the room turned even tenser. What is a Marine admiral doing in Wano? Did the world government forget we don't welcome you all? Shogun mockingly asked. Sigh. My full name is Alexander Maxim Universe. I found a road poneglyph. I need it deciphered. Just so you know, I am not doing this for Marines or the world government. I want to know the true history of the Void Century. That is why I am doing all this. I want no qualms with Wano. I respect your sovereignty. Alexander told the middle-aged men. His mention of poneglyphs brought some murmurs in the hall. Are you a devil fruit user? We usually call them sorcerers as we don't have many people who have eaten it. Shogun asked out of curiosity. Yes and no. I did eat a devil fruit, but it doesn't make me strong. My body is this strong from training and nothing else. He told them. Okay, if you can defeat Ashura of 9 red scabbards, I will grant you a personal audience with me. Shogun offered. Alexander smirked. Which of them is Ashura? The biggest of them, a fat pink-haired man, walked forward. It's me, ha. Scared now, Marine's dog. That will be 2 for you, big guy. Alexander nonchalantly said. What 2? Ashura asked. 2 teeth of yours for calling me that, Alexander answered with a smirk. Ashura got angry and dashed at Alexander. To everyone's surprise, Alexander didn't move. Then at the final moment when Ashura's sword was about to touch him, Alexander disappeared and appeared near his face. Bam. Alexander's fist connected with the mouth of the big guy. Ashura got thrown away with 2 of his teeth bouncing on the floor. So, let's have that personal audience with you, Shogun, Alexander remarked as he stretched his shoulder. Clap clap clap. Shogun started to clap for some reason. That was wonderful, Admiral Universe. You really are worthy of all the praises I read in the newspaper. Then he looked at all his retainers. What are you all looking at? Leave now. I need to have a chat with this man. Go. The 9 red scabbards looked at him. Shogun-sama. This can be dangerous. This is an order. Now leave us, he sternly ordered them. As soon as only the 2 of them were left, Shogun sat down on his cushion and poured some sake for himself. Ah, thank you for coming here, Admiral. Take a seat. It's been so long since I talked to an outsider. He invited. Alexander was confused with the sudden change of attitude from being an uptight shogun to a tired man. He went ahead and sat in front of him. Ha. You must be wondering why these changes. Well, I need to keep my image. Anyways, quickly show me that poneglyphs print. Since my childhood, I have been hearing about these but never got to see more than one of them because of the isolation policy. Only the makers of these know what's written on them, and the next generation only knew how to read, write the language and make the poneglyphs. Shogun Kazuki explained. Alexander took out the paper and showed it to him. Shogun quickly started reading it with enthusiasm. Ah, so this is one of those famous road poneglyphs too. I've heard collecting all 4 will take you to the last island of Grand Line, where you will find the true poneglyph. Shogun blurted. Alexander silently noted the extra info. Now his doubt had turned to surety. There truly was something about the Void Century at the last island. This poneglyph seems to be pointing to a location. Here you go, this is the translation, and we also have a road poneglyph here, this is where it points to. The Shogun handed him a piece of paper. Alexander made Ghost record it all and make a script to decipher the poneglyphs in the future. He also made Ghost pinpoint the coordinates the poneglyphs were talking about. Then he told all his free seraphs to fly around that location and search for the least island in thousands of kilometer radius. The last island should be there. After a while, the Shogun was finished. He folded the paper and gave it back to Alexander. Admiral Universe. Thank you for granting me this chance to see this amazing thing. This was a lifelong wish of mine. Maybe because of this, my son Odin left the island. Just like me, he was curious. Shogun sighed. How did your son leave? I can keep an eye on him to make sure he's safe. Alexander offered. Ah, I nearly forgot you are a Marine Admiral. My son left with a pirate named Whitebeard. Please, if you see him, tell him to return. We need him here. He requested. Alexander patted his shoulder. Don't worry, boy. I will tell him that. Now, I have a proposition. Alexander told him about his plan of setting up a shop. The shogun was not very pleased at the beginning, but when he heard that there will be no need to physically bring in and out shipments, he got interested. We can make it look like just any other shop. But here you will be able to find anything to buy. From all around the world. You can simply say that it's a shop opened by me as a gift for our friendship. I'm sure many people will be happy when they will hear you made a new powerful ally. This is a good option to stay as a closed country while still having trade with the outside world, Alexander suggested. That is certainly a good offer. It will shut down all the daimyos. Okay, let's do this, but will you be able to buy all the stuff we make? We make a lot after all. From clothes to liquor and hats to swords. Shogun asked. Ha ha ha. Don't worry about that, my friend. I will deal with that. You just worry about not spending all the money on the good stuff I will bring. Alexander mocked. Ha. I am a samurai, I have self-control. Shogun sternly said. Alexander popped open a bottle of fire whiskey. The aroma reached Shogun's nose. What is this heavenly fragrance? Alexander poured him a cup. He drank it and fell down with a satisfying face. Tea, this is the drink of gods. How refreshing. If this is what you will sell, then I'm afraid my samurai training won't be able to help. Alexander laughed loudly. Then suddenly he heard a loud cat's cry. Meow. Alexander noticed a fat cat with a huge grin and hat on the head coming running towards him. Or the fire whiskey bottle, to be more precise. It quickly took the bottle from the shogun and started to drink it like no tomorrow. Alexander looked at the shogun for an explanation. Shogun laughed wryly. Ha ha. That is the cat elder, called Hats. It fell from the sky on the castle some weeks ago and blessed us with solving some of our problems. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 247. God Valley. Ah. That hits the spot. Good afternoon, gentlemen, excuse me for my untimely drinking. I just couldn't refuse my unconscious mind to not do it. The cat said in a British accent. Alexander felt like he had seen the cat somewhere. Alice in Wonderland movie maybe. It was a Cheshire cat. Hats, I am busy. Go away. The shogun tried to shoo it away. But the cat seemed to ignore him. Oh, you mortals can't order me around. But this man here. The cat flew to Alexander and started smelling him. Ah, you smell like heavens. And also the old man. Are you godson? Alexander was truly surprised. Yes, how do you know that? Because I am the ruler of chaos. By chaos, I did not mean the space but real chaos. The old man said that the false god is after me, so he sent me here, to you. But I ended up with this man. Ah, another nut job, Alexander thought. Now, take me with you, godson. It came to his shoulders and sat down. What's your name? Alexander asked. I am called Hats. Because I love hats. Do you have any hats? He said. I will deal with you later. Just sit quietly on my shoulder now. Okay. Alexander instructed him. I simply don't have anything else to do, so of course I will rest on your shoulder. You are allowed to do as you please. Hats spoke in an authoritative tone and closed his eyes. So, Shogun Kazuki. Thank you for helping me read that. Take this, you can call me anytime you need any help. He handed him a two-way mirror as well. Kozaki Sukiyaki looked at it with interest. This thing is pretty convenient. Haha. Yes, it is. Okay, I will be on my way now. Take care, Shogun. He said his goodbye and left the castle. He found his family roaming the streets and buying whatever they liked. Jenny was the first who noticed him. But then she saw the cat. Fluffy kitty. She quickly grabbed Hats and held him in a tight hug. Hats didn't even open his eyes the whole time, like he was in a deep sleep. She rubbed her face on his soft fur with a big smile. So, how was this trip, Olivia? Alexander asked. Beautiful. This place is so beautiful and cheerful, Alex, she commented. Yes, Glenpa. I also made 5 paintings. Amy chimed in. Yes, the food is very good here, Rena added, with a dumpling stick in her hand. Gali nodded at that remark. She also had her mouth full of dumplings and dumpling sticks in both her hands. Let's go. Our work is done here. Everyone returned to Fixheim, leaving behind only Dobby and Alexander. So, was it successful? Yes, Dobby. It was more than successful. If we are lucky, we might just find that hidden island at the end of the Grand Line. But still, we should keep on looking for other poneglyphs. They returned to their ship and, Peru. Yes, Alexander here. Admiral, where are you right now? Kong hastily asked. Nearby Wano. Why? Good, very good. I need you to quickly go to God Valley. Many world nobles are gathered there, but somehow Roxy Zebek found out. He has appeared there to assassinate them. I order you to use any force necessary to stop him, kill him if possible. Garp is already fighting him there. No harm should come to the world nobles, Kong ordered. Alexander hung up and looked at Bald Chad, to God Valley. We're in no hurry, so go slow. God Valley was a place where the world nobles gathered every year. Some kind of natural phenomenon was supposed to take place there. Although Alexander felt like investigating it more as to why celestial nobles were so into it and why it was named God Valley. Alexander took 5 days instead of 3 to reach the place. It was a small valley within a mountainous island. When he got there, most of the island was a mess. It seemed the fight was already near the end. He deboarded the ship and went deeper into the valley. He heard a loud voice speaking there. Garp, Roger. You both have D in your names. You two don't understand the meaning of it. They are the real enemy of the world. I was foolish enough to think that I could rule the world by just being a pirate. This game is much bigger than you can imagine. Follow the stones, you will get the answer. Roxy Zebek said his last words before throwing up a mouthful of blood and taking his last breath. Following the stones, huh? Who knew those poneglyphs would be so important to so many people, Alexander thought. All the world nobles that were hiding in nearby caves came out and saw their attacker dead. Then they noticed Alexander and quickly ran behind him, seemingly thinking that he'd protect them from any danger. Admiral Universe, arrest that man, he is a pirate. He can't leave this place alive, I order you. St. Roseward haughtily demanded while pointing at Roger. Garp and Roger were too tired and weak, so they hadn't noticed Alexander. But now they did due to all the voices. Garp, what are you doing here? Did you leave Dragon Chan alone? Alexander inquired. Old man, when did you come? Wait, why are you here? Garp confusedly asked. I am bounded by duty. Kong asked me to come and protect these weaklings and kill Zebek. Too bad you saved them before me. Alexander sadly replied. Does the word saving has a different meaning in his dictionary, Garp internally thought. Zebek is dead. Roger here helped me do that. I met him here by chance. Garp pointed. Roger looked at Alexander and smiled. Hello, old man. Thanks for those log poses. Ha ha ha, boy, you really came to the new world. Well, I am proud, I guess. But I told you not to become a pirate. Alexander remarked. I didn't want to. Sadly, the government puts adventurers in the same category as pirates. Roger argued. Yeah, why wouldn't they? The world government hates freedom of speech. Recognizing adventurer as a profession is like stabbing oneself for them, Alexander thought. Admiral Universe, I am a celestial dragon. I order you to arrest that man right now. St. Roseward again demanded. Alexander turned back. I won't, what are you going to do about it? Fight me. Kill me. Your 5 elders have been looking for a way to kill me for years. Yet here I am. You know what, even if I slap you they won't be able to do anything. Slap. A tight slap resounded around the whole God Valley. If it didn't have anything to do with a god to be called God Valley, it did now. St. Roseward fell down on the ground, a few of his teeth fell out and he started shivering. Now, all of you pests. If you don't want to get slapped then release all your slaves. All the world nobles were scared at the moment and rushed to take off the slave collars. Good, now turn around and silently board my ship. I don't want any sound coming from you. If I do then the reward will be a slap. All the world nobles made neat and clean lines and walked to his ship. They were all given different rooms to stay in. Today was a reality check for them. They learned they couldn't order everyone around. Meanwhile, Garp and Roger had their eyes falling out of their sockets looking at the scene. It wasn't just them, Roger's crew was also standing some distance away and had the same reaction. Then finally Garp broke the silence with his loud laughter. Bwahaha. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 248. A Good World Noble. Roger's crew members quickly came forward to help their injured captain. They themselves were injured after fighting Charlotte Lin Lin, Kaido, Edward Newgate, Shiki, and other members of Rock's pirates. Though they had run away by now after seeing their captain losing. Their doctor, Crocus, came forward and started treating Roger's wounds. Captain, your health is already not that good. Why do you still push yourself so much? Ahahaha, forgive me, Crocus. Just bear with me till I complete my dream. Roger dreamily said. Waha, Garp and everyone else suddenly became alert and yelled. Old man, look behind you. Garp loudly whispered. Alexander looked back and out of nowhere, a huge round tongue licked his face. Stop it, Noodles. Bad manners. Why are you here? I told you to stay with the ship and protect it. Oh, Dobby sent you. The world nobles are creating a ruckus. Okay, go back and play with them. They will get in line soon. He said and made him go back. Haha, forgive little Noodles. He's still a baby. But he is learning. Alexander shamelessly said. Garp's eyes twitched. He's already bigger than all the sea kings I've seen in my life. And he's still a baby. Everyone else nodded as if they wanted to ask the same thing. Yes, that poor thing. He was cast out of his group because of his big size. So I adopted him. He is very friendly. Alexander smiled saying that. But then loud horror-filled screams started coming from the ship behind him. Noodles was just playing with world nobles. Roger started laughing from the comical scene. Haha. Old man, are you going to arrest me? Roger pirates looked at him with nervous eyes. They knew if it came to fight they wouldn't be able to beat him, so they could only pray. No, not yet. Not until you conquer the Grand Line. Alexander smilingly said. He remembered Roger's dream. Roger grinned hearing that. Thanks. But, I cannot tell the world that a pirate helped Marine in killing the biggest pirate of our time. So I'm afraid I'll have to give all the credit to Garp. Are you okay with that? Alexander asked. Roger nodded. I wouldn't be able to digest it even if they gave me the credit. Garp has AD in his name. That already makes him my brother. I will be happy if he takes the credit. Good, I will report it back. You all pack your stuff and leave. Alexander called Kong. Yeah, all world nobles are safe. Although I arrived late. Garp had already defeated Rox with the help of Roger pirates. The pirates had left by the time I came. We can't report that a pirate helped Marine, so let's just report Garp's name. Yes, you are right. There is one more task before you escort the world nobles. You have direct orders from 5 elders to sink the island to the bottom of the ocean. They don't want this incident to go public at all. Kong ordered him. Okay, I'll do it. Garp, go back to my ship. I need to sink this island. He instructed. Alexander stood alone and talked to himself. From my experience, if they say go left then you should go right. So, there must be something very important on this island. Like hell, I would destroy it. Okay, let's do this. What was that move from that cartoon I watched once? Yeah. Ka, me, ha, me. Haa. He flew in the air and released a huge energy beam from his hand towards the island. Just before it was about to strike, the island disappeared, leaving behind a huge mushroom cloud and lots of dust. All the world nobles and Marine looked at the blast with shocked faces and terror-filled hearts. Garp was also shocked. How strong are you, old man? Alexander flew back to the ship, Bald Chad, to Redport at full speed. From there they had to take a normal sea route to the Redport. It was quite far away from there. Garp, you will be named Hero of Marine now, ha ha ha. I will put in a recommendation for your promotion too. You will be called Vice Admiral Garp, soon. Alexander teased him. Arg, a promotion means more work, Garp grunted. Alexander heavily patted on his injured back. You are still young, Garp. Enjoy this youth while you can. Alexander then headed to the bow of the ship where his recliner seat was. He sat and relaxed while looking at the sunset. That was his favorite thing to do lately. It reminded him that even if the world was sh*t, at least the view is beautiful. Excuse me. Sir. An unknown voice came from behind Alexander. It was one of the celestial dragon. But this one was different as he didn't wear that oxygen bubble to keep himself from inhaling poor people's oxygen. What is it? Alexander displeasingly asked. Sir, I wanted to ask. Why do you hate us so much? The man asked. Tell me, can you look at your brethren proudly and say that they are a boon to the world and its future? Alexander asked. The men didn't say anything. So Alexander continued, world nobles are actually world leechers. They leech on the hard work of others just because their ancestors fought some great kingdom 800 years ago. Something that is made illegal to study by the world government. Seriously, if your ancestors did such a great deed then why is it a secret? The world noble came beside Alexander and sat on the floor beside his recliner. Sometimes I think the same thing, sir. When I see my fellow brethren abuse their authority, I raise my voice, but what can a single man do? he mumbled. Alexander looked at this rare specimen of celestial dragon. He realized that there are still some sensible people among the rotten world nobles. What's your name? Alexander asked. The blonde-mustached man looked at him and replied, I am Saint Don Quixote Homing. Alexander waved his hand and another recliner chair appeared. You, my friend, are a good man. Thank you, sir. Homing politely thanked and sat down on the chair. You got kids, Homing? Alexander asked. Homing had a smile appear on his face. Yes, he was born just a few months back. His name is Don Quixote da Flamingo. Then keep him away from Mary Geo's. That place can turn humans into animals. He advised. Here, you can call me with this if you find yourself in a mess someday. This is a token of my belief in you, Homing. Don't break it. Alexander left him to eat the sea breeze alone. He went to his room and to Fixheim from there. Alexander had transported God Valley to the sea in Fixheim. He went to the island to investigate what was so special there. He came to the central location where a platform was erected. In its center was an open fireplace. On it were multiple big eggs. Dragon eggs. So they were trying to hatch dragons. 19 eggs for each family. Roxty Zebek probably found out about this somehow and decided to kill the world nobles and take the eggs too. That could be the only reason why Roger, a pirate, tried to stop him. Because if Zebek hatched dragons then it would only be doom for the world. He talked to himself. He then took the eggs and went to Drakium. He put the eggs under the care of Prime Minister Dexter there and went back to his ship. His mind now had some answers but even more questions. They all had a smooth journey and reached the Red Port. Alexander didn't even escort them out and just let them go away on their own. He then looked at Garp. Go, boy. Sengoku has already become a vice admiral, now it's your turn. Next will probably be Tsuru-chan. Give my greetings to them all. Garp didn't say anything and walked to the ramp but stopped midway and looked behind. Tell me, old man. How strong are you? That you are confident of messing with them and still not afraid of retaliation, Garp seriously asked. Alexander smirked, strong enough to slap them to death and still stay alive. Garp shook his head and left. Dobby came to his side and saw Garp leaving. The moment he becomes a vice admiral he will see the world for what it really is. That marine is not what everyone thinks. I know, Dobby. But I think Garp will be fine. He's a tough boy. Now, let's go to G5 and see how our boys are doing. Good boy Blue Fong must be bored alone. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 249. Gina. Alexander appeared at G5 base and did an inspection. Although the base was neat and clean, only one person was having a bad day there. He was the newly assigned vice admiral. His name was Leonard. He had connections with Lelugia's royal family. The Marines living there had made living worse for him as no one heard his orders. All the Marines there may be lawless but they knew what this new vice admiral had done and had no shame in reminding them about his mistakes every day. Vice Admiral Leonard couldn't do anything either as he was not physically powerful enough to take them on. He may have been promoted but his power level was still of a rear admiral. Admiral Universe, you must punish them. They have shown insubordination. He came to Alexander to be *tch about. Alexander calmly sat in his chair with his feet on the desk, but I wasn't here. I didn't see anything happening. Where's the proof? I can't punish them just based on your words. I. Look at my condition. My eyes have turned darker and I have grown weak. All because of them. Doesn't that mean you have been working hard? Vice Admiral Leonard. Thank you for your hard work. Please close the door after you leave. Alexander shrugged him away. Leonard left his office with slumped shoulders. He thought because Alexander was here the harassment would stop but it increased by 10-fold. Peru. What? Alexander picked up the call. Admiral Universe. What did you do to those world nobles? I have received so many complaints from them. Kong asked loudly. Huh. I saved them and that's how they treated me back. Such worthless cowards. Alexander slighted. Admiral, you are employed by the world government. You are duty-bound to obey them. Kong argued. No, I'm not. I'm not employed by them, nor do they pay my salary. I am employed by 170 nations who pay heavenly tribute to our spoiled brats sitting in Mary Geo's. I work to keep those 170 countries safe and not just some selected people. Maybe you should stop being so scared of them and grow a spine, Fleet Admiral. Alexander nonchalantly said. He had nearly insulted every important person in the world just now. On the other side, Kong seethed in rage. You. How could why? Alexander hung up as he didn't have time to talk to him. He had research to do on the devil fruits. Alexander's kind heart mall empire expanded at a very fast pace. He made shops in any country that wasn't hostile to him. Though most were scared to anger him, so no one could say anything. His shops opened on each island, each city, and kingdom. Except for Mary Geo's though. Many pirates tried to loot them once in a while, but every time they would either die or if they had high bounty they'd be arrested. This way the kind heart shops came to be known as another big power not to be messed with. The world government mainly turned a blind eye as they also bought many things from the shops. For example, exotic cuisine and stuff. Alexander's seraphs, who were looking for the final island of the Grand Line, were also unsuccessful, making Alexander stop their pointless exploration. He guessed that the island must have some kind of supernatural ability to only show up if you knew exactly where to look. Otherwise, how can no one ever stumble upon it by mistake? So he stopped that for now and just focused on making the world better. However, Alexander had heard that Gold Roger was also looking for that island. The world government was already scared for some reason and had put 3 billion berries as his bounty. Year 1500. Alexander was on a personal mission. He was going around all the countries with harsh climates and helping people. He was on an island with a single village called Kun Village. It was in North Blue near the Calm Belt. Kun Village was a small village in an arid grassland. The only vegetation in the village was dead trees and tall grasses that were slumped due to lack of water. It was nearby a mountain with denser vegetation. It was an impoverished village that was seemingly suffering from a drought. Its citizens were malnourished and destitute. A famine was going on there. It was so bad that people even stopped having babies to not have more mouths to feed. He went ahead and first opened lots of water wells on the island. Second thing, the people had built their village in the wrong locations. There was a whole mountain with denser vegetation which was a better suited area. Alexander first went to the mountain to see why the people didn't establish their village there. Maybe there were dangerous animals. Sniff. Alexander's ears perked up from the unnatural noise. It was like someone was crying. He walked towards that noise and came to a large tree with a hollow trunk. Due to Alexander coming close, the noise from inside the tree trunk stopped. Please don't eat me. I am not tasty, I tried. A childish voice came. Alexander felt the weakness, fear, and sadness in the voice. I am not here to eat you, child. Come out. Hearing him, and understanding it was not a wild animal, a small head peeked out of the tree trunk. It was a little girl, dirt on her face and ragged clothes on her body. Soon she came out of the tree trunk. Alexander noticed the arm of the girl with bite marks. She really did try to eat herself out of hunger, it seems. Alexander waved his hand and used magic to heal her without her even knowing. Who are you, mister? She weakly asked. Call me Grandpa. What are you doing here alone? Alexander inquired. Mommy said I am useless, so she left me here. Nobody wants me, Grandpa. She answered, looking at him with her cute big eyes. Alexander waved his hand and a big carpet appeared. He sat down on the ground with legs crossed. Come, sit with me, little one. He then took out lots of food, fruit, and drinks and put them on the carpet. Here, eat all you want. You are not useless, child. You are just small. Even I was useless when I was as small as you. Really, Grandpa? She questioned as if this new information was a huge deal for her. Yes, now eat. You look like you haven't eaten anything in a while. She finally succumbed to the food and started eating like no tomorrow. Though she drank more water than she ate. Water was a luxury there after all, and considering that the human body craves more for water than food, it was normal. How is it? Is it tasty? He inquired and poured her some orange juice. She put down her water glass. It is so yummy, Grandpa. Can I keep some leftovers with me? She asked, thinking that the old man would go away and she'd again go hungry in a few days. Alexander smiled warmly at her. Yes, sweetie. You can have all this. I have more as well. What is your name, child? Alexander asked further. Mommy called me Baby 5. Is that my name? She confusedly said. Alexander's heart ached when he guessed why she was called that. Gina, that is what your name is from today. She cutely repeated her name multiple times before finally throwing her arms in the air in happiness. I like this name, Gina. Thank you, Grandpa. Haha. Would you like to come with me, Gina? You will get lots of food. There are also 4 more sisters you can play with. Alexander proposed. Really? But Mommy said I am useless. She repeated. Alexander went close to her and caressed her hair. No, Gina, you are not useless. You are needed by me. You make me happy, okay? Really? Yes, let's go now. I will introduce you to your new family. Alexander gave her his finger to hold and they walked into Fixame. Gina's depressed face turned from sad to happy as soon as she saw the colorful Fixame with lots of animals roaming around. She had never seen such a beautiful place in her life. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 250. Gold Roger, dead or alive? Out of nowhere, hats appear in the air. Oh, a new member. It seems I will need to make a new tea set for my tea party. How are you doing, Hats? Alexander asked. I am good, this place seems much better than where I used to live. Hats replied. Kitty. Aloud Jenny came running. Ah, not again. See you later godson. Hats again vanished. Jenny came to Alexander looking for her favorite cat. Oh, hello grandpa. Did you see Hats? And who is she? Gina hid behind Alexander's legs. It seems she was scared of social interactions. Jenny, she is your new sister. She will live with us from now on. Go and gather everyone in the garden. He instructed. Jenny happily ran back calling out to everyone. While Alexander looked at Gina, Gina, don't be afraid. Everyone here is a good person. You can play with them and eat whatever you want. Gina only nodded and held onto his finger. He slowly brought her to the garden where everyone gathered. Olivia's motherly instincts instantly kicked in as soon as she saw Gina. Olivia knew Alexander would only bring kids if they had nowhere to go. Douglas, what the hell are you wearing? Alexander asked. Oh, I saw this movie called Enter the Dragon. Now Barry and I are practicing kung fu, he proudly claimed. Then Barry also appeared in a similar yellow tight jumpsuit. It seems since Ragnarok disappeared you have started to slack off. I should ask Hegier to keep an eye on you. Alexander mumbled. Hegier was the king of Icemen from God Arc. Okay, everyone. Greet our new little member of the family, Gina. Say hi to her. Alexander introduced her. The first ones to come were all the girls. Rena came to her and gave her a warm hug. I am your big sister Rena, if you are ever hungry, come to me. I always got food. This one is Gali, she eats a lot so keep your secret food stash safe from her. Gali looked at Rena with a salivating mouth. Rena, you have a secret stash. Oh, curse my loose tongue. No, Gali. I was just kidding. She ran away, behind her Gali also followed. Then came Amy. I am your big sis, Amy, if you need anything you can come to me. Welcome to the family. She gave her a kiss on the forehead. Olivia came and hugged her. Gina, I am your grandma. Do you want to learn how to make sandwiches? Gina's tummy made a sound at the mention of a sandwich. It seems she was still hungry. Olivia didn't wait and dragged her along. Yay. We will learn to cook. Jenny ran behind them. Amy looked at Alexander and asked, what happened to her, Grandpa? Her mother abandoned her in a forest because of famine in the village. The last thing she heard from her mother was being called useless. So she thinks nobody wants her. Just give her all the love you possibly can. She's just 8 after all, I'm sure we can make her thinking change. Alexander told her. Amy suddenly remembered being alone after her real parents died from that bomb. She was blind for so long and then her grandpa came and filled her world with colors. She jumped and hugged Alexander. Grandpa is the best. Hee. No, my Amy is the best. He ruffled her hair. They all went into the house and cooked and ate together. Then came to nap time. Initially, they gave Gina her own room. But when they saw her sleeping in the corner of the rooms, curled into a small ball, Alexander and Olivia decided to keep her in their own room until she came out of her trauma. Olivia then started singing her lullabies every night to make her at ease before sleeping. Mary Geos. 5 Elders meeting room. So, he knows about the past. Elder 1 said. It was really hard to reach the place and yet somehow he did it. As commendable as it may seem, he has committed a major crime. Elder 2 added. But we don't know how much he knows. We went there and couldn't find anything. Only the one with Will of D can unlock the secrets that lie there. Elder 3 responded. We have no way of making sure if he has the Will of D. But even if he doesn't, he knows too much. The false true poneglyph is still accessible by those without the Will of D and gives away some information about the Void Century. Elder 4 sternly said. Then it is decided. Gold Roger must be executed. He is too dangerous. We cannot be sure if his crew knows but at the very least he must be removed. Elder 5 made the decision. Yes, from now on, his name will be publicized as Gold Rogers, a demon who tried to destroy the peace that the world government has created. 5 billion should be enough. Elder 1 said and stood up. Bounties are set while keeping in mind that we have a marine who is worth the same. But we have no marine worth that much. Who will we send after him? Elder 3 asked. No, we have one marine worth way more than 5 billion. Elder 1 chimed in. He won't agree. For all we know, he might turn on us for information from Roger. Elder 3 warned. Elder 1 smirked, then we will have a perfect reason to make him leave. We know he likes helping people and managing that image. Perhaps declaring him a demon would do us good as well. But what if he just comes ahead and attacks us? Elder 5 questioned. No, he won't. If he attacks us, then he'll be proving to the world that the rumors about him are real. The world sees us as gods after all. No matter what, they do hold us in high regard. Elder 1 deviously blurted. Soon all the elders agreed on that plan. They signed the highest bounty to ever be put on someone. Gold Roger, dead or alive, 5.564 billion berries. They called in an assistant and told them to start spreading it around the world with articles demonizing Roger. Oro Jackson, Roger Pirate's ship. A meeting was taking place in the captain's cabin. It only involved the men who accompanied Roger to the Raftel and found out about the true history and the certain prophecy. Only a few people from his group were present there with him. Namely himself, Dark King Silver Rayleigh, Scopper Gaban, and Kazuki Odin. They all had grim expressions on their faces. Roger looked at everyone and spoke, what we saw on the island shouldn't go out. Not because I am afraid, but because whoever knows it will be hunted by the world government. Just like it said in the prophecy, that day will soon come when a man with will of deed will be born and bring the dawn of the world, so we just have to wait. What about Roger Pirates now? Silver Rayleigh asked. Haha. My friend. Haven't we fulfilled our goal? We wanted to conquer the Grand Line and we did it. It's time Roger Pirates disbanded. With our recent activities, it is likely that they already know about us reaching Raftel. They will be on our asses no matter where we go. I would hate myself if something happened to Shanks and Buggy for something they didn't know. They are the future and must be protected. Roger announced. Cock knock. It was Crocus. Captain, bad news, look. They all looked at the latest newspaper and a wanted poster that came with it. Kazuki Odin read it and shouted in anger, this is too much. They are calling you a demon who kills and steals for fun and Pirate King. Roger looked at his wanted poster, ha ha ha. Pirate King sounds like a nice name and 5 billion berries, ha. This must be a new record. I'm sure they will send that old man after me. Ha ha. Who do you think will find this so-called One Piece, Captain? Silver Rayleigh asked. For some reason, the world had started to call the treasure at Raftel, One Piece. Roger laughed, ha ha ha. My son, obviously. Where are you going to find a son? He asked. I can always make one, Roger bluntly said, making everyone in the room laugh. Roger put it down and walked out of his cabin. Gather around everyone, I have an announcement. Roger went on to announce the end of Roger Pirates and told everyone to get off at the next island. He gave his straw hat to Shanks and told him to hold on to it until someone worthy of wearing it comes. Later, he went alone to meet Whitebeard, where he told him about the little he found out about Void Century from the false true poneglyph he found. He also told him that another poneglyph was inside a secret chamber there which he couldn't access. He needed the 3 ancient weapons for it. And he knew he could never get it as there was no Poseidon born yet. From the false true poneglyph, he understood that the history that was fed to the world till now was not real. The Great Kingdom and the 20 Kingdom War was a load of crap that did happen but for different reasons. The real enemy was still ruling the world. One day, someone will come and shake the world as we know it. He will have AD in his name and will wear a straw hat. He will truly bring the dawn. If you find that person in the future, support him, White-chan. Roger told his friend. What about you, Roger? Whitebeard asked. My time has come, White-chan. I'm both too late and too early to witness those amazing things. I will do my part and become history soon. Roger said like he already knew the future, not to mention he was also sick. Ha ha ha. 5 billion berries, yes, you will go down in history. Now let's cheers to that. Whitebeard loudly exclaimed and picked up his glass. Roger then interestingly looked at Whitebeard, don't you want to know where Raftel is? Whitebeard shook his head, I have a family and they are my treasure. Why would I need anything else? Ha ha ha, who knew you'd be such a sentimental man, White-chan? Roger joked and laughed. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 251. Raftel. Peru. Alexander picked the den mushy. Admiral Universe, you are hereby ordered to find and capture Pirate Gold Roger, dead or alive. Kong's voice came from the other side. Alexander was resting on his ship on his recliner, *YAWN*, what did he do to anger you people so much? You damn well know that. The 5 elders have agreed to let you keep the 5 billion berries bounty for catching him too. Where is he right now? Alexander asked. On the island called Batarilla Island in the South Blue. You are allowed to use any force needed. Kong told him. Okay, I'll see what I can do. He hung up and looked at his captain. Bald Chad, to the South Blue. Batarilla Island. He ordered. Batarilla Island. Rouge, I don't have a lot of time. The Marines will be after me and my stay here will only put your life in danger. I must go. Roger said. Rouge had teary eyes. What did you see at Raftel that they want to kill you? I can't tell you that. It will put your life in danger. You must stay safe and give birth to our child. Roger sternly told her. He was hoping his child would accomplish what he couldn't. Soon, Roger boarded his small ship and headed to Logetown, his homeland, to surrender. Fighting now wasn't worth it. Grand Line, Paradise. Alexander was on his way to get Roger. He wasn't going to attack, he just wanted to ask some questions. Boss, there seems to be a small ship coming towards us. It's a pirate ship. Of Roger pirates, the watchboy reported. Don't engage. Let him come, he ordered. Soon a figure jumped from the other ship and came to Alexander. It's a magnificent ship you've got here, Admiral, Roger praised. Haha, what happened to yours? I'm sure Adam's wood cannot be so easily destroyed. Alexander asked. That, I left for future generations. Roger pirates is over. Roger showed a somewhat sad expression. Follow me, Roger, Alexander said and led him into a private room. Soon it was just Alexander, Dobby, and Roger present. Where are all the road poneglyphs? Roger was a little surprised that it was the first question, haha. So you are after them too? Roger continued and answered, plus Alexander had used a bit of his magic to make Roger trust him and tell him everything. One at Zoe, one is under Big Mom Pirates, one was in Fishman Island the last time I was there and the last is in Wano. What did you find at Raftel? Alexander further questions. Roger shook his head, not what you think. I found tidbits about the true history, a prophecy, and the reason behind the D in our name. There was lots of gold too, probably left by Joy Boy and other DS who reached the place but didn't satisfy the requirements to fulfill the prophecy. Dobby chimed in, let me guess, the prophecy is related to someone with the initial D will destroy the world government. Haha, but just the name will not be enough. You need the will of the D. It is a man's characteristics, nature to explore and be good, a man with the power to talk with beings no one can, the power to change hearts of even the cruelest of all. Someday a man like that will come and bring dawn to the world. But he will also need the 3 ancient weapons. Roger told them. Didn't you have this will of the D and what are these ancient weapons? Alexander asked. I think I do. But I am not in the right era. Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons is still not born. So there is no way for me to fulfill the prophecy and open the secret chamber in Raftel. The other 2 ancient weapons are Pluton and Uranus, Roger said. What did you learn about the history there? That the world government is the true enemy of the world. They have made the people believe that they won against the great kingdom but in truth, something else happened. There was also something about Wano and that it should be opened up. Other than that, there wasn't much written on the false true poneglyph. The real poneglyph with true history is inside another secret chamber there. I don't know much about what's inside. Roger explained. Any clue when this man will be born? Alexander asked. Soon, he will shake the world government so keep an eye out. Maybe you'll be the fleet admiral by then. Haha. The 5 elders hate me. I will soon retire from this post. Why don't you take me to Raftel now? Alexander suggested. I would if I could but we are in paradise right now and Raftel is at the end of the new world. And I need to go to Logetown to surrender. Roger argued. Alexander got up and took out the anywhere door. Haha. Who said we'll have to sail there? Come here and open this door while thinking about Raftel. Roger had lightly guessed what would happen but he gave it a try before saying anything. He went ahead, thought about the false true poneglyph on Raftel, and opened the door. Instantly a smooth calm wind came and in front of him was the poneglyph. He looked back and he was still standing at the ship. His jaw fell to the floor. How is this possible? Alexander pushed him to the other side and followed, magic. So, this is the false true poneglyph. He went to the huge white poneglyph and read it. It had everything that Roger told him, clues about the Void Century and Will of the D. Roger, where is this secret chamber you talked about? Alexander asked. Follow me. They headed to somewhere underground. Alexander had already sent a drone to fly around the island. It had lots of old building structures and Alexander hypothesized that it was the great kingdom of old. Old man, this is it. No matter what we did I couldn't open it. Look, something in a different language as compared to Poneglyphs is written on it. It says all the requirements needed to open it. No one was able to read it but my voice of all things helped me. Roger told him. Beep beep. Dobby instantly took out a watch from his suit. Boss, demonic presence is off the charts. Alexander first walked to the door and made a full-powered slash at it with his sword. Boom. Soon dust settled down and there it was, unchanged. The door was unharmed. And I feel divine presence from this door. Whatever is in it, it should be very important for someone, and whoever was after it probably couldn't get in and decided to use their power to make this island hard to find. Can you open it? Dobby asked. Yes, probably, but that would also destroy this planet. I can only sense with my hockey that this secret chamber goes very deep into the ground. If I removed it, it would do something to the planet's core. If I destroy it with the necessary strength, then my power would destroy most of the planet with it. Alexander said while thinking hard. Roger was silently hearing everything in awe. He had no idea that such a powerful monster worked for the Marines. No wonder they can rule for 800 years, they must have lots of powerful people like him. Roger didn't know at the moment that Alexander wasn't really affiliated with the world government. Dobby took out another instrument that mapped the ground. Yes, you are right, boss. Not just that, this whole chamber is made of sea stones. Sigh. Then it seems we'll have to wait for a few years and help the person who can open it reach this place. Until then, I will start destroying the world government. I already have my shops mostly everywhere, taking over the world won't be a problem. Alexander decided. Wait, destroy the world government. Taking over the world? What are you talking about? Roger confusedly asked. Kid, I don't work for the world government for money or anything. I do it because I can help people while creating a good lasting impression for the world. An impression which the world government cannot spoil no matter what propaganda they use. Even if this person with the will of D doesn't come, the world government will still fall and a new dawn will still come. Alexander announced. Roger truly believed Alexander. He had seen Alexander slapping a world noble from his own eyes after all. Then, can you do something for me? Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 252. Golden Age of Pirates. What is it, kid? Alexander asked. Roger took a leap of faith by doing this. He couldn't believe himself that he was going to tell this to a Marine. An admiral on that. My wife is pregnant. Oh, congratulations, Alexander commented. I am going to surrender in Logetown. They will come after everyone related to me. They already know about my wife, Port Gasti Rouge. They will kill her and if she survives she will live the rest of her life on the run. A regret I will take with me to my grave. Can you save my son? He's innocent. Roger suddenly went down on his knees. His desperation to keep his family safe was clear. Alexander quickly held his shoulders and made him stand up. God damn it, boy. You are the GOLD Roger, act like him. Alexander felt bad for the men, truly bad. Why just your son and not your wife? I'll save them both. No child should ever have to grow up without a mother. I will also save you at your execution secretly. However, the world must see GOLD Roger die first so that all pirates can get a lesson and stop their criminal activities, he thought. Roger looked him in the eye. Why would you do that? Is your wife a pirate who likes to kill people for fun? Alexander asked. Roger strongly shook his head. No, she's a normal village girl. Though she's quite strong. Then you have your answer. Now, let's go back. I'll take you to Logetown. They will give me 5 billion berries for catching you. I'll give that money to your wife. That's gotta be enough to live a good life. He proposed. Roger got up and lifted both his hands to get cuffed. Alexander raised his eyebrows. You thinking about running? No, he replied. Then it's cool. Just follow me. They opened the door and returned to the ship. You are free to roam around the ship, Roger. Roger did just that. His presence sometimes spooked the Marines on the ship, but after Alexander's explanation, they all became used to his presence. All the people on board his ship believed more in Alexander than the world government. Such a magnificent ship. It runs so fast without needing the air current. I didn't know the world government had things like these. Roger marveled at the ship. They don't. I made this ship on my own. They don't even have its designs. Alexander corrected him. Then you must be a really intelligent man, Roger remarked and went on to see more things. Alexander stayed behind and called Kong. Ah, yes. King Kong, I caught Roger. He informed. Did you catch his wife too? Kong asked. No, I didn't find her on the island. I don't think Roger would be foolish enough to leave her there. Alexander answered. It's all right, bring him to Logetown and put him in Seastone cell. The reward for catching him will be given to you soon. Kong said that much and hung up. Kong looked at the 5 elders in front of him. He had come to Mary Geo's for a monthly meeting with them. Admiral Universe has done the job magnificently. Now we must eliminate Roger as soon as possible. An elder said. But don't you want to interrogate him? Kong asked. No, he already knows too much, death is the only judgment for him no matter what he says. The same elder answered. Then what if he said something to Admiral Universe? Kong questioned. He won't, no pirate would ever trust a marine. Especially those in high positions. You can proceed as ordered. You may leave now. No one in the room knew that Roger had seen Alexander slapping a world noble and respected him for that. Once Kong left the room, the elders talked among themselves. We caught another O'Hara scholarship yesterday. They are getting too much interested in history, it seems. One of the elders stated. Let's tell CP9 to keep an eye on all the O'Harans coming out of there. If even the slightest clue of them breaking the law is found, they shall be destroyed and erased. Another elder suggested. They all agreed and called Spandine, the new chief of CP9, an organization that was top secret because they had the authority to kill any citizen for not following orders of world government or working against its interests. Logetown. They got down the Marines' only dock and transported Roger to the prison. Garp was temporarily selected as the Logetown governor. The world government's reasoning was that Garp had fought Roger many times and should have no friendly relations with him. They were so wrong. Haha, Vice Admiral Garp, the hero of Marines, congratulations on your promotion. Roger taunted. Garp didn't like the addition to his name because he knew he didn't do it alone. I told you, you would get caught someday. Now, look at you. Garp taunted back. Every journey has an end, Garp. I consider myself lucky for knowing where mine ends. Roger responded, looking out of the window at the execution platform at a distance. When is it going to be? He asked. In a week. But it has been publicized that it'll happen in 3 days to lure out any supporters of yours. Garp revealed. Such underhanded tactics. What else can you expect from the world government? Just leave me in peace now. He said and sat down on the floor in his cell. Just 4 days later, Shiki attacked Logetown and got beaten bloody by Alexander. He came without knowing that an admiral was there. The world government was happy with getting Shiki. The man was very influential amongst pirates. Now because of Shiki's stunt, everyone understood that attacking Logetown would be suicide, so they all stopped. Alexander was also satisfied by catching Shiki because unlike Roger, Shiki was a man who liked pillaging and killing. He was a true pirate. The day of execution. Garp came to Roger's cell to take him to the execution platform. Garp, will you do something for me? Roger asked. Shut up and just come along, Garp grunted. Garp, I have a wife and son that will be born soon. They are innocent. Please promise me you'll take care of them. Garp came up to him and held his collar. God damn it, Roger. Why are you asking me? Because you are a Marine. A true Marine. I know you will do it. They won't cause trouble, I have asked someone else to make a disguise for them. Roger added. It must be old man, you didn't spare him either, did you? He already had enough on his plate. The world government is looking for ways to kill him already and you want to give them more reasons. Roger's eyes became wide open from this revelation. What? Why would they want to kill a strong Marine like that? Because he's a loose cannon. He has already killed a celestial dragon before. He's only alive because the world government doesn't have enough manpower to take him down. He is a true Marine. Not me, Garp told him. Garp had found out about everything after he became Vice Admiral. He had a long chat with Sengoku. After that, respect for Alexander only increased in their minds. Garp there decided to not take a promotion and work as a good guy while Sengoku decided he wants to become Fleet Admiral and change the system. Something he would later realize was not possible. Roger didn't say anything else and just followed Garp. He was made to walk through the crowd that was booing at him. He honestly felt like booing back at them for being so stupid to not realize how the world government was using them. How they lived in a false sense of security. He walked up the platform and looked back. He saw the hidden faces of his crew members, they were crying. Especially Shanks and Buggy. Any last words you want to say? The executor asked. He sat down and looked back at the huge crowd. Hey, where is your treasure? A man from the crowd asked. Alexander saw Roger smirk. God damn it, Roger. Don't do it. Roger opened his mouth to speak. You want my treasure? You can have it. I left everything I gathered together in one place. Now you'll just have to find it. I left everything this world has to offer there. The sword fell on his neck and his lifeless head rolled down the long high stairs of the execution platform. His words and execution marked the start of the golden age of pirates. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 253. The Curse. Just before the sword touched Roger's neck, the time stopped. Alexander appeared in front of him out of nowhere and hit his head with a hammer, making him fall unconscious. Roger saw it happening but couldn't react. Alexander instantly exchanged the body with a new fake one. Soon the head rolled down the platform. Garp sighed in disappointment. Shanks and Buggy were crying in the crowd. Many young aspiring bad guys were among the crowd who came to see the execution of the legendary Gold Roger. Alexander noticed Dragon as well. The boy had seemingly disappeared without a clue after joining the Marines for a year. He was stationed at Sabaody Archipelago and probably saw the dark side of the world. Alexander obviously knew what the kid was up to and he helped him secretly. How else could a young man like him start a world revolution army? Though it was still in its early phase. He could have made people forget whatever Roger said, but he didn't. 1. Because it would create more trouble for the world government. 2. It was probably done by Roger because he knew something Alexander didn't. What did you do? Why are you smiling? Garp asked him. Haha, I'm always smiling. What's so wrong with that? Alexander shrugged and walked away. Fixheim. Roger woke up and looked around. He saw vast green fields in front of him. To his side was a river with crystal clear water. He was under a tree's shade. He saw many weird animals grazing in the field. Some had horns on their heads and on one of them was sitting a cat with a hat on. Drinking tea from his teacup. Roger first rubbed his eyes. But the scene remained. He suddenly heard some girls' laughs. He looked that way and four girls were playing tag. Are they angels? Is this heaven? But I was a pirate. Sure, I didn't kill many people but I stole many times. Pretty sure that should have taken me to hell. The girls started playing hide and seek and Gina, baby 5, came to the tree to hide. There she saw Roger. She instantly recognized the face. She had seen his picture on a bounty poster she ate back when she was alone in the jungle. Who are you, mister? She innocently asked. I am Gold Roger, is this heaven? He asked. Gina cutely nodded. After all, if heaven existed then this was it for her. She couldn't imagine another place being better than here. Sleep with the best grandma, eat all you want, play with sisters and cute horses, unicorns but she sees them as horses, she had it all. Yes, mister. This is heaven. She answered. Mister, can you help me climb? She asked. Roger picked her up and put her on a tree branch. Then, are you an angel? Gina again nodded. After all, Alexander always called her his little angel. Roger had tears roll down his eyes. I don't deserve this. Not after leaving Rouge like that. Just at that moment Alexander and Dobby appeared, they both facepalmed themselves. He first looked at Gina on the tree. My little angel, I told you no climbing unless you learn everything. This is dangerous. He went ahead and picked her up. But Grandpa, I need to hide. We're playing. She said with utmost urgency and furrowed brows. Oh, that's a big problem. Why don't you hide under my cloak? He proposed. That is the best. She climbed down and stuck to his waist under the cloak like a koala. Roger came out of his sorrow and looked at Alexander. He jumped and hugged him. I am sorry, old man. They probably killed you too for helping me. Bam. What the hell are you cooking in that nut-sized brain? This is not heaven, I am not dead. This is just where I live. Alexander explained. What? How? Magic. The world outside thinks you're dead and... Bam. He again received a fist to his head. What the hell was that ending speech of yours? Ah, that. I saw myself doing that in a dream so I decided to do it in real life too. He gave the reasoning, which only made Alexander facepalm again. So, you said out there. That means we're inside somewhere. This is pretty nice, and she called you Grandpa. SHHHHHH. I'm hiding. Gina quickly voiced her concern in a whisper. Damn it, me and my darn mouth, Alexander cursed himself. I'm not telling you anything. You will stay here for a while. You will start working on how you walk and talk in another style. You need to change everything to make a new identity. Shave that mustache too and get a new haircut. I will go out and find your wife. The Marines will likely search for her in every nook and cranny. Alexander instructed him and decided to leave. Wait, old man. Thank you for all that you are doing for me. I will repay you somehow. I promise. Roger firmly promised. Ha ha ha. Since when did pirates start to give? Alexander laughed. I'm no longer a pirate. I'm just a man who wants to live as a good father and husband. Then your training starts now. Hide this koala. Alexander picked Gina and put her on Roger's waist under his cloak. She stayed quiet like a good koala the whole time. Old man, there is a cowfish fishman shipwright in Water 7 by the name Tom. He made my Oro Jackson. I think they will kill him too, so please save him if you can. Roger told him. Alexander nodded and looked at Gina. My little koala. Show Roger the way to the castle, please. Alexander told her. Yes, Grandpa, she whispered. She told Roger to walk in a direction. Whenever he would start going wrong, she'd just pinch him. Water 7, a beautiful city known for its shipwrights. But it was also sinking. The current group of houses were built on top of the last group from at most a couple of decades before. The shipwrights there were allowed to make ships for anyone according to the concept that the one who used the ship is good or bad and not the creator. However, the world government seemed adamant and wanted to remove anything related to Gold Roger. CP9's Spandine led the search for the shipwright. The whole island was surrounded. Tom wasn't even trying to run away, he had two students after all. Namely, Iceberg and Frankie, and he couldn't leave them alone. The CP9 closed in on them and surrounded the building. Spandine entered the housing building near the Dock 1, known to produce the best ships. It's the end, Tom. You didn't just make Roger Pirate's ship but also committed the crime of coming out of your underwater hole. Spandine said, showing just how racist people were against other species. Alexander also operated in at the same time. No wonder they don't like you guys. So much racism. Everyone turned their heads to him. Spandine was a cowardly man who only valued his life. Seeing Alexander frightened him. Why you? Admiral, why are you here? You should know, you got that CP9 chief position because I killed the last one. That position of yours is cursed. Alexander said. Spandine really believed him. And no, you are lying. He denied it. Suddenly a small boat appeared over him and fell on him. See, I told you, you're cursed now, Alexander repeated. But. We are inside the house, how did a boat appear here? Spandine asked. Don't ask me, it's the curse. Alexander shrugged and walked to Tom. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 254. Retired Pirate King. Tom, if you want to live, then come with me. You can still make ships, maybe not as good as these, but you will still be free. While these guys will just kill you, he offered. Spandine heard him speak and shouted, no, he is our guy. He will die for making Oro Jackso. He couldn't complete the sentence as a punch came to his head and just passed by an inch from his head. He stood flabbergasted and shocked. What the hell, what was that? I didn't even see anything, Spandine questioned himself. Boy, watch out for that curse. It nearly killed you. Alexander voiced. Spandine understood the meaning of his words and just shut up. He knew Alexander wasn't like other Marines. He would really kill him if he got annoyed, and nothing was more important than staying alive. Even if he fails the task, he could ask for forgiveness by licking the boots of the 5 elders for a while. Alexander looked back at Tom. Tell me, what's your wish? Can I bring my students with me? He asked. Alexander looked up at the first floor and 2 small heads were peeking down from the corner. Haha, sure, why not? You can even bring all your equipment. No matter how big it is. Alexander said. Then I want to bring my whole personal shipyard. I made that myself some years ago. He requested. Alexander nodded at Dobby for him to start working. He then looked back at Spandine. Go back and tell the elders that Tom will be working for me from now on and no one messes with my employee. You got that? The man nodded repeatedly and ran away with his people. Soon Dobby also returned with a miniaturized shipyard. Okay, let's go then. He brought Tom, Iceberg, and Frankie to the Goa Kingdom. A place where he originated from in this world. He had already fortified the island without anyone knowing, so it was really the safest place for anyone. He made him a shipyard near the docks of Fusha village. He ignored the main city as it was too corrupted, and that was the only place Alexander had let the Goa Kingdom's royal family rule. Tom looked around the village, the hill, and the sea. This is very different. But better too. It's peaceful enough to let me do all my projects. There is a big shop in the village called Kind Heart Mall. You can buy anything there, from a small nail to a huge piece of special wood. You can also sell whatever you make to the shop. These shops are all around the world, so your ships will be sold to the best bidders. Like always, the shop keeps 10% of the profits and you keep 90%. Alexander explained to him. What a convenient thing to have. I had heard about one of these shops in Water 7 but never got the chance to visit. It seems I'll complete my due visit. He thought. Okay, I'll leave you to that. Nobody will disturb you here. The whole island is under my protection. Alexander informed him and returned to Fixheim. He appeared in the castle and saw everyone gathered in the garden. No, not like that, girls. Now watch and learn. Douglas spoke and started cutting Roger's hair. Besides him were Jenny and Gina. Since when did you become a haircut expert? Alexander asked. Boss, if you cut the grass of the whole planet with scissors, the scissor becomes like an extension of your body. I can feel every hair touching the blade. Thank you for teaching me this wonderful art. Douglas thanked. Damn it, Douglas, I didn't do it so you can be a barber, Alexander complained. I'm afraid the damage has been done. He argued. Sigh. If that's the case and you love doing it so much, then from today, you will trim the hair of every animal in Fixheim with that scissor. Alexander ordered. Douglas paled at that mention, ahaha. I was just kidding, boss, I'm no expert barber. Both Jenny and Gina pouted, Uncle Dog lied. Uncle Dog bad. Haha. Come here my little angels, I'll show you how it's done. Then Alexander used Roger as a mannequin and taught them. By the end of the day, Roger was in a new hairstyle with no mustache. His face was magically changed and height increased more. Okay, let's increase your height a bit more and it'll all be done. In the meantime, I'll go and save your wife. Amy is best at this stuff so she will teach you acting. Good luck. Alexander appeared back on his ship which was already on its way to Batarilla. When he reached the island he saw some marine ships already docked there. With the help of a vivre card given by Roger, he made his way to Port Gasti, Rouge in a hurry. He found out Sakazuki was leading the command of the search. This time Alexander decided to stay hidden. If he appeared in two places with a direct connection to Roger then the world government will find out that he helped her. Which was bad for her so she needed to die. Maybe fake but still. He reached upon a house with shades down and lights out. Probably because of all the ruckus going outside. Alexander and Dobby swiftly entered the house. Port Gasti, Rouge? Alexander asked. She was horrified to see Alexander there. It seems Marines have a really bad reputation, he sighed. Why are you here? I didn't do anything. She stuttered. If it was someone else they would have already caught you for lying. Girl, at least learn to do that. Now, introductions are in order. I am Admiral Universe. Roger asked me to save you as his last wish. The Marines will be starting their search soon so come with me. He revealed. Why would you help me? She doubtfully asked. Because you are an innocent person. And no innocent person dies under my watch. Now pack your bags and follow me. He ordered. For some reason, Rouge felt like going ahead and following this old man. So she quickly gathered her stuff. It was a huge cloth bag tied on her back. How the hell can you lift so much weight? You're pregnant? Alexander asked with a shocked face. Don't take me for a weak woman, Admiral. She stubbornly replied. It seems everyone with AD in their name is a nutjob, he muttered under breath, not realizing he had AD in his name too. Okay, follow me. He took her to the Goa Kingdom through the Anywhere door and he burned the house behind after leaving a fake body. They appeared in an empty house which he reserved for them. Is this where I will live? Where are we? She inquired. Goa Kingdom. It's under my protection and control. No pirate or marine will ever harm you here. He assured her. She put down her luggage and looked around. Then she heard some footsteps. She thought she was alone and anxiously turned around. Haha. How do I look, Rouge? She looked at the strange yet familiar man. She felt like she had seen him somewhere. Do I know you, mister? She inquired. Oh, you hurt me, Rouge. The mother of my child cannot even recognize me. Roger teasingly cried. Rouge's eyes widened, then she compared the men to her late husband. And there were a lot of resemblances. Maybe normal people won't be able to recognize but she could. She knew all the small moles on his face and that was enough to make her believe. Her eyes teared up and she walked to him. Her arms were trying to reach for his face. Once in reach, she started caressing his face as if confirming it was him. Is it you? Roger? She asked. Finally tearing up profusely. She had kept her head strong all this time because she knew she couldn't afford to be weak. She had to keep little Ace alive. She couldn't even mourn for her husband all this time. Now, the heavens somehow brought her dead husband back. The dam she had created to stop her emotions instantly broke down. She started to loudly wail and hugged him. Is this a dream? Roger tightly hugged her. No, this is not a dream, and yes, I am your Roger. Thank goodness you are safe. How? I thought they executed you. She asked. I thought the same, and then I met a godly person. Well, that isn't important. What the main part is that we will now live like a normal family. This old man here has collected the bounty on my head and gave it to me. He informed her. Then. Ace will have a family. She happily repeated. Rouge, about our child's name. I have decided to add something. I want to make it Portgas Maxim D. Ace. Without this old man here, I think none of us would be alive right now. We owe him so much. He suggested. Portgas turned to Alexander and tried to bow. But Alexander stopped her. It's okay, child. You are pregnant, don't push yourself. You need to rest. I will give you a nanny bot. She will take care of you. He patted her head. But what if someone recognizes Roger? She scaredly asked. Don't worry, I have used my power so no one can recognize him as Roger, unless I want them to. Only you and I can see him as he is now. On the other hand, you will live with a new identity. You three are my distant relatives from now on and will have Maxim in your names. Garp won't recognize Roger and only see him as a man I planted to live with you and safeguard you, so you'll have to be a bit less lovey-dovey in front of him and slowly make it look like you fell in love and became a couple. Understood? He advised. Haha. This is going to be fun. Roger interjected and received an elbow to his stomach. Rouge looked at Alexander with a thankful gaze. Thank you. I don't think I will ever be able to repay this debt to you. I want you to be Ace's godfather. She blurted. Ha ha ha. That I will be. I'm sure that Monkey Garp will also be his godfather. So our little Ace will have two godfathers now. Alexander laughed. One of them is literally a god, Dobby thought while standing behind silently. All right, I'll leave you two to settle down. Contact me if you have any problems. Take care. Alexander and Dobby left like they came and returned to Fixheim. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 255. O'Hara Incident. The year. The Great Age of Pirates had begun, thanks to Roger's dumb words. But the world government wasn't worried about that at the moment. They had another problem. Mary Geos. They caught another ship and this time they found evidence that they have been researching the poneglyphs. This must end now. Nico Alvia knows too much and so do the archaeologists of O'Hara. One elder said. Let's send Spandine with the Golden Den Mushy. If the evidence is found then they cannot be left alive. Another one added. Yes, let's send 5 vice admirals already. The faster we deal with this the less the mess will be. We should keep Admiral Universe away from O'Hara in the meantime though, he's very unpredictable. The 5 agreed and made a decision about the fate of a whole kingdom while sitting thousands of miles away from it. That was the power of 5 elders. Fusha Village, Goa Kingdom. Rouge was restored to perfect health and she gave birth to an even healthier Ace. The little baby was extremely active and brought extra warmth to the whole village. Roger and Rouge were called the perfect couple for their looks by everyone whenever they went out together. Even Garp had come to see the child that he was supposed to look after. Although he didn't need to do anything as his mother was alive, he still gave orders to his friend Dayton. She was the MT Kalubo mountain bandit boss of the Dayton family and a wanted criminal. Though she was a good person at heart and constantly visited Ace to make sure he was fine. Ace-chan, it's Grandpa Garp. Grap came to Ace and made faces to make him laugh. Alexander appeared behind Garp and pushed him aside. Ace-chan, Grandpa Universe is the best, right? He gave him a honey pacifier. Old man, stop bribing him. You are cheating. Garp angrily complained. Everything is fair in love and war. Alexander huffed at him. Is that right? Garp walked to Ace and put him on his shoulders. Ace-chan, I'll show you the clouds. He said and jumped high in the air and started walking with Jeppo. Eehaha. Wah, Ace made happy noises. Alexander also appears in the air. Ace-chan, look, pretty birds. He used magic and made colorful birds. Damn it, you and your sorcery, Garp complained. Rouge looked for her baby and came out of her house. Her heart nearly fell out of her mouth when she saw them up in the air. What are you doing? That is so dangerous for Ace. They came down and handed him to his mother. It was Garp's idea. Garp looked at him like he was betrayed. No. He started it. Looking at the two she started laughing. Ha ha ha. Please never change you two. They followed in and ate together. Roger was not at home right now. He had opened his own bar and sold Alexander's fire whiskey and butterbeer. He had also invented his own whiskey called Real Men's Dream. It was extremely potent and a small shot would make you fall unconscious if you were a newcomer. Roger went by the nickname Robbie now and no one seems to care for his full name. Garp had also struck up a friendship with him. Where is Dragon-chan these days? Alexander asked. Don't know, don't care. He ran away from the Marines and became a goddamn revolutionary. He will soon have a bounty on his head. Garp sorrowfully downed a glass. Maybe he saw something on Sabaody. Probably a world noble misusing his power. Only that could change his mind. Alexander hypothesized. But he doesn't have the power to slap or kill a world noble and get away with it like you. I fear for his life. I promised her I would keep him safe. Garp said. He had not heard of his pirate wife in a long time and feared she might have died and now only Dragon was the last memory of her that he had. Don't worry, Dragon is a strong kid. I'm sure he'll bring you 1 or 2 grandsons someday. Alexander cheered him up. Ha ha. Yes, I will make my grandson the strongest Marine. Garo felt better now. But Alexander felt ominous for some reason, though he decided to not say anything right now. Okay, I gotta go now. Back to G5. See you later. Alexander got up to leave. But he was stopped due to his den mushy sounding up. Yes, what now? He asked. On the other side was Sengoku. He had been promoted to the rank of Fleet Admiral in quite a record time, maybe because there was no other good candidate. While Kong was made the new Commander-in-Chief of World Government. Ah, yes, old man. You have new orders. You need to go and escort Shiki to Impel down from Lobetown. Since when did you need an admiral for that? All right, I'll go. He didn't think much and went ahead to Lobetown. The island of O'Hara, it was an island in the West Blue just below the New World. O'Hara was a country for 5,000 years when the Tree of Knowledge was planted on the very island. For millennia, scholars and archaeologists thrived there, learning about history, a course of action that the world government permitted. The island consisted primarily of archaeologists. Everything was fine until they started researching the poneglyphs and that brought them under the world government's radar. Around the same time, a giant ex-vice admiral shipwrecked on the shores of O'Hara and was found by a little girl. They struck up a good friendship and the girl learned to smile from him. Lobetown. Alexander appeared there and took Shiki into custody. It was a simple task that didn't require his power. He was wondering why they gave it to him. Paru. Admiral Universe. A distorted voice came. Yeah, who is it? Alexander asked. That is not important. What is important is that 5 vice admirals have been sent to O'Hara and for some reason, you have been put to a task that keeps you away from O'Hara. Is that a coincidence? The voice asked. If you're telling the truth then they are probably up to something not good. I'll check and get back to you, Dragon-chan, Alexander replied. He felt the other side going speechless and soon hanging up. Ha ha ha, he thinks he can outsmart me ha. Alexander laughed out loud. Then he looked at Dabi, go to O'Hara and report back if you find anything unusual. Alexander then simply called Sengoku. Boy, tell me what you are doing at O'Hara. Alexander asked. Oh, who told you that? We are doing nothing, it is a routine inspection. Sengoku tried to hide. Don't take me for a fool. Out with it now. He loudly ordered. The archaeologists at O'Hara were researching poneglyphs. Banned by the world government. They will be punished for it now. A buster call will most likely happen. These are ordered from above. Sengoku told him. Goddammit, grow a spine, Sengoku. And to hell with those above. Do not kill your heart for them. You are new so you may not know all the ugly side of them but soon you will. Now I will go and see who busts whom. Alexander angrily declared. No, don't do it, old man. I tried to keep you away because I know what you do. You can't mess with it now. They will not let you go if you do this. Sengoku tried to stop him. I am happy that you care about me, kid. But I stand for equal and fair justice. I still want to sleep at night without regrets. If this will make me their enemy then so be it. It's not like I was their ally anyway. Take care. He hung up. Soon Dabi returned. Boss, they have started to burn the Tree of Knowledge. It is supposed to be the world's biggest library and Professor Clover, the director of the O'Hara Library said he found out about the name of the Great Kingdom but he was shot before he could announce and the 5 elders called a buster call. Spandine has pressed the golden button. Okay, tell Rena to come here and sit. Safeguard the ship if some pirates attack, Shiki still needs to be taken to Impel down. He ordered and decided to go to O'Hara. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 256, 256. I resign. Alexander appeared at O'Hara. It was already burning red. The tree had fallen down. He was on the southernmost side of the island. There he saw a Marine sitting alone for some reason. Alexander was out of his field of view. A little girl came running towards there, crying. She seemed shocked seeing the men there. Soon they started talking. But consider yourself lucky to still have your life. Try to live as plainly as you can. I left a line of ice on the sea. Travel straight ahead with this small boat, and you'll reach an island. And always remember. I am not your ally. If you do something, I'll be the first enemy to come capture you. The men said all that and started walking away. The girl scaredly turned around and shouted, "My mom is on the island. No one will be saved. If it's so painful that you want to die, you're free to do so." The men said. The little girl looked down, desperate, hopeless, powerless, and sad, all these emotions going on in her young head. Knowing her mother and everyone she loved would die soon and she had to escape. It was killing her. Alexander walked towards her and patted her head softly. She looked up to see who it was. "Don't worry, little one. Let's go and save your mother." The men heard him and looked back cautiously. Alexander continued speaking. "If the Marine and world government can make a small child like you feel so much pain that you want to die, then they should be the ones to burn. Not O'Hara," he said and picked her up and put her on his shoulder. He then looked at the men. "Who are you?" he asked. The men knew who Alexander was, so he saluted. "I am Vice Admiral Kazan, sir." I heard about you from Z. He said you are his favorite student. A bit lazy but still a man with a good sense of justice. I didn't think someone like you would be involved in this," he disappointedly stated. Kazan felt bad as Alexander was his role model. "Even if I wanted to, I was helpless. I cannot go against them. I did the most I could by letting her go. I know, I don't blame you for all this. You will someday become an admiral and then you will have the power to make decisions. I hope you don't blindly follow every order without thinking then. Here, take this and hand it over to Sengoku." Alexander handed him a folded paper. "What is this?" Kazan asked. Alexander's cloak, which was white according to Marine standard, suddenly changed its color and turned golden. "That is my resignation letter and also an official declaration of war against the world government. Tell them to expect me, every breath they take from now is a loan from me. A loan that I will come to claim myself, with due interest. Repeat these words to them. Now go away, I don't want to kill a good man like you," he ordered, releasing a bit of his conqueror haki. He walked towards the raging fire with the little girl on his shoulders. "What is your name, little one?" I am Nico Robin." "Are you really going to save my mama?" she asked. "No," he replied. She quickly turned sad. "I am going to save everyone on this island. Not just your mother," he added. Now Robin looked at him with hope. "But they are very strong," she warned worriedly. "It's all right. I am also a little strong. Haven't you seen my face in the newspaper?" he asked as he showed her his biceps. She was so stressed that she didn't even think before. Now she looked at him closely and recognized him. "Why, you are Marine Admiral Alexander Maxim Universe." "Perfect answer, Robin. You are the first person in years who remembers my full name. You must be very intelligent." He praised her. But why would you go against your own people?" she asked, and it was common sense asking that. "Because I am disappointed by the Marines and the world government. I joined the Marines because I wanted to help people and do good. But lately, they only ask me to do bad stuff. So I have decided to protest," he explained. "They will come after you then," she worriedly said. "Ha ha ha. I feel happy that you worry about me, little Robin. But don't worry. As I said earlier, I'm a bit strong. Now, do you want to see magic? I can make that big tree become just like it was before falling," he told her. "Really? Then please do that. My mother is in there," she requested. Alexander suddenly flew in the air, making Robin wince a little in shock. "Haha, calm down, Robin. Just watch." Alexander used his devil fruit ability and specifically reversed the time of the island and its people, leaving only the Marines unaffected. Things started to happen in reverse. The fire started to die down, the fallen tree of knowledge again started to stand up. The people running into the tree of knowledge to save the book started to come out backward. The ship filled with civilians that the Marines destroyed was also brought back to good condition. Finally, after 30 minutes completed, the huge crowd of O'Haran scholars was again standing in the open field and all the civilians were yet to board the ship. Alexander then implanted information into everyone about what happened. The ones who were running towards the evacuation ship stopped. The Marines were looking at everything with shocked faces. Marines, go back or die. You have 10 seconds to decide. A loud voice resounded in the sky, making everyone look at Alexander. Many recognized Alexander. But they couldn't understand why he was shouting at them. What do you think you are doing? Do not interfere with the world government's work. Spandine shouted. Spandine, I told you about the curse before. You didn't listen, so here you go. Slash. A sword appeared in Alexander's hand and he made a cutting motion at him. Just the airwave was enough to cut Spandine in half. Though he didn't let his body fall in two halves in a bloody mess as there was a small child with him. But Spandine was dead for sure. Listen, Marines, I have grown tired of all the corruption and incompetence in the government. Seriously. Destroying a kingdom because they came close to finding out the secrets of the world government and hiding it by calling them terrorists. I have resigned from the Marines now, and if any of you even touched a small rock in O'Hara, you will die. It is under my protection from now on, feed that in your brains. He again slashed his sword at all the Marine ships in the sea, and the airwave was enough to damage them and also launch them towards the open sea. He looked down at the CP9 people, take his body and throw it at the 5 elders' feet. Go. The men hastily picked up the dead body and ran away. Alexander came to the ground and put Robin down. She quickly ran to her mother and hugged her. Boom. Suddenly something attacked Alexander. It was lava. How dare you stop us? The men grunted. Alexander scoffed, is killing harmless people on an evacuation ship justice? No, that is absolute justice. Rather than doing it half-assed, I do it all the way. The men said. Ah, you must be Sakazuki. Z told me you had a sick understanding of what justice is. Let me teach you something. Alexander suddenly teleported to Sakazuki, grabbed his head with his palm, and planted it down on the ground so hard that it made a small crater. Listen to me, boy, you have no idea how corrupted the origination you work for is. If you want to talk about absolute justice, then go to Sabaody Archipelago, then to Human Auctioning House there. They sell human slaves there. It is run by the permission of the world government, and world nobles buy slaves there. Even when slavery is banned, it is still happening. Go and bring them to justice, only then will you have the right to call it absolute justice. Right now, you are nothing but a sick, disgusting, perverted man who likes killing people in the name of justice. He picked him from his head and threw him towards his ship many miles away in the sea now. He fell hard on it. Alexander then looked back at everyone while calming himself. They all looked at him as well. The oldest of them walked up to him slowly. It seems his gunshot wound had still not healed. He waved his hand and the bullet came out. He then gave him a small vial. Drink this, it will heal your wound. The old man didn't take it and just kneeled near his feet. Thank you. Thank you very much. Following him, everyone kneeled down and started saying thank you. Even little Robin was kneeling and thanking with her eyes watering down. Probably because she finally felt relaxed and her emotions poured out. Alexander quickly used magic to forcibly make them stand up. Ah, no. Don't do that. I just did what was right. Not because I wanted praise. He said. The old man grabbed Alexander's hand with both of his hands. No, you may not show it, but we know what you have done. You became an enemy of the world government for us. They will come after you now. Ha. They have been after me for years, my friend. They just couldn't do anything because I am too strong. You can understand that from the fact that I even killed a celestial dragon on the stairs of Mary Geo's and they still couldn't do anything to me. So rest assured, no harm will come to me and neither will I let any harm come to this land. O'Hara will be under me now. However, I will need your help to uncover the whole history of the Void Century, so we can deal with them. Now drink this. He explained. Clover finally drank the liquid and instantly felt good. Oh, this is magical. I feel perfectly fine now. Saul Robin suddenly shouted and ran towards a big chunk of ice. Her mother ran after her. Alexander followed behind. Is this your friend, Robin? She nodded cutely. Then I will make him good. But you will have to call me Grandpa from now on. He went close to the ice and put his hand on it. Slowly it started to melt and Saul's giant body fell to the ground. He then went to his head and poured various kinds of potions. He could have used magic, but he used potions. He was planning on getting the historians to find substitute plants for potions so they can be made locally later. Okay, he is fine. But he needs rest and will wake up in a few hours. By the way, what was the name of the great kingdom you talked about, that got those old men so worked up? He suddenly asked, making everyone feel nervous. I will answer that. Oh, I haven't introduced myself. I am Professor Clover, Director of O'Hara Library. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 257, 257. Gali ate a ship. In the whole incident of O'Hara, Dobby was nowhere to be found. The reason was simple. Alexander had tasked him to go and start printing his own newspapers so before the world government started demonizing O'Hara and him, he could start demonizing them. The best part was that his newspaper was going to be extremely cheap, making it accessible everywhere. To deliver, he was going to hijack the news coup network. Mary Geos, that was the name of the great kingdom. I foolishly thought that the elders would become happy if I told them this, but they instead attacked us. Professor Clover revealed. Alexander fell into deep contemplation then. This is quite intelligent. They made the name of the great kingdom the name of their seat of power. Now, even if someone finds out about the ancient kingdom's name, they would first think about informing the world government or just shrug it off. So this means that the 20 original kingdoms lost and surrendered to the great kingdom. The great kingdom then decided to truly take over the world under the pretense of being righteous. They also invited all the 20 royal families to live within Mary Geos, making it impossible to pass on the knowledge to others and making those nobles dependent on world government. Wayno must know this, that is why they closed their borders, and because they had very strong people the world government just ignored them. He hypothesized. We came up with the same theory, but without proof, this will stay a theory. Professor Clover added. Sigh. Well, let's fix this place first. They will probably soon put a bounty on me, though I doubt they'll send anyone against me. Alexander said. Waya, Admiral. Alexander turned to the giant man who just woke up. He was an ex-vice admiral, so he knew Alexander. Saul, he saved you. Also me and the whole of O'Hara. He's not a bad man. Robin told him. Saul looked confused. Alexander decided to speak. She is telling the truth, Saul. I even quit being a Marine just now and killed the chief of CP9. Saul understood the grave offense Alexander had done by defecting like him, Dereshishi. You are just like me, Admiral. I am Jaguar D. Saul, nice to meet you. Boo. You have AD in your name too. Alexander interjected. Don't tell me, you have it too, Saul asked. Robin quickly chimed in, how do you not know his full name even after being in the Marine? His full name is Alexander Maxim Universe. Alexander then looked at the giant man and spoke, well, Saul, you better stay on this island now and protect its people. Even though I have taken this under my protection, I can't always be here. Of course, I also want to know why they wanted to destroy this place. I will stay here with little Robin. He said and smiled at her. Then Nico Alvia started, I need to continue my research and find more poneglyphs. I need to go to Fishman Island. Alexander angrily looked at her, and if you do that then I will take away little Robin from you. Do you have no shame, you selfish woman? You left her alone at such a young age with no loving family members. She lived her whole childhood in loneliness and sadness. If you couldn't take care of her, then why did you give birth to her? Where is your motherly love? Are poneglyphs really so important? Don't forget, if I wasn't here today you had already brought doom to this island. How stupid could you be to keep written records of your research on your journey when you knew the world government was after you? You gave them a reason to come and destroy the island. You need to understand one simple fact, you are not a fighter but just a simple historian. So stop pretending that you're some kind of a super spy. Do the right thing for once. Sit with your daughter and ask how her life was for once, maybe you'll grow some shame then. Alexander's words pierced her like arrows, instantly hitting her with the reality and the false sense of greatness she was living in. She looked at Robin, who was looking at her with big watery eyes, probably worried that her mother would leave her again. Mama, please don't leave me. Robin pleaded. Alvia quickly got close to Robin and hugged her tightly and teared up, I'm sorry, Robin. Mama will not go anywhere now. Alexander came to Robin and ruffled her hair and gave her a chocolate bar to cheer her up, here, try this. It's sweet. Then he looked back at Saul, you are in charge of security here until I return. Some of my men will come here too, so don't fight them, they will help you. He took out his anywhere door and left. Alexander came to the island with the headquarters of the Economy News newspaper. He wanted to understand how the owner of it used news coups. Big News Morgans was the president of the World Economy newspaper and one of the emperors of the underworld. He had deep relations with lots of kingdoms. Alexander came directly to the man's office. Morgans was a man who had eaten bird fruit. With his devil fruit powers active, Morgans had the form of a very tall human albatross hybrid with small eyes and a large beak. His body is covered in white feathers, and he has a large tail and wings that resemble human arms. So, this is where the big news works. Alexander entered the office. Spooking the humanoid bird. What? How did you ent? Oh. Admiral Universe, what can I do for you? The men showed a change of expressions faster than the weather on the Grand Line. Ah, nothing. I was thinking of starting my newspaper. So I came to get some tips. Maybe on how you utilize news coup. Alexander made his wish clear and sat down. Although Morgans was an underworld emperor, he was still timid when it came to messing with people of Alexander's level. I can absolutely tell you about it. It takes a lot of work to gather news from around the world. I have my reporters everywhere except in a few places. But the news coup is a totally different thing. They work for me because I give them food and a small salary. I can talk to them and they consider me their king. He explained. Oh, then how about you lend me the birds? I will pay for them too. Alexander proposed. But isn't that like destroying my own business? He argued. See, I know you're a criminal. I can take the birds if I want to and you won't be able to do anything about it. I can talk with them too. So, you only have two options. Lose everything or just a little. Alexander threatened. Besides, I will also allow you to open small stalls in all my kind heart malls around the world. We both gain something from this. He proposed. He didn't tell him how cheap he was going to sell his own newspaper. Morgan thought for a long while. That I can accept. I agree. Alexander shook hands with him and operated back to his ship that was originally exporting shiki. Alexander was shocked seeing that the ship looked damaged from here and there. What happened here? Rena and Gali came running to him with their hands full of potato chips. Welcome back, Grandpa. That bad man's friends came to free him, Rena reported. Where are they? Gali looked tensed. Please don't get mad, Grandpa. I ate the ship mistakenly. Though everyone on board jumped down and for some reason, they couldn't swim and drowned. What about Shiki? Alexander asked. This time Rena tensed up. Grandpa, he tried to fly away so I attacked him. He didn't wake up after I hit him. Take me to him. He instructed. They came to a crowded place. Many Marines were surrounding a body. Alexander's jaw fell when he saw it. How the hell could he wake up after that hole in his chest? Sorry, Grandpa. The two timidly apologized. It's all right. They were bad guys to begin with. You can go back now. Keep Gina company. He sent them away. Then he looked back at the Marines and said, Boys, what are you looking at? Pick that body and throw it in the sea. After that, gather around on the deck. I have an announcement. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 258. Alexander Maxim Universe, dead or alive. Boys, you all have been accompanying me on my journey for such a long time. Many of you received promotions and yet returned to work with me. Bald Chad, you even rejected 2 promotions to stay on being my captain. I am thankful to you all for showing such convictions for me. But, as all stories have an end, I have resigned from Marines because I caught the world government trying to destroy a kingdom because some people there found out some dirty secrets of theirs. I will soon be labeled an enemy of the government and they'll probably put a bounty on me. I am not a pirate and never will be, but they will try to make me appear like that to the world. I respect and like you all, so I don't want to play with your lives. Please leave this ship on the next island. Your friends and family will stay in danger if you associate with me anymore. Alexander respectfully announced. But no one out of the 40 Marines moved an inch. I am coming with you, boss. Bald Chad moved forward. He had already stopped calling him Admiral. I don't follow you because you are my superior, but because I respect you and agree with what you do and stand for. You bring true justice to the people. He said. Yes, old Baldy is right, many of the men voiced. Please take us with you, boss. More men shouted. Soon it was all of them shouting to stay with him. Alexander was touched with their loyalty. I hope you know what you are doing. Okay, I accept you all. We will be known as the Golden Justice Army. All the high-ranking members will wear a golden cape like mine but without stars. Everyone else will wear golden bandanas around your necks. Now, I allow Bald Chad to go with you all on this ship and bring your family to my safe territory that I will soon announce. Dismissed. All the men erupted in loud cheers and hugged each other. Boss. Suddenly a voice appeared near Alexander's ear, spooking him. God damn it, Dobby. What? Look, this is a copy of your newspaper. I've named it Daily Dawn. It also has your whole declaration. Dobby informed. Alexander checked it out first and accepted it. Making the newspaper wasn't hard for him. He already had kind heart malls all around the world and they worked as news gatherers for him. Good, tomorrow's edition will be free for the world. Thrown it in as many places as possible. Price it at 1 berry, 2 berry less than other papers from the day after tomorrow. Mary Geos. The 5 elders met together. But this time Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Kazan were there too. Who does he think he is? An elder angrily punched the giant marble table and it surprisingly broke down. Sengoku was shocked seeing that. He didn't know that these 5 old fossils had any power outside their administrative powers. He has declared war on the world government. What else did he say to you, Vice Admiral? The bald, mustached elder asked. For some reason, he always sat in the middle even though they were all equal. His exact words were, tell them to expect me, that every breath they take from now is a personal loan from me. A loan that I will come to claim myself, with due interest. Kazan uninterestingly answered. You may leave now, the blonde elder ordered. Both Sengoku and Kazan started to leave, not you Sengoku. You stay. Tell us, how many men and what power will it take to take this man down? The elders asked. I think you know that better than me. I don't think we can even make a scratch on him if all the vice admirals, and I fight him at the same time. I don't know what his peak power is, so I will just say that we will need at least 10 admiral-level people and some ancient weapons. Sengoku replied. In all honesty, Sengoku was happy that Alexander stopped the buster call. He already knew the people on Ohara were innocent, but even he couldn't overrule the decision of the 5 elders. Now he truly realized how small and insignificant the position of Fleet Admiral was. Then we can at least keep an eye on whatever he is planning on doing. Put a bounty on him. The elder with katana spoke. How much should the bounty be? Sengoku asked. All the elders looked at each other first and came to conclusions without even talking. One of them signed a paper, Alexander Maxim Universe, dead or alive, 10 billion berries. Sengoku's eyes widened in shock. This was double of what Roger's bounty was, and that in itself was the highest in history. 10 billion. He asked to confirm. Yes, you heard us right, this bounty will encourage people to report him as soon as they see him. You can get to work now, Fleet Admiral. The blonde elder stated. Once they were alone they started discussing other things. We can use the newspaper to start spreading the word that he is an evil demonic man. Should we inform Im-sama? All of them shook their heads after a while. No, he hasn't done anything yet to disturb Im-sama. Let's try to deal with this ourselves. The next day, the newspapers were sent out. The Daily Dawn immediately caught everyone's eye. First, it was free that day, and second, it was a colored newspaper, unlike any other currently in circulation. So, people saw the first page. There were 2 big images. The first column was about Gold Roger and that his real name was Gold Rogers and other things Gold Rogers did in his adventures. He added many heroic stories about him saving people. Then there was Alexander's photo with the caption in bold, World Government Lies. Disappointed Admiral resigns. The article mainly gave the reason why Alexander quit and that the government tried to destroy a kingdom because their people found secrets of the world government. Then there was another thing added to make people angry. The existence of CP9 was revealed. People knew about CP1 to 8, but this was new. A secret organization who has the authority to kill anyone, no matter innocent or criminal, man, woman, or child. If they suspected you of anything, you are dead. Everyone is a pest in front of the world government's eyes. Then there were many images of auction houses and world nobles inhumanly buying and torturing slaves. This revealed the double standards of the world government. Then in the end Alexander's own words were, I am Alexander Maxim Universe, I joined Marines because I wanted to help people. Then I slowly realized that the world government used Marines like their extortion racket. If your kingdom doesn't pay heavenly tribute then the Marines won't protect you. But have you ever wondered why there are pirates even after there are so many strong Marines, vice admirals, who can destroy countries alone? I asked this question and got the answers. If the Marines destroyed all the pirates then no one would pay heavenly tribute to the world government. Then I saw the destruction of a small island of peaceful people because they found about the Void Century. A time between 900 to 800 years ago. All the records of that time have been banned by the government and made it illegal to study. But the people on that island did it out of curiosity. In the end, they received a buster call, a power of world government and marine that lets them call 5 vice admiral with warships and destroy the kingdom to the last human. Don't you wonder why the world government doesn't want you to find out the truth? That is because the world government miraculously came into existence in those 100 years called the Void Century. If the world government were good people then why are they trying to hide it? Ask yourself while you sleep tonight. I am forming the Golden Justice Army. Its purpose is to unmask the evil world government and save the world from their evil motives. Whenever in trouble, go to any kind heart mall, I will protect you. I am your voice and I am your shield. Remember. The important thing is not to stop questioning. Curiosity has its own reason for existing. If questioning is getting you killed, then they are hiding something. Alexander's words made the whole world finally start questioning their stance on the world government. Those who already knew the truth smiled and those who didn't want it to come out, frowned. His words were no less than those of Roger's words and the biggest thing was that Alexander was still alive. So everyone got excited, thinking about what was next to come. But that wasn't the only earth-shattering news. Alexander's wanted poster was also spread, and it made people question the world government even more after reading Alexander's words. Fusha Village. Roger picked up the newspaper and also read everything. He couldn't believe that the old man was taking such a direct approach. Then he saw the wanted poster. 10 billion berries. Goddamn, he broke my record so soon. He complained while sitting in his bar. He looked out of the window at the sky and smiled. I already miss my old days. I wonder what they all are doing, he reminisced about his crew. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson, Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 259. Trouble in Wano. Wano. Kazuki Odin, a crew member of Roger Pirates and the son of Shogun Kazuki Sukiyaki. After Roger Pirates disbanded, he returned to his country with thoughts of opening it. But all his hopes were crushed when he found that his father was sick. He tried to take his position as shogun. However, he met opposition from the usurper Kurozumi Orochi and pirate Kaido. As one of the last members of the Kurozumi family, who were disgraced and stripped of their power and authority, Kurozumi Orochi developed immense greed and thirst for power from an early age due to being forced to live in poverty since birth. With his false timid attitude, he made himself the temporary shogun after Kazuki Sukiyaki fell sick. But he secretly shook hands with beast pirates and took over the country. Kaido gave Orochi the manpower to stay shogun and thwart any voice against him, while Orochi allowed Kaido to use his mineral-rich land and master craftsmen to produce weapons. Orochi brought down the image of Kazuki clan in the eyes of people. Kazuki Odin was nicknamed Idiot Lord because he danced naked every week in different towns, making it easy for Orochi to manipulate people, spreading lies that the Kazuki clan was unfit to rule and they wanted to open the borders and sell out the country. After that, Odin and all his retainers, which includes the 9 red scabbards, were sentenced to death by boiling oil. Alexander's kind heart mall was present in the country, so the newspaper reported all the happenings there to the world. Fusha Village. Rogers, now known as Robbie, sat in his bar. Garp sat in front of him, drinking Alexander's fire whiskey. Bwahahaha. Who would have guessed the old man could make such amazing stuff? He praised. Damn it, Garp. This is your 3rd glass. I hope you pay this time. Roger complained. Ah, friends don't worry about such small things. Uncle Robbie, do you want a newspaper? Gina asked with a big bag on her back. She was the village's newspaper girl, though she was too biased for her grandpa and only sold the Daily Dawn. Girls in Fixheim had asked him to come out and live there. So Alexander made them a nice small castle, and soon everyone moved into it. Rena, Amy, Golly, Jenny, Gina, Olivia, Douglas, and Hats the cat. Meanwhile, Connor was spread around the world with his 100 clones, and Brian was busy managing the business, something he loved. The whole Goa kingdom was their playground and no one dared to mess with them. Haha, yes I will, Gina. Come here, your favorite ice cream is waiting. Roger said. Since Ace was born, he doted on every child he sees. Yay. Gina happily went ahead and ate her ice cream. A small perk of being the paper girl. Roger saw the newspaper, and on the first page was news about Wano. That Odin was captured. Tell me, Garp. Why is Kaido given so much freedom by the world government? Can't they just kill him while he's not that big of a threat? He asked. Garp also saw the news and grimaced. The world government buys weapons from Wano now. Wano is the only place that makes Seastone's weapons. It's all about gaining something and losing something for the higher-ups. That's why you rejected the promotion. Roger guessed. Yeah. I'd rather stay away from that pit of vipers. Anyways, I gotta go now. See you someday later. Garp went away to do his job. Aw. Thank you, Uncle Robbie. I'm off to work too. Gina also hopped away. Roger alone looked at the paper. I can't let this happen. Roger Pirates may have disbanded, but our brotherhood stays. He closed his shop and called Alexander. Alexander was currently in the New World, looking for a territory to take over and call it Justice Land. But most of the islands on the Grand Line were so unstable that he couldn't decide. Peru. Yeah, who? He asked. On the other side was an android of Alexander. He had put these androids as workers in Kindheart malls. What? Why did you even let that happen? He scolded. Yes, our policy is not to meddle with the kingdom's policy. But we should save them if the kingdom itself is in danger. Okay, I will come there. He hung up. He had just received the news about Wano. Not just that, beast pirates were also attacking Kindheart malls in Wano since the morning newspaper was sold. Peru. What now? Oh, Roger. Yes, I know. Don't worry, you don't have to do anything. I will go there personally now. He reassured. Kaido and Orochi sat on their big chairs. Around them was a big crowd and in the middle was a huge pot with boiling oil. Odin and the 9 red scabbards were made to stand near it. Odin looked at the boiling oil and then looked back at Kaido. I want a chance to get through this, I must live no matter what, he firmly said. The guard nearby him made fun of him. Get in. Begging for your life like this. You're a funny guy. Odin simply pushed him into the tub. The man screamed and his body caught fire. He somehow got out with the burning body and ran to the crowd, but no one helped him and he died. Odin then looked back at Kaido. The 10 of us will enter this, but you shall free the ones who survive, the time you decide. Orochi giggled with his ugly teeth showing, survive. The point of this punishment is that you instantly die, mwahaha. But Kaido had a different thought in his mind. He knew that Odin was a strong man and Kaido won the battle with him by dirty means, even though Odin could still not have defeated him, but Kurozumi Higarashi's meddling made it look like Odin would have won against him. It was a shame for Kaido that his new scar on the chest would keep reminding him. Even more so when his own daughter admired Odin more than him. Kaido looked at one of his lackeys. Bring me a clock. You have 1 hour. Wurororo. Try to survive that, it's even too long for a regular bath. Kaido announced while laughing. You will hold your words? Odin lastly asked. Of course, Kaido promised. Meanwhile, the public was booing and calling him disgraceful and shouting at him to quickly just jump in the tub and die. Odin went ahead and jumped in. He shouted loudly for a second. His retainers also followed him, but when they were all on the plank leading to the tub, Odin picked it over his head. It was a shock to the 9 red scabbards. They quickly understood that their lord was trying to save them. Please stop, Lord Odin. It should be us, Lord Odin. We will carry you. They all yelled, but they were silenced by a growling shout from Odin. Shut up and stay still, that's an order. Orochi seethed in anger. What's the deal here? His retainers aren't submerged in oil. Rororo. But all 10 of them are in the pot. I have no complaints, Kaido remarked and sipped on sake. On the other hand, the public was in total shock. They had been calling him idiot or weak for losing to Kaido, but now they saw him carrying 9 fully grown samurais on his shoulder, even that in boiling oil. Their cold hearts started to change a little. Kaido's commanders were wondering what kind of skin the men had, while the 9 red scabbards were crying on the plank. Even the smoke was enough to burn their skin and they wondered what their lord was going through. This is boring. I thought there would be more screams. When will the idiot lord die? Some people commented. Among them was Yamato, daughter of Kaido. She punched the men who trash-talked about Odin. You are the idiots, she shouted. To whom do you think you owe this peace you are living in today? She told everyone that Orochi doesn't care about anyone and only wants to destroy the country to exact his revenge. Because his father was made to commit seppuku for killing 2 other daimyos to get their lands. But his family was persecuted in the whole of Wano even after his father's death, and Orochi blamed every citizen of Wano for that. Odin then discovered countless weapons and kidnapped people, prepared as offerings to Kaido by Orochi, for selling, to have fun, or just kill them. Odin knew he couldn't win a fight, so he accepted the offer of Orochi. The offer was to dance naked in the streets as a sign of apology towards the Kurozumi family. Each time he did it he saved 100 people. He believed that Kaido would leave after 5 years as promised after their shipbuilding was complete. She shouted at all of them, finally opening their eyes about how deep in trouble they were. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 260. Being People's Shield. Although people didn't believe her instantly, doubts had taken place in their minds. Yamato was made to shut up by Beast Pirates member, but she angrily told them that she would join the Kazuki family and fulfill his wish of opening the country. Some people in the crowd started prostrating and pleaded, Shogun Orochi, please end this punishment. Please. But to their shock-filled faces, they received an arrow to their chests. The crowd instantly understood they had messed up. That there was no hope for Wano. The people realized this while the subordinates of Kaido and Orochi surrounded them with weapons in hand. The reasons for Odin's strange actions these last 5 years were quickly communicated to all across Wano. Long-distance message arrows were shot towards every village in the country to spread the word in an instant. By that point, the oil in the pot was heated over 700 degrees and it kept rising. Even the retainers of Odin that he was carrying just realized the truth behind their lord's strange behavior. People started to shout, thank you for protecting us. Odin finally announced his last wish to his people. If I survive this scalding, I would like to open this country. Odin told everyone that a long time ago, the Kazuki clan sank the country from the outside world to protect it from a gigantic power. He told them that the world is waiting for a particular individual who will appear traversing through 800 years of time, and they must be a country that can welcome and support him, her. Odin clenched his teeth. I'll be blunt. Those guys will kill me today. I want you to open Wayno for me. Alexander and Dobby had already arrived at the location 40 minutes ago, and 30 minutes had passed since Odin jumped into the pot. He waited this long because he knew that if he stopped everything before the people realized the truth, then even if he kills Kaido and Orochi, the people wouldn't accept Odin as their shogun. But now he had no reason to wait. That is truly a respectable man, Dobby. I wonder why they didn't contact you with that two-way mirror you gave them. Dobby wondered. Let's ask that ourselves. He said, and jumped down from a rooftop to the middle of where Kaido sat in the pot. He first walked to the pot and pointed his finger at it. It instantly turned to normal temperature and the fire under it extinguished. Then he took out a small vial and poured in its contents. Stay in there, kid. It will heal your skin. Now, where is your damn father, and why didn't he contact me? He asked. But no one spoke, only silence was there. Finally, Orochi screeched. Who are these? Interfering in the execution. Kill them too, throw them in the oil, muhahaha. But no one moved. Maybe Orochi was the lazy guy and didn't read the newspaper, but the beast pirates and everyone else did read it. Alexander's 10 billion bounty was enough to make them understand his level of power. Odin, you're fine now. Why are you still bathing in oil? Come out. Alexander ordered after a few minutes. Odin came out of the shock and put the plank down and came out. He looked at his body below the waist and it was totally unharmed. It didn't even have slight burns. Haha, my medicine is amazing, Dobby commented. Universe, what do you want? Kaido raged. Alexander uninterestingly looked at him. Didn't you read the paper? I said I would be people's voice and shields. Wayno needed a shield, so here I am. Now, sit down like a good puppy, I will deal with you soon. You. Kaido jumped towards him to attack. But Alexander just lifted his hand and gestured. Kaido's huge body fell to the ground at a high force, making a small crater. Then out of nowhere, stone rods came out of the ground and put his neck, hands, and feet in shackles. I told you I'd deal with you soon. Now stay silent, and don't try to fight them. The more you move, the tighter they will get. Also, they are made of the same material as poneglyphs. He revealed. Even Kaido can't destroy poneglyphs after all. His mention of poneglyphs shocked everyone. It was common knowledge that only the Kazuki family knew how to make them. Alexander then slowly walked to Orochi. Orochi was a large man, but in a weird way. It was like he was giant and a dwarf at the same time. I do feel bad for what happened to you and your family in your childhood. But what you did cannot be ignored. Instead of working to erase the bad reputation that your father brought to your family, you decided to spoil it more. You selected the punishment for Odin, right? Then you must also be prepared to face it yourself. He put him in time torture, in which Alexander grabbed his neck and threw him into the pot, which was again filled with boiling oil. The catch was that he would not die and constantly feel the pain of being boiled. It would last for 5 days in his mind. Orochi screamed heavily in his seat. He rolled on the ground. Achio, all Orochi's local supporters. Instantly about 50 people popped in. They all were high-ranking people in the country. So many fools. He put them in the same torture. Then he looked at the beast pirates. He segregated everyone that had a sin percentage higher than 52%. All of them had bounties on their heads. So Alexander put those in early category 3 in shackles, and those in late category 3 or above were put to death by snapping their necks after being time tortured in boiling oil for 10 hours. Those in early category 3 and the dead bodies would be handed over to the world government for bounties. The money would help Wayno a lot. He could throw in as much gold as he wanted, but that would be a short-term solution. Odin, what do you want to do with Orochi? Alexander asked. The 9 red scabbards were aware of Alexander, so they didn't react to him as Odin. How do you know me? Odin shockingly asked. Haha. Your father told me about you. He said you are foolish and rash in making decisions. But, you are also a brave strong man. You have earned my respect. Now, where is Kazuki Sukiyaki? He asked. He is sick and currently kept in the prison, Odin informed. Alexander looked back at Dobby. Give him the medicine and bring him here. And to Orochi. He didn't just deceive me but the whole Wayno. So it should be Wayno who decides his fate. Odin added. Alexander agreed and picked Orochi up by his neck again and brought him to the front. Go ahead, do your job, Odin. Alexander gestured at him. Odin walked forward and started talking to his people. He told them everything that had been happening in the country lately. In the end, Orochi was sentenced to death by the people. Even Alexander wouldn't have let him go as his sins were too high. The man was a backstabbing opportunist. He was told to commit seppuku right there in front of everyone. Seppuku was an honorable death. However, after going through the time torture, his will was completely broken and his true nature was out. He couldn't even lift the knife to kill himself. In the end, Odin did it himself by chopping his head off. Looking at the head roll on the ground, Alexander wrote it down to make a law for the future that lets executions happen without such gory scenes. I will return as soon as your father comes. Until then, address your people. I will deal with Kaido in the meantime. Alexander stated and walked to shackled Kaido. I don't care if you are a demon who ate dragon fruit or a dragon who ate demon fruit. Your days of being a pirate will end today. He then checked his sins. Kaido, category. Murder, 4,432. Indirect murder, 5,678. Slavery, 3,543. R*PE, 12. Torture, 5,654. Robbery, 73,456. Sin percentage, 87%. Huh, what else was I expecting? He muttered and dragged Kaido to an open area. The world would soon witness true justice. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 261. Kaido is weak. Alexander stood relaxed. A distance away was Kaido standing. Dabi is busy, who will hold the camera now, he thought and finally called for one of Connor's clones. Here, hold this camera for me and capture some nice shots. He instructed. Alexander decided to get on with it. You gave Odin 1 hour, right? Then I give you 1 hour too. In that time you can attack however you want and I won't retaliate. I will only defend. After 1 hour, it will be you boiling in that pot. His proclamation was huge. The people tensed up, worrying that if Alexander lost then they would really go through hell. Kaido, however, didn't hold back. Too overconfident. He appeared in front of Alexander at a speed that couldn't be followed through normal eyes. He punched Alexander in the head. It was so strong that the airwaves generated from it destroyed a mountain behind Alexander. But Alexander was unfazed. Haha, you are weak, Kaido, pathetically weak. This was the first time Kaido had heard such a thing. He tried many other combinations of attacks but nothing seemed to work. Not even Alexander's clothes were harmed. 15 minutes left. Finally, Kaido decided to get serious and turned into his dragon form. He flew in the sky and sent some red beam from his mouth. Alexander just lifted his palm and slapped the beam in another direction. Haha, such a weak dragon. The time kept on passing and Kaido started to realize he wouldn't be able to kill Alexander. So he did the only logical thing. Run. He tried to fly away in his dragon form. Haha. See everyone, the strongest creature in the world is scared and running away. But not today. Iron shackles came out and caught fleeing Kaido. Time is ticking, Kaido. Why are you wasting it? Ting. Finally, the bell rings. Telling that the time was up. Alexander put Kaido in sea stone shackle which made his devil fruit ability useless. It surprisingly made him return to his humanoid demonic form. Ho ho. So you are actually a demon who ate dragon fruit. Alexander exclaimed. Alexander dragged him back to the hall where the pot was. Jump in Kaido, it's time to deep fry you. In the audience, Kaido's daughter was seeing everything with no emotions. She just came to the realization that her father was such a monster in her mind that she didn't even feel anything when he was about to die. Kaido was pushed into the pot. It was boiling at a much higher temperature than Odin's turn. It was so hot that Kaido could only resist for a few minutes before he started screaming in pain. But he was still not dying. His mind may not be strong enough to shrug off the pain but his body was strong enough to not burn. Sigh. Alexander took out his Dragon Slayer sword which was repaired now and went closer to him. Kaido, for the murder and enslavement of millions. You are hereby sentenced to die. Have fun in hell. Slash. Alexander's sword cut his neck like butter and severed his head. Instantly dark blackish red blood filled the pot. All the people cheered at his death. Yamato circled around and came to Odin. She was an Odin fanatic for some reason. Alexander instantly took out a huge basket filled with all kinds of fruits. Then right in front of him, an invisible energy came out of Kaido and entered an apple. The apple then turned blue with flame texture. The apple didn't have a stem, so why does the devil fruit have one? Was there a devil fruit tree once, he thought. Alexander then noticed a girl staring at him. What is it, kid? What are you going to do with that fruit? Yamato asked. Why, do you want it? Odin saw the situation and introduced her. Ah, this is Yamato, daughter of Kaido. She is a very good girl. Alexander nodded, he could see from her sins that she wasn't bad. Girl, if you want this fruit then you need to sign a contract. It states that you will not use your powers for any wrongdoings. He proposed. She instantly signed it without even reading. It seems she was in a hurry to eat it. Go ahead. Soon Dabi came back with Kazuki Sukiyaki. Alexander first gave him a hard knock on his head. Why didn't you call me the day Kaido entered here? Ah, haha. I forgot about that, and when I remembered, they had taken my belongings away. I told Odin about it too, but he couldn't find it. Sukiyaki clarified. So many lives could have been saved. Anyways, I have decided. I am going to make Wano my Golden Justice Army headquarters for now. You guys are already not mingled with the world government, so it'll be nice. He declared. You are welcome anytime, old man. Everyone, human and animal in this country is indebted to you. He deeply bowed. He patted his shoulder, then you better not slack and do your job. I will keep an eye on you. I will get bounties from the world government on these pirates. Kaido alone was worth 3 billion. I will take gold instead of berries from them. Sukiyaki was confused, but aren't you retired? How can you get bounties? Haha, I have my ways. Alexander laughed and went to a corner and called someone on Den Den Mushi. Mary Geos. The office of the Commander-in-Chief of World Government was deep under the Castle Pangaea. Peru. Kong picked up the call in his lavish office with a huge glass wall on whose other side was the sea and many water creatures. Who is it? He asked. Ah, King Kong, it's me, your employee of the decade, Alexander answered. God damn it, you are a wanted man now, Universe. Why do you still call me? He questioned with a headache. Well, you know, I am an adventurous man. I came to Wano and saw Kaido killing people. So I killed him and his pirates. Give me his bounties. He demanded. Then his headache instantly cleared. What? You killed Kaido? Where? You want their bounties in gold? Do you know what you're asking? Why would the world government deal with criminals? He refuted. Oh, I wonder what I should do with all these documents signed by the world government and Kaido for weapons purchase. All of Kong's ego died down when he heard Alexander. No. Don't do that. Don't publish about the world government buying weapons from Kaido. I will send a small fleet with an admiral. Don't call me again, please. Ha, I know I can count on you, King Kong. If you ever decide to retire and need a job, I will always have a place for you. Bye. Alexander hung up. Kong sat in his chair, both relaxed and conflicted. Thinking about how this matter should be reported above. Alexander showed a thumbs up to everyone, which made them all cheer. Then he started showing his magic, making lots of food appear. He also sent his men to do the same all around the country because Kaido had left a lot of villages without food and they were starving. So, where should I set up my base? He asked Sukiyaki. What about Kaido's base on Onigashima Island? It has natural defenses. The island is surrounded by whirlpools and has only one way in and out. Sukiyaki suggested. I guess I'll take that. It already has infrastructure. It just needs some upgrades. Okay, I will be on my way now. The incident will be reported in the newspaper, so if you want to open Wano then you should tell Odin to give an interview. Alexander advised. After that, he first went to his new base. It was a depression island. Gloomy thunder clouds were above it and also the skull-shaped huge structure in the middle. He first got rid of all that and turned it into a true shining base. He worked to make another entrance to the island. Just having one could be dangerous as anyone could block it from outside. Let's go, Dabi. Alfred must have completed my fleet by now. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 262. Amber Lead. Haha, good job, Alfred. This will surely help me. Alexander praised him while assessing the entire fleet of 300 metal warships, 50 submarines, and 150 frigates. Do you even have enough people to man these ships? Alfred asked. No, not yet. For now, I will take help from Unsullieds and Seraphs. Alright, take care then. I'll go and check up on a few places. Alexander and Dabi appeared in Ohara. Derishishishi. Grandpa. He heard a cute childish voice calling him. He looked towards it and sure enough, it was little Robin. He went ahead and ruffled her hair. What are you doing sitting here? Playing with Saul. I'm bored. They still didn't allow me to join them and study. She complained. Oh, why is that? He asked. She looked down and pouted, because I'm small. Alexander laughed and put her on his shoulders. Who said that? Our Robin may be small, but she is very strong. Let's go, I'll tell them to take you in. Really? Yay, she happily threw her arms in the air. How is everything on the island, Saul? Alexander asked the giant goodman. Everything is okay, boss. No marine ship came here since the last time. He reported. Good, do you want to join my Golden Justice Army? You will become the commander of this island. Alexander proposed. Saul was, after all, a vice admiral. You don't reach that rank with just raw power, you also need a brain. I don't have anywhere else to go or to do, so I will, boss. He accepted. Alexander laughed and told him about his job. Haha, good. I will be placing 5 warships and lots of artillery on the island shores. A small base of 100 soldiers will be made here. You will command all of it. After that, he took Robin to the library. Oi, Clover. Why did you leave her out of research? She already knows everything and the world government has also put a bounty on everyone on this island, so what's the point now? I also promised her that I'll let her study. Ah, but her mother is the one who denied it. She said Robin isn't ready yet, Clover told him. Come on, she can't decide that. After all that Robin has been through, I think she deserves it. Can you imagine what her life would have been like if I hadn't come and she was the lone survivor? I order you to take her in or I will not help you collect the poneglyphs. I will take Robin with me and teach her everything myself. He threatened them with something they understood. Ah. Please don't get angry, Mr. Universe. We will let her join us. Come, Robin, I will show you my research. Clover called her. Robin excitedly heard everything from Alexander's shoulders, and after finally getting the permission, she was on cloud 9. She quickly jumped down and ran to Clover, but then, she stopped and came back to Alexander. Grandpa, I want to tell you something. She said. Alexander sat down and let her come to his ear. Robin slowly came to his side and kissed his cheek. Thank you, Grandpa. She blushed and ran away. Alexander loudly laughed at her cute behavior. He loved seeing her smile from her heart. He couldn't imagine the life she had lived till now. There must be millions of kids like her in the world. I guess it's time to eradicate world hunger, he thought. After that, he returned back to Fusha village. Grandpa. Ace-chan, your food. Ace had started walking and talking by now, and he walked very fast. He made Rouge go through hellish exercise every day. Ace saw Alexander and came to him for the piggyback ride. Something he always gets. Haha, teasing your mother, ha. He picked him up. Rouge soon came with a plate filled with baby food. Ah, you all have spoiled him too much. He doesn't listen to me at all. Don't forget Rouge. Ace has the blood of you and Roger. Can you imagine the son of Roger being a calm boy? Alexander asked. She sighed and shook her head. You always have answers. Help me make him eat this. Wait, why not make him some flavored baby food? Ace-chan, what do you like eating the most? He asked. Chococotate. He chirped happily. Alexander then gave Rouge chocolate-flavored baby food. Ace enjoyed that a lot. Old man, you are becoming famous these days. Roger entered with an economic news newspaper. He showed it to Alexander. Haha, they are calling me Demon of Pirates, such hypocrisy. I think I should start putting bounties on them too. He commented looking at the newspaper. Ha ha ha. Wait, are you serious? Putting bounties on them? Roger asked in disbelief. Yeah, I have a lot of money, so it's better used than left lying around. Anyways, I'll go to my place now. Alexander had his own small castle there where his big family lived. He entered and as usual was greeted with cute giggles from the girls. He found Olivia first. Ollie, you need to start working. I want to provide food to the whole world for a while. Until I can make them self-reliant. Ah, I've already started working on that. Your kind heart shops will soon become distributors of cheap food for the poor. She informed. Alexander then looked around for all the dwellers of the castle. Hey, where are Hats and Douglas? Ah, Grandpa. Kitty said he wanted to see the city, so he went there with Uncle Douglas and Barry. I hope he's okay. Gina told him. It seems she had a soft spot for her fluffy friend. Yeah, I hope the city is fine, he thought. Flevance, a country in the North Blue. Flevance was said to be straight out of a snowy country in a fairy tale, as the earth, trees, and grass were all pure white, and the beauty was so stunning that it left visitors wondering whether the island was real or not. A special and rare kind of ore, amber lead, was discovered underneath the kingdom and was determined to be the source of Flevance's marvelous white nature. With the discovery of amber lead, a variety of goods such as utensils, paint, sweets, makeup, and weapons were made out of the ore. People from all over the world bought those high-quality goods, leading to the kingdom's eventual rise to affluence. However, 100 years ago when the industry came to be, the world government and the country's royal family discovered that amber lead was poisonous, but chose not to inform the country of its harmful nature to gain profit from the industry. As part of the adverse effects, each succeeding generation that came to be had a shorter lifespan than their predecessors. By the time the world discovered the toxicity of amber lead, it was too late to save the heavily poisoned country. While the royal family selfishly escaped with the assistance of the world government, abandoning their people in the process. The people were left alone to die. Alexander just found out about this thing from his Kindheart Mall in that country. The news was going to be in the next day's paper too. But Alexander decided to act fast before something bad happens. After all, the country was abandoned by its ruling monarch. "What are we going to do, boss?" Dobby asked. "Ha ha ha, get 10 warships, and let's go and claim the abandoned country. It is a free real estate," Alexander laughingly announced. "Yes, boss. I'll also have the medical experts in Seraph's and Unsullied's ranks to come along." When all this was happening, a certain fishman ex-slave who ran out of Mary Geo some time ago returned to the same place by climbing the red line with sheer physical strength. He had only one thought in mind which kept him climbing the 7,000 meters high wall, that was to free others from the same fate as his own. He went to free the fishmen mainly, but the teachings of Queen Otoheim and the words of that certain old man in his childhood made him free everyone without prejudice. Among them were many children too. They all ran for their lives as fast as they could. It was chaotic. The world government tried to stop them, but the fishmen had also started fires in many buildings for diversion. Now, it was yet to be seen how Alexander will react when the news would reach him. A few days later, in the human auction houses in Sabaody Archipelago, a certain old man magically appeared out of thin air. He himself looked confused about his whereabouts. "God damn it, I didn't sign up for this," he complained. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 263. I got the cure. Flevens, North Blue. Alexander was about to reach the kingdom. Dobby, take the anywhere door and arrest the fleeing royal family of Flevens. Bring them here after that, he ordered. Blue Fong, you go and seal all the borders. Stop any conflict going on. Other kingdoms are trying to destroy Flevens because they think this disease is communicable. Okay, boss. Blue Fong left with a dozen seraphs. Alexander then went alone into the kingdom. Most of the people there were already sick. He saw some kids around too and they looked weak. He used his magic to quickly make them a bit better. The disease was hereditary, so the current generation of children would die even before they reached their teens. Alexander went straight to the hospital to test his medicine. It was a simple blood purifying potion that removes all the impurities from the blood. He had guessed that amber lead ore's dust must be the reason behind the problem. When he entered the place, it was filled with patients. Most people recognized him. He was quite famous as his posters and images in the newspaper were a daily occurrence. Some of them got scared, but a doctor did come to him with no fear. "What can I do for you, sir?" "Ha, I should be the one asking that. The world government and your king have abandoned this country. Someone had to come," he babbled. By now everyone already knew that they had been betrayed by the government, both local and world. Alexander continued, "Who would have thought the thing that made this country so rich would become its curse? Have you found any remedy yet?" "No, we haven't found any remedy yet. My wife and I are still working on it. My daughter is also sick, so I am doing everything in my power to find the cure. But we are running low on supplies as the borders have been sealed and the seashores are surrounded," the doctor reported. "Ah, well, you don't need to worry anymore. What's your name?" "My name is Trafalgar Watermelon." The doctor introduced himself. "Well, Milan, I have a cure for this disease. Let's go and try it out on your daughter first," Alexander proposed. Milan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Does it work?" "There's only one way to find it. Though I am 100% sure it will work," he said and took out a small vial. "What's your decision?" Alexander asked. Milan knew that finding a cure for his daughter in time was impossible, and she was in the last stage of the disease. The only chance he could see for her survival was standing in front of him. "Okay, let's go. If this works we can distribute it to everyone." They came to a separate room. There were 3 people in there. A little girl on the bed, a little boy and probably their mother. The woman looked at her husband and then Alexander. Her eyes widened in shock and worry, thinking about what trouble had come to their lives now. The world government's wanted poster really made people unconsciously fear him. But that will soon change when he starts spreading wanted posters with world government employees' faces on them. He was not going to make it a fight between just him and them, but instead 2 government factions. People may not have realized this, but Alexander was slowly taking over kingdoms and bringing them under his banner. Mr. Universe, this is my wife, Trafalgar Water Sylvie. Sylvie, he has medicine that can treat our little Lami. He explained. The boy who had been silent till now loudly exclaimed, really? Please treat her then. I will give you all my savings. The kid took out some coins and currency notes from his pocket. Alexander kindly smiled at him and asked, what's your name, boy? Trafalgar Water Law. Please heal her. He pleaded. Alexander ruffled his hair. Kid, you are sick too. Here, drink this and give one to your sister. This is the medicine. The little girl looked at Alexander with a wide cheerful smile. Uncle, is there a festival going on outside? Why did the firecrackers stop? Alexander quickly realized that the girl was not told about the current situation in the country and the loud gunshots were festive firecrackers for her. She was just 5 or so years old, so telling her didn't make sense anyway. Ah, yes, there is a festival going on, sweetheart. But I told them to stop. Once you drink this and get better, we will continue with them. He replied. Her brother, mother, and father took a sigh of relief. What is your name? He asked. Lami, she answered. Okay, Lami. Quickly drink it so Grandpa can take you to the festival. He encouraged her. He could feel that her body was in a very dangerous state and even a single mental shock could kill her. She got encouraged and quickly drank it. It was a bit sour and bitter, so she made faces but didn't complain. Law-chan. You drink it too? He said when he noticed the boy was not drinking. After a few minutes, the white marks from her body started to disappear, bringing back the normal skin color. Milan quickly used his stethoscope and checked her. How do you feel, Lami? She cutely lifted her hands and checked the white marks. Wah. They are really gone. I feel good, Papa. Her mother then picked Law up and put him on the bed. She quickly took off his shirt and checked him. Law's face became red with embarrassment. Law, how do you feel? She asked. Law looked at his skin and also noticed the changes. He didn't feel much pain, so he couldn't tell if there were any changes inside his body. I don't know, Mama, but the white spots are gone. He exclaimed. Haha, of course, they would. You two can do a quick blood test if you want. I'll get doses for everyone. He suggested. The husband and wife doctor took a blood sample from Law and went to do some quick tests. Only Alexander and the kids were left behind. So, you two want to go out? Alexander asked. Yay. Lami quickly jumped to him, but Law pulled her back. But how can we trust you? I saw your bounty poster. Law smartly pointed out. Oh, aren't you a smart one? Okay, answer me. What if the bad king of this country was caught by you and you punished him? In return, they released a wanted poster of you, saying you committed a crime. Then are you a bad boy? Alexander questioned. Law thought for a second. They abandoned us and withheld the information that amber lead is poisonous, all for money. If I punish them, then I am a good boy. Yes, exactly. Not everyone you see on a bounty poster is a bad person. I went against the world government and stopped them from doing something bad, so they put me on a poster. Though thankfully it's a nice picture. He sidetracked a bit at the end. Law looked at him with a newfound understanding and admiration. Can I join your Golden Justice Army? Yes you can. But you will need your parents' approval first. Can we go out, Grandpa? Lami chimed in, pouting cutely. Haha, yes you can, little one. Come, you are still weak. Sit on Grandpa's shoulder. Alexander picked her. Then he looked at Law. Law understood and quickly moved a few feet back. I can walk. No thanks. Haha. Okay, kid. Law still couldn't stop Alexander from getting his hair ruffled. Meanwhile, Dobby reached a marine ship a few hundred kilometers off the shore of Flevence. It had the kingdom's royal family traveling on it. Dobby stood on the bow of marine ship and spoke through a loudspeaker. All the marine personnel. This is the Vice Commander-in-Chief of the Golden Justice Army speaking. Hand the royal family back and we will let you go. Fight and you may find yourself swimming today. All the marines scaredly ran into their various rooms on the ship as soon as they recognized him. Dobby himself had a bounty of 6 billion on him, so no one wanted to mess with him. The highest rank on the ship was just a captain, and no one had the confidence to ward off Dobby. Suddenly a door opened and a middle-aged man and a woman were thrown out. They looked hideous and wore huge regal gowns and excessive makeup. Take them, please just let us go. A loud voice came from behind the closed door. The husband and wife beat the door but no one opened it. Dobby scratched his beard. That was easy. He went ahead and put the two in cuffs. Let's go. You two have a lot of people to answer to. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson, Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 264, 264. D family. Yay. So pretty. Lami excitedly looked at the night sky from Alexander's shoulder. Beside them, Law was standing and admiring the scene. How did you do that? He asked amusingly. Haha, it's magic. In the sky were thousands of firecrackers. The medicine had already started to get distributed. The people were recovering and coming out to see the beautiful sky. Some even cried, feeling the newfound hope of living. Soon they heard loud booing sound coming from the right like a wave. After a while the reason also became clear. Dobby was dragging the two culprits towards him. Boss, I caught them fleeing on a marine ship. What do we do? Well, we're the controlling government now, so they should be given a trial. Right here and now. You two got anything to say? He asked. The two looked at him with disdain. Who do you think you are? We are the royal family of this kingdom, you have no right to judge us. Let us go, you still have time, or else the wrath of the world government will fall upon you. Then they noticed that Alexander wasn't even looking at them. He was busy distributing candies to kids. Alexander looked back. Ah, yes. You said you are deserters who poisoned their homeland and then tried to flee. I already know all that, tell me something new. What? We didn't say that. Sigh. You give yourself too much importance. Do you really think the world government would care about two people who have lost their kingdom and the means to make money? Huh, they are just like you. Greedy and opportunistic. You have no worth anymore. Alexander lectured. He then looked towards the people after seeing their sins. For your crimes, you will get death. But not here. Not in front of little children. Dobby, take them to the city hall and hang them there. Take some witnesses with you. Once they were taken to their execution, Law came to Alexander. Mister, my mama and Papa want to talk to you in private. Alexander lightly knocked on his head. Grandpa, that's the right word. Now let's go. Once in a private room, he sat on one side and the family of four on the other. Milan clenched his fist, but his wife calmed him down and gave an encouraging nod. Alexander was now interested in knowing what they were getting so worked up on. Milan started to speak. Sir, we lied to you when we told you our name. My real name is Trafalgar D. Water Milan. My wife and children also have it in our names. Oh, interesting. Why were you hiding it? Alexander interestingly asked. Because that is what we've been taught since our childhood. That we should keep D in our names a secret. They said that this name has many enemies. Even my grandfather was killed because of revealing this name. That is what my father told me, Milan explained. You are right. I don't know much about why people have this in their name. But I do know that it has something to do with the Void Century, which makes everyone with D in their names an enemy of the world government. Alexander explained. Both adults got worried about their kids. Ah, you four can come and live on my island. It's in the East Blue. It is probably the safest place in the world. Many other people with D in their names live there. It is the Marine hero, Vice Admiral, Monkey D. Garb, and my birthplace. He offered. What about this place? We are the most knowledgeable doctors here. Sylvie asked. Don't worry about this place. It will now be my territory, so there will be lots of new people coming. Including all kinds of professionals. You should just worry about your own safety. Mama, let's go with Grandpa. He said he will let me play with his granddaughters, his cat, and his bird. I want to play with them. Lami spoke. Looking at her wide radiation smile, their hearts quickly made a decision. Okay, we will go with Mr. Universe. We will go and pack our bags. Haha, good choice. I will be leaving this island in 2 days. Get ready by then. He informed and left to solve the mess of a kingdom. The family happily looked at his back with gratitude in their eyes. For now, Alexander had Wayno, Flevance, O'Hara, and partially Dawn Island, Goa Kingdom, under him. He was slowly moving forward on talking over the world. 2 days later, Alexander left one of Connor's clones on the island to set up everything. 10 warships were also left behind. These new metal warships had become a topic of gossip in the seas. Most pirates would simply steer away if they saw one of them. For the past few days, Alexander spent most of his time removing all of amber lead ore and dumping them into the sea. It wasn't harmful to any animal, he had done the tests. Reason for throwing it was because as long as it was there, the people would be in danger. For now, Connor's clone will work at the top, while at the grassroots level, the local leaders will. Alexander also left a lot of food rations to ease the load on the people for now. After that, he just boarded the ship and got ready to return to the Goa Kingdom. Grandpa, can we see the red line? I read in the school book that it is very tall. Lami cutely asked while jumping on the ship's deck. It seems her disease had held her cheerful nature back. Alexander could have gone through the anywhere door, but that wouldn't be helpful in the current position he was in. He wanted to go through any island in trouble which he could take over. Yes, Lami-chan. We will see the red line soon. Do you know what's above the red line? He asked. She shook her head. The world's worst criminals live there. But no one can catch them because they run the world. He revealed. Oh, not even you can beat them? She asked. Haha. Of course, I can. It's just that I don't. Because then the whole world would fall into a disorderly mess. Oh, look, we're there. He pointed at the horizon. She excitedly looked back at the sea. Whoa. How will we climb it, Grandpa? I'm just a small little girl. Her face showed genuine worry. It made Alexander laugh. Ha ha ha. No, we won't be climbing it, sweetie. We will be flying over it. He answered. But won't the bad guys catch us then? She inquired. Bad guys live in the area of the red line that lies in the Grand Line, while we are in the North Blue. He explained. Besides them, Law was listening to everything and learning new knowledge. Grandpa, I also read that there is Fish Island in the sea and Sky Islands up there. Is that true? From there Alexander's time went by answering Lami's various questions. Her mind may be small, but it was full of curiosity. It was the first time she or any of her family came out of their home kingdom after all. Everything went normal until they came near paradise. A few thousand kilometers away from the red line, he saw a ship with Amazon Lily's flag. It was being attacked by 3 pirate ships. Alexander flew to the ship and saw the Empress Gloriosa on the ship. Though she had grown old now. Oh, what a surprise seeing you here, Gloriosa. I thought the Empress didn't come out of the safe waters. He voiced. Gloriosa looked at him in shock and relief. I wanted some adventures of my own. We all need some stories to tell to the later generation. Haha. That is true. Wait, I'll deal with these. He turned back and punched towards the 3 ships with so much force that the airwaves left many holes in them. So now the pirates were more focused on saving their sinking ship. Alexander left them as they were, deciding to deal with them later. So, care to explain why they were attacking? He asked. Ah, there's no point in hiding now. 3 girls from Amazon Lily went missing a few years back. In the recent fire of Mary Geos, they were successful in running away. The pirates thought they could sell them back for money, she answered. Why didn't you tell me when they went missing? Where are they? Take me to them. I will ban slavery today. He announced. Gloriosa thought it was an arrogant thought, but again, when she thought who said it, it didn't seem impossible. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson Conrad Douglas Flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 265. Slavery is banned. Gloriosa took him to a room where the 3 sisters were. When they first saw Alexander they looked very scared and ready to attack. Surprisingly, the smallest of them in size was also the eldest of them. They have grown to hate men now. I can't even imagine the horrors they went through in there. Gloriosa told him. Alexander just sat down in front of the 3 and didn't go any closer. What's your name, children? What do you want? We won't go back with you, the black-haired one growled. Gloriosa chipped in, Hancock, be respectful. He is the same Mr. Universe you all grew up reading about in your school books. They have textbooks on me, Alexander asked internally. It's all right, Glossoria. After all that they've been through. Trusting people can get hard. Tell me, Hancock. Can you tell me the name of the men who did this to you? I promise to bring you his head right now. He told her. She clenched her fist. No, I want him alive. I want to kill him with my own hands. That animal. She had started to go out of control, so Alexander had to give them calming draughts. Finally, she did tell him the name. It was St. Charlos. Ah, I know this man. Okay, girls. A promise is a promise. You're going to get him alive. Take care till then. Before he went away he left lots of tasty food for them. When Alexander was gone, Hancock looked at Glossoria. Why didn't he become petrified? Gloriosa just shrugged her shoulders as she didn't know the answer. He probably only sees you as a small child. Hell, I'm in my 60s and I felt like he even sees me as a child. Who was going to tell her that he even saw a 1,000-year-old elephant as a child? Even Alexander felt strange sometimes with his own behavior. Sabaody Archipelago, Human Shop. Today, a round of slave auctions was going on. The main attraction of the event was an old man who only looked old but was actually as strong as thousands of men. He had white hair and a nice scar on his eye which showed that he was a warrior. The old man only agreed to participate because he was promised riches, something he never turned down. The announcer talked loudly from the stage, today's final item, a man as strong as a dragon. His name is Ragnarok, the ender of worlds. The starting price is 100 million berries. Ragnarok stood on the stage with a wide grin, thinking he'd get lots of gold soon. It was his natural instinct to lust for gold, so he couldn't do anything about it. Oh, we have a new bid. 200 million. Ragnarok was irked that no one was bidding anymore. So he decided to motivate the audience. Is that all you got? Is that all your daddy let you spend? Ha ha ha. Ragnarok's mocking worked and bids started increasing. Beep beep. Ragnarok took out the phone and saw a message. It was a message that Alexander sent a long time ago. It read, "Call me when you see this." So he called. Alexander had left and was already flying to marry Geos. Ring ring. This was a real cell phone and not a den mushy, so he knew someone from the family was on the other side. Yes, Universe speaking. A laughing voice came from the other side, ha ha ha. I finally found you, old friend. Alexander was elated. Ragnarok, where the hell were you? It's been more than 50 years since I came here and you went missing. What? But Alex, I just came here a few days ago. Alexander suddenly remembered his father's words, space and time is my bitch. The bitch is out of control, it seems, he thought. Ah, forget it. Where are you right now? Alexander asked. I'm in an auction in some mangrove forest. Alexander quickly guessed the location, Sabaody Archipelago. What are you buying? Ha ha ha, I ain't buying. I'm getting sold. These fools are buying me for millions. And they call their gold berries, haha, who does that? Ragnarok loudly answers. Alexander facepalmed himself. Ragnarok, berries are not gold. It's the local currency of this world. I even have a 10 billion berries bounty on my head and it's roughly $100 million in Earth currency. Ragnarok didn't reply for a second. Alexander could hear the greedy dragon's hopes and dreams shattering. What the F asterisk CK? So they bought me for 600 million berries, which is roughly $6 million. God damn it, this dragon got an image to maintain. I can't let this deal happen. I'm gonna kill these criminals. Ragnarok raged. Talking about his image. Did the sun rise in the west? Ragnarok, tell me if there is a guy in an astronaut suit, an ugly face, snort from nose sliding out. Alexander described St. Charlos. Actually, he's the one who bought me, Ragnarok revealed. Haha, then capture him and wait for me there. Alexander hung up and apparat to Sabaody Archipelago. There he saw the whole island in a mess. Because Ragnarok had also taken out a bit of his annoyance on him and had beaten him up, an admiral was called from the headquarters. All the people were trying to run away now. Alexander soon saw his old friend. Both of them went ahead and hugged each other. Ragnarok had the ability to increase his size, so it wasn't very cringy. Boom. A cannonball struck the building. Surprisingly, on the ball was a man in a yellow suit. The man moved like lightning and kicked Ragnarok's head. Boom. Everything but Ragnarok got destroyed. Who the hell is this sparkling Christmas boy? Alexander laughed. Haha, he is supposed to be a marine admiral. One of the top powerhouses in the world. Ha. Powerhouse. His kick was so weak, it couldn't even scratch the itchy spot behind my ear. Ragnarok scoffed. Oh. Kizaru is here. That was just the starter. Don't worry, I will serve the main course as hot as the lightning. Kizaru spoke in his chilling sadistic voice. Again an attack came and Ragnarok tried to catch it, but the light was intangible. Haha, Ragnarok, his body becomes light. You can't grab that. For that, you need this. Alexander's arm became pitch black, covered in armament hockey. Kizaru again came to attack and Alexander grabbed him by his neck. Kizaru's own momentum was enough to damage his neck and make him fall unconscious. Alexander just threw him to the side like some trash. See, that was called hockey. Let's go. I will teach you. Oh, wait. I have an announcement to make. Here, you take some pictures. Alexander instructed. He stood up on the back of St. Charlos' body that was laid on the ground. He was neither dead nor unconscious. Alexander amplified his voice with magic. Listen to me. The world government cannot save you. If I see any slave shop open in the world, I will not just destroy the shop but its owner, his family, and the staff of the shop. So, if you are an owner, stop this business. If you are a staff member, quit the job. Believe me, you don't want to see me knocking on your door. So from today onwards, I declare slavery banned in the world. Any seller or buyer will be put to death if found guilty. Then Alexander flew up and sent a powerful punch towards the auction house, completely leveling it. Its owner was also turned into a paste inside. He also called for his Golden Justice Army to come and help the slave that he had just liberated settle down. Alexander grabbed the collar of St. Charlos and started dragging him. His sister, St. Shauria, then screamed, "What are you doing? Release him." Why? St. Shauria, category: murder. Indirect murder. Torture, 5. R** PE, 2123. Enslaving, 5600. Kidnapping, 101. Sin percentage, 72%. Shut up, you won't be going back today. You are a category 4 sinner, Alexander loudly exclaimed after reading her sins. No more words came out of her mouth as she suddenly lost her head the moment she tried to speak. No one saw Alexander or anyone else moving, it was all so sudden. A good end to a sinner. Let's go, Raggy. Alexander walked away. But my gold. He complained. I will give you a job which involves stealing wealth from people like this fat boy. Alexander proposed while kicking St. Charlos. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 266. Red Hair Boy. Alexander and Ragnarok came back to the ship of Amazon Lily. This time with a scared St. Charlos. Glossoria saw the men and looked at him disgustfully. He even looks filthy. So-called celestial dragon. Ha. Yeah, they looked neither celestial nor like a dragon. Alexander added. St. Charlos suddenly thought of protesting. Why, you just wait. The whole marine and world government will come for you soon. He received a kick from Ragnarok and shut up. If you open that mouth again, I will throw you into the sea. You see that sea monster over there? I'll feed you to him. Noodles, who was just playing nearby, heard Ragnarok and got upset for being called a monster. Alexander went and punched Ragnarok lightly to show Noodles that he was on his side. He then whispered in Ragnarok's ears, "Don't call him a monster. He's a bit emotional. Now you go and play with him." He threw Ragnarok off the ship and brought St. Carlos to the three sisters. Hancock was the first one to stand up and come closer, albeit scaredly. "See, I helped you. I can also help you to get rid of these tattoos. I'm sure you're concerned about that." Hancock looked at Alexander. She was on the verge of tearing up. "Why are you doing all this for us?" she asked with genuine confusion. She had never known someone who would help a stranger for no reason. Alexander used his magic and made their tattoos go away. Answer's very simple, child. Because I can. Now, I'm leaving this guy to you. Even if you don't kill him, he will still die in a few hours. Don't worry about Marines following you here. Take care. With that, he left them alone and returned to his ship. Fusha Village. A new person had arrived on the island. He had red hair and a small pirate crew. The crew didn't really have the knowledge that so many powerful monsters lived there and proclaimed the village their base for now. Roger was shocked when he saw his ship's chore boy had grown so big and strong. "Ha ha ha, here, kid. Try this one. It's a true man's drink." Roger passed him a small glass of his homebrewed strong whiskey. "Huh, why are you giving the drink? Where is Makino?" Shanks asked. "You came to the wrong bar, fool," Roger replied and drank the shot himself. "I was gonna drink that." "Me too," Roger shrugged and poured another one. "So, you want to become a big-time pirate now? Why are you in East Blue, then?" Roger asked. "Ah, nothing. Just passing by." Shanks changed the topic. "What the hell is this kid up to?" Roger asked himself. "Then you might want to run away before Garp or Old Man Universe comes back." "Wait, I know why Garp would come, but why would he come here? Isn't he like the enemy of Garp?" Shanks asked. "Ha ha ha. That is the worst joke I've ever heard. Even if Garp wanted to be the old man's enemy, he couldn't. The old man would beat the crap out of Garp otherwise." Roger continually laughed, remembering some of the days when Garp got beaten for picking his nose in front of Alexander. "Didn't know he hated pirates so much," Shanks responded. Roger shook his head. "He doesn't. He hates those who kill and plunder for fun. Look what happened to Kaido, the so-called Emperor of the Sea." Shanks twitched, remembering that. The image of the dead Kaido was clear in the newspaper. The strongest creature in the world died by just a single sword strike. The pirates and other people had now started calling Alexander the strongest being in the world after that incident. "Yeah, you're right. I guess my visit here will end a bit early," he said and got up to leave. "Take my advice, kid. Leave this pirate's job. That's where the future is headed," Roger advised. "Thanks for the advice, old man. But I want to try it once." He smiled at him and left. Alexander's ship was about to reach the Fusha village harbor when he saw a pirate ship just departing. "Who is that?" Do you know that flag, Dobby? He asked. I think they are the Red Hair Pirates. Don't know what they're doing here. They were supposed to be quite famous in the New World. Dobby informed. Let's meet him. Let's see what kind of pirate he is. Alexander decided. He suddenly jumped from his ship to Shanks. The first thing he noticed was that Shanks was missing an arm for some reason. It seems fate really wanted us to meet, Mr. Universe. Shanks got up from a corner. Alexander spoke. Oh, so you believe in fate? Ha. It is what drives the world. Everything happens for a reason. Alexander amusingly looked at him. Then what reason did you come here for? Nothing, I had a dream a few months ago. I saw a kid growing up and doing good. I'm just looking for him. Shanks informed. So you're on a goose chase? Alexander mocked and continued. Tell me, what kind of pirate are you? What's your motivation? One piece. Wealth? Fame? Shanks and his crew tensed up. They knew that the next words of their captain could decide their fate. Why so serious, old man? I am a pirate just because I like sailing and exploring. Looking for treasures. There's no point settling down after being a crew member of Roger Pirates. I was just a chore boy and received a bounty on my head. It was either fight back or just die. Shanks explained. Alexander nodded. The world government itself was the problem when it came to why there were so many pirates. The government didn't do anything to make the quality of life better, and whoever raised their voice either dies or becomes wanted by them. Just like some certain countries in the real world. Alexander quickly looked at his sins. Shanks, category. Murder. Robbery, 10. Sin percentage, 52%. ***, you are right. The government indeed wouldn't have let you live. But you could also have fought them. Anyways, I advise you to not commit any more crimes. The era of pirates was over the moment I formed the Golden Justice Army. You could probably go on your adventures as an adventurer group but not as pirates. Alexander advised him. I will think about it. Shanks agreed. Alexander left them to their device and returned to his ship that had already docked at the harbor. He picked little Lami and Law in his arms. Let's go. I'll show you your new home. Lots of nice people live here. Let me down. I can walk on my own. Law complained. Alexander instantly flew in the air and then started walking towards the town center. Haha, you still want me to let you down? Alexander asked. This time Law didn't speak. He took the family of 4 to the town center and got them registered as citizens. The mayor was extremely happy to get 2 amazing doctors in the village. Then he brought them to their new house. It was a nice cottage with gardens around it. All right, this is the place. Settle down and relax. There is a school nearby where you can send the kids. It is sometimes taught by my granddaughters or wife. See you later, Lami-chan and Law-chan. Alexander left the place and started walking towards his castle. When he was passing by some trees he heard a known voice. He went to it and saw Garp holding a kid from his shirt. Who did you kidnap this time, Garp? Alexander asked. The kid thought it was his chance. Save me, I am being kidnapped. Bam. He received a knock on his head and it swole up. Old man, this is my grandson, Luffy. Oi, say hello. Garp introduced him. Yo, Luffy just waved his hand. Ha, so this is Dragon-chan's kid. He does look like him. But why did he dump him on you? Garp grunted in annoyance. Arg. Dragon sent a letter saying he doesn't have time or a safe place to keep him. Alexander walked to Luffy and patted his head. Kid, I am your grandpa's grandpa. Wait, where did you get this straw hat? Luffy suddenly turned proud and puffed out his chest. Shanks gave it to me. That explains it. Does that mean Luffy is the child he was looking for, he thought. Luffy, a new family has come to town. There are kids too. Go and meet them. He told him. Luffy was always up for an adventure and this was also like that for him. So he just ran away. Who did you bring this time? Garp asked. A family from Flevens. They also have D in their name but keep it a secret. He informed. Garp turned serious at that mention. Good, they will be safer here. Let's go and grab a drink. After that, you will probably have to go to the Goa Kingdom. Why, what happened? Your new talking cat, Bird, and that boy Douglas have taken over the royal castle, Garp informed. Making Alexander facepalm. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 267. Freaky Island. Alexander appeared in the Goa Kingdom. Thanks to him, the quality of life had gotten much better there. The Grey Terminal was not just a lawless area anymore. It had become a recycling hub, He went straight to the royal palace and found the three mischievous fellas. Ah, yes, right there. That's the spot. Hats directed a servant to scratch his back. Barry was getting a massage on his back and Douglas sat on a recliner with cucumbers on his eyes. Bam bam bam. The three received a hard knock on their heads. What the hell are you three doing? What did you do to the family living here? Ah, what is it, old man? We're just relaxing. Besides, we deserve this after what we did. Douglas argued. Alexander shrank one eye in doubt. What did you do? This time Barry spoke proudly. He. A little kid named Shampoo Ca. Douglas interrupted him. Barry, you dumb bird, his name was not Shampoo, his name was Sorrow. You both are dumb it seems, it was neither Shampoo nor Sorrow. It was Sabo, Hutz corrected them. Barry then continued, anyway, Sabo came to us and told us that his parents were planning on burning the Great Terminal because it was generating more money than the kingdom itself and a celestial dragon was coming to visit. The boy was the son of a noble family. So we decided to help. Hats here planned we should take over the kingdom, it's better under us than those racist royals. What about the celestial dragon? Alexander asked. In the dungeon, Hats answered. Sigh. If you three think the kingdom is better under you, then why are you sitting here like some pompous kings and not working? It's our break time, Douglas interjected. Yes, we worked a lot last week, Barry added. Both Hats and Douglas looked at him and face-bombed. Alexander laughed and cracked his knuckles. Douglas quickly got up and started to leave. I'll go and cut the grass in the castle. Wait here, boy, you started this mess so you will clean it. I appoint you as this kingdom's administrator. Your job will be to keep a watch on all the trade, law, and order while increasing the GDP and quality of life. You have 3 months to show progress or else you will cut the grass in Fixheim again but with an even smaller scissors this time. The more Alexander spoke, the more horrified Douglas became. But old man, what about my fight lessons? He tried to find a way out. No slacking. I found Ragnarok so he will continue giving you lessons. He will be keeping an eye on you three as well. He announced. While Alexander was talking, Barry tried to sneak away but Alexander achioed him back. Damn it, Barry cursed. Barry, you are growing dumber by the day. You are banned from playing video games and watching movies. You will be going to the local school from now on. He declared. Barry's wings fell down. I don't want to teach, Dad. Alexander lightly knocked on his head. You will be studying there. Now go home and ask Olivia for a school bag and books. Lastly, it came to Hats. Now you. You call yourself the Lord of Chaos, right? Then I want you to go and annoy the celestial dragons and the world government. That's your job. This was more like a happy job for him. That's what he was good at. Ho ho. I am going to have so much fun now. But you must inform me if you find anything important. Okay. Alexander instructed. Yes, boss. Hats will do his best. Bye-bye, he said that and poofed away. Alexander looked back and saw Douglas and Barry still standing. What the hell are you still doing here? Go to work. The two ran away like they had rockets on their backs. Just then Garp also entered, laughing. Ha ha ha. You really have a fun family. Each one of them is unique. Though do tell me why a bird calls you Dad. Ah, it's a long story. He saw me first when he hatched out of an egg and I adopted him. Forget this, let's go and see the royal family and the celestial dragon in dungeons. Alexander walked away. In their way, Alexander asked something. Garp, I never asked this but who is Luffy's mother? Garp scratched his bead. AAA. Dragon never told me. He said it must be kept a secret so I never asked. I should pay a visit to him someday. Alexander thought out loud. No one knows where his base is, Garp argued. Haha, that no one doesn't include me, boy. Now, let's see why a celestial dragon decided to visit this place. They both came to the underground dungeon and saw 4 people tied there. 3 of them were members of the royal family and the other was probably a celestial dragon. Garp, get me out of here. Those peasants locked me in here. Outlook 3 shouted. Alexander nearly laughed. The beings they were calling peasants were an angel, divine phoenix, and a god of chaos. Garp whistled his way to the celestial dragon, ignoring them. This celestial dragon was a man and he looked surprisingly calm. Who are you and why did you come here? Alexander asked and also checked his sins. Saint Divine, category. Theft. Sin percentage, 35%. Alexander blinked his eyes repeatedly in disbelief. How is this guy so pure? I am Saint Divine. I came to meet you but they put me here for some reason. He said and cleaned his clothes of the dust. Now Alexander noticed that the man was also not wearing the notorious oxygen mask that those celestial dragons wore when leaving Mary Geos. What does a celestial dragon want with me? He asked. I will be blunt. I genuinely believe that you are the strongest being in the world and can destroy the world government. I'd love for that to happen. What I want from you is a way out. Unlike others in my community, I strictly abhor slavery and other preferential treatments we get. I want to leave Mary Geos and live here with my family, on this island under your security. Saint Divine explained. Alexander nodded. Do tell me, why haven't you done that by now? Saint Divine looked at him with firm resolve. Because I know how the world works. If I had gotten out like that foolish homing, my family would have been killed by angry mobs. Just like the Don Quixote family. Alexander still felt like the man was just telling the half-truth and decided to force him to say, I want the truth. Saint Divine felt dejected and sat down. I 8 years ago. My sister married a commoner and gave birth to a baby. The child and his father were said to have been killed by CP0, but my sister was locked in Mary Geos. I want to take her away from there. Alright, Dobby will go with you and bring her here. Your arrival here is something that most likely didn't go unnoticed by the 5 elders. Alexander nonchalantly said and started to leave. Saint Divine was shocked for a bit, just like that. Alexander smirked. Yeah, what were you expecting to happen? Did you think I'd ask for money? I'm not a pirate, boy. Just so you know, Homing and his family didn't die either. He called me just before the mob was about to get him. I saved his sick wife and faked all their deaths. His family now lives here and his 2 sons are commanders in the Golden Justice Army. Now go. Once Alexander and Garp were alone, Garp spoke. Ha ha ha, so the world's most wanted, the hero of Marines and a family of celestial dragons will be living in the same freaky island. Add a pirate king, an elf, a phoenix, an angel, a lord of chaos, and a planet-sized dragon to it, he said to himself. That is what I call progress, Garp. Now I'll go and deal with the royal family by stripping them of their titles. See you later. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 268. Grandpa is angry. A week later, Dobby returned with 2 new people. They were an addition to the village. But just the day after, the newspaper arrived with big news. Headline, Dobby the Dread destroys Red Port. It turned out, to stop people from pursuing him, he destroyed the port just below the red line. So, the world government did what they do best. They increased their bounties. Now Dobby had 8 billion and Alexander had 15 billion bounty on their heads. Alexander put down his newspaper while he sat at the beach. In front of him, all the children were happily playing in the water. Ahaha, Noodles, come here, we will brush you. Rena and Golly lead the children on their mission to give a good cleaning to Noodles. All of a sudden, a man walked up to him. He was one of the soldiers in his army. Boss, these are the wanted posters. Please approve them before we release them out. Alexander looked into them. The highest bounty he had added was of the 5 elders. Each had 10 billion berries. But he added that the bounty could also be paid in gold. Big Mom, Whitebeard, and Shanks were awarded 5 billion berries on their heads. All of their commanders/children had 2 billion each. Then there were all the members of CP0 and CP9, each having a 500 million bounty with their chiefs having 900 million. Then there were small bounties. A total of 3,000 men and women had a 500,000 to a million bounty. They all were slave traders and their punishment was death, so their poster had only dead words. Yeah, these are right. Spread them around the world. He ordered. His Golden Justice Army didn't have any headquarters, so the world government could never do anything against him. This also let Alexander have better control over the sea. If anyone completes the bounty, then they could go to any personnel of his army and ask for bounty. GOMU no. Out of nowhere, Alexander heard the sound and turned around. He saw Luffy doing something with his rubber arms and trying to projectile himself onto the back of Noodles. But one of his hands slipped and he came straight at Alexander like a bullet. Alexander caught him with one hand. Be careful, kid. Haha, I don't fear anything. I'm going to be the Pirate King someday. Luffy proudly announced. He had been saying that since the day he heard the story of Roger the Pirate King. Not knowing that just a few feet away from him the real Pirate King was sleeping on the recliner. Kid, by the time you grow up, the seas would not have pirates. Besides, pirates kill and rob people. Are you aiming to become that? Alexander asked. No, I will become a good pirate. Luffy immediately answered. Alexander just let him go. By now he had understood that arguing with Luffy was pointless. The kid was more stubborn than anyone he had ever seen. Just like that, a few years passed. In those years, Alexander's bounty increased to 20 billion. This was because he infiltrated the marine fort like it was a walk in the park and stole away all the devil fruit the marine had collected or bought. This was a huge setback for the world government and angered a lot of celestial dragons because now they could not have fun by force-feeding their servants the devil fruits. The celestial dragons had stopped buying slaves now due to fear and now paid people to work. But behind the scenes, they still treated people like slaves. Alexander went back to the island and started giving his trusted people the fruits. He honestly didn't know why an amazing thing like devil fruit wasn't used for doing good. He gave fruits like grow fruit to Lami. She liked growing flowers, so he gave her the fruit that could influence plants. Then there was earth fruit that Sabo ate. It gave him the ability to manipulate or become earth. A fruit named op fruit was very useful for doctors, so Law ate it because his dream was to become a doctor. Many more fruits were lying with him. More fruits than the people who could eat them. Currently, Alexander was on his way back from O'Hara. Little Robin had now grown to her teens. She wanted to set sail to outside and have her adventure. So he brought her along, deciding to train her first. Robin, sweetie, no, not like this. You first concentrate and imagine and then punch. Alexander showed her how to use armament hockey. But Grandpa, this is so hard to do, I'd rather go and read books, she cutely said. Patience, my child, and do you want to make the same mistake as your mother? If you don't get stronger, then not only your life will be in danger but your future friends too. His words did magic and she seriously started practicing. Her memory of burning O'Hara was still alive. Bells. Boss, there's a pirate ship standing still nearby. What are the orders? A sailor informed. Who are the pirates? Alexander asked. They are sun pirates. Their captain, Fisher Tiger, has a 230 million bounty on his head. The sailor answered. Ha ha ha, isn't he the one who freed the slaves of Mary Geos? That man deserves a drink. Anchor the ship here. Then he looked back at the concentration of Robin. Robin, wanna come with me? He asked. Robin opened her eyes in a second and jumped on his back without even asking. She was always up for an adventure. Ha ha ha, alright, let's go. The Sun Pirates was a group solely made of ex-fishermen, slaves, or just normal fishermen. They loathed humans because no matter how much they tried to act good, humans always differentiated against them. Currently, on the deck of the ship, a scene was going on. A small human girl, just 11 years old, was thrown out of the captain's cabin. Fisher Tiger came out with furrowed brows. It is okay to cry. Don't think we're like those celestial dragons. Then he proceeded to throw his gun into the sea. The girl was shocked by the scene. The gun was deeply implanted in her mind as it was used to scare her every day in the past. Fisher Tiger looked back at his men. We won't kill anybody. This was enough to make the little girl understand that she was not a slave anymore and that no one would kill her if she cried. And that was exactly what she did. She cried as loud as possible, releasing all the pent-up emotions from all those years of torture. Captain, a steel warship, one of them shouted. But that was exactly when Alexander appeared on their deck. Haha, nothing to worry about. I'm not gonna hurt you. How are you, kid? Remember me? Fisher Tiger looked at Alexander with respect. Fisher Tiger didn't remember many humans in his life who were unbiased against his kind, but Alexander was the only human that he did remember. He now respected him even more as he was fighting the world government directly. We finally meet again, old man. Thank you for the chocolates that day. Drop your swords, everyone, he's a friend, Fisher Tiger ordered his crew, showing an extremely rare smile. Haha, it's Grandpa or just old man for you, and now is not the time for chocolates, it's time for dream. Alexander suddenly stopped speaking as he noticed a girl crying loudly. Alexander thought she must be spooked by the fishmen because that was a common occurrence due to human ignorance and the lack of teaching. He went to her and tried to comfort her. Hey, little one. Why are you crying? He warmly asked. But for some reason, she got even more scared after seeing him and ran to Fisher Tiger and hid behind his legs. Alexander scratched his beard seeing that unusual scene. What happened to her, Tiger? Sigh. Fisher Tiger started to tell him the story. Her name is Koala, she's 11 years old. She was abducted at a very small age and was sold as a slave to celestial dragons. God knows what harm they brought to her small mind. She became so mentally stressed that she stopped crying and only smiled no matter what, in fear of getting killed by their guns if she cried. She probably ran away from Mary Geos 3 years ago when I burned that place down. She was trapped on an island with some other slaves for 3 years and they gave her to us to get her back to her home. I just made her realize that she is safe now. Fisher Tiger explained to him. He was getting emotional too. Alexander just sat down on the floor with his legs crossed and his shoulders slanted down. I should have done something earlier. At least about this slavery. He looked back up at Koala with a sad face, imagining what mental trauma, sad and hopeless days she went through. He thought that if she escaped 3 years ago when she was just 8, then at what age was she abducted and made a slave? A child of her age should have spent her time with her family, living innocent days filled with love and fun. Poor child, her childhood was stolen from her by those good-for-nothing garbage, he cursed. It's okay, child. I'm not like those bad people. I am in fact their biggest enemy in death, soon. Come, see these beautiful flowers. He warmly called her to him. Koala finally showed an expression a child should have on her face. She slowly but carefully walked to him and took the colorful flowers. Robin, please play with her for a while, until I come back. He instructed. Where are you going, Grandpa? Robin inquired. Alexander kept on looking at little Koala smiling at the flowers with a sad face, surprising to even himself. A tiny tears rolled down his cheek from under his sunglasses that covered his eyes. They took her childhood, now they will pay the price. A mistake has been made, 1 out of 5 fingers needs to be cut. He just said that and flew away. Not many people understood the meaning behind his words, but Robin, Fisher Tiger, and Jinby did. They understood what 5 fingers he was talking about. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 269. One less finger. Mary Geos. It was a normal day for the people living in the so-called Holy Land. All the celestial dragons lived in the Pangaea Castle. All the servants, cooks, and others lived in a town away from the castle. A lot more commoners lived there than the nobles. The commoners living there considered themselves lucky to even have the opportunity to be there, but they often find themselves at the mercy of the celestial dragons. They all knew that they were unofficial slaves. Their lives had no meaning but to serve all demands or die. Boom. Suddenly a sonic boom was heard in the sky. People saw someone in a golden cloak slowly descending in front of the gate leading to the castle. The guards in shining useless armor there got alerted and decided to fight him. But a single slap from Alexander threw them away into the jungle. Everyone knew that these guards were made to keep the commoners away and not people of Alexander's caliber. Hence came the CP0. People responsible for protecting the celestial dragons. Alexander didn't hold back against them. They all deserved to die. One by one he purified them all. CP0 was eradicated in a matter of minutes. Stop it. A loud shout came from behind the huge gates, then suddenly Kong came out of them. He had used his conqueror's hockey, but it did not affect Alexander. So you came out. I knew you would come to protect your masters. Alexander angrily said. Kong didn't waste a second, and in a blink, he appeared in front of Alexander to punch him. Stop this and go away. Alexander ignored him and fought him for a while. Kong was really very strong and all that without a devil fruit. Damn it, universe. Understand my words, go away, please. Kong sounded much different now. It didn't feel like he was saying that in anger. Alexander was surprised with that please. At the end, they enslaved a 6-year-old girl, Kong. This time one of the elders dies and I won't stop until then. Alexander punched Kong down very hard. They both collided with the huge doors of Pangaea Castle and passed through. Kong may be extremely strong, maybe even stronger than Garp, but he was no match for him. Alexander was about to throw his last punch to make him fall unconscious, but he stopped midway as he didn't see hatred, anger, or anything extreme like that in Kong's eyes. Instead, there was fear, helplessness, and loss. Alexander grabbed his collar. What the hell is your problem? Tell me the truth. Alexander forced him to speak up with legitimacy. Kong was strong and could have fought off an amateur legilimens, but not him. Kong started to stutter. God damn it, universe. My whole life has become hell because of you. I should have never become a fleet admiral. Get to the point, what are you talking about? Alexander yanked him. They have my family as hostages. They've been hostages for the last 13 years. My wife, my daughter. Now they will kill her. Kong looked horrified. Alexander released his collar and Kong fell down on the ground. He didn't even get up to fight now. If I save your family, then will you resign? Alexander asked. I never joined the Marines to become their lapdog. I did it for bringing good, but I was too naive. Of course, I'd resign if I could save my family and get away. Achio Kong's family. Pop pop. 2 new people popped there out of nowhere. The 2 looked malnourished. Liza. Hannah. Kong ran to them in disbelief. The 2 women were in the same weak condition. By then Alexander had taken out his anywhere door. Kong, take your family and pass through the door. You will reach my kingdom. Find a doctor there and my second in command, they will help your wife and daughter get better. Kong picked up his wife and daughter and left through the door with a gratitude-filled nod. Then Alexander was about to leave to find the elders, but he heard something. Please save us. Alexander heard this noise coming from the ground below. He looked down and took off the whole surface. Under it, he found many slaves tied to a gear mechanism that moves the whole stretch of the road like a moving walkway. He quickly took care of all the guards beating them with whips and looked at them. You all are free now. Stay here until I come back. I will take you all with me. Till then, eat this. He threw lots of energy bars for them and went into the castle. Once there he saw the 5 elders already waiting for him in the giant hall. We finally met face to face. Why have you created so much destruction? The elder with katana asked. His sword was unsheathed at that moment. Ha ha ha. It is not I who has created destruction, it is you. What kind of sick amusement do you all get by enslaving and torturing people? Children included. The more Alexander spoke, the more angry he started to get. Koala's face was constantly reappearing in his mind. You made her feel hopeless and scared. I will make you beg for death. After his declaration, he dashed at the 5 of them. Alexander jumped and first struck the one with a sword. The sword instantly got sliced in 2. But the punch from Alexander was so strong that he also received an injury to his chest. Stay down if you don't want to die instantly. He shouted. Then he clashed with the blonde one. The men used his legs to attack Alexander. Alexander had to agree that these men were the strongest people he had met on the planet, and he still didn't know if they had devil fruit abilities. Soon he broke the legs of the guy. You all are thousands of years too early to fight me. Then Alexander looked at the shortest one. He had a staff in his hands. But the men didn't come to attack Alexander. He looked at all the other elders and nodded. Let's do it. All the 2 injured elders got up somehow and their bodies started to shine in golden light, and once their body became fully golden they all flew to each other and the light started to dissolve into each other. Soon, just a golden humanoid body stood in front of him. It started to say something with its echoing and muffled voice. You made a big mistake by coming here, Universe. We were already the strongest individually, now all 5 of our powers have combined. This is the greatest devil fruit in existence, that comes in parts of 5 inch. So this is how you guys have been able to rule till this long. But sad for you, I am stronger than you can even imagine. Alexander started to hover and quickly flew towards them with supersonic speed. They did the same. Soon their fists collided, creating an energy wave so powerful that nearby walls of the castle fell down. Many normal celestial dragons died just from being stuck under the rubble. But Alexander was unscathed, and on the other hand, the golden entity's hand had been broken. See, that is what truly being strong means. This is not a power from a devil fruit but my sheer physical strength. And sorry to tell you this, that was not even my strongest punch. He again flew towards them, this time even faster than before, and his fist also turned black with armament hockey. The elders felt their lives threatened from the punch, so before the punch connected them they quickly stopped whatever power they were using and separated from each other. Sama will not forgive you for this, Universe. The fat bald one shouted. He sidestepped from the coming punch, but Alexander also changed his direction towards him. Oh, so there is someone above you. Can't say I'm surprised. You 5 are too dumb to even have 1% of the genius it takes to create a complex government like this. But now, one of you must die. You asked the question, so it'll be you. He also checked his sins at the same time. Saint Christopher, category. Murder, 678. Indirect murder, 20,897. Slavery, 47,003. Kidnapping, 23,786. R** PE. Demon worship. Sin percentage, 83%. Bam. Alexander punched him in the chest. His hand went straight through the man's chest and came out from his back. Alexander had the elder's heart in his palm. Crush. He squeezed it and it burst like a balloon. With it, the elder also died. He just burned his body as soon as he died. He didn't want a zombie celestial dragon in the future. Listen, you 4. Release all the slaves in the whole world. If I catch any cruelties happening because of you, 4 of you will become 3. From now on, everything bad you do will have a price you will have to pay. Now go away. Alexander's method created true dread in their hearts, so the moment Alexander left, the 4 ran to Sama, who was sitting on the empty throne. Sama. Bad news. We were attacked. 1 elder is dead, another one is badly injured, and we lost the fleet admiral. The 3 said and kneeled in front of the not-so-empty throne at a very high place. Alexander helped the people he freed to reach the Goa kingdom and appeared back on the ship. He had decided to accompany little Koala and try to make her forget and move on from her sad past. Hey, Koala, catch. He threw an inflatable ball at her and she loved it. Alexander wanted to give her everything that she was deprived of. Koala also started acting like a child slowly, showing her smile and emotions whenever she could. You are a good man, a voice came from behind him. Alexander looked back and it was the second-in-command of the Sun Pirates, Jinbi. I only care about making people happy and living a better life. If that makes me a good man, then that's good. Alexander shrugged. Alexander organized feasts on the ship every day to make her happy. The crew of the Sun Pirates was also comfortable around him as he was probably the only human they respected. All except a few like the shark fishman, Arlong. Koala-chan, come here. I will give you a good haircut. Alexander prepared a small chair for her. Her hair had become very messy, she probably never got to comb them in so many years. So after a nice haircut and removing the hardened hair, she looked like what she was supposed to. A cute little child. Look, everyone, our little koala is such a pretty lady, he proudly shouted. Robin laughed seeing Koala blushing in embarrassment. In a matter of a few months, they reached the Full Shout Island, the hometown of Koala. Alexander and Fisher Tiger went ahead and brought her to her family. She walked in between them and held Alexander's and Tiger's hands. Grandpa, Uncle Tiger, what do you think Mother will do? Would she remember me? She nervously asked. Of course she will, Koala. And if she doesn't, then I will take you with me to where I live. A talking fat cat, a talking bird, and many more fun people live there. His words really made her feel like she wanted to go with him. Soon they came to the town, lots of people were waiting for them there. In the front was a woman. Koala instantly recognized her mother and ran to her with teary eyes. They hugged each other and Koala finally felt the warmth of her mother after so many years. She then looked back. Grandpa, Uncle Tiger, thank you. She shouted while crying. She understood now that the world was not all bad, there were good people too. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 270. A Little Cook. Why don't I take over this island and bring Koala and her mother back to my island with me, he thought. He went ahead and the people there didn't look any bit afraid of him. Courtesy of Daily Dawn newspaper's PR work. Alexander also published the world governments and celestial dragons' cruelties daily, so they had already lost the people's mandate. People of this town. I have an announcement to make. I will be taking over this island and making it my territory. So some men from my army will come here and start hiring people for many kinds of jobs like farming, construction, and other things. Do enroll yourself in that, he announced. His announcement made people jump in joy. They all had seen in the newspaper how prosperous all the islands under Alexander were. Even the nearly destroyed Flevance had now developed into a major industrial hub, and even without the amber lead mineral, the people there were prosperous. In comparison, Full Shout Island, although had everything needed to survive nicely, there was still a lack of jobs. Then Alexander went to Koala. Koala-chan, would you like to come to my island and live there? Your mother can also come. Koala was excited with this prospect, really. Then she looked at her mother cutely. Mama, let's go. Grandpa said he has a talking cat and a bird. It will be so fun. Alexander sent a small compulsion to the mother so she would make up her mind. He wanted her to think for Koala right now and less for herself. Koala needed her lost childhood back. Yes, sweetie. We can go, she agreed. Koala jumped in excitement hearing that and jumped to Alexander. He also picked her up and put her on his shoulder. Haha, pack your bags then. I will be waiting on my ship. He said and walked back to the ship with Koala. Just as he was walking back, he saw Fisher Tiger being surrounded by Marines with guns pointed at him. Fishman, you've got nowhere to run. The village you went to earlier snitched on you. The Rear Admiral revealed. Koala held on to him tightly in fear as he walked up to them. Since when did the Marines become brave enough to enter my territory? His entrance had all of them on edge. The real Admiral looked at him and refuted his claim. This is not your territory. It is, I just declared it. Now I want you to go back the way you came. Or else, you know the consequences. He cracked his knuckles. Rear Admiral Strawberry stepped back a little. We didn't know this was your territory. We will go back now. Alexander nodded. Yes, you all may. Except you, Rear Admiral Strawberry. I've heard some very bad reports about you. That you are openly hunting for all the runaway slaves from Mary Geos to return them back. I thought I made it clear that anyone dabbling in the slave trade will be killed with no mercy. All the Marines ran away, leaving their Rear Admiral behind the moment they heard slave trading. Everyone knew that people involved in this business were getting killed every day like flies. The presence of the Golden Justice Army was all around the East Blue, South Blue, and Paradise. Alexander dominated the first half of the planet in terms of naval strength. He didn't want to make it too gory, so he simply caught Rear Admiral Strawberry and threw him at the direction of Marine Ford, which was a few hundred kilometers away. The guy would die when he falls there. He then walked to Fisher Tiger. Forgive them, it will take some time for them to change, but don't worry. I will absolutely erase all kinds of racism. Sigh. I do believe in your words, old man. I remember Queen Otoheim's words too. He reminisced. Grandpa, can people fly? Koala suddenly asked. No dear. Not in normal circumstances. Why do you ask? Alexander inquired. That man flew in the sky. I also want to fly, she longingly said. Alexander instantly flew in the air with her in his arms. She was really enjoying it. Yay, ha ha ha, this is so fun. Alexander thought about giving the gravity fruit to her later. That fruit only lets you control the gravity of your body. It was a very deadly ability if used correctly. For example, you could increase the gravity of your fist just before it is struck to have a bigger effect. Yes, koala. I will teach you how to fly later, he said. After a few more hours of playing around, they were ready to leave. Tiger, you and your group can now return to Fishman Island. The world government will not be after you now. I will also announce that Fishman Island is my territory and whoever attacks it or its people will face me. You don't have to be a pirate. And if you still want to roam around, then I recommend you join my army, he proposed. Thank you for that offer, but I will go back home first. After that, I might come back to you. But I think Jinbi would like to go with you. He is more fascinated with you than anyone, he smilingly said. Sure, anyone who wants to join me is welcome. Okay, I'll see you later, Tiger. Stay in touch. He handed him a den mushi and left. Somewhere in the East Blue, a small 10-year-old kid who ran away from his cruel father with the help of his sister snuck up on a pirate ship called Orbit and worked as a cook. That was until another pirate, Red Leg, Zeph, attacked their ship. However, both ships were caught in a sudden storm and sank. Zeph managed to save the young cook from drowning. Before the storm tore the boats apart, the little cook had cried out his dream to find the All Blue, which was why he was saved by Zeph afterward. After the storm, the two were washed onto a rock outcropping, high above the sea. Despite their good fortune, there was little food for them. A few rations had washed onto the rock with them, but there was no vegetation, no animals, and no way to reach the water to fish. Splitting up what little rations remained, Zeph ordered the little cook to sit at the other end of the island to look for a ship. But the boy protested that Zeph was keeping a large sack for himself, but Zeph brushed him off, saying that as an adult, his stomach was bigger. Days passed, the little cook's food rations got depleted, but there was still no sign of a ship. 12 weeks later, he decided to take a chance to kill Zeph for his food. He did not kill the old man, but when he slashed open the old man's sack in a fit of rage, he discovered that there was no food inside, only treasure. To his horror, he then realized that Zeph had eaten his own leg to save him. Tears fell down his eyes for the old man who had shown him more kindness than his father ever did. Zeph was in a very weak state. He lightly spoke, "Kid, in all my journey through the seas, I lacked food many times. If I survive this, I would like to open a restaurant on the seas." The kid strongly nodded, "I will help you run it, old man. We will find All Blue together." Zeph didn't have more energy to speak. He kept on looking at the sea and soon something shined. He thought he was hallucinating. "Kid, is that a ship?" he asked. The little cook got up and looked at the distance. He started jumping and shouting excitedly, "Yes, yes, we are finally saved." "They can't hear you, fool. Use a reflective gem from that bag and try to reflect sunlight towards the ship," he instructed him. Robin was lazily looking at the sea with Koala. "Big sis, Robin. What is that?" Koala asked. Robin interestingly looked at the direction. Soon she got alerted, someone must be stuck there. "Grandpa." She informed Alexander and the ship changed the direction. "Yes, they saw us," the little cook shouted with tears of joy. Zeph smiled and finally fell unconscious. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 271. Dragonchan. The steel warship reached the small island. Alexander jumped towards the man and the child. The child was a bit scared of the huge ship and Alexander's presence. "Please treat him first. He hasn't eaten anything except his own leg in weeks. He started crying, he gave me all the food." Alexander was shocked and respectfully picked the unconscious man and took him back to the ship. The kid also meekly followed behind. It looked like he was uncomfortable being around so many people. "All right, kid. The doctor here will treat the man. What's your name?" Alexander asked and gave him some food. His malnutrition was clearly visible. I am Sanji and he is Zeph." The kid meekly replied. "What happened and how long were you stuck there?" Robin chimed in, she was always interested in new stories. Sanji blushed a bit seeing Robin. Robin had grown into a beautiful after all. "I worked as a chef on his ship. But a storm destroyed our ship and he saved me. He gave me all the food and starved himself." Sanji retold all that happened to him. Alexander went close to him and caressed his hair. "It's okay. You are safe now. Where is your family? What about your parents?" Alexander felt Sanji was getting uncomfortable with that question. So instead of asking him, he just looked into his mind. He saw everything: his mother dying, his father doing experiments on him and his siblings, him getting discarded as a failure and getting locked up for the kingdom to believe he was dead. I don't have a family," Sanji said. "It's okay. You can stay on this ship as long as you want. Play with Robin and Koala if you want," he said, and left the kids. He went to Zeph, who had woken up by now. Zeph was surprised to see Alexander. "Mr. Universe, this is a surprise. I never thought I'd ever meet you," Zeph respectfully said. "Ha ha ha, likewise. For what you did for that kid, you have my utmost respect. For this, I will grant you a wish. Ask anything you want," Alexander offered. Zeph quickly answered, "I won't ask for anything free. I have gathered some treasure in my long voyage. I want to exchange that for a ship. I want to open sea restaurant. I want a ship to be made for that." Alexander nodded and laughed. "Ha ha ha, then come with me to the Goa Kingdom. I have the world's best ship right there." He was the one who made the legendary pirate Gold D. Rogers Oro Jackson. "He will make you the best ship you want. You can also erect my flag on your ship. As long as it has that, no pirate or marine will mess with you." Zeph got excited about the prospect of having his ship made by the legendary shipwright. "Thank you, sir. You will always be welcome in my restaurant in the future." Good, now take some rest. Sanji is fine and playing with other kids." He said that and left him to heal up. Germa 66, I should pay a visit someday. But before that, I need to go to Tequila Wolf, he thought. Fusha Village. Ace, Luffy, Sabo, and Law had built a very good friendship by now. So good that all four wanted to become pirates. Ace was the eldest of them, so he decided to run away first. He knew his mother and Robbie. Ace doesn't know Robbie is Roger, would never let him go. So he secretly took a boat from port and left, only telling his friends about it. "Ace, I will become the Pirate King, you just wait," Luffy shouted from the shore. "Ha ha ha, I will be waiting for you, Luffy, Sabo, and Law." Ace waved his hand. Ace already knew his father was the great Pirate King and wanted to become as great as him, which made him take this action. Law was the only sensible one of them, Aunt Rogue will not be happy about this. He. "We will not tell anything to Aunt Rogue," Luffy said as they walked back to the town. Suddenly they stopped. "What will you not tell me?" The three looked back in horror. But Luffy, being his dumb self, spilled the beans without even realizing. "I will not tell you that Ace ran away." Sabo and Law facebombed themselves and readied themselves for the upcoming beating. "Oh, that. I already know that." Rogue shrugged and started walking away. The three were shocked and ran up to her. "Auntie Rogue, aren't you worried about Ace?" Law asked. "Of course I am, but I can't really keep him locked here with me now, can I?" she muttered. And anyone with AD in their name cannot be stopped anyway, she thought. Over the years, she had talked to Roger and both agreed on the fact that every person with AD in their name was unique and stubborn. They would always do what they thought was right. So she let Ace go. It wasn't like she could not ask Alexander to catch him and bring him back anytime she wanted to see him. Tequila Wolf is a country in the East Blue. It was the construction site of a massive bridge, instead of an island. The bridge has been under construction for the past 700 years, upon demand of the world nobles. The enormous feat was being carried out by various slaves who were either criminals or people from countries that were not allied with the world government. The purpose of this seemingly impossible task was to connect various islands together, although the exact details as to why were currently unknown. Tequila Bridge was not too far away from Dawn Island. Alexander left everyone on the island and flew to the place. He also told lots of ships to follow him as he'd probably free thousands of slaves and prisoners that day. Soon a long structure came into his vision. The bridge was extremely long and wide, spanning hundreds of kilometers and 50 meters wide at all times. No wonder it has been under construction ever since the creation of the world government. He got down on the bridge and saw a lot of people working and living there. From old, young to even babies. The kids were likely born there. Okay, time to clean up. He picked up all the Category 3 Marines and started throwing them towards Marineford, thousands of kilometers away. The world government will surely get the message. He did it till the last guard there, which was the warden of the prison and overseer of the project. The people just looked at it all in shock and fear. Once everything was back calm, Alexander loudly spoke. "I came to liberate you all from this forced slavery. You all don't have to work here anymore. My ships will soon arrive and transport you all to various kingdoms where you will be given a home and taught how to make an earning and live happily. No longer will your children have to go through what you did," he announced. The people finally realized that Alexander had come to save them. They didn't know about him till now as they couldn't afford to buy the newspaper. One by one they started to fall down on their knees and cried. Their torture would finally end. When Alexander's ships came and everyone was on board, he flew around and destroyed the whole stretch of pointless bridge. It was under construction for so long that the beginning part of it was already in a bad crumbling condition. He saw a big stone at the beginning of the road. The symbol of the world government was engraved on it. Alexander just picked it up and this time threw it towards Mary Geos. But then suddenly a voice came from behind him. "You are doing a great job, you came to save them ever before me." Alexander looked around and smiled widely. "Ha ha ha, long time no see, Dragon-chan. I wasn't expecting to meet you here. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support." Chapter 272. Disappointed. "I was busy starting a revolution." Dragon straightforwardly replied. "What happened to you, Dragon-chan? What made you so serious? You can come back and live on Dawn Island with Luffy now. I am more of an enemy to them than you." Alexander said. "No, I will not rest until the world government comes down." Dragon stubbornly replied. "Then what is your plan after taking them down?" Alexander asked. This question made Dragon stutter. I am only focused on bringing them down for now. Just like all other revolutions, yours has the same flaw. Do you know why I haven't destroyed the world government till now? Because they are the only chain that is still tying the world together. Remove them and the world will return to a period of constant war among various kingdoms. That is the reason why I am taking over various kingdoms before doing anything big. Many more will soon join me after the upcoming reverie." He explained and continued. "One more thing, what will you do if I am able to destroy the world government before you? What will happen to the revolutionary army?" he asked. Dragon quickly answered, "We will disband. All the people in the revolutionary army only joined after they were troubled by the world government. If you can deal with them then they will likely go to their homes happily." Then I guess you'll be coming home soon. Are you sure you don't want to see your son?" Dragon didn't say anything and just left. He actually flew away. Must be some devil fruit. Alexander returned to his ship and helped the people relocate to various islands under him. His territory not only includes some islands on the Grand Line but also nearly the whole of East Blue. Alexander settled people in Goat Island, Organ Islands, Gecko Islands, and then finally Konami Islands. But he found out that Konami Islands were infested with pirates. So he decided to deal with it first. No pirate activity was allowed in his area. He started looking in various villages on the island. Sadly, he found that many of them were destroyed. Though he did see one village with people living in it. He walked in and started hearing some loud cries of children. "Belmir-san." He flew in the air towards the voice, the closer he got the more he heard. Along with the kids, a woman was also crying and speaking. "I really wanted to buy you more stuff, like books and new clothes. I am sorry I couldn't be more of a mother to you guys." The woman said. "That's not true. We don't want anything, just don't die. You need to see the map of the world I am gonna draw," the two kids cried. "These are your daughters." A shark fisherman walked to them with a devilish smile. Behind him, a big group of fishermen was standing. "You have to promise to leave these girls alone," the woman resolutely said. "Of course. As long as you die," the fisherman said. From behind, many villagers also came to fight them. But the fisherman pointed his gun at the woman before they could do anything. Just then Alexander came down from the sky, slowly hovering. Sunlight was making him look like an angel descending. The villagers couldn't recognize him and fell to their knees and started praying. "Damn it, not again. Get up you all, why the hell are you praying to me?" he boomed. But the people didn't get up. "Wait, are they seriously praying to me?" he thought. Then he looked at the fisherman. Weren't you on Fisher Tiger's ship? What is going on here?" He looked at the woman he was pointing his gun at. She was injured and two little girls were hugging her. He walked up to her and knelt on one knee. He put his hand on her injuries, and everything got healed. "Tell me, why was he pointing a gun at you?" Before the woman could say anything, the little girl with orange hair started shouting and crying. Arlong and his people force everyone here to pay a large monthly tax for our own survival, 100,000 berry per adult, and 50,000 berry per child. Mother was only able to gather for us too. Alexander patted the girl. "Good girl. You are very brave. Don't worry, I will deal with him now." He stood up and looked back. He released his conqueror haki and all the Arlong pirates felt so much pressure on their bodies that their legs broke down. Including Arlong's. He looked at them and angrily spoke, "You dare do this and expect for humans to treat you nicely? Can you say that these girls will not hate all the fishmen because of you now? You all should be ashamed. Fisher Tiger and Otoheim would be so disappointed in you." I will take you all to Fishman Island and all of you will face judgment there. But Arlong, I never expected a crewman of Tiger would do this. You dishonored his name. Arlong and his men panicked after hearing his words. But Alexander just shut them up. He didn't have time for their nonsense. He looked back at the mother and daughter with a kind smile. I am sorry that your village had to go through all this. I will increase the Golden Justice Army's presence in the whole East Blue. I will also allocate 200 million for this village and island's upliftment. He apologized. Belmere quickly got up. Thank you, sir. You saving us is already enough. It's all right. I will go now. He started dragging all the fishermen behind him and took out the anywhere door. Wait, please deal with the bad marine too. He helped Arlong. The orange-haired girl spoke again. She was really smart, knowing that Alexander could help them instantly. What is your name, kid? He asked. Nami, she answered. Haha, Nami-chan. Don't worry about the marine guy anymore, can you tell me his name? Lieutenant Nozumi, he looks like a rat, she answered. He cast a silent Achio on the guy. He appeared directly in Alexander's hand. You fool. Take this letter and give this to Sengoku. Lieutenant Nozumi wasn't able to understand what happened before he was also thrown by Alexander towards Marine Ford. There, no need to worry anymore, Nami-chan, here take these. Take care. He gave her and her sister various books and clothes. Nami quickly picked the one about geography and waved goodbye. Marine Ford. Garp and Sengoku were sitting in the office. Garp, that boy Ace already has a bounty on his head. What are you going to do about it? Sengoku asked. Boom. Something crashed through the window. It was a man in marine uniform and he was already dead from being thrown with such huge force. Goddammit, this was my 60th window glass this year, when is he going to stop? Sengoku raged. Garp, on the other hand, noticed a note tied to the man. Haha, I don't think he ever will stop. Look, this guy was a lieutenant and colluded with Arlong pirated to harass a village and extort money. Well, this does prove that Marines aren't doing the job perfectly and he is doing it for us. Shut up, Garp. He is doing good but his ways are too violent and I now have even more responsibility since Commander-in-Chief suddenly vanished. Ha ha ha, I'm glad I'm still a Vice Admiral. Garp teased him and left the office. God damn it, Sengoku cursed alone in his office and started cleaning up. Fisherman Island. Alexander appeared in front of King Neptune. Ha ha ha, old man has come to visit me, it's time for a grand feast, Jamon, King Neptune exclaimed seeing him. How are you, big boy? I caught these in East Blue, terrorizing a village and they were about to kill the only mother of two little girls of the same age as Shirahoshi-chan. He explained. At the same moment, Fisher Tiger and Otoheim came and saw Arlong. Alexander told them everything he found out. Fisher Tiger was enraged hearing that, he went to Arlong and slapped him hard. I knew you had hate in you but this much. After all the Queen taught us. Huh, you disbanded the Sun Pirates. I was free to do whatever I wanted to. Arlong growled at Fisher Tiger. Fisher Tiger disappointedly looked at him. I never knew I was raising a snake in my own house. You will be punished according to the law. You killed hundreds of people for no reason. For that, you will get death. Otoheim had no words to say. The torment Arlong had caused couldn't be reversed. Shirley would be very disappointed in you. That was all she said and left. Arlong was dragged into prison to be executed in a few hours. Meanwhile, Alexander went to meet little Shirahoshi. Though she was only little in age. I.e. Shirahoshi-chan. Shirahoshi came in floating towards him at full speed. Alexander increased his size so she could hug him. Grandpa, I missed you so much. Please take me up there this time. I really want to see the sun and the forest. She was too cute to refuse. My Shirahoshi's wish will be fulfilled. I will take you with me this time, don't worry. She was a very emotionally unstable girl and started crying tears of joy. Alexander has seen her grow from being thumb-sized to this. He really liked her childish behavior and cared for her as his own family. But let's get permission from your father and mother first. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 273. Fish. Every 4 years, kings and queens gather at Mary Geo's for a 7-day conference to discuss current events and debate plans for the future. The matters discussed at the reverie could affect the entire world. But many of the kings and queens visiting were good for nothing and self-centered. The Ryugu kingdom was not allowed to participate this time because of Fisher Tiger burning the Mary Geo's. This gave Alexander a chance to officially bring them under him as one of the kingdoms in his organization called the United Kingdoms of the Seas, UKS. Grandpa, is that a jungle? Shirahoshi asked him, pointing to a tree. Haha, that is just a tree, girl. Look over there at that mountain. That is a jungle. He showed her around Fusha village. Whoa. So beautiful. She exclaimed. Shirahoshi had lived her past 10 years inside the palace and had become very emotional. The reason behind such protectiveness was because she was the ancient weapon Poseidon and King Neptune already knew about it. In fact, it was already known by Roger and King Neptune that Neptune's future daughter would be an ancient weapon, courtesy of 3-year-old Shirley at that time. Alexander found out about her from King Neptune as he wanted to know if Alexander could do something to protect her. So he implanted a small port key in her arm. If she ever came into life-threatening danger, she would automatically get teleported to a safe location. Shirahoshi was very big and it was hard to hide her from so many people in the village to see her, making her feel shy and anxious. Soon she heard a voice, "Ha ha ha, you must be Neptune's daughter." She looked at the men. "Do you know my father?" Roger nodded. "Yes, I am a good friend of him." "So, why did the princess come here?" "Ah. I just wanted to see the sun and the jungle." She shyly answered. "Ha ha ha, good. There are enough jungle and sunlight here. Come to my place for lunch today. You will like it." Roger invited her. "Ah. What about me, aren't I invited?" Alexander chimed in. "Ah, of course, you are. You are always invited. As long as you bring a nice bottle of fire whiskey," he cheekily said. Alexander laughed wryly. "Ha, kid, I'm telling you, your liver will explode someday from all that overworking." Soon all the kids, Luffy, Law, Lami, Gina, Robin, Sanji, staying until the floating restaurant is made, Frankie, and Sabo came running to them. Behind them, the mature ones followed, namely Rina, Gali, Amy, and Jenny. Alexander expected for Luffy to speak first, but instead, it was Rina. She shouted, seeing Shirahoshi. "Fish. Will it be tasty?" she wondered. Just beside her, Gali's eyes became starry and her mouth salivated. Shirahoshi got really scared and tried to hide behind Alexander. Sai bam bam. Both received a hard knock on their heads. "Don't scare her, you too. She may look big but she is just 10. Ha ha ha, we were just kidding," they clarified. But Alexander doubted that Gali was kidding, her facial expressions were too real. Just then Alexander heard another loud voice, "Fish." He looked behind and Luffy had launched himself towards Shirahoshi like a hungry predator. He quickly caught him and gave him a fist of love. "Luffy, you dumb kid, didn't you read about fishmen in your school books? She is the princess of Ryugu Kingdom, be respectful to her," he lessoned him. But Luffy suddenly puffed his chest out. "Haha. Nice to meet you, princess, I will become the pirate king someday." Bam. "I told you to stop saying that. Being called a pirate king is not a good thing." Alexander again lessoned him. Behind him, Roger nodded at his words. "He ha ha ha, you all are so funny." Shirahoshi's laughter interrupted everyone. Amy quickly approached her and struck up a friendship. She was always the smart one in the group. "Okay, kids. Show our guests the jungle. Amy, lead the group," he told them. Soon they dragged Shirahoshi with them. Alexander looked at Roger, ready for the meeting. "Yeah, let's go. I want to hear what your plan is and there will also be free drinks, so I am more excited," he said. Alexander facepalmed himself. "You and Ragnarok would make best buddies." "Haha, we already are. He hangs out in my bar a lot these days." Roger confirmed Alexander's doubts. The meeting was a secret occurrence. All the top leaders of the Golden Justice Army would be present there, though most of them were Alexander's people. They gathered at an underground base on Dawn Island. Joachim, aka Blue Fong, was the current overall overseer of the entire military. Brian was overseeing the money management and Connor was handling the spy network. Ragnarok was not given major responsibility except to sit as an emergency backup if their forces required it at any given time. Joining the meeting were Roger and Kong. Though nobody knew Roger's real identity. "I will keep this short, I want to take over the whole first half of the Grand Line, East Blue, and South Blue. East Blue is mostly covered and South Blue will soon be under us too. What's left is the Grand Line. Mainly Paradise. I want to cover all this so we can focus on the more messy part of the world. As we know, the most pirate-infested area is the New World. Not to mention, the legendary One Piece is there. So, we will be discussing ways to take over Paradise as soon as possible." He finished speaking. The first to speak was Dabi. "Thanks to Hats, we were able to get the whole calendar for the upcoming reverie. We know which kingdom will head to marry Geos and when. But forcing ourselves on them would be counterproductive. What we need is to win the favor of the people. The rulers can be easily swapped, people can't. So I recommend you don't mess with reverie for now. Maybe in the next one. And besides, only 50 kingdoms out of 170 are a part of it. We still need to focus on others. Maybe I can get in contact with the Revolutionary Army. I know Dragon very well, he will help. Kong chimed in. Alexander shockingly looked at him. What? But weren't you the commander-in-chief of the world government? You were just one rank below the 5L. I mean 4 elders. Kong smirked and started, they had kidnapped my family, so of course I would be against them. How do you think the Revolutionary Army got so big in such a short time? I could not openly support them, but I kept the Marines away from them. Alexander was amazed with this news. I had no idea Dragon had his reach in such a high place. But sadly, we cannot become their friends. The Revolutionary Army has a very bad reputation and it will take a lot of time to get it back up. Associating with them will tarnish our reputation too. We can kill all the pirates in the world, but what good would it be if people don't listen to us and continue being lawless? Alexander knew that the world he was in would not be easy to manage. Because unlike the normal Earth or even Planetos, this planet didn't have big continents except the Red Line. The world was too scattered, which made it hard to keep everything in check. Even the world government doesn't have full control over the world even after 800 years. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 274. Vegapunk. Let's increase our presence in all the islands and help people. We don't lack money, food, or resources, so we have nothing to worry about. And I had an idea about where I want to open our headquarters. Queen Otoheim has been going around in the Fishman Island getting signatures of people, asking if they would like to move to the surface. And she has gotten 90% people to agree. She wanted to go to Mary Geos to get permission from the world government, but the Ryugu kingdom has been denied this time. So, I say, I make another island a few miles away from Dawn Island and give it to them. Fishman Island will still be their territory, but the Golden Justice Army and the United Kingdoms of Seas will have their headquarters there. We will also have a good way to cross the Red Line then. He proposed. His plan received a unanimous nod from everyone. Soon everyone left the hall except Kong and Roger. Kong couldn't see why Roger was still there, but he didn't ask. You two, do you know anything about someone called by the name I'm Sama? He asked. Both had confusing expressions on their faces which told Alexander enough. I pre-assumed this much. I'm Sama is someone even above the now 4 elders. My guess says he's the ruler of the world. He sits on that empty throne. He informed them. This time, only Roger was shocked and not Kong. Do you know something, Kong? He nodded. Yes, once in a meeting, just before deciding what to do with the island of O'Hara, one of them mistakenly said that, we will inform you after asking, but then the other elders suddenly covered him and changed the topic. I was confused at that time about whom they needed to ask. Now I know the answer. Ha ha ha. Old man, do you know what I smell from this I'm Sama? Roger started. What? Alexander asked. Void Century. He blurted. Everyone in the room nodded. Dabi soon spoke. Why erase the 100 years of history when there was nothing to hide? Unless they wanted to keep the ruler of the world a secret and keep everyone thinking that they are living in a just and free world. Taking into account that nearly all the kings and queens and their families that joined together to form the 20 Kingdom Alliance were invited to live in Mary Geos, leaving no way for them to threaten this I'm Sama by revealing his identity in future. Yeah, you are right, Dabi. Poseidon has been born. We just need to find the 2 other ancient weapons and read whatever is in the true One Piece. Alexander said. He had already tried to Accio them, but nothing happened, so he was more interested in it now. Okay, let's get to work now. I gotta leave for the Germa Kingdom. They have been creating too much trouble for everyone. They even attacked a kingdom under our protection in the East Blue. He got up to leave. Kong stopped him. There's a guy named Vegapunk in Karakuri Island. I recommend you get him. The world government is after him and trying to recruit him. He is supposed to be the smartest man in the world. Though a good thing for us, he has a good moral compass. Alexander appreciated his input. All right, I'll check up on him. Alexander went straight to Karakuri Island. It was an island in paradise and future country Baltimore resided on it. The country specializes in advanced technology, such as cyborgs and mechanical structures. As such, it is hailed as the future country and the birthplace of the geniuses. Alexander flew over the country and was mesmerized by it. For the first time, he felt like he was not in some backward world. There were lights everywhere and most of the people were wearing lab coats. He went straight to the marine base there, and as per the standard procedure, those with heinous crimes were sent to Sengoku in a priority air shipment. The rest were given a ship to leave the island. Inside the marine office, he found many documents related to Vegapunk. Apparently, the world government valued him so much that all his life's various projects, even the incomplete ones, were considered mankind's treasure, and so the marine was protecting it. He also found the address of Vegapunk's lab and headed directly to it. It was inside one of the two tallest mountains on the island, and for some strange reason, the mountain top had giant screws mounted on it. He only saw one opening on the side of the mountain and entered it. He quickly received a welcome from dozens of mecha pointing their guns at him. Intruder, intruder, intrud. The alarm started to ring loudly. Haha, interesting. He used wizard magic to quickly stop the robots. Come out, Vegapunk, I know you are seeing me through the cameras. With a loud sound, a wall slid open on the side. Alexander entered it and came to a huge opening. There were some couches set up, so he just went there and sat down. Soon Vegapunk came. He was a very tall elderly man with an easygoing air around him. Though the man was covered with metal enhancements all over his body. What can I do for the world's strongest being? He greeted him with the question. Haha, you know, I'm something of a scientist myself. Since the world government was after you, I thought, why don't I try it too? Alexander answered. And? Are you going to kidnap me? He asked. Why would I do that? I don't need your weapons or anything. I just want to keep you away from Marines so you don't make weapons for them, he blurted. But if I join the Marines, they will fund all my projects. Why should I go with you? Vegapunk inquired. Seriously? Do you want to be on the losing side? Besides, I am much richer and better resource-packed than the world government. I also have a huge cache of devil fruits just lying there. I want you to research them. I have already found out how they work, but I want you to find a way to extract devil fruit ability from someone. He explained. Vegapunk was always interested in researching the devil fruits, but getting a hold of them was really hard. It was also publicly known that Alexander had taken away all of the devil fruits that were in custody in the Marines, plus Alexander had already done the research. But I want funding for more projects. I want to make cyborgs and robots. He demanded. Sure, that can be easily done. I can bring this whole mountain to the new location for you. I will also bring this island under my protection so the world government will never be able to harm anyone here. He proposed. Alexander knew that Vegapunk was caring towards his birthplace and helped people. Vegapunk was really happy with the deal. Nice, so when are we leaving? Right now, my right-hand man will come and shrink this mountain and set it up in the Goa Kingdom. Meanwhile, I want you to come with me to the Germa Kingdom. They are creating too much instability across the whole new world, not to mention, he did experiments on his own children by changing their lineage factor, something you and Vinsmoke discovered together. He told him. Vegapunk sadly nodded, his ambitions were too big and cruel for me. I was just a man of science and he wanted to use science for war, which was the reason why I broke our partnership. I can't believe he was experimenting with his own kids. And nearly succeeded, all his 4 out of 5 children were successfully enhanced. But the last one sadly went through hell. He then told him the story of Sanji while they locked up his lab. Sigh. Okay, how are we going? He asked. We will teleport. Now, I have 2 ways to do that. One is a magical way and the other is technological. Which do you want to see? Alexander questioned. Vegapunk got excited like a child seeing an ice cream truck. Achieving teleportation via technological means was a huge feat, of course I want to see the technological one. He exclaimed. Alexander took out Anywhere Door, haha, okay. This door is called Anywhere Door. As the name suggests, you just need to think about where you want to go and open it. Though let me warn you, it can also take you to the edge of space and the center of the earth, and in both cases, you'll die as soon as you open the door. This is also something I want you to research on how this works and try to replicate it. You mean you don't know how to make it? Vegapunk asked. No, nobody does. It was a gift I received from someone from a faraway place. This is the only Anywhere Door in existence in the world. He answered. Vegapunk gulped down the saliva in excitement. Don't worry, I will be very gentle while studying it. Alexander laughed at his act as they crossed the door. They soon came to a wide-open concrete field. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 275. A challenger appears. The Germa Kingdom, also known as the Kingdom of Science. It was the world's only seafaring kingdom and a member nation of the world government. About 300 years ago, it was the center of the Germa Empire. An enormous empire formed by the Vinsmoke family's conquest of the North Blue. Today, the kingdom remains under Vinsmoke judge's rule, and is serviced militarily by the Underworld Army, Germa 66, as the territory of the Vinsmoke family. Because the Germa Kingdom was a member nation within the world government, they had all the privileges of an affiliated kingdom, that includes the right to attend the reverie. The kingdom's royal family also had an unusual pull over the legal system, being able to affect the bounty system and issue direct commands to the Marines. Sanji said his sister is a good person and acted mean to him as a show to not get bullied. I need to save that poor girl, he thought. So, what's the plan? Vegapunk asked. First, we will get to their data center and copy all their scientific data and then erase it all. He said and started walking straight to the big building ahead. Wait, they will see us. Vegapunk loudly whispered. Haha, they won't. Magic. Vegapunk walked behind him, amazed at how everyone ignored them. I am getting more and more interested in magic than science now. Alexander was not much interested in each country's internal politics, but the case with Germa was different. They acted less like a kingdom and more like an organized crime syndicate. The royal family even openly run Germa 66. Germa 66, also known as the Warmongers, it was both the military branch of the Germa kingdom and an underworld mercenary force commanded by the kingdom's ruling family, the Vinsmoke family. This is why he was going to put an end to all this. Though he still needed to decide what to do with Vinsmoke Judge's 3 sons who were heartless and emotionless. Soon after he had copied the scientific data, Alexander came upon a pink-haired little girl skipping to somewhere. He quickly went to her and made her fall unconscious. Damn it, I feel like a kidnapper now, he internally cursed as he sent the girl to fix him. Okay, Vegapunk, let's go and greet the main course. He said, and instantly their invisibility ended. You first, I am just a fragile old man. He responded. Haha, I know you have multiple seastone weapons on your body. I don't think anyone can catch you by ordinary means. Alexander laughed and headed to the throne room. It was one of the largest rooms in the castle, which was prominently adorned with militaristic decor, including a large spread-winged bird behind the royal throne itself. Alexander opened the door, making a lot of noise. Reiju, why did it take you so long to go? Vinsmoke Judge loudly spoke from his seat on the high platform. But he soon realized that it was not his daughter. Silence ensued in the hall as everyone instantly recognized Alexander. He was categorized as the most dangerous man in the world after all. Hello, there. King of Germa. I heard you're being a naughty boy. Alexander greeted and also checked his sins. Vinsmoke Judge, category. Murder, 220. Indirect murder, 120. Slavery, 250. R*PE. Experimenting on kids. Sin percentage, 75%. Alexander wasn't surprised by that. The men ran an underground criminal organization. Why have you come here? He asked. You attacked an island in the East Blue not long ago. It was under my protection and you still did it. That makes you and me enemies. He blurted. However, all of a sudden his 3 little sons jumped from their seats and quickly attacked him with their weird technological enhancements. He stopped them all with just one finger. Kids, sit down. I don't know what gave you this much confidence, but it is misplaced. Alexander then instantly appeared beside Judge and punched him in the face. This is what you get for attacking my people. All the guards got alerted and tried to come to the rescue, but Alexander just used Conqueror Hockey and made them faint, including the 3 kids. He looked at the soldiers and most of them were similar looking, proving that they all were clones. You have pushed it too far. You faked your own son's death. A small, sweet 9-year-old child. The death of his mother is also on you. You did experiments in children, which is an even worse crime. According to the laws of heaven, you will now die and will always live in hell with no chance of reincarnation. He put his palm on Judge's face and out of nowhere flames came out of his palm. They went straight into Judge's mouth, making him scream loudly. He was also experiencing time torture in which he went through everything Sanji went through, but it was amplified by 1,000,000 times. After a while, he was turned to ashes. Alexander then quickly looked back at the 3 boys. He thought about what to do with them and finally came up with a plan. He looked back at Vegapunk. These boys will be your bodyguards from now on, Vegapunk. I will give them empathy ability before that. He declared. The Germa kingdom was not an island but various huge pieces of concrete built on giant snails. So Alexander just destroyed all the artificial land and freed all the snails to do whatever they wanted. The people were relocated to various islands and the clone army of Germa were inducted into the Golden Justice Army after they all signed magical binding contracts. We're done here, Vegapunk. I will send you to your lab. It has been set up. He said and took out the anywhere door and sent him back. He didn't go because he sensed someone coming towards him. At a very fast speed. Pop. Dabi appeared. Boss, Ryugu Kingdom is ready to move to the new island, they wanted to see you before that. Haha, I will go there soon, but right now, someone is coming to challenge this old man. He laughingly said. Okay, I'll stay to watch it then. Dabi conjured himself a seat. The Shichibukai system had been formed by the world government in their plan to contain the expansion of Alexander's influence. The Shichibukai was an alliance of 7 pirates turned privateers in the service of the world government. Although they worked for the world government, the Shichibukai themselves typically did not care about nor respect the government. Most of them were famous pirates who had made their names in the New World and either met or fought one of the Yonko. Yes, there were still Yonko. The damned world government had put his name in place of Kaido's. It infuriated Alexander and he was going to do something about it soon. The Shichibukai were namely, Dracul Mihawk, Bartholomew Kuma, Boa Hancock. She asked Alexander's permission before becoming a Shichibukai and he agreed. She wasn't a pirate anymore as their island now had enough food and other things, thanks to Kind Heart Mall, but they still needed to keep people afraid of them. Then there were Crocodile, Gecko Moria, Marshall D. Teach. He had already stolen the dark fruit, and at last, the self-proclaimed son of Whitebeard, Edward Weevil. Alexander put down the newspaper and saw at a distance in the sea, a small boat with a mast in the shape of a cross was coming towards him. Haha, finally, he got up with a smile. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 276. Welcome to the family. Dracul Hawkeye's Mihawk was a world-famous pirate who currently held the title of strongest swordsman in the world. He was one of the Shichibukai. In fact, he was the first one to be revealed and formally introduced to the world. Haha, you lost, kid. Alexander spoke first. Greetings, just wanted to see the strongest man in the world. And maybe cross swords with him. I've heard you use one sometimes. Mihawk greeted. Haha, yes. I do have a sword, but I never get to use it as most of the people go down just fine with my fist. He answered. His height was towering as compared to Mihawk, who was a normal 6.6 feet sized human. Then care to entertain me with a fight? Mihawk asked. Alexander smiled and his Dragon Slayer sword materialized in his hand. Ha ha ha, I will not use my full strength, so you don't have to worry about your sword breaking up. Alexander's words were boisterous, but Mihawk knew that they were probably true, as it was common knowledge now that Alexander had slain many celestial dragon, and doing that and still surviving needed a lot of guts and power. Ready when you are, kid. Alexander gave him the first strike. Mihawk instantly appeared in front of Alexander with his super speed and made a cut towards his shoulder. Alexander also put his sword in between to defend. But because of Mihawk's extreme eyesight, he noticed all the movement. He made a quick turn and backward slashed at Alexander's other shoulder. But this time too, Mihawk found Alexander's sword already waiting there. Haha, child, your eyes are really good. Now, I recommend you get 100% serious so I can also get some exercise done. Olivia said I'm getting fat these days. He mumbled. The yellow pupils of Mihawk's eyes twitched for a second and then he made a slash towards him. A green energy wave formed at the edge of his blade and traveled towards Alexander. To Mihawk's surprise, Alexander didn't even use his sword to block it. He just slapped it away with bare hands. Haha, you are quite strong at armament hockey. But not as strong as me. Try to block this. Alexander jumped a few feet in the air and made a vertical cut with his armament hockey covering it. Instead of green waves like Mihawk, a golden energy wave came out. Mihawk got ready to block it with a firm will. But the closer it came, the more terrified he started to feel for some reason. Then it finally connected with his sword. He wasn't even able to decrease its speed and got dragged with it. He used all the strength he could muster but nothing helped. Seeing that he would die if he didn't move, he sidestepped. The golden vertical energy waves fell into the sea and finally, Mihawk realized the might of that attack when he saw its effect. The sea got split in two till the bottom, which was 10,000 meters deep. Soon the miles-long crack in the sea started filling up, creating many whirlpools. He looked at Alexander with admiration and respect. You are every bit as strong as the rumors say. In fact, I'd say you are much stronger than that. Haha, and I'd say you are stronger than I expected. You are already at the Yonko level, why did you become a Shichibukai? Alexander asked. Sigh. I didn't choose to be that. My father forced it upon me. Mihawk answered, confusing Alexander. Alexander asked him who his father is with a raised eyebrow, and sure enough, Mihawk's answer shocked him. My father is one of the 5 elders. Was one of the 5 elders. You killed him not long ago. Goddamn, Dobby exclaimed from the sidelines. Alexander coughed. Ahem, I am sorry for your loss. I had no other choice but to kill one of them to teach them a lesson. Mihawk shook his head lightly. No, you don't have to apologize. I hated him since I was a small child. He killed my mother in anger and I caught him red-handed. I vowed to kill him from that day and trained all these years. I knew the 5 elders were stronger than Yonko or Gold Roger of that time. So that's why your bounty is a mystery. You were never awarded a bounty. Well, child, what are you going to do now? I already killed what motivated you to get stronger. Alexander asked. Go back to being a pirate maybe. Now that my father is dead, they will start treating me as a pirate anyway. Mihawk resolutely said. What about joining me? You will get plenty of opportunities to fight immensely strong people, even stronger than Yonkos, excluding me. The world government and the pirate era will soon be a talk of the past. In addition to that, we got pretty high-quality wine. Alexander baited him. Wahaha. Are you trying to sway me? It seems to be working though, I think I will join you. Life had been too bland all these years. Maybe a new taste is needed to bring more colors. Mihawk commented. Alexander loudly laughed. Welcome to the family, then. You will get a nice house in Goa Kingdom and Fishman Island, which is going to be our headquarters. You will be in the top brass, on the same level as Dobby and Kong. Kong works for you? Mihawk amusingly asked. Ah, yeah. He does. The 5 elders held his family hostage to keep him in line all these years. I saved them and Kong came to my camp. He revealed. You are already so strong to take over, why are you still waiting then? Mihawk questioned. Mihawk, did you know a person named Im-sama sits above the 5 elders as the king of the world? He rules everything from the shadows. And all the secrets about him are in One Piece. For opening One Piece I need all the 3 ancient weapons. I got one, the search is ongoing for the others. He explained the whole situation to him. Mihawk was hit with many realizations that day, so this is why Gold Roger decided to just give up, as he had no way to truly get hands on the One Piece and left it all for the future generation. It was commonly known that Gold Roger was hit with a life-threatening sickness at the end of his days, so even if the world government had not killed him he would still have died. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Alexander agreed. Though he didn't tell him that Roger was alive. It was a secret that was on him to decide with whom he wanted to share it. Alexander then handed him a log pose. It will lead you to Dawn Island. See you later, kid. He flew in the air with Dobby and started to leave. But Alexander saw a huge ship with whale face heading towards him at the horizon and stopped. Whitebeard, he was currently the Yonko with the highest bounty. He was also considered the strongest of them as well. And after fighting Gold Roger as an equal and his death, he was hailed as the strongest man in the world. Though that changed when Alexander killed Kaido with a single strike while maintaining a pose for the camera. He was an old man and had also somehow contracted that damn disease. He had gone bald. But that was all secondary because he had his children and his family nearby. Something that he had dreamt of having after his home country, Sphinx, became too poor to be a member nation of the world government. Newgate became an orphan like many other kids. He then became a pirate at an early age and supported his village with the money and resources he gained. He still supported and protected his village. But today, his visit to his village was interrupted with a loud sound, and one in particular that shook the whole island he was standing on. The last I remember, only I had an ability like Tremor Fruit, he thought. So, he and his children got back on the ship to see who was creating trouble in their territory. Pops, the doctor told you to stop drinking. A voice reprimanded Whitebeard, but he only laughed. Gururara. Ace, a true man should follow his heart, no matter what. He said and downed another bowl of wine. Suddenly another laughter started reverberating in the air and everyone looked up at the sky. Ha ha ha, I like your thinking, kid. Alexander boomed. He was probably the only man in the world who could call Whitebeard a kid. Nice seeing you again, Ace-chan. Your mama has been worried about you all this time. He added and slowly hovered down to the deck of the ship. The people on the ship tensed up as Alexander was an enigma. No one knew when and what he would do something. Sometimes he acted like Marines and sometimes pirates, and sometimes Revolutionary Army. They didn't know if Whitebeard was his target. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 277. A cure. Alexander walked up to Ace and knocked on his head. Boy, no matter how much you run, you can't get away from my fist of love. Now go and write a letter to your mother. I'll give it to her. He then looked around at everyone's tense faces. Ha ha ha, what's the problem, everyone? I didn't come here to fight. I was just having a friendly spar with Mihawk after destroying the Germa Kingdom. Everyone's eyes popped out and jaws fell on his normalization of such big events. Gururara, who won? Whitebeard asked from his big throne. Alexander was 13 feet tall and Whitebeard was 20 feet, so Alexander also increased his size and became 20.1 feet tall as he didn't feel good being shorter than him. But Alexander also noticed various patches and medical equipment connected to his body. Of course I won. Mihawk also joined my Golden Justice Army now. He blurted. Truly, the strongest man alive. Roger told me about you, that you are not like other Marines. Now look, so many celestial dragons are dead and you are personally leading the world's strongest anti-government force. Whitebeard praised. Alexander also conjured himself a nice chair and sat down. Boy, you are too young to praise me. I remember you, Roger and Garp being newbies when I was already a veteran. Now, let's grab a drink. Whitebeard was always a sucker for good wine. He took out the huge barrel of fire whiskey. Whitebeard smelled it and exclaimed, "Haha, this is the highest quality stuff I have ever smelled. What is this called?" "This is my own homebrewed fire whiskey," he replied and poured for both of them. But then Ace came and handed him a letter. Alexander took it and blatantly opened it. "Ace-chan, this won't do. You need to write 'I love you' at the end. And why haven't you mentioned Robbie? He basically changed your diapers when you were just a poop factory. Go and write another one." Everyone chuckled at Ace being treated like a small child and Ace also diligently obeying. Alexander then waved his hand and barrels upon barrels appeared on the deck. "Why are you standing, boys? Pour yourself some too. Today's treat is on me." Soon the mood on the ship turned into a big party. Alexander also looked at Whitebeard's sins. Edward Newgate, category: murder, 6. Indirect murder, 230. Saved, 22,789. Donated money, 3,967,456,788 berries, lifetime. Sin percentage, 45%, reduced from 56%. Haha, and he's labeled a pirate. I see you have made Roger's son your own. Don't know if he'd be happy or sad if he knew this. Alexander commented. Roger was a good man. He was my rival but a respectable man. He had told me once, a child shouldn't be blamed for their parents' deeds. I'm just following that. And look, my family became so big slowly. Whitebeard answered. Yeah, you do have some good kids. I've got many kids too. Alexander boasted. Oh, how many? Whitebeard asked. I don't know, maybe thousands. Alexander confusedly said. He considered everyone in Fixheim and his closest people except Olivia, Dobby, and Ragnarok his children. Damn, you even left Big Mom behind by a huge margin. Whitebeard made a horrified face. Wait, you are taking it wrong. Only one of them is my biological child. All the others are adopted. Though I see them all as just the same. He clarified. Should have said that earlier, old man. By the way, how are you still looking the same as 20 years ago? What happened to growing old and dying? He asked. I guess I'm just blessed. I don't feel old at all. Alexander answered by stretching his arms a bit. Yes, blessed you may be. He responded. You know, the disease you have is curable, Alexander stated out of the blue. Everyone that was interested in their talking and secretly listening had their brows lifted up. Especially the 1st Division commander, Marco. He was the right-hand man of Whitebeard and knew about his grave illness. Really, old man? Can Pops be treated? He asked. Of course, I died for making that damn drug, Alexander replied while remembering bitter memories. Newgate, my boy. You have cancer. A disease caused by an uncontrolled division of abnormal cells in a part of the body. This is why your hair fell and you feel weaker. He explained. Whitebeard now really felt a ray of hope, but he knew that nothing comes free. What do I need to do to get the medicine? Nothing much, child. I want you to stop the life of a pirate and live honestly. I know why you became a pirate. Once I take over East Blue, South Blue, and Paradise, I'll come to this part. I want you to stop being a pirate by then. You will not have to worry about anything either as no heavenly tribute will be required for protection from any island. I will also be getting rid of all the pirates. He announced. Whitebeard looked at his sons and they looked at him back and said, Pops, we'll always be with you, no matter what you decide. Marco stated. I am so lucky to have sons like you. But our family is not defined by being a pirate. It is defined by staying together. As long as we are together, we are family. Besides, I don't want us all to forever live with a bounty on our heads. Let's settle down after he comes to the new world. I will protect you all from any harm as long as I am alive. That's what family does, so no worries. Whitebeard announced. Alexander clapped for him proudly. You are right, kid, you may have grown up without a family but the honor and beliefs I see in you are many times better than those with rich upbringings. Newgate, you're a kid that any father would feel proud to call his son. I will not let you worry about any kind of protection. I will protect your island, you and your children from all harms, you have my promise. Whitebeard's eyes sparkled as if they had become watery. When he looked at Alexander's face, for the first time in his life, he felt like he could rest easy. That he didn't need to constantly worry and be on edge that someone might come and kill his only family or betray him like Teach. Is this what having parents feels like, he asked himself. Alexander then took out a set of pills and handed them to him. This is the medicine that will cure you. Eat one dose every morning and evening. Also, drink this and this. The red one is a blood-replenishing medicine that helps regenerate the lost blood, and this other one is a body-strengthening potion. Now get off of your old soggy ass and hug your old man. You're just in your 60s, for God's sake, you're young. Whitebeard really got up and gave Alexander a bear hug. Ha ha ha, thanks, old man. I will never forget this help. It's all right, kid. Just consider it a birthday gift for whenever it comes. Alexander said and patted his shoulder. Then Ace also came and finally handed him his letter. Alexander again shamelessly read it and embarrassed him. Let's see, I miss you and I love you. Good job, Ace-chan. This will surely make your mama happy. Okay, I'll be leaving now. Take care, kids. He said and left the huge ship. Whitebeard then looked at all his sons, listed kids. We all will go back to the island and train for the upcoming war when he takes over the world. I have decided to support him, and for that, we need to get stronger as much as possible. The Shichibukai system was good, but not for every kingdom. Especially not for the ones like Alabasta. Crocodile had started his Baroque works and slowly took over the kingdom through underhanded means. He wanted to find the ancient weapon called Pluton that he somehow found out about and use it to rule the world. Meanwhile, Alexander was finalizing his plans for truly taking over the first half of the world. A large sweep operation was going to be led by his entire Golden Justice Army. Even Z had now come to join him, as he now didn't have anything to do at the training center. Their plan was simple: Z would sweep the East Blue, Kong would do that with the South Blue, and he and Dobby would go with the middle and the most dangerous part, the Paradise. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 278. Conquering the Grand Line. Alexander came to the sea restaurant Baratai before leaving for conquering Paradise. He needed to deliver Sanji's sister to him. The sea restaurant had become quite famous in just a short time. It had 4 floors and 5 chefs. Sanji had started learning from Zeph diligently. Boy, I brought someone for you. Alexander landed on the deck. Sanji happily came out to greet him. What is it, Grandpa? Alexander brought out his sister Reiju. Sanji's face grew a big smile the moment he saw her and ran to hug her. Reiju, how? What happened? He asked. Grandpa here saved me. Father was punished by him and brothers were sent with someone to be his bodyguards. I decided to come to you. She said. Yeah, she has nowhere to go. She can either live on Dawn Island or here. Alexander explained. Sanji repeatedly nodded. Yes, you can live here with me. This ship has a lot of rooms. Soon Zeph also came and gave his permission. He knew about Sanji's past and was happy that he could have some family. With that, Alexander left for the Grand Line. He was starting from the island closest to the Reverse Mountain. But first, he appeared at the Twin Cape. How are you, Crocus? Alexander asked the lighthouse keeper. Haha, old man, so you've decided to finally take over? He asked. Crocus was an informant of Alexander. He kept an eye on the ships that enter the Grand Line. Haha, yeah, finally. Where is Laboon? He asked. Ah, he must be somewhere close. Laboon. He called for the giant whale. Soon a big cute whale poked its head out of the water. It started making cute noises when it saw Alexander. Alexander knew about the story of Laboon, and the first time he saw him he had many scars on his head. Alexander treated his injuries and slowly they built a friendship. Laboon, I brought your favorite food. He said and took out a huge piece of deep-fried fish. Alexander turned around and noticed Noodles also looking at Laboon's food longingly. Haha, I got some for you too. Here. Meanwhile, a small group of young and ambitious boys and girls decided to set sail and make a name for themselves. Though the most excited one of them was Luffy. Frankie alone built a ship from scratch for his group. It needed to be big because so many of them were going. The crew had Luffy, Law, Robin, Sabo, Frankie, Gina, Baby 5. Not to mention Rina and Gali also tagged along for fun. Their group already was strong enough to beat any Yonko with Rina and Gali. They first came to Shell's town where they found a man named Zoro. He quickly joined their already big pirate group after a good beating from Rina. Luffy, we still need a navigator, Frankie informed the captain of the ship. Then let's go and find one for ourselves, a good navigator. Luffy carelessly shouted. Navigators don't grow on trees, Luffy. They require a lot of studies and hard work. I don't know where we'll find them, Sabo added. Law nodded behind them. Robin suddenly had an idea, maybe we can find one on Konami Island. Grandpa told me once that a young girl lived there who loved reading sea navigation books. Her name was AAA. Cammy. I guess. Kami? Who names themselves God? Zoro interjected. All right, let's go to Konami Island then. Luffy enthusiastically shouted. So, they went ahead, but on their way, they also met Usopp and Sanji. Luffy tried to hire Sanji as they needed a cook. Sanji refused initially, but after a long round of persuasion, he and his sister also joined. Like that, he slowly moved to Reverse Mountain while slowly completing his crew. Alexander had just finished his work on Cactus Island. There weren't many people living there, but he did find out about a secret organization. The secret organization Baroque Works had claimed the island and set it up as one of the bases of operation responsible for bounty hunting for money. Alexander destroyed it and started investigating it. Dabi, call Connor and ask if he has any intel on this organization. Soon they received the info that it was set up by a Shichibukai named Crocodile. Haha, so much for being the government's lapdogs. Alexander scoffed and they moved to the next island. Every island Alexander visited he would leave behind some warships and men there and also erect a big fort. His next target, an island called Kyuka Island, it was very easy. It was just a holiday island. He just erected a fort there and put up many warships. A slight compulsion on the mayor made sure he didn't sell out to the Marines. Next, he went to Little Garden. It was a prehistoric island and as such was still in the age of the dinosaurs. Alexander found 2 giants there. He learned from the blokes that they had been in a duel for the last 100 years because a little girl asked them who caught the biggest fish. So they came to the island and started fighting. You dummies, that girl has probably died of old age by now. I am going to need this island, so decide what you will do. Leave to the seas or return to Elbaf? Alexander asked. Dory angrily shouted, no, a duel should not be stopped. It is sacred. Then why the hell has it been going on for 100 years? I'll give you one last chance. Fight and finish it. The rules are simple. The one who falls to the ground with their back touching the ground loses. Alexander ordered. The 2 quickly agreed because Alexander threw off some of his dangerously oppressive aura. Soon their duel ended with Borgi winning. He then sent them to Elbaf and put the island as a nature preservation area. The naval fortress was made a distance away from the shores of the island. Alexander also picked up a female T-Rex and put her in his dimensional pocket. Next, he went to Drum Island. It had Drum Kingdom in it. It was affiliated with the world government, so Alexander had to use his might on them to subdue Wapol, the king of the Drum Kingdom. Eventually, he successfully opened another Golden Justice Army fort there. The island was known for its doctors, so Alexander gave them some more books about various fields of medical science. The Boyne Archipelago was easy to take over as it was just a series of flower-shaped islands in the Grand Line. Within them were various gigantic bugs and vicious man-eating plants. Then came Nanomoni Island. It was an uninhabited island. In reality, the island was actually the feces produced after a giant goldfish ate a whole island. The fish was named Island Eater and its height was 700 meters. Alexander just destroyed the island as fecal land was infested with worms. After that, he headed to the Alabasta on Sandy Island, the supposed headquarters of Baroque Works. Sandy Island was also a huge dry and desert-type summer island. But in their way, they were attacked by the giant goldfish. Eaooaaa, Noodles said something. Haha, okay, you fight this time. Alexander let him. Noodles bravely went ahead and confronted the giant foe. Though it did take a little help from Alexander. But still, Noodles had his first victory in a battle that day. Alexander let Noodles roam around the shores of the island and went to Alabasta with Dabi. Dabi was reading something from his notebook, so, this Alabasta kingdom is said to be more than 6,000 years old. Its royal family, Nefertari, were one of the 20 kingdoms, but they refused to live and marry Geos and stayed back. And they seem to have a poneglyph. Haha, they seem like a respectable family. Let's meet them, Alexander interjected. Meanwhile, Luffy and his big group had now reached Alabasta shores where they met Vivi. But they all stopped and looked at the sea near them. They saw a huge sea king playing in the water with a big inflated ball. Luffy and the people who lived in the Goa kingdom recognized him. Oi, Noodles. What are you doing here? Luffy asked. He was always able to talk to him somehow. Eaaaoo, Noodles replied and got back to his playing session. Haha, Grandpa is here, Vivi. You don't have to worry one bit now. Luffy assured her. Vivi was confused, including Usopp, Zoro, Nami, and Chopper. Who is your grandpa? They asked. Ah, I didn't tell you. That man in the photo. Luffy pointed to the backside of the newspaper Robin was reading. It took a moment for everyone to digest it before they loudly exclaimed with jaws dropping and eyes popping. A/N, if you feel that Straw Hat's progress is too fast, then keep in mind that between the beginning of Luffy's adventure till the Marineford War, only 6 to 9 months went by. Meanwhile, for us, 11 years had passed. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 279. Golly in danger. What? He's your grandpa? Vivi asked again. Yeah, not just mine, he's everyone's grandpa. Don't you know I live on the same island as he does? Luffy explained. Usopp started sweating and hyperventilating. What have I gotten myself into? Oh, I can't breathe. Chopper, I'm dying. Zoro was instead excited. Can I spar with him? Luffy got annoyed and yelled at them. Ask him yourself when we meet him. They all agreed to do that. Alexander had understood the current condition of the kingdom and decided to do something about it. Crocodile had somehow started a civil war in the kingdom for his selfish purposes. So Alexander first headed to meet the king. Crocodile had won the hearts of the people through the use of public appearances as one of the Shichibukai, becoming a hero to the people by rounding up other pirates. This made it so that no one suspected that he was the mastermind behind everything. Baroque works secretly used dance powder to cause the capital city to have abnormally high amounts of rain. The people did not suspect a thing until it was noticed that other cities were getting below normal rainfall. Then Baroque works agents officially brought dance powder into the country, and when questioned, they said it was a delivery for the king. Dance powder was a green powder that was used to make artificial rain. It was a powder that brings both happiness and misery at the same time, because despite the rain it creates, however, the powder, unfortunately, causes long periods of drought in other countries. The process in which the artificial rain is created nurtures clouds that aren't ready to rain yet. When this happens, all of the water contained within these clouds would all be used up. Because of this, other countries and locations, who would naturally benefit from rainfall when these clouds would naturally mature, would be greatly deprived. Baroque Works assigned several of its members to join the royal guard to aid in smuggling dance powder into the palace. When the powder was found, this pushed the people into thinking their king was behind the lack of rain. By this time, the younger citizens of Yuba was a small oasis town in Alabasta, were beginning to form ideas of rebellion. Alexander and Dobby stood on the stairs of the huge palace. I feel like I am in some Aladdin movie. Dobby nodded. Yeah, and historically this palace is older than 4,000 years. It's a wonder that it's even standing. Let's be civil and officially meet him. Alexander went to a guard. Kid, go in and tell whoever is in charge of visitors that Alexander has come to meet the king. He told some guard. The guard stiffened seeing him and quickly ran away. Ha ha ha, you have not done anything to harm people yet and still they fear you like the plague, Dobby commented. Ha, they don't fear me but my background. Anyone would get nervous talking to the most wanted men in the world. Alexander answered. Ah, from this I remembered. The newspaper did polls yesterday. Hee hee, you are again the most desirable grandpa in the world. Dobby said to annoy him. Damn it, not again. Alexander scratched his beard. But I am still better than you. I got a wife and so many kids. What about you? My virgin bachelor elf? Alexander asked. Ah, I feel personally attacked, boss, Dobby muttered. Ha ha ha, that's what I aimed for. Alexander laughed and walked ahead. It was again, Alexander 1 and Dobby 0. Inside the royal palace, the king was just informed of Alexander's arrival and, as always, Alexander was given the VIP treatment. You are welcome to Alabasta, Golden Justice Alexander, King Nefertari Cobra greeted him. Who keeps giving me these weird nicknames, Alexander thought. Ah, thank you for meeting me, King Cobra. I mean King of Alabasta. Alexander shook hands with him with a wry smile. Ha ha ha, just call me Cobra. People of your stature have this right. How can I help you now? Cobra asked. Alexander quickly checked the man's sins and they were in the second category, rare for a monarch. Although the man had a badass name, he wasn't strong at all. I have started to take over this side of the world. Sandy Island was just one of my destinations, but then I saw all this trouble going on here. I have an offer, King Ko. King. Alexander hinted. And what is this offer? Cobra asked. He had seen lots of people bringing deals for him in the disguise of taking his throne. This time, though, Crocodile went ahead without even asking. Declare yourself an ally of the Golden Justice Army and become a part of the United Kingdom of the Seas. In return, I will deal with Crocodile and also open a big base for my army. You will also not have to pay heavenly tribute as my UKS works from money earned from taxes. Each kingdom aligned with us gives a small amount of income from taxes as its defense budget. In return, we will keep your shores and seas safe. He briefly explained. Cobra rubbed his chin and thought for a second. What about the world government? They will immediately declare me a traitor. He scoffed. World government is a thing of the past. The era of the pirates is a thing of the past. This is the era of justice and happiness. Anything that will stand in the way will face me. So, what's going to be your answer? Then I agree. Those at Mary Geos are already considering us traitors for not joining them. But we need to keep this kingdom safe for the treasures it holds. Cobra interjected. Alexander understood he was talking about the poneglyph. I would like to see that poneglyph later. I will go and deal with Crocodile by then. See you later, King Cobra. Damn it. Luffy and his party were traveling through the desert to reach the capital. I'm hungry. I need food and water. Luffy complained with his tongue hanging out. Slurp. Everyone heard that and looked back. Rina had a big bowl of ramen and Gali was drinking some cold drinks. Both were sitting on a hovering carpet. They all just dumbfoundedly looked at them for a while. Usopp was the first to shout. What the hell, guys, where did you get that food? Both Gali and Rina looked at them with their mouths full. You also want some? Luffy jumped first and took water from Gali and drank it like no tomorrow. Bam. Nami hit him on the head. Luffy, you drank all of it. What will we drink now? Gali then put her arm in her bottomless pouch and took out dozens of more bottles. Don't fight. I got enough for all of us. Soon they all drank and ate. Rina made all of them sit on the flying carpet and they flew to the capital, while all of them felt confused as to why they didn't do this from the beginning. Alexander came to the underground headquarters of Baroque Works and simply beat everyone. Crocodile found out about their arrival and tried to run away. He got as far as the town center. Haha, you are too cowardly to be a Shichibukai. It's more like a natural instinct right now. He replied while thinking of an exit strategy. There is no way out, Sandman. You will surely die, but how you die is still something that depends on you. Confess all your crime and you will get a quick death. Don't do that, and you will die slowly as I melt every particle of your sandy body. Alexander threatened him. Grandpaya. Out of nowhere, Alexander heard the loud call and saw the fully packed flying carpet coming towards him. As always, Rina and Gali jumped for a hug. But Crocodile thought it would be smart to hold one of them as a hostage, and his choice was even worse because he picked Gali. He held a knife against her throat. Ha ha ha, oh how the tables have turned. Luffy and the party quickly readied themselves for battle. Rina and Gali were members of their Straw Hat Pirates after all. As always, Robin announced who the opponent was and Usopp and Chopper cried. What is with my luck? Usopp called out. But then his luck turned even worse when a lot of Marines came running towards them with Smoker in the lead. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 280. An emergency call. Suddenly Alexander started laughing. Ha ha ha, look at your knife before threatening. Crocodile quickly looked and saw that the girl in his arm had eaten the knife. Gali then spoke. That was tasty. Do you have more knives, uncle? Crocodile fell to the ground in shock. What the fuck? What are you? I am Gali, the devourer, hee hee. Give me more knives, or I will get angry. She threatened. How the tables had turned again. I don't have any more, go away weird girl. He shooed her and got up. He thought about fleeing but then felt pain in his legs. My legs. He screamed. His legs had somehow melted into glass when he turned to sand and now he was stuck to the ground. I told you you can't run away. Now, I want you to tell everyone the truth. And do tell me why you did all this. Alexander nudged him. With a slight use of magic, he spilled the beans. I wanted to get the ancient weapon Pluto and rule the world. It is somewhere in this country. He confessed. Alexander just nodded at that. Even he knew that Pluton was here and he was going to find it. But he was finding it hard to believe that it could be stronger than the ships he already had. The Pluton was said to be able to destroy islands that even his ships could do. He grabbed Crocodile by his collar and started dragging him to a high point where everyone could see and listen to him. Stop, Crocodile is protected by the Marines. You can't kill him. Smoker voiced. He could already hear his subordinates cursing him for getting them in mess with Alexander. Haha, kid, just wait a few more minutes and listen to what he has to say. You can be the judge after that. He has broken a very big law made by the world government. Same law for which O'Hara was ordered to be destroyed. He told him and kept dragging Crocodile. Once in a good position he amplified his voice and started to speak. People of Alabasta. I assume you already know me and must be wondering why I am dragging this hero of yours. Well, I will let him answer you all. Crocodile was made to speak. I did not save Alabasta. I brought in the dance powder and blamed it on the king in order to start a revolution through which I could overthrow the current regime and become the new king. I am the boss of Baroque Works and behind many organized crimes. That was enough to get the people agitated. They were stupidly bamboozled. Not to mention they had started a revolution against a good king. Smoker on the side was not much shocked. he already knew that Crocodile was up to no good, but he lacked evidence. He instantly called the headquarters and words instantly reached Sengoku. Alexander looked at the angry public. Calm down everyone. He will be punished and there should be no doubt about that. Not just that, I can truly make it rain with natural clouds. So enjoy it. As soon as his words ended, it started to rain. Not just there but across the whole kingdom. Also, your king has decided to ditch the world government because they are the one who made Shichibukai in the first place, and join the United Kingdoms of the Seas. It is a new government founded by me where you don't have to pay heavenly tributes and still get security. Not just that, I will soon be starting new ways of travel so that all the kingdoms can be more connected. He announced and continued speaking. One more thing, I know that you all didn't get a good harvest this year because of this man here. I will supply a whole 2 years' worth of grains to Alabasta for everyone so you all can slowly get back to normal work. His words quickly won the hearts of everyone. Alexander didn't say more in fear that people might just start calling him their new king and it would get messy. He then looked at Crocodile and said, "Say hi to them." He turned Crocodile into a crystal and threw him towards Marineford. Bam. Goddammit, I knew this was going to fail. Sengoku took down his anger on the desk. In front of him, all the admirals and a few vice-admirals sat. Haha, we all knew that. I'll go and catch him. Garp interjected. No need, we will be receiving him soon, Sengoku said and walked to his window. He opened it and soon an object fell in at a very high speed. Kazan used his eyes to stop it or else it would have collided with his face. Ha ha ha, modern problems require a modern solution, Garp commented and laughed. Stop giggling like a little girl and check if there's any letter on him, Sengoku ordered. Garp walked to the body and picked up the envelope. He opened it and saw a letter and a photo. The letter said, "What up boys," and the picture was a group selfie with Alexander, Dobby, Luffy, and his whole group, King Cobra, Smoker, and Kneeling Crocodile. Garp couldn't hold his laughter and started laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, look Sengoku. Sengoku just sighed looking at it and gave it back. This will surely be the headline in tomorrow's newspaper. The reputation of Shibukai has already gone to the dump now. This experiment of the world government will cost us a lot. What about Universe's constant expansionism? His forces have taken full control of the East and South Blue. He is slowly taking over Paradise now. Sooner rather than later, he will come here too. Sakazuki voiced up with his always angry face. At least he's doing something. Unlike us, lazing around and just waiting for orders to escort someone somewhere. Kazan retorted. Sakazuki gritted his teeth as he couldn't argue with that. They were really like the world government's lapdogs. Justice may be late, but it will surely come. No matter who it is, he mumbled while gritting his teeth. He still had not forgotten the humiliation he faced in Ohara. Alabasta Royal Palace. Alexander had already searched the whole kingdom and had found the so-called Pluton. It was a massive ship with high-tech ballistics. But it was in ruins now. Fully rusted and nearly destroyed by the effects of time. So he scanned it for its design and destroyed the remaining part of it. He then signed the documents with Cobra about his kingdom joining the UKS. He looked at Luffy. What the hell are you all doing here? We are on our adventures. I will become the Pirate King. Luffy proclaimed with a puffed chest. But he soon realized he shouldn't have said that here. And before he could react he received a fist of love. Goddamn it Luffy, how many times have I told you not to do that? I am not against your adventures but you cannot call yourself pirates. Call yourself adventurers. Straw Hat Explorers sound good and stop using that flag. I am warning you, if you keep this up then you will someday find me standing against you. He seriously warned. Luffy gulped seeing that Grandpa was really serious. I want to find One Piece. And I will not stop you. Raftel is a nice place and finding it is very fun. But all I am asking you is to not to do it as a pirate. Believe me, kid, there will be no pirates in a few years. What will be the point of calling yourself a pirate king then? Also, don't forget. It was not Roger who called himself Pirate King but the world government because they wanted to spoil his reputation and show him as an evil man to the world. Are you evil, Luffy? He asked. No, I am not. Luffy quickly answered. Then let's call it Treasure King. Finding One Piece will make you a very rich man so it makes sense. I will also leave gold and jewels worth 500 billion berries there. Whoever finds it shall have it, Alexander announced. What? Do you know where Raftel is? Robin excitedly asked. Alexander nodded. I can take you there if you want. No. We will find it ourselves. We will complete our journey. Luffy sternly interjected. Haha, good. Robin, it's okay. I will tell you about world history when I find out. Don't worry. He assured her. Then suddenly the blue-haired girl came up to him and bowed deeply. Thank you for saving this country. Haha, get up, child. I heard about you and what you've been doing to get rid of Crocodile. I am happy knowing that the future of this kingdom will be in the hands of someone like you. Don't forget, you will always have my blessing too. He praised her. Vivi blushed. She had been going against Crocodile for a long time. She had even infiltrated their organization to gather intel. Okay, I will be leaving now. Got a lot of work. He said and started to leave. Wait. He was stopped by Zoro. I want to learn sword fighting from you. Zoro requested. Ha ha ha, kid, everything has an order. You first take baby steps before you start running. Go to Katakuri Island and find Mihawk. Maybe he can give you some tips if you can impress him. He told him and left. He returned to Noodles but found a large amount of wreckage around him. What happened? He asked. Noodles replied. Haha, so Marines attacked you and you sank their ship. They will put a bounty on you now, boy. Let's go. Beep beep beep. Suddenly his ring started to make loud noises. Alexander knew what it was. It was a call from one of his children. Each of them had a ring assigned that Alexander wore. The current beeping ring indicated that Hela was calling for him from somewhere in the multiverse. Dabi, Hela is calling. I will go and return soon. Take care of everything till then. He instructed. Okay boss, best of luck. Soon a white light fell and Alexander vanished. Noodles voiced his concern about Alexander's disappearance. Haha, he will be back soon, Noodles. By the way, where did you learn that curse word? Dabi suspiciously asked the giant good boy. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 281. A Night of Revelations. Hela was really happy when she was allowed to go and travel the multiverse. It was a nice change from just seeing the same thing again and again. She was really excited when she came to the strange yet familiar Earth. She later found out that the world was infected with something that made some humans turn cannibalistic and unable to eat normal food. She was in a country named Japan and was continuously killing these sinners. She had checked the purity of the world and it was at 40%. However, even after 15 years of killing, purity wasn't rising. The number of man-eaters was the same too. She was eventually approached by an organization called the Commission of Counter-Ghoul. But she soon got fed up with their incompetence and took over the organization. Then she started expanding and killing as many ghouls around the world as possible. Yet no solution seemed to appear. She was not a scientist, so she had no way of making a cure. Not even the origin of these ghouls was known, so she didn't know how to stop it. Soon, a few more years passed and she got fed up and called her grandpa. Terrace of CCG Main Office Building, Tokyo, First Ward. Hela stood there waiting for Alexander. Behind her stood the bureau chief, Yashitoki Washu, and 6 of the special class investigators. The special class was the highest rank achievable in the organization. Why are all the special classes here? What if an SS or SSS attacks somewhere? Kotaro Amon asked his instructor, Yukinori Shinohara, special class. Stay quiet, she told us she has asked someone to come who can deal with all the ghouls in the world. Till now she has never lied, so keep your fingers crossed and wait. Shinohara whispered at him. Kori Ui, another newly promoted special class, huffed, ha, she can alone kill SSS like flies, if even she can't do it then I don't have much hope. And if there is someone even stronger than her then he's probably some god. Kishu Arima nodded, let's just wait and watch. Boom. A white light struck from the sky like thunder. It took a moment for all of them to adjust their vision to look clearly. Where the light struck was now an unnaturally tall old man. But they felt majestic and very strong vibes from him. Grandpa. To all of their surprise, their cold, ruthless and super hot boss changed into a spoiled granddaughter and jumped to hug the men. Many of the simp/admirers gritted their teeth in jealousy. Alexander hugged Hela as he made himself a normal-sized human. Ha ha ha, my Hela. What have you been up to? I got so worried about you. I thought you were in danger, but I see everything is fine here. Oh, who can be a threat to the goddess of war? I asked for you because I've been stuck in this word for the past 20 years and the purity hasn't gone up one bit. She complained. That's strange. Where are we? Tell me about this world. He asked her as they started walking into the building. Alexander felt like one of the men, the one with white hair standing there, was weird. The bureau chief tried to shake hands but he was ignored and they moved inside. Grandpa, there seems to be some kind of disease going on. There are humans who become very powerful after getting infected and they cannot eat anything besides flesh. Humans are their favorite. They can have different kinds of powers related to their physical deformities. I tried to kill all of these infected people but more seem to pop out every day. She explained. So you asked me to come here so I could make an antidote, huh? He asked. Hela embarrassingly nodded and Alexander continued, haha, it's all right. Bring me a tissue sample. Hela nodded and brought him to a lab where all the research happened. Special class Arima, aid Grandpa in whatever he asks for. Alexander looked at the same white-haired guy and walked up to him. Why do I feel like you are different? Oh, he's nicknamed the White Reaper. He's very good at killing the ghouls. Hela told him. Okay, bring me a sample of an unharmed ghoul tissue. He told him. Arima went to a freezer and brought out a glass cylinder. This is a recent collection from a raid. Alexander simply took it out and brought out his super microscope made by Alfred. Sir, I recommend you don't touch it with your bare hands. Arima pointed. It's all right, kid. This thing can't affect me. Now let me see. He started checking the DNA strands. Whatever this virus is, it has changed the DNA a lot. But I need a normal human DNA sample to determine if this mutation is natural in nature or artificial. Give me a drop of your blood, Arima. He told him. Arima was silent for a second, showing his hesitation. Can't you take your own blood? Just do it, Arima. If he could, he would have done it. His skin is stronger than steel and needles can't penetrate it. Hela sternly ordered. Arima let Alexander take his blood, but the tension was clear on his face. Alexander put it under the microscope. No wonder you felt different. Your DNA is the same as this, the ghouls. So you are one of them. Alexander loudly announced. The nearby investigators flinched with the news while Arima's one eye quickly changed and became red. He took out a spear-like weapon. Hela just stayed put. She had no reason to worry as Alexander was closer to Arima and could take him down with a finger, and she already had her doubts that Arima was a hybrid ghoul. Kid, calm down. At least explain why you've infiltrated this place. What's your agenda? Alexander asked. Coexistence. That is my agenda. Ghouls are now a part of the world we live in, and no matter what, you cannot kill them all. Working to make a society where both kinds of humans can live is my agenda. What about you? Arima coldly asked. Well, for now, it is to make an antidote for this ghoul virus. Damn it, you there, give me your blood. Alexander pointed to a young man. Yes sir, I am Kotaro Amon, first class. Amon ran up to him and quickly gave him his blood. Arima confusedly stood there, thinking what he was supposed to do because people were ignoring him right now as if he didn't exist. Alexander finally matched the DNA and made his conclusion. Well, the good thing. It is reversible. The bad thing is, it is man-made. Which means someone either mistakenly spread it or with some agenda. The news shocked everyone, even Arima was shocked. The origin of ghouls was shrouded in mystery and no one knew when the first case came. But why would someone do it? This will do nothing but destroy human civilization. He asked without even realizing it. And that is probably just what they want. What if it was some alien civilization that threw this virus on our planet? Rather than directly attacking, they now just have to wait until all the people turn into ghouls and all ghouls eat or kill each other. Alexander hypothesized. Well, I'm going to need a few things. Here's a list. I also need a bit more of the blood of the strongest ghoul you know. If you don't have it, then just tell me where to find it. I'll catch it. He asked. It is the one-eyed owl, Amon answered. Okay, I'll catch this owl. He got up to leave. No, the one-eyed king is the strongest, and I am the one-eyed king, Arima revealed, giving everyone another jaw-dropping moment. Alexander yawned. What a night of revelations. Just come here and give me some blood then. Hela, I want you to round up all the organizations in the world that are experimenting with ghouls. You won't be able to find them later when everyone is healed. Soon, Alexander made the antidote in record time and gave it to Arima to test it out. Drink it. If it works on you, then it can work on anyone. Arima didn't have a choice, so he went with it. They waited for 15 minutes for the changes to appear. One of the obvious ones was that his hair were turning from white to dark blue. Someone bring some good vegetarian food. Let's test if we were successful or not. Alexander ordered. Arima quickly ate some rice and curry in the hope that it would work. Everyone waited to hear his experience when suddenly they saw slight tears welling up in his eyes. I think we were successful, boys. Start mass producing it. Alexander announced. Arima looked up at Alexander. Who are you? He asked because, in so many years of existence of ghouls, no one was able to make such an antidote, but this man did it in a few hours. You don't need to know that, kid. Just take ease in knowing that there is no need for ghouls and human coexistence. Now you just need to live peacefully as a single race, which I believe is going to be harder. He replied and went to Hela. So, I am done here, child. Do you want me to round up all the ghouls in the world too? He asked. No, Grandpa. I will do that myself. Now I can finally complete my task. Hela answered cheerfully. Well, if that's all, I'll go back. Dobby is waiting for me on the other side. Call me again if you find any problems. He gave her a hug and moved back. Again a white light came and took him away. Hela looked back at everyone with the cold and emotionless face. Come on, work fast. We need to inject this antidote not just in ghouls but also in normal people. Who knows, there might be some ghouls living like normal humans. Everyone sighed and cursed under their breath, wanting to see their smiling and cheerful hot boss again. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 282. A debt. White light fell in the middle of a crowded street on some island in the New World. Damn it, I didn't pinpoint my returning location. Where am I? He asked himself. He looked around to find out where he was. It seemed like a waste processing plant as the whole place was littered with mountains of scrap metal and factories. He saw a boy running in front of him. Hey, kid. What's the name of this place? The kid looked at him like he had seen the biggest fool of the century. You don't even know that when you are standing here. Wait, I've seen you somewhere. Alexander took out a chocolate bar. Tell me and you can have this. The boy's eyes shone for a second. Yes, this place is called Spider Miles, kind sir. Ha, here you go. He handed him the chocolate. But then they both looked at the street because people had suddenly become noisy. He saw a man in a pink bonnet and purple aviator sunglasses, with a yellow pacifier in his mouth. He was also wearing a blue scarf with white polka dots around his neck with a pink bib underneath it, and something that resembled a diaper. What is his problem? Alexander asked. The kid answered, he's the city clown, Senior Pink. His wife got into an accident and got paralyzed. He's become like this since then. I heard he also had a son but something happened. He works for the local gang. Alexander silently followed the man to see what he was up to. He followed him into a hospital and then to a room. There was a woman sitting on the bed like a lifeless doll. This should be his wife, he thought. He heard the man speaking something, Russian. I have come again, like every day. Please smile for me. The woman did smile and it shocked Alexander. He didn't know the whole story of what happened between them. Neither was he interested. There were too many bad things in the world and he couldn't know them all. But being kind towards others didn't require you to know anything. You just do it. Alexander cast magic from the door and checked her body. Her spine was damaged, which wrongly pressed her nerves. In short, it was not brain or nerve damage. So he cast healing magic on her body. It would have caused her a lot of pain normally, so he first made her fall unconscious, much to the shock of the strangely dressed man. Then Alexander left the hospital and went to the criminal gang that ran the place. The island city didn't have a king or royal family. It just had an elected mayor. So a slight use of magic made sure the men cooperated. He took out the den mushy and called one of the nearby commanders of his army. Ah, Daffy-chan. I just took over Spider Miles. Come and set up a branch here. I've already built a fort. He spoke. On the other side, Doflamingo sneered, come on, Grandpa. I told you not to add chan with my name. It spoils my style. Haha, you will always be little Daffy-chan for me who wore weird glasses. Is Rosie-chan with you too? He asked. Nah, he went to another island we just took over. It's called Notice. It's a small island town, very wealthy but also a target of pirates. Doflamingo explained. Okay, you can come here then. I will be going back to paradise. He instructed him and hung up. He then called Dobby, but when Dobby picked up he heard weird laughing noises from the other side. Hey, Dobby, where are you? Ah, you're back, boss. It's just been a few hours, Dobby said. Yes, Hela only needed help in making medicine. Now, where are you? I'll come to you. He inquired. I am on an island called Momwaro Island. It's not far from Alabasta. Dobby answered. Okay, I'll be there soon. He hung up and flew away. Inside the hospital that Alexander just left, Senior Pink shouted for a doctor to come as soon as he saw Russian fall unconscious. The doctor did the checkup. It seems she is tired. Come tomorrow maybe. Senior Pink eased down a bit after hearing that but was also saddened, knowing that this meant her health was deteriorating, and unknowingly a small tear slid down his face. All this was because of his own mistake. He had originally told Russian that he worked in a bank. But when he went out on a raid, his newborn child got a fever and passed away. She tried to contact him by calling the bank but found out that he didn't work there. It broke her heart and she left him during the storm and got caught in a landslide in her path. He was sorry for lying to her, but he didn't have any option. Even less now, as he needed to pay the hospital. He dejectedly started to leave the room. Pink. He suddenly heard a voice he thought he would never get to hear for the rest of his life. He looked back and saw Russian getting up. He ran up to her with his eyes instantly tearing up. Meanwhile, the doctor was going crazy thinking, how did this happen? Russian, are you? He stuttered and touched her face. Russian also teared up. Yes, I can move again. Thank you. She finally cried. For the past few years, she saw Senior Pink come to see her every day and tried to make her smile. She wanted to say, I forgive you, but no words could come out of her mouth, nor could she cry. So with all her strength in her body, she was only able to smile for him every day. I forgive you, Pink. I forgive you. She repeatedly said. Pink quickly hugged her tightly. I am sorry, Russian. I am bad, very bad. Let's start it again. I will really become a bank employee now. I swear I will never make you cry again. Knock knock. A knock came from the door. Both of them looked at who it was. It was a small kid. The kid entered with an envelope in his hand. Here, that old man told me to give this to you. Pink opened it and read it loudly. Usually I kill criminals like you, but I felt moved by your love for your wife. I know how it feels to be helpless and hopeless, seeing your loved one in front of you on a sickbed and not being able to do anything to save them. So, I am giving you a chance. Don't let this go to waste. Keep her happy or else I will be coming. Russian and Pink had an idea of what happened now. Russian's miraculous recovery was very unnatural. But they still didn't know who did it. Kid, who was the man that told you to bring it here? Pink asked. He only paid me 5 chocolates for bringing it. If you want more info I will need payment. The kid seriously said like an evil capitalist. Pink just gave him money, buy 10 with these. Now tell me. The kid went to the side, picked up the newspaper, and showed the front page to them. It was an article with a declaration of United Kingdoms of the Seas. This is the old man who hired me. Now, I am leaving. Happy doing business. Pink started shivering while holding the paper. It seems I used my whole life's luck today. The doctor heard everything and decided to speak. You are a lucky man, boy. These days, miracles like these don't come in cheap and you got it for free. I hope you heed his advice. And even if you want to go back to that life you can't. The island was just taken over by the Golden Army's commander, Doflamingo. He's very strict with criminals I've heard. Russian again cried, Pink. He looked at her. She continued, God gave this second life to us. Let's make a happy family now. I will work too so you don't have to worry about finding a job. He again hugged her, no, dear. I will work hard, you won't have to push yourself. He calmed her down and looked at the shining sun outside the window. Thank you for giving me my life's light back, old man. I will never forget this debt. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 283. A weird island. Alexander appeared where the Momoro island was. It was weird looking. There seemed to be a butt-shaped mountain at the center. Maybe it was a heart but Alexander couldn't tell. Everything on the island was pink, plants and animals included. It was home to the Kamabaka kingdom. The island and its inhabitants were just as well known as the legendary island of Amazon Lily. However, this island was the exact opposite of Amazon Lily. While Amazon Lily was comprised only of women who behaved somewhat similar to men, Momoro was filled only with men who behaved similarly to women. Hence it was a gay cross-dressing island, even the animals were like that there. As soon as he touched down on the ground, he heard loud footsteps coming towards him. He looked at the distance and didn't like the scene. A lot of men, dressed as women, were coming running towards him. Pardon my language, but what the fuck? He waited for the crowd to come closer to him, but soon he realized that the horde of cross-dressers had no plans of stopping. So he started running away from them. Goddammit, where is Dobby? I hope he hasn't changed into their dress. This seems to be his natural habitat. Alexander joked to himself as he ran on the beach. Behind him were the manly girls, giggling and chasing. To make matters worse, Alexander noticed that the setting sun was showing as a backdrop. Some distance away on a cliff, Dobby and the ruler of the kingdom, Emporio Ivankov, stood. Ivankov looked at the beach scene while slurping on tea. Phew, what a beautiful scenery, Buru. Haha, I'm gonna tease him for the rest of his life now. Dobby evilly chuckled with a camera in his hand. Let's call the old man back. Dragon Boy is waiting. Ivankov said and went to call Alexander. Alexander soon came to them and saw a camera in Dobby's hand. Dobby, if you show that to Olivia then I will force feed you 100 pineapple pizzas every day. Haha, it's all right, boss. It's safe with me. Dobby smirked. Ivankov came and introduced himself. Ivankov ordinarily added boy in front of people's names, but he did not dare to do that with Alexander, 1 because he was too powerful and 2 because he really was too old. Ivankov remembers seeing his old face in the newspaper when he was just 4 years old, and that was 42 years ago. Chairman Universe, it is an honor to meet you. Dragon Boy is also here. He's waiting for you. Ivankov led the way. Why does everyone keep adding a different prefix before my name, he questioned himself. But his spoiled mood changed back to his cheerful self the moment he came to the meeting area. Koala-chan. What are you doing here? He loudly called out. Koala jumped from her chair, straight into his arms, ah. Grandpa, I missed you so much. So when Uncle Dragon came to Fusha village, I joined him. Luffy and everyone had also left, so I was feeling lonely. Oh, sorry for not visiting. I was busy. He apologized. She showed her cute smile, hee, it's okay. I heard you are going to become the king of the world. Best of luck. Who is spreading all these rumors, he thought. Dragon got up and gave Alexander a hug. I knew you'd be coming here eventually. Wait, why the hell are you here? And why do you have such an intimate relationship with her, him? Don't tell me he's Luffy's. Alexander suspiciously said. Dragon quickly made him stop. No. Stop fooling around, old man. Ivankov is a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army. Not all organizations are strong enough to work openly like you, even the Marines are afraid of messing with you. Ivankov is just a normal ruler in the eyes of the world. Haha, of course, they'd be. Sengoku clearly knows about my fist of love. Anyway, what did you want to talk about? Alexander asked. I had a meeting with other leaders of the Revolution Army. We all agree on the point that you are the closest to achieving our goal than we had ever thought of. So we decided to integrate with the Golden Justice Army. Dragon explained. He was taking this step not because the Revolutionary Army was weak, but because there were too many powerful organizations in the world and most of them were standing against each other. If a war broke out, it would get too ugly. Also, the motives for which the Revolutionary Army was formed were the motives of the Golden Justice Army too. Well, I do feel like a big war is coming. It will decide the fate of the world. However, it won't be as simple as just killing the 5 elders. I will also need to kill this Im-sama. He's the main guy, and I have a feeling that he's not as simple as it may seem. Alexander commented. Dragon nodded. Yes, I have also heard about him. But that is all. His whole existence has been an even bigger secret than the Void Century. Yeah, that's why I'm going to uncover the history first so that we have something to tell the world. Once we take over, I will create a temporary government with all the UK's signed nations combined. Marines will be integrated into our forces. He explained the plan. How are you planning on making sure no one tries to rise up in the future to start a world government? Dragon asked. Easy, decentralization of power will be the way to go. Right now, the highest power in the world is concentrated in Mary Geos, but what if they were scattered around the world? Not just that, imagine if the world was better connected, through train and ship routes. He proposed. But as long as the red line is up, the world will always be the same. Dragon argued. That is why the upcoming war will only end with the destruction of the red line. Okay, that's enough serious talk. I will send someone to help you integrate with us. However, I will not be publicizing the news for now. He stated. After that, they talked mostly about family. Luffy and Garp were busy in their own lives and responsibilities, so even Alexander rarely sees them. He hadn't met Garp for a very long time now. Okay, I should be going now. Kong will come and contact you. You already know him, so don't hesitate to ask anything. Right now our most secure base is in Fishman Island, so send your forces there. No one will find out then. He instructed and decided to leave for his next destination. Koala, take care, okay. He gave her a hug and left. Once he left, Ivankov seriously looked at Dragon. Are you sure this is the right thing to do? We have given our lives and blood to this organization. And yet he achieved more in just 1 year than we did in 15 years. Let's just accept the reality and recognize that he is no ordinary man. Dragon said. Sigh, yeah, no man with AD in his name can be ordinary. I heard he's conquering the Grand Line. Ah, he didn't ask if I want to join his UKS. Ivankov exclaimed. Dragon scoffed, haha, he knew your answer without asking. What a man he is. Ivankov drifted away in his personal thoughts that no one would want to look into. Alexander had flown very fast and had just come to the neighboring island of Momoro Island. It was currently an uninhabited island. He had landed because a news coup had come to deliver him a letter. All the news coup in the world worked for him now. Achoo. God damn, who's badmouthing me? That was the biggest sneeze of my life. Am I getting allergic to you, boy? When did you last take a bath? He asked the news coup. The bird scratched his head first and then spread his wings to shrug. So you don't remember when you last bathed? Boy, I'm giving you the day off. Go and take a bath now. He sent the news coup away and looked at the golden letter he had just received. From Grand Tesoro? What do they want from me? Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 284. Gambler Grandpa. The letter he received was from the owner of the Guild Tesoro, the owner of Grand Tesoro, a massive ship with a metropolis built on it. It was supposed to be the largest entertainment city in the world. It was acknowledged as an independent state by the world government due to Tesoro's wealth, and they also classify it as a demilitarized zone. It was referred to as the moving country of dreams. Nevertheless, the country was allied with the world government, as they are required to pay a heavenly tribute. Inside the envelope were an invitation letter and a Vivre card. What do they want from me? Well, it's in my way so I'll check it out. Then he picked up the newspaper and a poster fell out. He picked it up and started laughing non-stop. It was a wanted poster of Noodles and the photo was too different than the original Noodles. It said, Demon of the Seas, dead or alive, 100 million. Whose ship did he sink in Alabasta? He asked himself and started flying away. Tato Land, Whole Cake Island. Charlotte Lin aka Big Mom, the captain of Big Mom Pirates, and one of the Yonko was having a meeting with her 3 sweet commanders. We need to do something about this ever-expanding Golden Justice Army or else it will soon come after us too. Charlotte Katakuri spoke. Katakuri, don't worry. Mama is very strong. Now bring me my cake. Big Mom shrugged off his warning. Mother, Big Brother is right. Universe has already killed and destroyed the beast pirates, with Kaido dead we have no alliance. The Germa Kingdom was also destroyed. Red Hair Pirates will never join us and I've heard the Whitebeard Pirates have already submitted to him and have decided to join the Golden Justice Army. Charlotte Smoothie added. Smoothie, don't worry. I do have a very powerful ally. He will soon be coming here, and if he really has eaten the devil fruit he says, then he has the power to someday become even stronger than Kaido. Big Mom replied while eating one of the cake homies. Who is it, Mother? Charlotte Cracker asked. Hee, don't be impatient, child. You will know soon. Alexander appeared over the huge nonsensical ship. A large portion of the Grand Tesoro was composed of gold, and its bow resembled a cruise ship, only much more massive in scale. The entire ship was 10 kilometers long and a city was built inside it, with no roof covering it. He went directly in through the huge door for small ships to enter. Surprisingly, Guild Tesoro was waiting for him there. It wasn't hard to guess how he knew of his arrival. The Vivre card works both ways. The moment he landed, many fireworks lit up and people started shooting confetti. Dancers and musicians came and started performing. What the hell is this? Soon Guild Tesoro appeared in front of him with a bouquet and handed it to him. Welcome to my humble establishment, President Universe. I am honored to be in your presence. If this is humble then I don't know what's exquisite in your mind. Well, why did you send the invitation? He asked. Ahaha, we will talk about that, soon. Let's go in first. I have organized so many fun activities for you. He said and brought him in. In the meantime, Alexander looked into his head and also his sins. It turns out, Tesoro was a broken man. Broken by the world nobles. His story was sad and pitiful. When he was a child, he loved to sing and dreamed of being in the entertainment business someday. However, due to his poor childhood, he turned to crime. However, he once changed his ways when he met a slave girl named Stella in a human shop. He fell in love with Stella and hoped to one day buy her freedom, but this dream was crushed after she was purchased by a world noble. He even assaulted that world noble but was caught and also forced into slavery. Due to harsh treatment, Stella died 2 years after being bought, causing Tesoro to snap and return to criminal activity after he escaped from slavery on the night Fisher Tiger burnt Mary Geos. Due to his conniving and criminal ways, he was able to establish the Grand Tesoro and achieve his dream, though his dark past caused it to become twisted and corrupt. After Stella's death and his own failure to buy her, Tesoro became obsessed with money and made it his dream to amass wealth so great that he could become the most powerful person in the world. His personal philosophy was that people can only succeed with money. He was also fond of saying, "I decide who laughs," something the world noble who bought Stella once said to him. Due to once being a slave to the world nobles, Tesoro hates wealthy people and aristocrats. Ironically and hypocritically, he was a wealthy person himself who reveled in his own status while looking down on the less fortunate. The man was walking and talking embodiment of hypocrisy, though Alexander couldn't complain as during his time as a slave, Tesoro was constantly mocked and abused by his master, who even forbade him from smiling. Truly, monsters aren't born. They are made. But now, his wealth accounted for 20% of all the money circulated in the world and made him a very influential person even within the new world. His tesoro money was as high a fortune as 500 billion berries, enough money to buy a small country. His power was said to be equal to that of the world nobles in terms of wealth. Guild Tesoro, category. Murder. Enslaving, 20. Robbing, 52,678. Sin percentage, 60%. Asterisk psi asterisk I think I will try to see if I can give him a chance. But all the slaves must be released. He came to the car racing site with Tesoro. Wait, if you people have engine technology then why do you still use sails on ships? Haha, because we lack fuel for bigger engines. Oil here on this ship is a very luxurious item. Look, you won the bet. He clapped and dragged him to another venue where a dance performance was going on. Alexander could already see that most of the workers on the ship were forced slaves who were put into debt by schemes of Tesoro. Why don't we play a game of cards, Tesoro? Alexander asked. Tesoro happily agreed to the given opportunity. Of course, let's go to a table. When they were walking, Alexander suddenly stopped because he saw Blue Fong, Douglas, and Brian playing on a table too. He went to them and asked, "Ahem, what are you three doing here?" He spooked them and they nearly jumped out of their seats. Brian was the first one who looked at him. "Ah, it's you old man. I thought someone attacked us. We just decided to relax a bit after working continuously." Blue Fong added. "Ah, it's all right then. Be sure to not lose all your money here," he said and got closer to them. "This place is fishy, so be careful." He whispered to them and left to play his game. They came to a blackjack table. A man was already sitting there and playing. What surprised Alexander was that the man was blind and he still won. Alexander occupied a seat beside him and on his other side sat Tesoro. "Care to join me in the game, lad?" The blind man laughed and agreed. "Haha, I can't deny an elderly person." Alexander's eye twitched being called an elder. "Bwahaha, funny boy. Okay, Tesoro, let's continue." Soon after the cards were distributed, Alexander received 15 in total. Now he needed a 6. Alexander used his vision to see which card was now on top, and it was a 6. "Double down," Alexander said. If Alexander wins now, he'd get a double, and if he got a blackjack then he'd get 1.5 times. And now he could only get one card. Then, when the dealer was taking out the card to give it to him, it suddenly changed at an extremely high speed and 6 became 9. "Busted," dealer said and took the money from him. The game went on and the blind man somehow won even when the card was changed. Alexander looked at Tesoro. "Ah, this is no fun. Tesoro, let's bet big. The winner takes everything." Tesoro beamed with excitement. "Haha, I like you, President Universe. How much do you want to bet?" Alexander thought for a second. How about 500 billion berries?" It was like the time just stopped and all the noise vanished. Tesoro had his mouth wide open. 500 billion was his total wealth after all. And if he won then he would become the richest in the world, maybe even more than all those world nobles. He greedily smiled, trying to show his false confidence. "Haha. I accept. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support." Chapter 285. A Man of Honor. All the people stopped playing on their tables and came to see them play. 500 billion was a crazy amount no matter who you were. However, there was still an exception. Brian, Blue Fong, and Douglas were still playing on their table. They knew that no matter what, the old man would be the winner. Meanwhile, Guild Tesoro gestured to everyone he had to with his eyes. Alexander looked at the blind man sitting beside him. "Are you playing too?" The man laughed. "Haha, even if I want to, I can't. I don't have that kind of money." The people in the audience nodded. No one normally had that kind of money. "Haha, then sit back and watch me win," Alexander confidently said. Then suddenly he felt a hand on his shoulder. It was an executive at the casino working for the guild. She tried to woo him with her questionable clothing but Alexander just ignored her. However, he already knew that she had done something to him as he had felt some kind of energy coming out of her hand. He didn't know what it was so he just reversed his body's time to before she touched him. Soon the cards were given. Alexander got a face card and a 3, which made his total was 13. Now he needed an 8 to win. He was constantly monitoring the dealer and guild. Alexander noted that guild had a 2 and an ace, which gave him a 3 or 13 and he also needed an 8 to win. It was Alexander's turn. He saw through whatever the dealer was doing and asked for another card. "Hit me." The card that came to Alexander was surely a 2 but just as the dealer was picking it up, it got swapped with another card that was a 10. It was not the card that got changed but the print on it. So Alexander froze time for a sec and reversed the time of the card. The time resumed and the dealer put down the original 2. It made him start sweating even more. The pressure was just too much. Alexander now had 15. Guild also took another card, making his total 20. He now just had to sit and wait for Alexander to lose. Alexander sighed loudly, this is boring. Guild, I'm wondering if I can double down. I know it's not allowed at this stage, but it's your casino, so your rules. The heartbeats of many people nearly stopped at that moment. Guild's eyes clearly showed his greed. Without even thinking, he allowed it. Now he just needed to make sure that one final card was the right one for him and he would win 1,000,000,000 berries. Haha, okay then. Double down. Alexander said laughingly. He suddenly noticed the blind man sitting beside him smile, as if he knew what was going to happen. The dealer gave Alexander a card. It needed to be 6 for Alexander to win. But the dealer was too nervous, he made a mistake and the card slipped down. Aman, you ruined the fun. Now reshuffle it and give me another card. Alexander nearly shouted, making the men more nervous. Guild sitting beside him was so nervous that he even forgot to get angry. The dealer quickly let the machine shuffle them and then took out a card. It was a 6 this time and Alexander had really done nothing. He had seen all this happening with his observation hockey. This time also, the 6 turned into a 9, but then it again changed back to 6 as the dealer put the card down. For a whole minute, people didn't move. It was as if everyone forgot to breathe. Then someone shouted, he won. The dealer finished his hand, which didn't matter anymore. Haha, that's blackjack. I won, which means I take 1.5 times. So, how are you going to give me 1.5 trillion berries, Guild boy? Alexander asked. Nerves popped on Guild's head. He angrily stood up. How? How could you win? Why, you had no luck. I made sure. People around him started to talk that he had fixed the game, then the realization hit him soon that this time he cannot use his underhanded means and get away. Dobby and Alexander came closer to Guild. So, you had somehow made my luck go away. Let me guess, it is this girl. He pointed at the girl who had come to him before the start of the match. Whether you like it or not. I own this whole ship now. And the first command of mine is that all slaves must be freed. Their debt is forgiven and they can peacefully leave to their homes. He announced. Many people acting as waiters and cleaners started shouting in happiness. Why did you even invite me here? Alexander finally asked him. I wanted to ally with you and destroy the world government. That was the purpose of my life for the past many years, but I saw no hope in really achieving this dream, so I started gaining as much wealth as possible. In this world, only the rich and powerful could ever dream. Poor ones just end up becoming a tool for fulfilling the dreams of those rich and powerful. But even after reaching this level, I cannot do anything to them, but you brought hope. Now, even the poor can dream because they know that even if they don't succeed, no one will exploit them, so I sought you, to fulfill my dream, Guild explained with a defeated face. I know your past, I know what they did to you. But I also know what you did to others. You became what you hated the most and made more people have the same past as you. You used your money to put others in misery. Yet you dare talk about revenge. Boy, if that is the case, then all these people you enslaved should be allowed to kill you for revenge. Alexander reprimanded him. Dobby, strip the ship down and turn it into a moving golden Justice Army Command headquarters. It's already gold enough. Guild, I am giving you a chance. You were able to get this rich in such a short time, so this means you obviously have some brain. Use it in a better place. Sign this and become an auditor of my army. Don't sign and I will leave you in their care. He offered him. It was a magical contract. If he breaks it, then he will surrender himself forcefully and Alexander will be notified. Guild read it and gulped. I will sign it and do whatever you say, but I want a promise from you. What? Alexander asked. When you take over. I want to kill that celestial dragon who killed my Stella with my hands. Please. He prostrated in front of him. Well, I can let you have that, but I am not sure if he is even alive. I killed quite a few of them in my past rampage. They died under the collapsing segments of the Pangea castle. Alexander clarified. Alexander then let Dobby handle everything and he went to the blind man who was silently drinking. Haha, someone said it right, you don't always need eyes to see, Alexander commented. Meanwhile, Isho was internally fangirling inside, because he got to meet his biggest idol. Since he was small, he had heard stories of the great man called Alexander Maxim Universe. When he grew up and found out that his idol was going against the world government, he started to investigate the reason. In the end, he found out that the world was much darker than it appeared. Slavery, murder, and other horrible crimes were too common and went unpunished. So, hurt by those things, he blinded himself as he didn't want to see such a world and started to work to make a difference. He just kept on following his role model's footprints and finally, it brought him to his meeting. He kept his calm. Haha, it is an honor to meet a legendary man like you. Ah, the pleasure is all mine. For a man with your abilities, what are you doing in this place? Alexander asked. Isho wasn't surprised that his strength was evaluated in seconds by him. I heard that people were being enslaved here. So I came to check. Haha, a man of honor then. What is your name? Alexander asked. My name is Isho, people who know me call me Fujitora, he replied. Fujitora, would you like to become a commander in my Golden Justice Army? The post of commander is just like an admiral in Marines. It's just that I had too many strong people so I had to normalize the ranks. Alexander proposed. Isho didn't make him wait long, I accept. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 286. The world is changing. Soon, the whole Grand Tesoro was changed into the moving HQ, newly named Justice Fort. From the outside, it looked the same, but from inside, all its luxurious and entertainment items were removed, except for a few places like gardens and some shops. The city was big enough to hold nearly 1 million people. He decided that the families of the men working there would live in it. But because of its big size, it was also a big target. So Alexander upgraded its navigation and propulsion systems and then set up nearly 10,000 modern machine guns and cannons. An airfield was also made to be used later when he would introduce the planes to the world. He then called Dragon, who was sitting on Fishman Island. Boy, I took over Grand Tesoro and made it a moving headquarter. Come here and take over its command. You and Kong will stay here, and when you are not, someone else of the same power level as you will. At all times there will never be less than 2 commander/admiral level people here. Dragon quickly understood the importance of such a base and agreed to take its command. I will head to you soon. Alexander hung up and busied himself. On Tato Island, a guest appeared with the purpose of creating an alliance with the Big Mom pirates. His name was Marshall D. Teach. His dark fruit had made him really strong, and now his target was to get a hold on Whitebeard's fruit abilities. Though he didn't know that Whitebeard was now fully healed and even stronger than before. Soon he met Big Mom and they started to plan what they were going to do. Their plan was simple. Create a war. A war likes of which never seen before, and use it to their benefit. Alexander kept on his streak of conquering islands and kingdoms. Till now, the term conquering the Grand Line just meant traveling it, but Alexander was truly doing it. Each island he visited would have his flag from that moment. He had split his work. Dobby had gone to Skypea while he went to Jaya and its nearby islands. His reputation had now increased so much that people welcomed him with flowers in every new kingdom he went to, though Alexander had taken a break from his work because he had found out who was spreading weird names of him. As it turned out, Hats had taken over the World Economy News newspaper by defeating Morgans in a bet. Hats then wrote weird articles about him in it every week. Alexander appeared where the cat was lazing around and knocked him on the head. But his fur was too thick and it didn't hurt him much. Oh, boss. Look, I wrote another article about you. Titled, The God of the Seas. Look, the Hats boasted. Sigh. What the hell, Hats, I told you to gather intel, not mess around like this. He reprimanded him. Who said I am messing around? I gain a lot of intel, though it's not usually big enough to tell you. Hats revealed. Intel like what? He asked. That someone has been kidnapping children and taking them to Punk Hazard. Hats reported and received a hard knock this time. That was exactly what you were supposed to tell me. Damn it, I'll go and check it. Do your duty correctly, Hats. He warned him and operated away. This gentle cat here is doing his best, you should appreciate that I'm even helping. Hats huffed and went back to his afternoon beauty nap. Punk Hazard was a normal small island where people used to live not very long ago. But 4 years ago, Caesar Clown triggered H2S gas to be leaked out on Punk Hazard in retaliation for being fired. That devastated the island's ecosystem, killing many forms of life on it. Alexander had read all that in a report. Caesar was also arrested for the crime. 1 year after imprisonment, Caesar escaped and returned to Punk Hazard, where he used his devil fruit ability to purify the island of poisonous gas, but in truth he collected the gas and merged it with the devil fruit, transforming the gas into a sentient, mountain-sized creature he named Smiley. It was fine as long as no one was being hurt. But he involved children. Unforgivable. Alexander grunted and went straight to the lab. It was underground. He ripped off the whole roof of the underground lab. People inside were shocked and the children in a big hall got scared. Alexander ignored everyone and just went to the kids. All of them varied in sizes but none of them were normal. There were some even bigger than Kaido. They all had scaredly run to a corner. The largest of them were trying to save the little ones by hiding them behind, albeit, they themselves looked scared. Alexander went close to them and just sat down on the ground. He called Barry out. Barry was on his way to his mandatory school when he was called, so he had his backpack on. Ah, this feels weird. I can't remember the last time I got called like that. Barry commented. Barry, sing a song for them. Those poor kids were experimented on. He told him. Now, normally Barry would have asked for a price, but he had a soft spot for kids, so he started flying around and singing songs. In a matter of minutes, the children calmed down and started chasing Barry. Alexander waved his hand and lots of food appeared. Kiddies, eat whatever you want. His announcement gained their attention and they came running towards him. Barry, look after them. I'll catch the culprit in the meantime. He said and left to find Caesar. Quick, pack everything. He'll be coming here at any moment now. Damn it, why didn't I accept Big Mom's offer? Caesar Clown complained. Boom. The metal gate got ripped open and Alexander walked in like a Terminator, with no emotions showing on his face. Caesar Clown. By the laws of United Kingdoms of the Seas, you are sentenced to death. Caesar Clown cowered in fear. Come on, give me a proper trial. Where is the judge? Haha, he's standing right in front of you. Alexander picked him up by his throat. Caesar had eaten a gas fruit, but it was of no help with Alexander's armament hockey. You separated those little children from their families for such a vile crime. You wanted to make them giants. Now I will make you one. A giant that got so big that it burst like a balloon. He angrily said. Caesar's body started to inflate and he felt the changes. No. Don't kill me. I will make weapons for you. I will work for you for the rest of my life. But Alexander didn't hear him. He did not need such people in his service. Wait. I know where One Piece is, I can take you there. Now Caesar was just bullshitting to save himself. No thanks. I've already seen it. Alexander replied, making Caesar shake in fear. Soon Caesar's body got so inflated that his skin started to rip apart slowly. It was a really painful death for him. Finally, he burst like a balloon and died. Alexander then went through the research and found out that they were feeding drugs to the children to keep them wanting to live here by making them addicted to it. Alexander then felt even angrier when he saw how the kids were brought to the island. They were taken from their parents after being told by Caesar that they were sick and they needed to stay with him to prevent their parents from getting sick. Caesar tearily told the children that he had a son, but he caught the disease the children have and died from it, which is why Caesar wanted to heal the children, earning the children's trust and sympathy. In anger, Alexander reversed time and brought Caesar back to life with his memories intact. Perhaps I was too easy on you. Prepare yourself to go through hell. He stated coldly and put him in 100 years of time torture in which he was burned, frozen, ripped apart, skinned, and many more. But his physical body was also being subjected to it at the same time after Alexander had injected sensitivity enhancement potion into him. He then left him to die slowly as he screamed crazily. Somewhere in the space, a meteorite struck the moon. But in reality, it wasn't a meteorite, it was a certain archangel friend of Alexander who fell from heaven. He wasn't thrown out but was sent on a mission to update Alexander on the happenings of the heavens. What is this place? Why are there so many robots? He exclaimed, looking around the strange city on the moon. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 287. Dobby eats a devil fruit. Alexander used the records of the places the children were picked from and took them to their homes. He also healed their forced drug addiction and their body gigantification with his small light. Caesar had also held many people as slaves, so he also helped them and then returned to his work of conquering the Grand Line. More than half of it was done and not much was left now. Dobby had finished his job of conquering the Sky Islands and had returned with a devil fruit. Dobby found a wannabe god there and had to kill him. The fruit was from the men. Alexander was pleasantly surprised to find that it was the Rumble fruit, said to be an invincible devil fruit. It was a Logia-type devil fruit that allows the user to create, control, and transform into electricity at will, making the user a lightning human. Haha, good job, Dobby. Why don't you eat it? Alexander proposed. Are you sure, boss? Don't you want it? Dobby asked. Haha, I can already do what that fruit can, so it'll be a waste. On the other hand, I think if you can master it to the fullest you will probably get a little boost. He nudged him. Okay then, let's try this. Dobby picked it up and took a bite. Oh, this tastes so horrible. He made a twisted face and threw the fruit away, which just turned into a gooey mess and vanished soon after. So, feel anything? Alexander asked. Dobby lifted his palm and a slight bolt of electricity flickered. Not much, but I feel weird. Alexander put his phone on his palm. Nice, my battery was running out, try to charge it. Dobby just looked at his face and blinked stupidly. Boss, don't tell me you made me eat that just so you could do this. Alexander laughed with his one eye twitching. Ha, ha, why would I do that? If that was the case I would have eaten it myself. Because it tastes so bad. Dobby guessed. Haha, don't fret about it, Dobby. Let's go and conquer the Grand Line, haha. Alexander left Dobby alone to experiment with his powers. Not many islands or kingdoms were left now. Only Water 7 and some of its nearby islands were left to be conquered. Besides them, there was also Eni's Lobby and Marine Ford, which he needed to take over, though he wanted to drag the 4 elders in a public fight too. He went to the Water 7 and removed all the world government establishments there, and erected big forts on all 6 sides on the island. Water 7 was a very important island for the world government as it produced a huge amount of revenue and also had the highest number of shipbuilders. Alexander replaced the administrators of the place with his people and also called on 20 warships and 5,000 men to be stationed there. Water 7's neighboring islands were also taken over by him. If the world government was ignoring him till now, they couldn't any longer. 90% of Paradise, 100% of the East and South Blue were now under Alexander's control. This year they will not get a heavenly tribute from a full 1/2 of the world. Not to mention, Alexander had control over many kingdoms in the other half of the world too. From Water 7 they went to Guanhao, an island in Paradise where the world government organized a training camp for future Cypherpole agents. Alexander did a full strip down of the camp and made it a normal land for normal people. Many sinners of the world government were also killed in that. Then there was Kenzan Island, just tribal people lived there so he didn't disturb them and simply protected the island with a few warships permanently stationed there. After that Namakura Island was a place he spent some time at because the place was too poor and the living conditions were hellish. The kingdom itself was called the Land of Poverty. So he helped the people and erected another fort there. The Golden Justice Army would help the people's upliftment later. There was also Kuraigana Island but it was already under his territory as it was the place Mihawk resided and had his castle. Okay Dobby, let's go to Rusakana and give Gary his new mate I promised and then go to Sabaody Archipelago. That is the last island in our conquest of Paradise, he said. Noodles spoke before Dobby. Haha, yeah Noodles. You will become the king of the seas once we fulfill our mission. Alexander replied to him. So, they popped to Rusakana and found Gary the T-Rex. Gary enthusiastically welcomed them. Ah, boss. I thought you forgot about me. It's your lucky day, Gary. I found you a mate. But she's a bit wild so it's all on you if you can woo her. Alexander told him. Gary happily jumped, yes. Don't worry about wooing her. I am very handsome. Alright, you deserve it. Alexander let the female T-Rex come out. Gary happily caught her attention as he was literally waving his tiny hands to her. The female T-Rex ran to him at full speed. Haha, see. I told you I can woo her. Bam. The female T-Rex gave Gary a hard 360-degree tail slap in the face. Gary fell down instantly. Alexander and Dobby just looked at it gobsmacked. Damn, you need help, Gary. Gary quickly stood up to save the little self-respect he had left. Ahaha, no, I'm fine. I just slipped. You guys can go now, I will play with her for a while. They pitied him and flew away. But even as they left they heard loud thuds of beatings and screams. But some of them were confusing. Oh Lord. I love this. They ignored and continued on their way. When they reached the sea, Noodles asked them what was that sound. Ah, Noodles my boy. You are still too pure to understand that. Here, play with your favorite inflatable ball. From there they went to Sabaody Archipelago. He started by hunting down all the really bad guys in the lawless area of it. Once that was done he changed the area into a housing district for normal people. Haha, nice, we don't need any lawless areas. This place already has amazing amusement parks for making money. After that, they went into a bar to eat lunch. How are we going to take over the Marine Ford, boss? Dobby asked. I haven't thought about that yet. Though I would like to open that secret chamber in Raftel before I do anything. I have a feeling that the big man might show himself sooner than we thought. Alexander stated and they entered. Cool, the place is empty, Dobby exclaimed as they took a seat near the counter. Soon a woman came to take their order, but she stopped moving when she saw their faces. It was like an error had occurred in her head. But she seemed strong in the head and came out of it. Ah, sorry. We never receive famous guests like you. Welcome to Shaki's Rip-Off Bar, I am Shikuyaku. What can I get for you too? She asked. Alexander chuckled, haha, a funny name for a bar. Well, I want a number 9 set. Then Dobby ordered, I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda. Alexander and Shikuyaku looked at him like he was an animal in the zoo. Dobby noticed their gazes. I feel a lot more hungry since I ate that devil fruit. It seems your body needs the energy to produce that electricity now. You also tested it a lot before coming here, so you must be running low. Alexander theorized. Oh, what do we have here? Since when did people start coming to this bar? Another voice came from behind. Alexander and Dobby turned at the same time and recognized the guy. He also recognized them. Haha, Dark King Silver Rayleigh. The world is looking for you and here you are. Alexander laughed. Rayleigh didn't say anything and stayed there assessing if Alexander was going to attack him. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 288. A war is brewing. Come and sit here, boy, I don't bite, Alexander stated, easing the tense air. Silver Rayleigh smiled and sat beside him. So, this must be your last stop in paradise. Haha, absolutely correct. The world will know tomorrow that the world government is just half world government now. Alexander joked. Roger would have loved to see this day. A smack on the world government's face is always enjoyable. Rayleigh commented. So, what's the first mate of Roger Pirates doing here? Alexander inquired. Nothing, just living my retirement peacefully. Coding ships is a pretty satisfying job. He replied and drank from his glass. And what would it take to bring you out of this retirement? Dobby asked. Never thought of this, maybe if Roger was to miraculously come back to life. Rayleigh looked like he was taking a trip down the memory lane. Haha, he's in for a big surprise then. Ring ring. Alexander's phone rang, which was rare these days. It was from Roger. Old man, I think I found the ancient weapon, Uranus. Though I am not sure, but whatever it is, it's pretty huge and strange. Come fast. Roger sounded excited on the other side. Alexander quickly got up. Dobby, let's go. Important stuff. Okay, Rayleigh and Chikuyaku. See you later maybe. They both went out and through the anywhere door, they reached Roger. Alexander looked around and saw that they were on an uncharted sky island. Roger had probably come to the sky island on the flying carpet he had given him. Alex, follow me. Ragnarok was also there. What are you doing here? Alexander asked. I was getting bored, so I decided to help him a bit, Ragnarok answered. Alexander just remembered that Roger and Ragnarok had struck up a very good friendship. So, what did you find? He asked. In front of them was a huge temple-like building. Come in and see it for yourself. They followed Ragnarok in and came to an open area. In its center was a humongous ship, bigger than any ship he had seen on the planet till now. Even his warships looked like ants in front of it. Boom. Roger jumped down from the deck of the ship with a loud thud. Ha ha ha, have you ever seen this, ancient old man? This looks like it's from your time. Alexander rolled his eyes at the lame joke. My Ironheim is bigger than solar systems. This could be Uranus. It's probably a flying machine/weapon. Alexander remarked. You tried to start it up? He asked. Roger shook his head. No, I did see the place from where it gets operated, but I couldn't understand a thing. So, I called the smartest person I know. I am flattered. Alexander couldn't complete his sentence as Roger again messed with him. So I called my friend Ragnarok. He told me to call you. Then boy, this makes you the dumber one. All right. Let's go to the ship now. He moved in. Inside he saw a huge control panel with strange symbols on it. Ghost, translate it, and project the translations. Soon everything became clear. It really was a flying ship with very strong weapons. Mainly the central cannon, which Alexander estimated could destroy a small satellite like the moon. No wonder it was feared. But he couldn't power it up for some reason. He went to where its engine was and saw a simple electric engine, but there was no place to put gas in it. Instead, there was a metal seat with various wires connected to it. Dobby, come here and sit on it and try to send as much electricity as you can to the ship. He instructed. Dobby did as asked and ejected electricity from his body, and just as he had guessed, the engine started up. Of course they would use a devil fruit. The world doesn't have fuel engines even right now, forget 800 years ago. Alexander muttered. Where do we take this huge ship, old man? Roger asked. Where else than Raftel? You go with Ragnarok and bring Shirahoshi-chan. What about Pluto? Roger asked further. It turned out. That shipbuilder Tom, that made your ship, had designs of Pluto. Pluto was built in water 700-800 years ago, so it must have been passed down from generation to generation. I gave him all the stuff necessary to make it so it should be ready by now. He revealed. Roger got really excited. Ha ha ha, we are so close to knowing the truth now. I'll see you at Raftel then. Once they left, Alexander looked at Dobby. Keep supplying electricity. Let's move it. Somewhere in the new world. Zihahaha. You thought you could kill me? How wrong you are. Didn't Whitebeard teach you anything? The dark fruit I ate is one of the strongest devil fruits in the world. Now, I am the strongest. Thank you for coming to me. You made my work easier, Portgas D. Ace. Marshal D. Teach aka Blackbeard spoke. He had Ace pinned down under his foot. What the hell were you planning all this time, Teach? Ace asked. Zayaha. You're Whitebeard and that old monster's funeral. Blackbeard confidently claimed. This time Ace laughed, ha ha ha. You are too naive, Teach. You could maybe kill me, I'd even consider Pops dying but not Grandpa. He hasn't even shown 1% of his powers yet and the world government shudders at the mention of his name. Imagine what will happen when he gets serious. Ace still remembers the incident from his childhood. When Luffy somehow fell into an underground river system in a cave. Luffy was already a devil fruit user by then, so he and Sabo were helpless. They cried for help and Alexander appeared. Right in front of them, he ripped out a part of the whole island with a simple move of his finger and they found Luffy in one of the air pockets underground. That day they truly understood that their grandpa was not called the strongest being in the world for no reason. But Blackbeard didn't know that. He still had his confident laugh. Zahahaha. Who said I am alone? Big Mom and all the Marine Admirals will be there too. That still won't be enough. Ace mocked him. Blackbeard took him to the nearby Marine base and handed Ace to the Marines. Blackbeard was still a Shichibukai, so he had the luxury of going anywhere. Marine Ford. Paru. Sengoku picked it up. What? Okay, escort him to Impel Down. Keep 3 vice admirals with him at all times. He ordered and hung up. He looked back at his friend eating rice crackers. Garp. He called him. He knew it was going to be sad news for him. I told you before to keep an eye on him. Ace just got arrested and he will surely get executed by the orders from above. Garp suddenly stopped eating and his always friendly smile vanished. I gotta go somewhere, Sengoku. Give me a leave. Garp got up. Don't think of going to save him. Sengoku bellowed. Garp showed him his serious face, I'm not going to, and believe me Sengoku. But remember one thing, the old man treated Ace like his own grandson. Imagine what he would do when he finds out. I wonder if there will be a Marine Ford left. Sengoku shuddered at the thought of that. Damn it, I should take retirement. Sphinx Island. Pops. Bad news. Ace got caught. It was Teach. They are going to execute him in a week. Marco informed Whitebeard. Whitebeard had now fully recovered from the disease and his magnificent blonde hair had also grown back. He stood up and picked up his lance. Prepare to sail. A family always watches each other's back. Ace will not die, not as long as I am alive. He sternly announced. The world government, Marine, and the Blackbeard Big Mom alliance were all strong. But they were underestimating their enemy a lot. They didn't know that Whitebeard was in perfect health. They didn't know that Roger was alive and they certainly didn't know the scope of Alexander's power. In short, they had dug a hole for themselves and now were just waiting to die and fill those said holes. A huge war was brewing now and its smell would reach the whole world in no time. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 289. My Will Lives. Because One Piece is not over, I am making all this up, so don't take this chapter for canon. This chapter also has a lot of info dumps. Raftel. Roger and Ragnarok arrived with Shirahoshi and Alexander brought the 2 ancient weapons. The Uranus was hovering above the island while Pluton was in the sea. The moment Shirahoshi came, a certain white light covered the island and made the ambience full of positivity for some reason. Alexander had put a small nuclear reactor on Uranus to give it power. He couldn't ask Dobby to keep on powering it the whole time after all. Pluton was the same. It just wasn't possible to make it sail with the wind. Ah, Shirahoshi-chan, how are you? Alexander made himself bigger for the compulsory hug. Hee hee, I like living on the new island you made, Grandpa. I can see the sun and trees every day. She replied. Haha, I am happy for you, child. Now, I told you about that superpower of yours. Do you remember it? He patted her head. I do, I even practiced it. I can summon my friends now. She said. By friends, she was referring to various sea kings who considered her their queen. Okay, let's go then. They moved to the same underground secret locked chamber. The door that was so hard to open before was now shining in white light. Alexander simply went to it and touched it. Suddenly the whole place started to vibrate and the door started to slide open. They entered the place and found it was filled with gold to the brink. The place was many kilometers long and wide. At the center of it was the biggest poneglyph they had ever seen. "Boss, look." Dobby pointed to the side. There were hundreds of statues made of gold. All of them had one thing similar. They were wearing straw hats. Alexander and Dobby started to read the names written on them. All of them had AD in their names and each had a line written under their name. "Death is all but an end for a new beginning. My will lives." Then behind all those was a throne made of gold. On it was a long staff made of gold, seemingly waiting for someone to pick it up. Roger exclaimed quickly, "Is that joy, boys?" "Well, let's read the poneglyph and see it for ourselves," Alexander suggested, and they moved to the giant stone. "Ghost, translate it," he commanded. Soon, translated projections appeared. The history they learned there was nothing less than shocking. 900 years ago, many different species used to roam the planet. Things were by no means peaceful, but they weren't that bad either. 800 years ago, in the same place as they were standing, stood the great kingdom, Geos. It was the most advanced and prosperous kingdom in the world. It was open for any species to come and live without any prejudice. The royal family of it was called the Clan of D. But then, something happened and a yellow-eyed person fell from the sky on the island. In the beginning, this new person acted nicely with everyone while learning about the world and its mysteries. Then he started getting involved in politics and with his schemes, started gathering power. He had many powerful abilities and he used them to take over the great kingdom. The Clan of D was exiled from their own kingdom and then started the scary rule of him. Because the great kingdom was vastly advanced, thanks to various species living there. Those from the moon too. Im started to use the technology to slowly take over the world. He set up another headquarters of his kingdom on the center of Red Line from where he tried to rule. But there was a secret reason for why he made the Red Line his base. That was because he found a strange tree there. A tree that could suck life force of anything that touched it and then grow strange fruits. Im started to do many tests on it. He started enslaving whole kingdoms to test the fruit. Many species went extinct because of such practices and those who were left went into hiding. In the meantime, the Clan of D spanned around the world to gather support. Adventures of Joy Boy happened at this time. They eventually won the support of the Kazuki clan of Wano. At the same time, a coalition of 20 kingdoms was also formed with the purpose of fighting the Great Kingdom. The construction of ancient weapons started at the same time under the supervision of people from the D clan. The Water Seven made Pluton, the Fishmen made Poseidon, and the D clan made Uranus with the help of Wano and Scipions. But the D clan added a safety feature on Uranus that the user will need the blood of the D clan to run it. They did it so that even if somehow the enemy got a hold of the other two weapons, they wouldn't be able to use the last one even if they find it. During that time, Im was successful in creating devil fruits by combining souls of people and an object whose property he wanted the fruit to give as a power. Im also realized that the powers these fruits would give would be very dangerous and needed a way to counter them if they were to someday stand against him. So, in each fruit he made, he also added hydrophobic material. This would make all the fruit users unable to swim in a world mostly made up of water. But the requirement to make fruits was that he needed a lot of souls to even make one fruit. For this, he decided to enter the war. And so the slaughter of 100 years started. Billions of people from various species were first captured and then given to the devil fruit tree to be sacrificed. This enraged the world and they started fighting the Great Kingdom with all they had. Soon, Im realized that he won't be able to have enough fruits to combine them and make one legendary big devil fruit for himself with all the powers of the world. So he decided to end the war so that the world population could increase again for him to harvest later. But among all the chaos, some 100 members of the D clan infiltrated Geos on the Red Line when they found out about the fruits and took away all the fruits which they called devil fruits. But going so close to the devil fruit tree gave them incurable disease and they started to die one after another. Only a few of them were able to pass on their legacy before dying. This made the D clan the biggest enemy of him. Because even he didn't have a way to find all the devil fruits hidden away. Enraged, he defeated the coalition of 20 kingdoms and gave them the option to either obey or die. The kingdoms obeyed and the 20 kings surrendered their swords near his feet. Im then devised a plot to keep the world under his thumb and created the world government with the 20 royal families invited to live in Geos. After that, the Aerosal of history started. Im knew that as long as the world remembered him and how he killed people, he would always face opposition. For this he even destroyed the great kingdom he himself ruled. He killed anyone who knew the history and made it illegal to research it. However, the ancient weapons were hidden by the remnants of D clan before he could do anything to them. The last remaining kingdom that knew about the slaughter of 100 years was Wano. But he didn't dare to attack them as they were extremely strong with their strong swords and also the Uranus being there for the time being. But to his satisfaction, Wano closed itself like a scared cat in hiding. This also allowed Wano to make poneglyphs and distribute them around the world. Joy Boy himself helped them and also created the secret chamber on Raftel and put the Rio Poneglyph there. He also made statues of people of the D clan who sacrificed themselves to get the devil fruits out of Mary Geos, so that they could be remembered. Then finally, he left his staff there. The staff of the head of D clan. It gave the ability to connect to all the people of the D clan hiding in the world. It gave the ability to control all the ancient weapons at will. He knew that the war was already lost. So he locked it all in there in the hope that someday in the future, someone with the will of D will come and bring dawn to the world. For some reason, when he was leaving the island, white light fell from the sky and reinforced the security he placed on the chamber. He accepted it as a blessing of the gods and surrendered to him to finally end the war and the persecution of people with AD in their name. His death ended the era of the Void Century, starting the era of world government. Soon after, many devil fruit users also started to appear around the world. For the next 700 years, the world government continuously grew stronger and nearly wiped out every known mention of history. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 290. To Marine Ford. Sigh. So much bloodshed and it was all forgotten. Roger sighed with a sad face. Truly despicable. Only a demon would do such a thing. Ragnarok added. Alexander on the side was caressing Shirahoshi. She got emotional after reading all that. She started to speak meekly. I have read the apology. He attempted to raise Noah with Poseidon's aid, but he broke his promise to Fishman Island. However, Fishman Island promised that they would keep Noah safe until a certain day came. Joy Boy left a letter in the form of Poneglyph to Poseidon, apologizing for breaking his end of the bargain. It's all right Shirahoshi-chan, don't cry now, Alexander caressed her. Then Roger looked at Alexander like he had sudden enlightenment. Old man, what if you are the person Joy Boy was talking about? I mean, you fulfilled his promise by bringing back the fishmen to the surface, you even moved their Noah and Poneglyph to the new island. You are also fighting the world government and have found the One Piece, not to mention, you also have AD in the name. I'm not even from this world. How can I be that? I'm sure it's Luffy. All the things point to him, and Shanks probably knows something about it. But does it even matter anymore? I don't know, Roger, and I don't care if I am him or not. Didn't I tell you that day, no matter what, I will be bringing the dawn? Though I am still very interested in knowing who this I'm is, because even on this Poneglyph, nothing is written about his origin. Alexander commented. I guess you'll have to ask him yourself then, haha, Roger added. Yeah, but I am feeling disgusted now that I know the devil fruit I ate was made of human souls, Alexander remarked. Dobby also made a disgusted face. Alexander then moved to the hundreds of statues and the huge throne. These people are heroes and yet they aren't remembered. History is truly written by the winners and you can mold it into whatever you want to tell the world. He picked up the staff. It looked heavy but it wasn't. Let's see what this does. He tried to feel its power and he suddenly felt a connection being made. Not just with Pluton, Uranus and Shirahoshi, but a lot of other people too. Shira-chan. Tell me if you feel anything. Alexander said. He closed his eyes and concentrated. Ah, Grandpa, I saw your face in my mind. It was like you were talking to me. She exclaimed. Alexander opened his eyes and smiled, haha, yeah. This works. I also felt around 100 connections with people around the world. They are all probably from the D clan. So many. They are most likely hiding. So, what's the plan, old man? Roger asked. Well, I am going to reveal this Poneglyph, the elders, and him to the world. The world should know why everything is so messed up. That they are just animals waiting to be harvested. He muttered. So it will be a war then. Well, I was feeling like gathering my crew and sailing the world again. Might as well support you first. Ah, I just remembered something, I had left an egg on my ship here. Roger exclaimed and ran out to find his ship. Meanwhile, Alexander picked the Poneglyph and the statues and put it in his dimensional pocket. He left the rest of the treasure for whoever finds the One Piece. In fact, he added more gold worth 500 billion berries there as promised to Straw Hat adventurers. Boss, I got bad news. Dobby suddenly spoke. Big Mom and Blackbeard joined hands. They captured Ace and gave him to Marines. He will be executed in a few days. I think they are trying to start a war to reap benefits. Alexander smirked and responded, what can I say except that the world government and Big Mom Blackbeard have gone crazy. This war will only be the end of them because they have no idea that Roger is alive and Whitebeard is back in shape. Just these two should be enough to destroy the Marines, now add Dragon, Kong, Mihawk, Fujitora, Roger's crew, Z, Ragnarok, you and me. Dobby shook his head with a smile, it seems we are ahead in our schedule in taking over the world. Yes, but you will not be joining me. While the war is going on, you will take over the North Blue, West Blue, and New World. I should also use this staff to call all the members of the D clan, he revealed. He took out his staff and projected his face and voice to all the DS in the world except Blackbeard. He told all of them to come to Marine Ford on the day of execution of Portgas Maxim D. Ace. They closed the chamber and from now on it would not have any special requirement to open it. They found Roger on his ship hidden in a valley on the island. They saw a small dragon baby playing in his lap. Ragnarok quickly flew to the dragon baby. Ha ha ha, what do we have here, he boomed. Roger smiled, I found this in Wano many years ago. There was a legend that there used to be dragons a long time ago. I didn't know this was a dragon egg at that time but there was no mother of it either. So rather than letting it get destroyed, I took it. He thinks you are his mother, Ragnarok informed him. Alexander laughed, haha, this brings back memories. So, what are you gonna do with him? I don't know. He may be cute now but when he grows up I won't be able to keep him tied. Roger sounded conflicted. Alexander then gave his suggestion, why don't you raise him for a few years and when he becomes big enough to recognize you aren't his mother, you give him to Rag here. He rules a world made of only dragon population. Roger had so many questions at that time, wait, what? Your own world. Ah, don't look into the details, Roger. Now, I have bad news for you. Ace got caught and the world government is going to execute him soon. He bluntly revealed. Roger stood up in shock, damn it, Rouge is going to kill me. I need to save him. Haha, it's all right. They're using Ace to start a war. Don't worry, many strong people will be coming to save Ace. Why don't you go and gather your crew till then? Alexander suggested to him. Sigh. Okay, I trust you, old man. But I want you to fit one of those engines in my Oro Jackson. Using wind to travel is a pain in the ass after getting used to engines. He asked. Sure, I'll do it. Alexander got to work. Shirahoshi went to play catchball with Noodles and Ragnarok started training the baby dragon. Because Alexander now ruled the first half of the world, Luffy and his crew didn't find many challenges across the seas. Except in the Thriller bark. From there they went to Amazon Lily because Sanji told Luffy that a lot of strong people lived there, though he surely had some different motives. They were at Amazon Lily when they received the news of Ace's capture. Angry and tense, Luffy immediately headed to Impel Down to save him. Hancock also followed as she was a Shichibukai and was supposed to help the Marine, though she wasn't planning on doing anything like that. When they were on their ships, Luffy suddenly quieted down while speaking. What was that? He loudly exclaimed. What? Nami asked. I just saw Grandpa's face. He told me to come to Marine Ford on the day of execution. Luffy explained. It wasn't just you, Luffy. I also saw it. Law chimed in. What are you talking about? I didn't see anything. Usopp spoke. Maybe it was supposed to be a targeted message. We should follow his words. He probably knows a lot more than any of us. Sabo tried to convince Luffy. But Luffy was the dumb stubborn one, no, Ace is in Impel Down. We should save him right now. Why wait? Law shook his head, I agree with Sabo but I know you aren't gonna listen to us. What if he isn't in Impel Down? Robin asked. Only one way to make sure. Luffy sternly replied, showing a rare moment of seriousness. Yo ho ho. Let's go then. Brook steered the ship towards Impel Down. Ace was on a ship transporting him to Marine Ford. He also saw the message and just smiled. He knew what was coming and he was hoping that Blackbeard would also come so he could see him getting smacked around like a puppet. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 291. Captain and the First Mate. Alexander had gotten a message from Garp that he wanted to meet him somewhere. So he told him to come to Amazon Lily. Although its empress was gone it was still his territory and had special rights. Once Garp came, they set up a nice camp on a cliff overlooking the sea. They drank for a while. Wahaha, so much has changed in such a little time, old man. Who could have thought that one day you'd have the whole world under your thumb? Garp blabbered. He was already drunk. Well, someone had to do it. Everyone knew that the world government is corrupt and unjust but were afraid of retaliation. Alexander reasoned. I know, you are the almighty old man. I'm sure you'll be successful in your ambition and create a new world. But before that, I have a request. Alexander wasn't looking at him and was standing by the cliff. He felt the emotional distraughtness of Garp and turned around. Garp's face showed a frown, sadness, and anger at the same time. Garp looked down and spoke, Old man, can you save Ace? You are the only one I know who can do it. I don't want to break my promise with Roger. It was his last wish. Ha ha ha. You didn't really have to ask me that. I was going to save him anyway. And that public execution of Ace is nothing but a ploy by them to lure me in. So foolish of them to think it will work. But, I need something from you as well, Garp. He suddenly turned serious. What is it, old man? Garp asked. Garp, I remember telling you to make me proud and you did just that with all the good things you've done. But if you keep supporting the world government even now, then all your good work was for naught. I am giving you a choice. Leave the Marines and join me. You don't have to answer me right now. I will be revealing something in the Marine Ford soon. Decide your mind then. Tell this to Sengoku and Kazan as well. I will be revealing the true ruler, ruling the world from the shadows. He revealed. You mean the 4 elders? Garp asked. Ha ha ha, you are still innocent, Garp. No, 4 elders are just the face of the world government. They work for someone who created all this 800 years ago. Now go or you'll be late for the execution. He finished and also went his own way. Alexander took out his phone and called Dragon. Boy, where did you reach? We are near Sabaody. Justice Ford is in camouflage and the ancient weapons are ready. Dragon reported. Good, go near Marine Ford and wait for my command. When I signal, I want you to start the bombardment. He instructed. At the same time, a meeting of a certain captain and his first mate was going to take place. Roger took his Oro Jackson to Sabaody. He had the flag of the Golden Justice Army so nobody stopped him. He knew where Rayleigh was living from Alexander. He went straight to the Shaki's rip-off bar. At the counter he asked for a drink. Shikuyaku initially didn't look at his face but once she did, her mind went blank. What, ghost? She screamed. Rayleigh came in running from outside. What happened? His eyes fell on Roger's back. He had seen that back thousands of times but his mind wasn't letting him believe this could be real. Who are you? Why are you impersonating Roger? Roger started to laugh in his iconic way. Bwahaha, why would I impersonate myself, Rayleigh? It's really me, your captain, Gold, Roger. Did you forget what I told you when we first met? We were going to turn the world upside down. Rayleigh walked up to him with a shocked face. He really couldn't believe this was the real Roger. Everything was the same, the laugh, the talk, the eyes. His eyes got a bit watery remembering the past. How? He asked. Haha, didn't I say, I'm not gonna die, partner, Roger spoke the last words he said to Rayleigh. Rayleigh was now 100% sure that this was the real Roger. He quickly gave a brotherly hug. Goddammit, why didn't you contact me for so long? What the hell were you doing? Rayleigh questioned. Behind them, Shikuyaku went and closed the doors of the bar so no one would disturb them. Haha, I was helping the Golden Justice Army and looking for ancient weapons. I did it, Rayleigh. I and Oldman opened the secret chamber. We know the true history of the world now and soon the world will know. Roger revealed. Wait, what Oldman? Rayleigh asked confusedly. Oh, you don't know. I'm talking about the Oldman Universe. He saved me at the time of execution. Not just that, he saved my wife and son. Roger said, his voice showed deep respect for Alexander. Son. When did that happen? Haha, a few months after my execution. But my son is now in the custody of Marines and they are going to execute him in Marine Ford. I need the crew, Rayleigh. Tell me, you still want to turn the world upside down? Roger asked. Rayleigh cracked his knuckles. I just remembered the words of President Universe when he last came here. He asked me what would get me back in action and I told him that it was only possible if you appeared again. Ha ha ha. I guess I am back in action then, and I've been itching for that. Bwahaha, let's call the other guys too. Roger, adventurers are now back in action. Roger loudly. Adventurers? Rayleigh asked. The old man is soon going to abolish pirates. Those who still want to travel the seas and explore will need to register their groups as adventurers and they will be allowed to travel the seas for fun and also can take jobs given by the Adventurer Guild. He has also said that he would hide lots of treasures all around the world and make secret and puzzling long quests for finding them. It will be really fun. Roger explained to him. Alexander in fact hadn't told him everything. Alexander was going to make every big adventurer make a T.V show as well, documenting their adventures and how they found the treasures. This would make people not see them as pirates and also bring in a profitable income form of entertainment. Luffy's Straw Hat Adventurers had already signed a contract. Okay, I can understand the need for that. Let me call the crew. Wait, what about Shanks and Buggy? One is a Shichibukai and the other is a Yonko. Rayleigh asked. Just call Buggy. Shanks is going to be there anyway. I'm gonna surprise him. Roger said excitedly. Rayleigh called in Skapergaban, Nosden, Kazuki Odin, Inuarashi, Nekomamushi, and all the others. He didn't tell them what was going on, but he just told them that it was urgent. Most of them were already coming towards Marineford, so it wouldn't take them much time. Marshal D, Teach and Big Mom had already left for Marineford a long time ago, leaving their home bases most vulnerable. Alexander stood with Dobby. It's time for you to start, Dobby. Start taking over one by one. First, start with the New World and then North and West Blue. Okay, boss. Best of luck to you as well. I hope all this ends here so we can really focus on changing the world. Dobby muttered and left for his mission. Oh, it will end today for sure. It will have to come out no matter what. Alexander spoke alone, and soon after he also left for Marineford. Though he wasn't going to interfere from the start. The whole execution was going to be shown live to the world, so he first needed to show how cruel the Marines' underworld government were and then expose them at the right time. He was sure that the world government had something planned to deal with him. After all, it was common knowledge that the admirals wouldn't be able to stop him on their own. Impel Down. Luffy foolishly attacked Impel Down and nearly died doing it. He soon found out that Ace had already been taken away from Marineford. He was finally regretting being so dumb and not listening to his smarter friends. Calm down, Luffy. Grandpa won't let anything happen to Ace, Rena told him. Yeah, Grandpa is very strong, Golly added. Robin also agreed with them. Don't forget that he told us to go to Marineford from the start. We should have listened to him instead of wasting our time. Now let's go before we're too late. Law angrily said. He was a friend of Ace too and wanted to save him. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 292. War starts. The execution platform was placed and all the high-ranking Marines, all the members of Cypherpole and Shichibukai were called in. In total, they numbered more than 100,000. This was supposed to be the biggest operation to have ever been conducted by the Marines and world government. Ace was brought to the platform and made to sit on it. Beside him stood Garp and Sengoku. The admirals were sitting on their thrones and the Marines were waiting for Whitebeard to show up. Just then, Sengoku started to speak. Today, we are not just executing a pirate but ending the son of an evil man. Portgas D, Ace has a very famous father. Tell us your father's name, boy. Ace smirked. He had lived with his mother his whole childhood and had heard stories about his real father. He had even seen photos of him. And to be honest, he had a very strong doubt that the Robbie guy was actually Roger, his father. Because the way Robbie treated him was so fatherly. But he was smart, he kept up the facade. He was really hoping to see how the Marines would react when he comes. Not to mention, his father in all but name was also much stronger now and healed. He was looking forward to him destroying the Marines. Heh. I have two fathers. Which one do you want to know? Ace spoke. The real one. Sengoku bellowed. Well, both are quite real. There's Whitebeard and Gold. Roger, I remember, the world government had changed his name to Gold Roger because they feared the D in his name. Ace nonchalantly announced. Ace just stepped on the tail of the world government. He did not just announce his father but also their plot. Sengoku was now regretting even speaking. But the beans were spilled. The whole thing was getting broadcasted live. Not to mention, Alexander had his bases on every island and his kind heart malls in every town. The whole thing was being shown on huge projectors there too. Rouge in Fusha village smiled hearing Ace's declaration. Ha ha ha, that's my boy, Makino. Look, he's looking so handsome. Around her, all the people of Fusha village and Dayton were sitting and watching. Rouge-san, aren't you scared? Dayton asked. Why would I be? I told Robbie that if something happens to him then I will kill him. Don't forget, the old men will be there too. Rouge confidently said. Back in Marineford, they were waiting for the imminent attack from the Whitebeard pirates. Soon many ships were seen coming towards the base. But still, the Whitebeard's flagship was missing. Everyone in the area was looking left and right. Boom. Then suddenly his ship came from under the water straight into the bay. Whitebeard was standing on its figurehead with his manly demeanor and mustache. The people were surprised to see him, mainly because of his looks. He didn't look any bit old. Instead, he had blonde wavy hair and a face full of life. It surprised many people there. I am Whitebeard, release my son if you don't want to die. He roared. Boom. What do you mean your son? He's my son. A loud voice suddenly came and another ship came from under the water and landed just beside Whitebeard's Moby Dick. Whitebeard felt like he had heard this voice but he couldn't remember where. He looked to his side and his eyes widened with shock, he even rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not hallucinating. The ship was the world-famous Oro Jackson, recognizable by every marine and pirate, and at its helm was a man standing in a red overcoat and a red hat. The man had a wide smile showing all his teeth. Just the way Whitebeard remembered. "Roger." Whitebeard muttered. "Haha, yes, it's me, White-chan, I'm back and you look much better." Roger greeted him loudly. Whitebeard's jaw dropped. Not just him but every single person in the Marine Ford had the same expression. Everyone that was alive during that era instantly recognized Roger. Ace on the platform smirked. "Haha, both my fathers are here it seems. I feel pitiful for you Marines now." Bwahahaha. So that's why the old man was smiling on execution day. I knew something was fishy. Garp laughed loudly on the execution platform. He ignored the glares received from Sengoku. Back at Moby Dick, Whitebeard looked at Roger and laughed. "How did you survive that execution?" "Haha, Old Man Universe helped me," Roger informed. "Gururara, only he can do something like this," Whitebeard laughed. In the field, the Marines were terrified and screaming that the Pirate King was still alive. Roger decided to stop them from spreading any rumors. "Silence, I never called myself the Pirate King. It was the world government who gave me that name to make me look bad. Now, I am the senior commander of the Golden Justice Army," he revealed. Whitebeard nodded. "I too am not a Yonko anymore. I am a senior commander of the Golden Justice Army, serving directly under the Supreme Commander Universe." The revelations were huge and fear welled up in the hearts of elite Marine soldiers. Alexander was a nightmare for them, no smaller than the world government in power. The men ruled half of the world for God's sake. Whitebeard then continued, "Release Ace or face the wrath of Golden Justice." Then, to the shock of the Marines, Buggy ran from the Marines' side and joined Roger. In fact, he hugged Roger with tears as if he had met his long-lost father. Buggy was a Shichibukai but in no way was he going to go against Roger. Then Boa Hancock also jumped from her place and landed on Roger's ship. Soon Bartholomew Kuma also followed. Only one Shichibukai was left on their side now. And that was Edward Weevil, the self-proclaimed Whitebeard's son. Mihawk was already with Alexander, Crocodile was dead, Gecko Moria was dead, Marshal D. Teach hadn't come yet. Roger laughed. "Wahaha, you still wanna fight?" Sengoku was supposed to make the shots now. He was conflicted about whether to fight or not, because he was sure that they would terribly lose, and even if they won then most of his people would be dead. Not to mention everything was being broadcasted live. They could have handled one weak, sick Whitebeard, but now, not only was he in perfect health but the legendary Gold Roger was also there. But then suddenly he heard one of the admirals charge forward to attack Whitebeard. "Justice will not be delayed today. Charge!" Sakazuki roared. Sengoku gritted his teeth at that fool. He was about to shout to stop everyone but he again heard someone say the opposite of that. "Don't stop, charge forward." Sengoku looked to see who it was this time and his eyes nearly fell out. This was his first time seeing or hearing those guys coming down from Mary Geos. For elders, Sengoku ran up to them. "No need to stop. We will execute them all today." "Roger, Whitebeard." The bald elder with the katana said and looked at the traitor Shichibukais. "And the traitors will fall. Proceed as planned." He added and unsheathed his sword. Roger saw them and mocked, "Ha, so these are the dogs of that shy girl Im." Not many people understood the meaning behind his words. "He knows, we need to kill him." The blonde elder angrily spoke to his fellow elders, his face looked all red. He then loudly ordered, "Concentrate on Gold Roger and Whitebeard. They must die today." "Damn it, it is Galdi, Roger, stop butchering my name," Roger roared. And so the Great War started. Live in front of the world. Many saw the elders who run the world for the first time that day. Alexander's men were sure to project the elders' wanted posters on the live telecast. "Zihihaha, looks like they have already begun. Let's go and show them hell." Blackbeard spoke while looking through his telescope. Mama, we will rule the seas after this." Big Mom added. They were near Marine Ford and had no idea that not just Roger but the elders had shown up. In the New World, Dabi was on his conquering spree and took over kingdoms and islands with speed never seen before. He apparat to each island, defeated the opposing force, erected a fort, and left behind the droids. He had already taken over Tato Land, the base of Big Mom pirates, and he was now heading towards the last island in Grand Line. "Ah, this is too easy." Dabi sighed and apparat to the next island. Justice Fort, the moving headquarters of the Golden Justice Army. Peru. Dragon picked it up and he received orders from Alexander, "Yeah, go ahead and encircle the Marine Ford with the fleet. Big Mom and Blackbeard will be appearing soon. Take all the commanders with you." Dragon was just waiting for this and shouted the orders to start moving. He was really itching for some action after seeing the whole mess currently going on at Marine Ford. Alexander was already sitting in Sengoku's office all alone in Marine Ford and looking down at the ongoing war. He was just making sure that the high percentage sinners died and innocents survived on both sides. All right, I'll get Robin to read out the Rio Poneglyph to the world. But where is the Straw Hat Group? He mumbled. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 293. Changing Tides. Boom. 2 of the elders went to attack Whitebeard while the remaining 2 went to Roger because the 2 represented the biggest threat. But there was Rayleigh too, and he was stronger than the average admiral. The war got messy quickly. Marines were being thrown like ragdolls, even vice admirals who were many times considered powerhouses were helpless at the moment. The pirates had the strength and the Marines had numbers. However, the pirates' side could still lose as the 2 remaining admirals, Kizaru and Akiji, hadn't entered the fight yet. Sengoku and Garp too. The elders were honestly very strong. Much stronger than an admiral or a Yonko, so they were raining hard. Ha ha ha, this won't be enough, fools. Roger laughed loudly. He didn't have any devil fruit power, but his haki in itself was strongest in the world. He used armament haki and punched the blonde elder in the face. Did you like that? Ah, it feels so good punching you. Just a few feet away from him, Whitebeard was also fighting the other 2 elders. He was using his devil fruit ability to the fullest. He wasn't called the strongest man in the world just for his body but his fighting prowess too. Scums of the world should stay on the ground. Whitebeard punched 1 elder to the ground. However, when they thought they were gaining an upper hand, 2 figures fell from the sky. One was huge and one was small. Everyone looked at who it was, and when the dust settled, Whitebeard showed anger. Teach, you traitor. On the other hand, all the Marines got anxious seeing Big Mom. But Big Mom quickly made her intentions clear. Don't fear, government's dogs. I came to kill Whitebeard. But what is this? Roger is alive too. Roger looked at her in disgust. Damn, Charlotte Lin, what happened to you? You used to look so good back in the days. Ha. It's probably diabetes. Rayleigh joked. Big Mom didn't say anything and jumped straight at Roger. Just defeating you made Whitebeard the strongest man. What will killing you make me? Murderer. Roger said and got ready to fight. But Roger also had to deal with 2 elders. It was straining for him now. Why is Universe not here? Big Mom shouted. She had started this war to kill him after all. She threw a punch at Roger's back, who was busy dealing with the elders. Clank. A sword appeared and stopped that punch. Once again everyone stopped and looked who it was. Sengoku's eyes twitched seeing the new arrival. The situation had gotten way out of hand now. Red-haired Shanks, why are you here? Shanks smirked. What kind of question is that? I came to help my captain. Shanks looked at Roger and found a moment to give him a good hug quickly. Roger was like a father to him back in the days. Haha, you have grown a lot stronger, my boy. I'm proud of you. Shanks felt really good from getting recognition from Roger. When you are just a chore boy and are being hunted by the Marines, world government, and bounty hunters, you either get stronger or die. Soon the fight started again. With the addition of red-hair pirates, the tides of war had changed. The Marines found themselves cornered, which is why Sengoku and the other 2 admirals also jumped in. Sengoku fought Shanks alone while Akainu and Kizaru went to fight Whitebeard and Kazan went to fight various defected Shichibukai. With the addition of admirals, Whitebeard and Roger were on the back foot. Fighting 2 elders was already tough. Pirates and Marines were dying in the whole field. Alexander was doing his best to minimize the loss of innocent life. A sea. Out of nowhere, a loud voice resounded in the sky and a man was seen flying towards the execution platform. It was Luffy, and he had somehow launched himself into the air. He fell directly in front of the platform, but Garp was also there. Luffy, you fool. Why did you come here? Grandpa, move away. I must save Ace. Luffy angrily shouted. Look behind you. They all want to do that. Even Roger is somehow back from the dead to save his son, and they are 100 times stronger than you. What gives you the strength to do this? Garp shouted back. Luffy was in too much frustration to realize that his idol, Gold Roger, was alive. He started running up towards Garp. Step aside, Grandpa. Make me. Garp roared and got ready to fight him. Damn it, old man, where are you? Garp internally cursed. Back in the field. The tides again started to change in favor of the Marines. Now, only if somehow 5 more admiral level or above people were to appear to help Roger and Whitebeard. Boom boom. Suddenly hundreds of cannonballs started to fall on the field. It was raining steel. Again, everyone stopped and looked around to see what was happening. Soon a humongous shadow appeared in the sea. It kept on getting bigger and bigger. Soon a vice admiral reported to Sengoku. Though the highest command of the battlefield were the elders, but nobody knew them. Fleet Admiral, it's the Golden Justice Army. They have brought their moving headquarters and 5,000 warships. They have surrounded Marineford, he scaredly reported. Then all of a sudden, loudspeakers started to resound from the huge Justice Fort ship. We have surrounded you from all sides, Marines and world government employees are advised to surrender or die. We have 200,000 troops to fight against already exhausted you all. This is our first and final warning. But not all of them stopped fighting. Mainly Whitebeard, Roger, Elders, Big Mom, and Blackbeard. Blackbeard was desperate for Whitebeard's fruit, so he was doing all he could to kill him. But to his shock, somehow the old man was back in his prime. Seeing no other way, Dragon released the troops to fight. All of them were given Alexander's best forged armor that could ignore most sword strikes and gunshots. Dragon himself with Z, Fujitora, Kong, Mihawk, Doflamingo, Rosinante, Fisher Tiger, and Jinbe came to the fight. This was a huge boost to the morals of the ones fighting the Marines. Dragon instantly recognized the elders, even they came down. Let's make sure they never go back up there. They joined the fight and started to push back. Blackbeard was now getting the undivided attention of Whitebeard and he did not like it. Whitebeard was showing no mercy to him. Roger was also beating Big Mom badly. Her devil fruit didn't seem to work on most of the people there. Her ability required people to be afraid of her and most of the people fighting her weren't even afraid of death. In all the mayhem, Akainu realized that his justice was losing and something was needed to be done. If they don't kill at least Ace, then all the lives lost that day would be worthless and Marines would become a laughingstock of the world. So he snuck away from the active fight, sidetracked Luffy and Garp, and appeared near Ace on the platform. This is the end, boy. He shouted loudly and threw his lava fist at him. From his shout, people realized what was happening. Roger and Whitebeard stopped fighting and jumped towards the execution platform with full strength. Even Garp and Luffy stopped fighting and ran towards Ace. Alex, when the hell are we going to fight? My hand is itching. Ragnarok complained. What's the point? Once we enter it will be like throwing ragdolls here and there. Alexander replied. Oh, look. What's he doing? Ragnarok pointed towards the execution platform. Ah, damn it, Sakazuki and his stupid justice. It seems we will get involved now. But no turning into dragon until him shows up, okay? He ordered. Sure, not like I need to turn into a dragon to beat these weaklings. Ragnarok nonchalantly jumped to the window and flew out. Alexander also jumped to the execution platform. Boom. Alexander loudly fell just behind Admiral Akainu, his height dwarfing Akainu's, who was about to plant his fist into Ace's chest. Boy, you've got guts to attack my grandkid. Alexander coldly said and continued. It seems you forgot the lesson I gave you back at O'Hara. Let me remind you then. The moment he heard Alexander, Akainu's face showed fear. He knew no matter what he does he can't beat him. Alexander grabbed Akainu's head again in a blink and dragged him down from the platform and planted his face into the ground with force enough to turn a normal person's skull into a paste. I told you to go and do something about the slave house in Sabaody and yet it was me who had to destroy it. What happened to your absolute justice? Don't tell me you can only do your perverted justice gig on weak powerless people. Alexander lectured. He was humiliating him in every way possible. You are a sick man, Sakazuki. But you don't deserve death. However, my punishment will make you wish that you had died today. I am taking away your devil fruit and also weakening your body so it can never harness haki. From now on, you will live like a normal weak human. Just like the people on whom you passed your absolute justice. His declaration scared many on the battlefield. A lot of them decided to run away as they didn't want their haki or devil fruits taken away. But they were quickly caught by his army. Then suddenly, Alexander lifted his other free hand and grabbed a yellow light that appeared out of nowhere. It was Kizaru using his light fruit. You want to save him? Then you suffer the same fate. You are a sadistic man who hunted slaves who ran from Mary Geos. You are no better than Akainu. I am taking away your fruit and making you a weaker man. Kizaru's eyes widened in shock. No one was able to catch him to this day and now here he was, utterly defeated. Akainu and Kizaru didn't even get a chance to speak before their bodies lost all their strength. Now, you will grow old, get sick and die like a normal man, even worse than a normal man to be precise because all the injuries you received all these years are still there and will resurface now. Enjoy the misery. On the other side of the field, Ragnarok was fighting the elders. The elders must have said something to him that made him angry. You call yourself celestial dragons, huh? But you don't look celestial and surely not a dragon. Let me show you what a real celestial dragon looks like. Roaer. Ragnarok turned into his huge dragon form. The people in the field stopped fighting and looked at him in dread. The island started to shake from the sheer weight of Ragnarok. This is what a real dragon looks like. Ragnarok shouted in his draconic voice. The elders felt really scared this time. They had seen Kaido's dragon form, but this was on a whole different scale. But before Ragnarok could breathe fire and destroy everything, Alexander appeared in front of his face. Goddammit, Rag. Are you trying to sink the island with your weight? You could have easily handled them without turning into this. Go back to the human form, now. Ragnarok heard him and started to turn back. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 294. The final boss. Alexander looked at the huge battlefield, many dead bodies littered here and there. So many lives lost. Not all of them were innocent, but still, some good ones were lost too. So, let me bring them back. Alexander openly used his devil fruit power and selectively reversed the time of the field. Many men who had died came back to life. Not only that, but injuries of all his soldiers and allies also healed up. Meaning that Whitebeard and Roger were once again back in perfect shape. Alexander threw Kizaru and Akainu away and walked to Ace. How's it going, kid? For a second I thought I'd really die. Ace exclaimed. Bam. Ace received a fist of love first. Go and meet your mother after this. She must be more scared of you dying than yourself. He advised. From the high platform, he looked at the whole war zone. Everyone, just stop it now. What's the point in fighting this silly war? Marine soldiers, I will allow you to join my Golden Justice Army as long as you surrender. Same work and same salary. Only a slightly different uniform. Hey, can officers do that too? A voice asked. Alexander looked and recognized the guy. Yes, Captain Smoker. You will get a captain rank too. My offer is for all Marines of any rank. Right then, a lot of Marines threw their guns and swords away. It enraged Sengoku. What are you doing? Pick up the weapons and fight, he shouted. Alexander raised his voice then. Sengoku, you fool. I remember you said you wanted to make a better world and change the Marines for good. Look around you, how you have become the problem yourself. Now shut up and listen to me about what I have to say. Then decide which side you're going to be on. Theirs or mine. He raised his hand and a huge square stone fell from the sky. That is the Rio Poneglyph that I found in Raftel. It is what the world government has been trying to hide for the past 800 years. Because the history of the Void Century is written on it. The century when the world government miraculously appeared. Only O'Harans knew how to read these, so the world government tried to destroy them. Thankfully I came and saved them. But before he could start any further, Big Mom and Blackbeard attacked him. Ah, you overestimate yourself. Luffy, what was your punch called? He asked. Gomu Gomu no pistol. Luffy sounded confused. Oh, then I will try it too. Gomu Gomu no pistol. Alexander also put Big Mom in a time torture, where she sees her mother die every time and is forced to go hungry, but she can't eat anything even though food is in front of her. Charlotte Lin Lin, category. Murder, 2,823. Indirect murder, 7,678. Cannibalism, 12. Torture, 2,654. R** PE. Robbery, 53,456. Kidnapping, 6,768. Enslaving, 1,567. Sin percentage, 84%. Alexander shouted and punched her in the head, but his punch didn't connect to her face and stopped an inch away. Just when Big Mom took a sigh of relief, a blue light came out of his fist and pierced her head. A large chunk of Big Mom's face went missing and her giant body fell back down. The crowd looked at him with immense shock. The elders also realized that they were no match against him even if they made everyone attack him at the same time. They knew that nobody had the power to kill someone like Big Mom in a single punch. That's not my punch. I don't shoot lasers, Luffy complained. Beside him Garp had his eyes widened in shock. That is what you ask him. Luffy. He just killed a Yonko with one punch. Garp told Luffy. Luffy got confused. Yonko. I think I've heard that word. How can you be a pirate and not know about the 4 Emperors of Seas? Garp questioned. Luffy smiled widely. Oh, I have quit being a pirate. I am an adventurer now. But they keep on increasing my bounty. Ace also chimed in. I'm not a pirate either. Not even Pops. I mean Whitebeard. We are all working for the Golden Justice Army. It is the world government who still portrays us as the enemy. Back where Alexander was standing. He looked at Blackbeard, who had initially come running towards him to attack him but stopped midway after seeing him destroying Big Mom like nothing. He realized he couldn't win, so he thought of running back. But he got shot by a soldier and fell down. "Where are you running, traitor?" Alexander asked. "You are the one who caught Ace and wanted to kill Whitebeard, why?" Blackbeard didn't answer, but Ace did. He has somehow found a way to use more than one devil fruit and wanted Pop's powers. It shocked everyone. Whitebeard and his crew got so angry at that. Then Whitebeard asked, "Was that why you joined the crew? Were you plotting this from the beginning?" Zihahaha. "Of course, I joined you for that. It was my lifelong dream to get a hold of dark fruit. I knew my chances would be great if I stayed with you. And I waited 2 decades for my reward. Then finally when my time came, it was that damn Thatch who found the fruit. So I killed Thatch and ate the dark fruit." Blackbeard crazily revealed. Alexander operated in front of him and grabbed his neck. Blackbeard now looked scared. "How were you planning on getting Whitebeard's powers?" He used compulsion on him, so he told everything. "My devil fruit allows me to absorb devil fruit powers from dead users and assimilate it into their own body, without causing my body to explode." "So you were going to kill the man who treated you like his son? What a sick man you are. Rot in hell." Alexander checked his sins. Marshall D. Teach, category: Murder, 1421. Indirect murder, 2678. Torture, 1456. R***PE, 1. Kidnapping, 268. Sin percentage, 73%. Blackbeard was an ambitious man, so he put him in a time torture in which he would come across dark fruit but would never be able to eat it because he'd get killed by various members of Whitebeard pirates. It would go on for 1,000 years for him. Then finally, he simply snapped his neck and threw his body to the side. He had also extracted the devil fruit and had stored it in his dimensional pocket. He then looked back at Luffy. "Luffy, where is Robin?" "I don't know. I just jumped to here with my rubber arms, they must still be en route." Luffy muttered. He just Achio the whole ship of Straw Hats and soon the group was there. "Robin-chan. Look, that is the Rio Poneglyph. I want you to read it out loud for the world to hear." He instructed her. Robin excitedly walked up to it. But that was the limit the elders could tolerate. They couldn't let the world hear what was about to be announced. They dashed towards Robin to kill her. But Ragnarok appeared behind them one after another and grabbed them between his elbows, choking them. "Just stay here and listen." The elders tried to fight but soon realized how strong Ragnarok was even in his human form. "Okay, do it, Robin." Alexander signaled to her to proceed. But again an interference came, but this time it was different. No one attacked him, but instead, someone was playing very loud music. He recognized the song. It was "Believer" by Imagine Dragons. He looked at Ragnarok because Dobby was away and only he had access to Earth music. "Stop playing the songs." Ragnarok himself looked confused. "It's not me." Then Alexander noticed a huge silhouette coming towards the marine ford from the sea. The music was also intensifying. "Pain. You break me down, you build me up, believer, believer. Pain. Oh, let the bullets fly, oh, let them rain. My life, my love, my drive, it came from pain. You made me a believer, believer." Soon Alexander saw who the new arrival was and he couldn't get angry at the guy. "Ha ha ha, what are you doing here, Zunesha-chan?" Alexander boomed. Zunesha turned the music off and happily sprinkled water on the battlefield. "My friend, nice to see you here. Friend Dobby helped me cross the red line. He said he found my kind in the Florian Triangle. I was on my way there when I heard loud noises from here and came to check. My small people also said that they can help you." "Ah, thank you for worrying, Zunesha. Everything is fine here. I am just punishing some bad people. If you want to hear what happened to the world 800 years ago, then you can stay," he offered. "Oh, I am interested now. I will stay then," Zunesha replied. Alexander ignored all the dropped jaws and shocked faces and again told Robin to start and gave her a microphone to talk in. This time no one disturbed and Robin started to speak. The whole world was stuck to the giant live screens to hear the big secrets of the world government. 800 years ago, there used to be a kingdom called Mary Geos. It was so powerful that it was also called the Great Kingdom by many. But then, a man fell there from the sky. Robin accounted. The whole ordeal went on for about 2 hours where everyone except the 4 elders listened to everything without moving. Everyone was moved by the sacrifices made by the people of the D clan. Thud. They looked from where the noise came. It was Sengoku. He had thrown his cloak away and looked disappointed and tired. "I resign. I feel disgusted by myself for working for such people for so long," he remarked. A moment later, all the big marines started to drop their cloaks. Garp too. So this is what he told me to hear before deciding anything. Traitors. A loud, thunderous, and anger-filled yell came from the sky. The clean blue sky quickly turned darker, making it as if it was night. The mood of the place turned gloomy and sad. Alexander looked up at the new arrival. A man in black clothes, showing nothing but his yellow eyes. Haha, so, finally the main course arrived, Alexander taunted. Everyone gasped hearing that name. It had not even been 10 minutes since they heard about this ruler of the world and he was already in front of them. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 295. Interruptions. The new black-clothed person was probably him. Alexander knew that there was going to be a lot of destruction, so he warned everyone. Everyone. Jump into ships and leave this island. I won't take any guarantee that you won't be harmed if you stay. He announced. Quickly all the Marines ran and jumped onto various ships waiting near the shore. No one was pirate or Marine anymore. Everyone was equal. Garp also left with Luffy and Ace. He had to knock Luffy out as Luffy was insisting on staying and fighting the new guy. Luffy may not be able to gauge him strength, but Garp was. His observation hockey was telling him to stay away from that man. Everyone was gone but the transponder Den Mushi and Alexander's other recording devices were still there. What a short name. Even saying it feels weird. You wanna fight now? Alexander boredly asked. Came down and stood in front of him. I knew you would become a problem someday. You have spoiled everything for me. All my work for 800 years ruined. But it's fine. As long as I can sacrifice you to my devil fruit tree I can get good compensation. Haha, that's gotta be the worst joke I've heard these days. I'm afraid you'll end up sacrificing your tree to me if I went close to it. Alexander scoffed. Didn't feel like talking anymore and flew at a very high speed to attack Alexander. On the other side, Alexander stood like he didn't care. Alexander had pretty strong reasoning behind his uncaring attitude towards him. He knew that him was strong but he couldn't be stronger than him, no matter what. Because if he was then he wouldn't have hidden for so many years and secretly ruled. Alexander could destroy or take over the world as easily as picking his hand and he was sure him wasn't that strong, maybe stronger than the elders but absolutely not him. As soon as him came into Alexander's reach he punched him straight back in the face. Him was sent back with so much force that he collided with the headquarters building and the building got destroyed. The elders, who were still alive and in clutches of Ragnarok looked at the scene in dread. Haha, look. Your doom has begun, that marine ford falling is your hopes and dreams of 800 years, Ragnarok taunted them. Damn, the old man is strong, Whitebeard exclaimed. You have no idea, Roger replied. Then he went to Ace, to officially meet him as his father. But Garp stood in front of him first. How the hell did I not recognize you in all these years? Haha, it's all magic of the old man. Thank you for taking care of Ace, Garp. Roger gave him a brotherly hug. Then Roger reached Ace. Son, you okay? Ace looked at him and smiled. I had my doubts about you for years and I was right. Welcome back, Pops. Roger felt heart-warmed and hugged him. I'm happy you're safe, son. Let's go home and meet Rouge later. She would kill me if I didn't bring you this time. Their moment was ruined by Luffy, who was jumping in excitement like a monkey. Oh, are you the Pirate King? Adventurer King, Roger corrected him. Yes, that. How was it reaching the Raftel? He asked. You really want to know that? I thought you wanted to reach that place on your own. Roger asked. Luffy suddenly realized that he shouldn't ask that anymore, but he couldn't help but feel happy. Hee, Ace's dad is Adventurer King. Luffy, your own dad is a legendary man. Go and meet him. Ace chimed in. Luffy just remembered that his dad was Dragon. So he jumped to meet him without much thought. He came closer to Dragon. Hey, Pops. I heard you're my dad. Dragon kept his serious face. Yes, I am your father, Luffy. Ragnarok pushed Dragon with his left shoulder. Hug him, he's your damn son. So, Luffy got embraced by his father for the first time. Pops, where is Mom? She's living in the Goa Kingdom. You've met her. Dragon revealed. Everyone was confused. Garp included. Dragon, what are you saying? When did she come there? Her name used to be Saint Pearl. I think she goes by Lucia now. Dragon revealed. Garp was extremely shocked. Wait, so Luffy's mother used to be a celestial dragon. Is she the sister of that same divine that Commander Dobby saved? Dragon nodded. Yes, she was locked in Mary Geo's for a long time. I was able to fake my and Luffy's death because the elders wanted to kill me as I spoiled their so-called bloodline. Why were these fools so interested in your relationship? Ragnarok asked, showing the 4 elders in his clutches. Because she is the daughter of that blonde elder, named Saint Cyrus. He was after me and Luffy's blood. I knew I could only save her if I overthrow the government. But then I found out the Supreme Commander saved her. Dragon revealed. So that's why you agreed to induct the Revolutionary Army into the Golden Justice Army, Kong remarked. Ah, so that's why she told me to call her mom, Luffy exclaimed. And you happily did call her that, Law added. Luffy blushed a little, hee, she gave me so much to eat. Law then looked back at Roger and Garp, did you also see that vision of Grandpa? Roger quickly explained, oh, that was his doing. He was calling all the remaining D-Clan members to come to Marineford and show themselves. They kept on talking, every once in a while a booming sound came from Marineford that would bring them back to the ongoing fight, or more like a one-sided beating. You cannot win against me, Im. Just confess your sins. Alexander boomed. Im again stood up. Now his clothes didn't look as tidy as initially. Finally, he took off his black cloth hiding his face. Behind it was a man with shining blonde hair. His face looked nearly like a woman's. He threw a mouthful of blood. Heh, I was warned of you by him. He muttered. Alexander got confused, what are you talking about? Im continued, you know, when I came to this world 800 years ago, I had no idea I was in One Piece. But I kept on grinding. Only after finding the devil fruit tree did I understand where I was. But getting stronger was my #1 motive. It still is, and I won't let anyone come between me and my goal. Alexander had a bad feeling about this now, so are you telling me you are a transmigrator? Haha, yes you can say that. All thanks to the great god Zulrak for granting me my wishes. Who would have thought that getting killed after murdering a school full of kids would bring me here? I really enjoyed my time here. Im revealed as he licked his lips. Goddamn, not this Zulrak again. He has even started reincarnating evil people now. Im continued speaking, you think that the red line is just a weird mountain range? Then let me educate you. He took out a weird glass globe and did something which started making it shine. The tree of devil fruit spans the whole red line, and through it, it goes under the ground. This world is one giant devil fruit tree. Now imagine if I were to do something which would make it think that everyone living on the planet is food. But that would kill you too, Alexander said. No, it won't. I have full mastery over it. For 800 years, I've been studying it. Now, let the show begin, I'm evilly stated. The globe started to shine brightly. At the same time, weird earthquakes started all over the planet. Tsunamis started rising in the seas. Alexander quickly called Dobby, destroy the red line as fast as you can. Right now. Alexander then grabbed Im's neck and lifted him in the air, I'm gonna end this N. Cough cough. Alexander was interrupted with loud coughs. He looked at the side and Noodles was acting like something was stuck in his throat. What happened, Noodles? He asked. Noodles tried to answer. Something is stuck. Is he pregnant? Luffy questioned from a faraway distance. Noodles is a boy, he can't get pregnant. Chopper corrected him. Alexander threw him to the side and put restraints on him. He went to Noodles to help him. He enlarged himself and tried to pat his back. Cough cough. Good, try again. You must have eaten something really bad. Alexander patted him again. Then finally he had a big loud cough and something shot out of his mouth. Soon they realized that it was not something but someone. The person shot out of Noodles' mouth and took out his sword in midair. In front of him was Im, and the sword plunged into Im's thigh. The newly arrived man then spoke, I thought I was coming out of a vagina for my rebirth. Why am I still so big? He looked back and noticed Noodles and Alexander. Noodles looked angry. But the man ran up to Alexander like he had seen a treasure greater than One Piece. Oh my sexy old man, I finally found you. My donut really missed your sausage. Alexander's face shrunk in disgust. What the hell are you doing here, Wade? How did you get here? Oh, that's a long story. Won't you give me a hug now? Deadpool asked. Yes, you made Noodles angry. He wants you to be punished. Alexander translated. Deadpool made a shy pose. Oh, I didn't think you'd want that from the beginning. Okay, punish me all you want, Daddy. Alexander facebombed himself. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 296. End of an era. A few days ago, in Marvel Universe. So, you are saying this deep dark well connects multiple realities? Deadpool asked, standing beside a hole in the ground on a weird planet somewhere in space. Lucifer nodded, yes, you are right. But it's really hard to predict where you'll end up. Deadpool didn't even say anything and just jumped, I'll check it out. Lucifer looked at him with shock, you fool, it's one way. Inside the hole, Deadpool kept on falling for many days. Then he touched the wall of that well. The moment he touched it, he got teleported to Noodle's stomach. Present day. Damn it, just stay here. I need to handle the crisis of this place first. He ordered him. Just when he thought his day would not get any weirder, he heard a loud sonic boom in the sky. He looked up and noticed something falling down very fast. The closer the falling thing got, the more clear he heard some words. Ha ha ha, my friend. I have come to see you. Boom. Finally, it fell. It was Archangel Michael, with a hell lot of small robots. Alexander was doubting the reality now. What is this? A circus? I got a crisis to deal with first. I will talk to you later. Dobby was conquering North Blue when the sudden earthquake started and he received the message. He understood something very big was going on. He apparat to the red line and felt something trying to suck his soul out. Not gonna happen. This elf won't die today. Ah, what was that attack again? Kamehameha. He said to himself and got ready to throw his most powerful attack ever. Him understood that he couldn't win anymore. Even a normal man in weird clothes could stab his sword into him. He decided to run away the moment Alexander released his restraints to grab his neck. Im was successful in flying a few meters away before something huge and long hit him with so much force he was again thrown into the rubble of Marine Ford. Alexander smiled. Ha ha ha, good job, Zanesha-chan. Zanesha lifted his trunk proudly and made a loud trumpet. That man deserves punishment. I will not let him run away. Zanesha shouted in his voice, which only Alexander, Noodles, and Ragnarok recognized. Even an elephant had a better sense of justice than other so-called big marines. Alexander then flew very fast and grabbed Im's neck. He did not stop there and continued flying towards the red line. What's the point of all this? No matter what you do, you are still going to die, sinner. Alexander angrily said. He had already checked his sins. Category. Murder, 2,456,789. Indirect murder, 8,134,789. Enslavement, 4,123,798. R*PE, 29,456. Torture, 5,134,467. Sin percentage, 98%. He bashed him against the red line so hard that they went past it, making a huge hole in it, and soon a big chunk of it collapsed. There were many roots coming out of it too. What would happen if the tree consumed you? Alexander asked and took him to Mary Geos, in Pangaea Castle. He bashed through the castle while keeping Im in front of him. He knew that the tree must be many floors under, so he just kept passing floors until he came to a big open hall. He could also feel a negative pressure of some kind. The tree was huge, but it looked dry. So, what would happen if I were to destroy this tree? You can't do that. The tree has roots spanning the whole planet. Im told him fearfully. I have many ways to do that. This tree is a dark creature, so tears of a phoenix should be fine. Alexander guessed. He took out a bottle full of Barry's tears from one of his movie sessions. He walked up to the tree and poured the whole bottle. Soon the tree started to shrink. Like all its vitality was being removed. What have you done? Why? Im tried to speak, but Alexander gave his neck a tiger punch, puncturing his windpipe. As he was trying to breathe, he was also put in a 1,000,000 years long time torture. In it, he went through all the bad things that happened because of him. He got sold as a slave, R*ped, got amber lead, drowned, got experimented on, got killed by every fruit user in the world. His plans nearly succeeded, but every time he died the moments before it happened. He was also made a male concubine of Ugly Big Mom for 1,000 years. You won't even go to hell because your punishment is Aerosol. You will be removed from space and time as well. He stated. Im died a horrible suffocating death. A moment later Alexander felt the ground start to tremor too much. Wait, what if its roots were keeping the red line standing? He had no way of confirming, but one thing was sure, that the people living in the town near Pangaea Castle were in danger. So he quickly flew to save them. He took out a ship and told everyone to get on, and from there he brought them down to the water. He went some distance away and saw the red line slowly falling apart. Big pieces of it were dropping in the water. He also imprisoned all the celestial dragons that were still in the castle. After a while, Dobby also came to him. What happened, boss? Everything is good, but I think I mistakenly destroyed the red line. The devil fruit tree is dead now and it was keeping it all together. Alexander explained. What about our devil fruit abilities? Will they still work? Dobby questioned. Dobby quickly tried to use his lightning and it did work. We will not be able to make new devil fruits, but the existing ones will work the same. Besides, who would want to sacrifice souls for these damn fruits? Alexander hypothesized. Sigh. So, what now? The world government is gone, is dead, red line is falling apart. Dobby asked. Now, I will go back and make the elders give a confession in front of the world and I will make a new government. You go back and take over the North Blue. See you later. Alexander said and left with the rescued people. He returned back to Marineford. It was mostly destroyed now. Is dead, the red line is falling apart. Soon there will be one unified sea, all blue. He announced. Sanji was extremely excited to hear that. He didn't know if the all blue he read in the book about was somewhere hidden in the world, but now it was a reality for the world. Alexander went to the elders. Confess now and I might just give you an easy death. Refuse and I will make you beg for death. All four of them fell to their knees in defeat. There was no way out for them now. You destroyed the peace we created with so much hard work, one of them growled. Alexander scoffed, you are still being delusional. Look around you. All this destruction was because of you. The peace you talk about only existed for the selected few who live in that big castle in Mary Geos. You never cared for the world, so stop this facade and confess. One by one, they spilled all their secrets about various crimes they committed. They told all about the various people they killed, the countries they destroyed. In the end, he gave them a fast death by snapping their necks, though he still gave each of them a 1,600 years long time torture where they were the slaves. He looked back at the camera and addressed the world, I declare this war over. The world government is finished. The trials of various celestial dragons will start in a few days. They will be broadcasted live to show you all their crimes. Also, I am starting a new government with all the member countries. More countries will join soon. It will be called the United Kingdoms of the Sea. The Marines will be inducted into the Golden Justice Army and start protecting the whole sea. One more thing, piracy is banned from now on. If you are a pirate group only interested in traveling and exploring and not killing people, then you can go to the Adventurer Guild and register yourself. But keep in mind, if you are a criminal who has already committed heinous crimes, then there will only be one option for you and you know what it is. There will also be no heavenly tributes from now on. All the expenditure of the government will be made from the taxes already collected from you on various goods. Thank you for witnessing this new change, this end of the era of the demons. He cut the live feed and saw everyone coming back to the destroyed Marineford. So, you are going to be my new big boss. Can I ask for a raise? Garp jokingly asked. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 297. A New World. Loud victory shouts were resounding across the whole area. The Marines had already thrown their weapons and cloaks away and had accepted the transfer into the Golden Justice Army. Marineford was utterly destroyed. The Red Line was no more. Most of it was destroyed. Especially the part over which Mary Geos used to be. He was able to secure Reverse Mountain though. It was the only way for common ships to enter the Grand Line without going through the Com Belt. Other than that, now the whole world was one. Alexander looked at the big elephant. Zanesha-chan, Dobby here will help you meet your friends. Okay. The big elephant made happy noises and left with Dobby. But Dobby was also going to get the minks living on the back of Zanesha settled in an uninhabited island where they can start a kingdom. Then he needed to address all his new employees, Newgate and Roger. What do you want to do? Join the Golden Justice Army or become an adventurer? Roger was quick to answer, can't we do both? Like helping islands or people wherever we go. Alexander liked this option, your proposal is nice but I cannot make you all a full-time employee then. Because what if some pirates turned adventurers still use their authority given to them to exploit people? However, people like you and Newgate will still be full-time senior commanders with full authority because I know you won't misuse it. On the other hand, your crews will be part-timers. All the vice admirals will become lieutenant commanders. Kuzan will become another commander. Sengoku will be retiring and becoming the chief instructor at the training branch. Garp is promoted and will become a commander/admiral. All the soldiers will retain their ranks and just change the uniform. However, you will have to sign new contracts. He explained. Purpurupurupuru. Alexander picked the Den Mushi, it was the good boy Blue Fong. What is it, Joachim? Boss, huge tsunamis are ravaging the seas. Blue Fong reported. Okay, I'll see what I can do. It's probably because of the Red Line. The water level on the two sides must also be different. He hung up. He looked at the 300,000 soldiers and hundreds of officers. Okay, I have the first task for you all. Get on your ships and go back to your posts. Also, because the Red Line fell, there are many tsunamis going on. I want you to go to all the kingdoms and islands and make sure everything is okay. If they need any help then request supplies or do it yourself. I have already set up forts on every island so you will always find a permanent office to work. Dismissed. He announced loudly. All of them sternly saluted and ran back to their ships. Then came the Straw Hats. They were still just an adventurer group. I have put many different treasures all around the world with secret maps and puzzles. You just gotta find it. I have also left gold worth 500 billion berries in One Piece, so you might wanna still go there. He told them. His mention of money and gold had Nami's eyes shining while Luffy was shouting in excitement for One Piece. Sanji was happy to have found the All Blue and Robin was happy to have learned the true history of the world. Okay, leave now. I need to repair this place. It would be a waste if it was left like this. He said. Hee hee, okay Grandpa. See you sometime later. They all left. Only Alexander, Dobby, and Ragnarok were left. So, what now? Ragnarok asked. Now, we run the world and start a good system that favors all equally. But first, we need to establish a new center for the UK's government. All the elected members of all these places will sit there and run the world. I am planning to start governments like in the United Kingdom on Earth, so that the royal families can give away their powers while still being royals. But we know that Earth's governments were not perfect and were known to favor the rich. We need to change that. He loudly muttered. Then he used his magic to fix the whole marine ford. It will still be a major base for his army for the foreseeable future. He later went to his new office on the top floor of the pagoda-like building in Marineford. It used to be Sengoku's office. In front of him sat an overly excited Deadpool and a relaxed Archangel Michael. Okay, Wade, what the hell? Alexander asked. Oh, come on. Is that how you are going to welcome your number one lover? Deadpool sent a flying kiss. Ragnarok, who was sitting on the side, made a vomiting face. Send him away, Alex. Or just kill him somehow. Deadpool then sent Ragnarok a kiss too. Wade, you are not needed here. Noodles is also very angry at you. So I am sending you back. Alexander lifted his palm at him and used the same power he used to send his children to other worlds. Wait, Waya. I need your ass. Soon a white light appeared and took Deadpool away. Then he looked at Michael and smiled. How are you, Michael? I thought this universe didn't have an Archangel Michael. Haha, my friend. My existence is something that is constant in every universe you go to. It's just that I don't have much influence on this planet by the same name. Michael revealed. Oh, that's new information. So, what is the reason for this visit? He asked. Not much, Father just sent me here to keep you updated on things happening up there. But you saw that I'm Guy, so you probably already know what I was gonna tell. Michael said. About Zolrak sending evil people as reincarnations. Alexander asked. Yeah, that's it. I'm also going to stay with you now. Because I am always connected with my other consciousness across the multiverse, so I will keep on giving you updates. He revealed. Sure, my friend, you are always welcome to live in Fixham. I'm sure you can train Douglas in the ways of angels. He proposed. Michael was obviously aware of the infamous lazy angel who didn't join any side. Haha, I'm gonna have fun teaching him. The Goa Kingdom. On the beach, Barry, Hats, and Douglas were chilling and watching the ongoing war on their large projector screen. Then suddenly Douglas felt a chill spreading across his body. I just had a bad premonition. He muttered scaredly. 3 days later. The world order was returning to normal. Not many things had changed for now. He had not revealed that he'd be taking away powers from royal families and putting them in people's hands. He had invited all the kings to now rebuilt Marineford for a meeting and also for the trial of all the remaining 60 celestial dragons. The celestial dragons were nothing but worthless spoiled brats at this point. They were still unable to comprehend the situation they were in and demanded they be released or else they'd show their wrath. Alexander had to knock some of their teeth to drive the lesson in. The whole red line area was also mapped now. As it turned out, the land below the red line was hollow. It was as if the red line was lifted out. But when it collapsed, it fell back down and refilled the empty space. Now, the water displaced by the red line had returned to its original place, decreasing the water level of the world. This made some already existing islands bigger and many new islands also popped up. But there was still no land big enough to be called a continent. There were still many very small remnants of the red line left. Not as tall as the previous one but still big. They were commissioned to be changed into patrolling bases. One more important thing that happened was that he called for a meeting of the D clan. It was supposed to happen after the meeting with all the kings. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 298. Reforms. Various kings gathered in the huge newly built hall with magic. Alexander was on his seat at the high table, facing all the kings. Many of them had just recently signed the paper to join the UKS. He started to speak. Okay, first we will have all the old world nobles trialed. Bring them in. His words stopped all the murmuring. Soon all the 60 world nobles were brought in. They were put in sea stone chains. He started judging them one by one based on the records he found in Mary Geos. For example, there was a guy who was known to kill his slaves while sexually assaulting them. He was also known to have the most slaves in his 120 years of life. About 3 million. The whole proceedings were being shown live to the world. People felt angry and enraged listening to the crimes. For so long they lived oblivious to such happenings in a world they thought was peaceful. Most of the celestial dragons had 1 or 2 weird fetishes that made their pleas for mercy look pointless. He sentenced all of them to death. There was no point in prolonging it. Once that was done, he decided to talk to the kings. It was still being shown live. Transparency in governance was one of the major points in keeping evil people away from gaining power. Okay, I called you all here not just for this execution. As you know, I am the current head of the government, but I can't stay that forever. Someday my time will come when I will leave the world. So, I want to start a system in which no ambitious people like him or the elders can come and take over the world. I want to create a world in which everyone is equal. A king, a prince, a soldier, a farmer, a housewife, a child. They should all be equal in the eyes of the law. No one should get preferential treatment just because they were lucky enough to be born in a better family. Then he dropped the bomb. That is why I am abolishing the rule of monarchy from the world, and a new form of democratic government will be elected. A government of the people, by the people, for the people. Most of the kings and queens in the hall started causing an uproar. But there were a few exceptions, like the King Nefertari Cobra, Ricardoldo III, and few others. They probably understood what he was doing. Silence, I will only ask you one question and answer me truthfully. Can you guarantee that your grandkids or great-grandkids will be good and rule your kingdom justly? Will they think about the people and not exploit them? Can you guarantee that? He asked loudly. Little by little, they all started to stop shouting. Many of them probably remembered their spoiled children or grandchildren. I know you cannot guarantee it, I know it. This is why I am doing this. With this election system, at least the people responsible for the kingdom will be elected by the people, with elections happening every 5 years. Don't worry, I am not telling you to start living in the streets. You will just stop having any authority over the kingdom and its government. You can still own a few good businesses to sustain your good life. You will be allowed to select any 5 properties in the kingdom to own. Others will become public property. Each kingdom's elected president will sit in the UK's parliament and represent his kingdom/country. Among those 200 presidents, 10 higher representatives will be elected from among the presidents, but 4 of these seats will be reserved, 1 for fishmen, 1 for the Scipions, 1 for minks of the Mink Kingdom, and 1 for the giants of Elbaf. Alexander always liked this form of hierarchical government because he then had fewer places to curse. As long as he cursed some high positions, it would make sure the government flourishes for as long as he wanted. He had changed the number of kingdoms from 170 to 200 because many new ones either had come into existence or some countries that weren't a member till now joined him. For example, Wano. Alexander was also not telling them that even if they didn't agree he would still do it. The world had been stagnant for 700 years and he was not going to tolerate any more incompetence. He also understood the greatest problem in the world. That was the difficulty in traveling and communication. For this, he was going to introduce electric engines. Though the electricity would be generated with environmentally friendly means. Vegapunk was fast to develop many things for that. He had even asked Shirahoshi to tell all the Sea Kings to not attack any ship in the calm belt. Humans were too small to fill their stomachs anyway, and they probably attacked just for the heck of it. Okay, you will find a document in front of you, sign it if you agree to my proposal. If you don't, then you are free to go to that room and wait for me. I will talk with you there later. He announced. The first one to jump and go to the room was Starry. The dumb guy didn't even know that his Goa kingdom was actually run by Douglas and he was just a king in name. But others gained confidence seeing him, and another 20 kings and queens left. Unknown to them that Ragnarok was waiting for them there. He would give them a little well-deserved beating and get them to sign up. Then there was Dobby, responsible for obliviating them from the memory of the beating. Back in the hall, once all the monarchs signed it, Alexander stood up and clapped. This is a big moment in history that will be written with golden ink. I declare today as Liberation Day. The day when we all became equal, a day when we received true freedom. This day will be celebrated every year from now on. Thank you all for agreeing to do this. Your people must be rejoicing right now. In the Goa Kingdom, Roger, Ace, Garp, and Dragon had come back. Dragon wanted to see his wife that he had not seen since he and Luffy were being hunted. Even after faking his death, he didn't dare to come to her. Thankfully the world government didn't know much about him, which was why he was able to start the Revolutionary Army. Roger, Ace, and Rouge also had a cute reunion. It was Rouge's birthday, so Roger hastened their return. Ace even brought her flower, though he was just trying not to receive a beating from her. After their reunion, they all gathered at the town center to see the meeting happening in Marineford. Roger and Dragon were happily sitting with their wives. They finally took a relaxing breath after being hunted or keeping their identities secret for so many years. Garp and Ace sat together and drank. I can't believe he made all of them sign it. Ace exclaimed upon seeing the historic event. Garp laughed, ha ha ha, that Starry must have gotten a good beating. Douglas, who was laying on a carpet nearby, scoffed. He also had dark circles under his eyes. He had been working overtime since Archangel Michael came. The man was just too strict and recited the code of heaven at every mistake of his. That damn Starry, even I beat him up once. He had come to me asking for money. He said. Well, I guess the Goa Kingdom will not have a royal family anymore because Starry is too dumb to run a business and will probably go bankrupt in a week, Roger added. Douglas again scoffed, you all are overestimating him. He'd probably lose everything in a week. I can even make it an hour if I help him. Suddenly Barry came flying to Douglas. Run, Douglas, Michael is coming for your lessons. Douglas' face lost all colors. He didn't wait for anything and ran away to his hideout in the jungle. Once he was gone, Barry took his place and lazily laid down on the carpet. Soon Michael came. Did you see Douglas? Everyone stayed quiet. But soon someone ratted him out, and it was the person they least expected it from. Barry lazily pointed his claws to the jungle. He's hiding there, in a hollow tree about 300 meters in. Michael left. Everyone was shocked by Barry's treachery. But it seemed heavens were angry with him and he received his punishment soon. Amy operated beside Barry and pulled his furry cheek. Why did you skip today's classes, Barry? Grandpa told me to be strict with your studies. Now let's go. You will learn integration today. Barry squirmed and beat his claws on the ground, but he was still dragged away. Ha ha ha, it never gets boring with them, Rouge smilingly remarked. Everyone else nodded in agreement. They all had grown too attached to the Universe family. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 299. To the next adventure. It took a few more weeks for all of the D clan to gather in Marineford. Alexander had to screen them all and make sure there was no bad seed like Blackbeard. There weren't any. In fact, many of them didn't even know that they were from D clan before Alexander spoke into their mind. They came just because they were interested. Okay, I have gathered you all here because I have a job for you all. As we know, the D clan has always stayed on the side of justice and freedom. So I want us to keep on doing this. I will be making an intelligence department in the army. Its job will not just be to help the government gather intel against any threat but also secretly compile all the data about internal corruption. A few D clan members will have special permission to publicize all that data to the world. So that no wrongdoing can be kept hidden. If even after exposing, no action is taken, another specially authorized member will take care of the culprit. In short, our job will be to keep the government working efficiently. Do not worry, most of you will never have to face any fight. Alexander was going to set up inheritance magic that would always find honest and strong members of the D clan for jobs. He had a discussion with Garp, Dragon, and Roger. Dragon had decided to head the intelligence agency for now. Garp had decided to stand for election from Goa Kingdom. It was a lot of work to organize elections all over the world. After that he designated work to everyone and just left to clean up any messy situation in the world. He had to do this until the whole elected government system was firmly placed. Alexander had also taken away the ancient weapons. They were too destructive to be kept in the world. It was obvious that whoever designed them was way ahead of the time. He couldn't take Shirahoshi though, so he just trained her to better control her powers. In that way, he started to slowly change the world and the purity level kept on steadily rising from 40% to 70% and then to 80%. 2.5 years later. 2 years wasn't a long time, but if one were to compare the world with what it looked like 2 years ago, they wouldn't be able to recognize it. Alexander had secretly forced the people to view the whole world as one large country instead of each island as a country. This was why everyone was allowed to go anywhere they wanted. Lots of new modes of travel were introduced. The people from Fishman Island now used their huge pet fishes to drag large ships through the calm belt and take people from one spot to another. Sea trains were also popularized. Now, not many people chose to own a ship as traveling was just a matter of booking a seat on the train or a ship. Only the Golden Justice Army, adventurers, and the UKS government used ships. Many were electricity-powered too. The Adventurers Guild had gotten really famous too. Even though the risk involved, many people fulfilled their wish of adventures through it. All the while earning some cash. The Adventurer Guild was regulated by the Golden Justice Army and the government, so many quests were put on the board every day that the adventurers could complete and earn. The quest went from simple material transporting to more serious bodyguarding. Even the local people could put on quests. The guild had offices on every island in the world. Also, through Alexander's heavy-handed rule, all the pirates were removed. Most good ones chose to become adventurers. Another major thing happened though. Luffy and his crew found One Piece after their long grinding of solving Alexander's long puzzles, which took them all across the world into many simple and dangerous places in search of road poneglyphs. The best thing was that every time someone would read one of the road poneglyphs, it would get teleported to some other random location and the puzzle details would change accordingly. This meant that one could not just follow a group and also find the One Piece. You would need to work on your own. Luffy was really happy. He was hailed as the first adventurer king. Luffy was kind enough to not take all the money there. He wasn't interested in it anyway. Alexander had also left all the poneglyphs in the world in one piece, so it was a goal of many historians too. Robin was also satisfied with finding it. The entire group took 10 billion berries each from the seemingly infinite hoard of gold. After finding the One Piece, they still didn't disband and kept on looking for hundreds of other treasures that Alexander had hidden around the world. Roger also kept sailing with his crew. It was actually a mega crew because Shanks and Buggy joined them and they too had many subordinates. Roger mostly worked in keeping peace throughout the seas while having fun here and there, visiting new places and exploring stuff. Whitebeard was doing the same. Ace had returned to them. Whitebeard was also the elected representative from SPHYNX Island. The government had been established and obviously, he was heading it. He didn't need to run in any elections and was still unanimously voted to lead. In the past year, he also went to the moon and checked it out. Michael had told him that he found an abandoned city on the moon. So, Alexander came in contact with space pirates. He beat them and searched their memories to understand if there was a greater threat in space. He was proven wrong. The space pirates were people who had also come out of the planet below, but then they lived in spaceships for generations by mining moons. There weren't many of them to begin with, so he found all of them and dealt with them. He also found an ancient city on the moon named Burka, where technology and architecture were highly advanced. The city's name was the same as Burka, a sky island far to the southeast of Skypiea. From paintings on the walls, some of the city's history was revealed. It was home to the ancestors of Scythians, Shandorians, and Burkans, but one day they left Burka and headed to the main planet due to lack of resources on their homeland. They left their creations on the moon, the robot-like creatures named automata. Alexander didn't want someone to come to the moon someday and start making robots so they can conquer the world. So he removed the whole city from there and put it in his dimensional pocket. After that, he returned to the Goa Kingdom because his time to leave was coming near. He had done his job and now there was no reason for him to stay even if he wanted to. Ha ha ha, it's all right. Don't cry, Shirahoshi-chan, I am not dying. He caressed her. But you are leaving forever. She cried. I am too strong for this world and I like exploring. Besides, I will be returning soon and will take you to fairyland with me. There will be beautiful trees and animals. He tried to calm her down. Really? She asked skeptically. Haha, yes my child. I will. I will take you all there with me. You are my family after all. He said and walked to Robin. Robin hugged him. Will you really come back, Grandpa, or are you just making empty promises? She must have remembered her mother making the same promise to her when she was small. Alexander patted her back. Yes, child. I promise. I will return. Don't forget, my two Kluts are also staying behind. Hey, I'm not Klutz, Grandpa, Rena complained. Hey, says the girl who just ate 20 boiled eggs, Alexander replied. But Luffy ate even more than that. He ate 200 inch, she complained. Alexander turned to Luffy. The boy had his body unnaturally swollen with so much food. Well, he's abnormal. Okay, Rena and Golly, you two know how to contact me if you are in trouble. I don't know why you want to stay here, but I respect your wish. He stated. Yes, Grandpa, we will have fun here. The two replied. They were having too much fun with their friends and weren't ready to leave the world with him this time. Alexander then looked at Roger, Garp, and Dragon. I am leaving things under your care now. Rest easy, old man. No need to worry, my fist of love will keep the world safe. Garp interjected. Garp was initially turned into a sad old man because of all the stress that Ace, Luffy, and Dragon gave him. But now he was as happy as ever. Then his time came. Okay, everyone. I will see you soon. It's time for me to leave and I wish you all luck. He waved his hand. Soon a smooth white light fell from the sky and took him with it. Ah, a new era begins now, Roger exclaimed, seeing him gone. Yes, and we are at the forefront of it as its drivers. Let's make sure we don't disappoint him. Dragon added. Garp looked at where Alexander stood a moment ago, *I**, I'm going to miss him. Everyone nodded at his words. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 300. A different dimension. While Alexander was going through space, he was able to look at the whole multiverse at the same time. It wasn't anything definitive but just glimpses. He looked away at the vastness of the universe and noticed that something dark was very slowly consuming the sparkling space. It must be the region of that Zolrak. Well, I will take him down sooner than later. Yes, son. You will. A voice came. Alexander recognized it to be God's. How are you, old man? It's been a while since the last time I talked with you. I was busy keeping balance in the haven and keeping all the goddesses. I mean, world's happy, it's a lot of work. I wanted to tell you that I am sending you to a world you know of. There is something that can maybe give you more power. The humans there have evolved into a very high-level being, and learning from them may be helpful to you, God informed him. Alexander was now interested. Do I know of this world? Yes, you do. You will probably find out about it the moment you reach the place. But, I recommend you don't solve their problems the moment you reach that place, because then you will never get to meet those advanced humans. God explained. Okay, I understand what you mean. I will look into it, Pops. Thanks for helping. Alexander kindly said. I should be thankful, not you. Now, go ahead and grow stronger. Best of luck, my child. God's voice stopped and Alexander felt himself coming out of his multiverse travel. Soon a bright light came and he came out of his journey. He found himself sitting in an office. He was alone. Soon Dobby came out. So, where are we now? Well, I can see normal electrical appliances, so we are surely in some modern world. Alexander guessed. Knock knock. A woman opened the door and came in. Dr. Universe, Dr. Dobby, the meeting is about to start. Okay, we're coming. He replied. As soon as she was out, he took out his phone and checked for his background. He read out loud for both of them. Well, it seems we are both scientists at NASA. I am also the world's biggest food provider with my gigantic underground farms and also the only investor in NASA. Let's go to this meeting, Dr. Dobby, and see where we are. Dobby followed him behind and they came to an office with a big oval table in the middle. Many people were sitting there. It seemed he was already late and he also started to have a small idea of where he was. He saw a man and a young girl in his arms, probably father and daughter, sitting on the one side while the others sat on the other. The moment he entered, they all stopped talking and the oldest one of them stood up. Cooper, I would like to introduce you Dr. Universe, the chief researcher of this project and also the man funding us. Without him, there would have been no NASA. Alexander now knew where he was. He was in the movie Interstellar, and from what God said, he supposed he needed to meet those fifth-dimensional beings. Cooper stood up enthusiastically and shook his hand with him. It is an honor to meet you, Doctor. Without you, humans might have already gone extinct by now. Where there's a will, there's a way. Humans are a very stubborn species, Mr. Cooper. Even without me, we would have found a solution. He stated. The old man, Professor Brand, nodded at his quote. Yes, you are right in that. That is why this mission is so important. After that, Professor Brand convinced Cooper to pilot the ship. Cooper was ready, but he had a question. Professor, tell me about Dr. Universe. Why is an old man like him being sent on such a dangerous and long mission? Will his old body even be able to face the pressure? Professor Brand smirked. He is many things, but weak is not one. The world may see him as the richest man, but in reality, he's a man of science. A science that is way ahead of its time. Which is why he has decided to go on this mission to personally try to get in contact with whoever put that wormhole there. You will be responsible for finding the world and he will be responsible for understanding how they put that wormhole there. If he is successful, then we might not even have to leave the planet. All these are different plans to ensure the survival of our species. Sigh. Let's hope he is successful. I like this planet, Cooper said and went to find his daughter. A few days later, they were launched into space. Alexander simply made the aircraft have extra seats for him and Dobby. Dobby and Alexander also had to make themselves normal human-sized for it as well. They went ahead and passed through the wormhole. Alexander didn't even move when the weird figure appeared near the wall of the ship, as he knew that this was not the fifth-dimensional people he was looking for. Alexander let the events happen as in the movies. Finally, they came close to Miller's planet, but Alexander and Dobby went with the landing team as they didn't want to wait years for them to return due to the time dilation. They left in a smaller aircraft. Alexander and Dobby were replacing Dr. Doyle. Alexander looked at the black hole from the window. He could seriously not feel any bit intimidated by it. It would have been a shame if he did. He was a being who ate black holes and quasars to grow stronger and had killed universe-ending aliens. As they sat and went towards Miller's planet, Romilly gave his 2 cents about how nothing comes out of black holes and they held the secrets of the universe. Dobby just rolled his eyes hearing that. He had seen Alexander entering and exiting black holes like he was walking in a park. They soon came to the planet and looked for Dr. Miller. They only found the tidbits though. Dr. Brand went to get the stuff while Alexander and Dobby admired the huge waves coming towards them. How tall do you think they are? Dobby asked. I'd say a few kilometers. Alexander shrugged. Cooper heard them talk and asked, Hey, what are you talking about? Waves, they are quite big, magnificent, Dobby replied. Waves. Cooper sounded confused. Then he looked out of the window from his seat. He suddenly realized what it was. He quickly contacted Dr. Brand. Doctor, come back. That is not land, it's water. Those are giant waves. Alexander had to use his magic to pull her back. She was too dumb to realize that if she died then there was no point in coming. Their whole journey went as in the movie, then finally came the moment of truth. They were falling into the black hole. Alexander scoffed at the fact that if it was a real black hole then Cooper would have died even before he passed the event horizon. The dust would have pierced the ship and the suit. Then they fell into a weird library, they were separated while falling. Alexander then found Cooper in a corner looking at his daughter through the wire-like walls. Why don't you talk to her? He asked. Cooper was pleasantly surprised to see him. He even shed tears. You're alive. Thank God. Haha, of course, I am. It seems we are in a fifth-dimensional place. Time is a physical construct here. Everything happens for a reason, Cooper. Why do you think this whole place is showing different events in your daughter's childhood? He asked. They want Cooper to pass on a message. Tars interjected. Yes, that's correct, Tars, Alexander agreed. Find a way to send the data that Tars gathered to your daughter. Maybe she won't understand it now but in a few years she just might. Alexander suggested. Cooper then had the idea of using Morse code and fed it to the watch. Meanwhile, Alexander and Dobby looked for a way to meet the fifth-dimensional people. Soon, Cooper was done and the library started contracting. But Alexander was sad, damn it, I couldn't find them. But then suddenly he found out that only Cooper disappeared with the library. He was instead transported into a different plane. It was really hard to describe. There was no sense of direction, distance, or time. Then he saw weird figures moving towards him. Finally. A/N, for those who don't know. The World is Interstellar movie. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 301, 301. A new ally. We knew you would be coming. A voice spoke. Alexander wasn't much surprised, the fifth-dimensional beings could harness time easily so they probably already knew what was going to happen. Oh, is that so? Then you must also know why I am here. Yes, we will give you our knowledge. That is the best-case scenario. But you must learn everything on your own. That is all the help we can give. The weird faceless being said, it had now somehow taken a humanoid shape with clothes. Two more beings like him had also appeared behind him. Alexander wasn't against it. He had a million times comprehension so he didn't think it would be hard for him to learn. Okay, that will be enough. So, how will you give me this knowledge? He asked. Then suddenly a tentacle-like thing came out of the figure and touched Alexander's head. He felt a lot of information pouring in but he couldn't make heads or tails of it for now. Well, thank you for that, I guess I should be leaving now. He said and just as he entered he returned to the dark black space. The vacuum wasn't something that could harm him so he just looked around. It seemed he was left behind near the same gargantua black hole and Cooper was transported back to Milky Way. Alexander had sent Dobby into Fixame when he entered the new dimension so he called him back out. So, to the next world now, boss? Dobby asked. Yes, but before that, let's help the humanity. I could have healed Earth with a flick of my finger but I waited all this time. Let's go back, but also bring that Dr. Bran. She must be on Edmund's planet. He proposed. It was his nature to help others so he couldn't just ignore people. He went to Edmund's planet. It surprisingly had a breathable atmosphere. Gravity was a bit less than Earth but still good. He flew down onto the planet. A few years had gone by for Dr. Brand because of the time dilation when he was inside the black hole. Dr. Brand. He called out. She had already worked to incubate 10 test tube babies for the initial population boom. These 10 were all diverse and would pave the path for the future. But they were all children currently. Dr. Brand had gotten used to her life there by now. Though she still missed a bit more adult human contact. Dr. Edmund, who had initially come to the planet, had already died due to a rock slide on the ship when he was in hypersleep. Alexander and Dobby stood in front of her smilingly. Dr. Brand was confused, shocked, and happy at the same time. But being a scientist, the first question she asked was, "How did you fly?" "Oh, I am not a normal human, Dr. Brand." I will not tell you more or else you will probably start worshipping me. I came to take you back. Cooper was successful. We fell into the black hole, but there was a fifth-dimensional space. From where we sent the quantum data back to Earth. Humans were able to survive. He revealed. She fell and started crying at that point. Her mental state was strained all this time. Being on a strange planet knowing you are alone was scary. How will we go back? She asked. Magic. Just gather your stuff. Dobby said and walked to the camp. They heard the giggles of the children there. They belonged to all kinds of ethnicities. Alexander walked forward and took out chocolate. Hey kiddies, I'm sure you have never tasted this. Come, it's very tasty. They were very small and unreserved and flocked to the old man like a bunch of kittens. A few hours later, Alexander simply used his anywhere door to return to Milky Galaxy. Mainly inside the O'Neill cylinder that was called Cooper Station. They appeared directly in the house/museum that used to belong to Cooper. Cooper was rescued a day ago and was living in the house. He was surely surprised when he saw people coming out of a pink door into his house. Alexander didn't give them a chance to ask him anything. He soon left for Earth. There he reversed the time of the planet to a few thousand years ago. Now that humans had already built much more efficient ways to fulfill their energy needs and they were much more advanced, he didn't think they would spoil the planet again. After that, he returned to Cooper Station and found Cooper. The man was about to go to the hospital to meet his daughter with Dr. Brand. Cooper, I assume you would have a say in the workings of whatever administration is here. I have repaired the Earth. You all can go back and repopulate it, hopefully, this time better than before. Alexander informed them. What are you? Cooper confusedly asked. All this time he asked this question to himself many times but never got an answer. The air around Alexander was entirely different, like he was a totally different being. That's not important. What's important is that my work here is complete. Take care, boy. You did well. Alexander started to fly away after saying that. Cooper kept on looking at everything with shock. After a while, a white light appeared and took Alexander away. I think I am turning into a believer now, Cooper muttered. Dr. Brand nodded at his words as she had the same expressions on her face. The lights disappeared. Alexander and Dobby found themselves standing on an empty street in a modern city. He looked around and most of the place looked like a storm went through there. The various signboards were in Japanese so he understood where he was. He couldn't see any human activities nearby. But then he sensed some movement. A man was walking towards him with a poly bag in hand. He was also totally bald. He instantly checked the purity of the world and it was at 60%. Then he looked at his phone. So, we too are registered heroes here. Nice, Alexander stated. Soon the bald man came close to them. Oh. Are you lost, old man? Alexander couldn't help but look at his shining bald head. Yes, I am a bit lost. Can you tell me where this is? Can you not look at my head, and you are in Z City? This is a very dangerous place for an old man like you. Do you want me to help you get somewhere? The bald man asked. Haha, what a good kid. What is your name? Alexander asked. I am Saitama, a hero for fun. He replied. Oh, good. Saitama, why is this place so deserted? He asked. You don't know that. Well, a lot of monsters live here. Southwest people left this place. Saitama explained. Then what about you? Aren't you scared of them? Alexander inquired. Then he noticed Saitama's face growing gloomy. No one can withstand more than one punch from me. I am too strong, Saitama stated as he looked at his fist. Haha, then how about we spar? No one can withstand more than one punch from me either. Alexander proposed. Saitama looked at him skeptically. Are you joking? Alexander suddenly appeared in front of Saitama. I'm not. Are you? Hope grew in Saitama's heart. Okay, let's do this then. Saitama got into position and Alexander did the same a small distance away. Then suddenly the two moved towards each other with super fast speed. Boom. Their punch was so strong that a big cloud of dust formed around them. When the dist settled, the view became clear. Alexander and Saitama were in a stalemate. Their fists connected but nothing happened. You are pretty strong, kid. But I am just starting. Alexander remarked. Saitama was very happy at that moment. He had not used his full strength but it was still a lot. Let's take this to somewhere secluded. I don't want to destroy your home. Alexander suggested. Saitama then looked around and many buildings around them had disappeared. He agreed and they both jumped to a mountain range. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 302, 302. Madness in Sand. It was now round 2. Saitama decided to go all out from now on. Alexander did the same. Boom. Another punch collided. The two were continuously increasing their powers. But no winner came out of the match. Saitama's face looked like he was having an orgasm. After so long he had finally found a worthy opponent. Alexander was also enjoying fighting him. It was unbelievable to him that a human can get so strong. He was also utilizing this opportunity to grow stronger because his flesh body was meant to grow stronger the more he fought. Haha, you're pretty strong, kid, he praised. You aren't bad either, old man, Saitama replied. Soon their punches became so strong that the mountains started to dissipate each time they clashed. Sensing that they might end up destroying the planet, Alexander decided to use a bit more power. He channeled his power into his fish and prepared to punch. This is going to be my serious punch, kid, block it if you can. He warned. Saitama excitedly smiled, come on ahead. Then their fists collided. This time, unlike before, Alexander's punch was too strong. The punch broke Saitama's fist and he was sent flying away out of the Earth's atmosphere and struck the moon. But it didn't end there. Saitama was thrown with so much force that his body destroyed the moon and still kept on going. Damn it. Alexander cursed and quickly repaired the moon with his magic and then caught Saitama, who was on his way to Jupiter. He came back and put injured Saitama on the ground. Alexander knew he overused his power, but he was more shocked by the fact that Saitama only had a broken fist. He decided to make this kid his ally, because if he can grow stronger then he may be helpful later in the war. You are pretty strong, kid. Show me your fist, I will heal it. He offered. Saitama was lying on the ground with a smile on his face. He showed him his fist. Alexander just reversed the time of his fist and it returned to being as it was. Saitama was still smiling and crying. Was being this strong so frustrating? Alexander asked himself. Saitama, let's go and beat some monsters. I will give you some training tips to grow stronger and then we will have another match in a few years. Alexander proposed. Saitama instantly agreed, yes teacher. Let's go. After that, he, Dabi, and Saitama traveled the whole world killing monsters and bonding in general. Alexander learned the whole story of Saitama. He could honestly feel his pain. Being so strong that no one can give you competition. It would surely be a pain in the ass. He imagined this would be his case when he reaches the pinnacle. He also taught Saitama a few breathing techniques to strengthen his internal organs. He also taught him Haki and Rokushiki. It turns out, Saitama also had Conqueror Haki. But it was dormant because he never felt a need to use it. In their travels, they saw many different creatures. There was even a gorilla that had grown too sentient and ran away from the zoo. He was always mistaken for being a monster and was hunted. So Alexander taught him how to fight and cleared up the misunderstanding. Now, the gorilla was an S-class hero. Saitama also opened up with him and started calling him Old Man. They currently sat on the roof of the Hero Association Tower. The Hero Association's World Division had already ranked them as the strongest beings on the planet and both were awarded SSS Plus class. SSS was already the highest in the World Division, but because their power was unquantifiable they just added a plus. Old Man, when are you leaving? Saitama asked. Alexander had told him that he was a demigod and was on the job. But he also asked him if he would like to join him in the War of Gods in the future. Saitama instantly agreed to it. Alexander looked at world purity. In about 15 minutes. We have already defeated most of the monsters. Saitama, I have a proposal. You will not be able to grow strong as long as you stay here. So I was planning to send you to a place where the universe is filled with bad strong people who can even destroy the universe. After you conquer that you can go to other worlds. Whoa, that's strong. I would love to go there. Saitama exclaimed. Haha, okay. Get ready then. You have my expansion pouch. It has lots of gold we earned in all this time. There are some other helpful things in it too, have a look after you reach the place. Take care, kid. Alexander patted his back. Saitama stood up in his yellow suit and gave a big smile, see you later, old man. Then a golden light fell and took him away. Alexander had sent him to Marvel Universe, which was filled with overpowered universe-destroying beings. All right, Dabi, go back into Fixheim. I should be leaving soon, he told him. Then just like Saitama, he also disappeared but in white light. White light disappeared and Alexander appeared in space near a planet. Soon Dabi and Ragnarok also came out of Fixheim. I was expecting a nice city but it's the cold dark space, Dabi exclaimed. This was the first time they appeared like this directly in space. Ragnarok smirked, just like a woman's heart for you, Dabi. I'm still better than you though. You are a lot older than me. Dabi japed back. Alexander laughed, Ha ha ha, you two should stop talking like you are an expert in women. Dobby and Ragnarok looked at him with shrunken eyes, says the man who's been simping on a woman for thousands of years. Cough cough. Simping is allowed if it is your beautiful wife. Now, let's go and see where we are. Alexander flew towards the planet, leaving the two behind to laugh. While going down to the planet, Alexander checked the phone to see his identity. It just vaguely said, Master of Force, and showed the galactic purity at 50%. What does this mean, he asked himself. They landed on the planet. They looked for any sign of civilization, but all they saw was ruins upon ruins of buildings and a deserted planet. It was literally all deserts and mountains. It seems we are too late, Ragnarok exclaimed. Dobby raised his hand to tell them to stop speaking. Dobby was always sensitive to life. No, I sense a lot of people in that direction. Let's go then, Alexander stated, and they flew towards the direction. Soon they came upon a huge dome. This looks like a biodome. There must be people inside, as this planet's environment doesn't seem very suitable. Alexander pondered. The three walked up to it without any thought and knocked on something that looked like a door. Soon a camera-like thing moved on top of it and a voice came from a speaker. Alexander had no idea what they were saying and he had no way of letting Ghost leer. Boss, do you want their language pack? Ghost suddenly voiced. Yes, but how? Alexander exclaimed. I hacked into their system. They aren't very advanced. I learned their language. Look, he projected everything for him. Alexander's million times comprehension gave him instant learning of it. He then passed it on to Dobby and Ragnarok in the form of memory. Then finally they understood what the speaker was saying. Who are you? I will only ask one more time. Alexander quickly spoke. Oh, I am Alexander, Maxim Universe, this is Dobby and that is Ragnarok. We are lost. Oh, you're lost. What? How are you out there? The voice asked. The planet was surely breathable, but it was inhospitable. Suddenly Ragnarok moved forward and plastered his face on camera. We ain't normal people, kid. Just open the door and let us in. We need to meet your leader. The guard on the other side panicked because they had not sensed any aircraft landing on their planet, so how did these humans appear? Oh, let me ask the Duchess. Please wait. The man was about to leave when Alexander asked where they were. You are outside Sindari, the domed capital city of the planet Mandalore. I will go and inform the Duchess. The voice left. Outside, Alexander and Dobby had sudden enlightenment about where they were. We are in Star Wars. Okay boys, change your clothes to Jedi robes like old times and tie lightsabers on your waists. Alexander advised them. Boss, are you able to feel the Force? Dobby asked while pointing his hand towards the mountains in the distance. Boom. A huge chunk of it broke off and started flying. Alexander also tried and just pointed his hand towards the desert and willed the sand grains to move. In an instant, a 1 kilometer tall and 800 meters wide pyramid was formed. Yeah, I think I can use it, but it kinda tickles all over my body, Alexander said, looking at his hand. Then Ragnarok tried. Yeah, I also felt ticklish. Let's try this. Ragnarok was not able to make it as big as the pyramid, but he was able to make a female dragon sculpture from the sand. Dobby nearly choked in laughter. Are you in heat, you old dragon? Ragnarok embarrassingly stopped controlling the sand and let it fall down. That was just a mistake. Ha ha ha. Your focus determines your reality, Raggy. Alexander quoted. Boss, don't steal other people's quotes. Dobby retorted. He surely recognized Kagan Jinn's quote. Alex, my sculpture fell, but why is your pyramid still not falling? Ragnarok inquired. That's strange. I'm not even using the Force. Well, maybe I'm just too good. Alexander shrugged smugly. While they were goofing around, the guard had brought Duchess Satine Cries to the surveillance area. The Duchess herself saw all the madness happening outside and nearly died of a heart attack seeing the inhuman powers. She could already see from their clothing and powers that they were Jedi, but even Jedi Grandmasters didn't have the powers they displayed. Call them in, respectfully, she ordered. 21 BBY. Jedi Temple, Coruscant. Yoda was meditating on a meditation balcony when suddenly his eyes shook open. Jedi Master Mace Windu was nearby him and noticed the movement. What happened, Grandmaster? He asked. Yoda looked out of the balcony at the sky. A change in Force I sense. Imminent it is. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 303, 303. Neutral Ones. Alexander and the two noticed the gates lifting up. Let's go in, boys. Alexander nonchalantly walked in. First, they were allowed in a depressurization and decontamination chamber. After that, they entered the main building. Welcoming him were a few humans with blasters in their hands. Then there was a woman that he recognized. She spoke, "Welcome to Mandalore, respected Jedi. I am Duchess Satine Kryze. What may be the reason for your visit?" "Ah, we were just lost in space." "What year is this?" Alexander asked. "Then you must be stranded for a very long time to not even know the year." "It is year 7954 in CRC." She replied. "And I have no idea what that means," he thought. "Who is the Queen of Naboo right now?" he asked. "It is Queen Riolata." "Are you from the Jedi Temple of Coruscant?" she asked back. Alexander now had an idea of which timeline he was in. He was probably somewhere near the Clone Wars. "I am Alexander Maxim Universe. No, we are not from there. We are a different order called the Neutral Ones. We are mainly focused on bringing justice no matter what. We don't believe in the light or dark side," he explained. "So like the Grey Jedi?" she stated. No. We believe in openly using the Force to do whatever we want. There is no need to worry about the light and dark side, something that the Grey Jedi do." "Well, anyway, I believe you have a few problems," he asked, knowing that she was currently facing danger from Death Watch, who wished to return Mandalore to the ways of its ancestors. He was just going to help them and earn some goodwill. She had just seen him performing amazing feats a moment ago and understood that it could be detrimental if they helped her. "And what would be the price for your help?" she asked. What price are you willing to give if I were to not only deal with the Death Watch but also bring this planet back to its habitable state?" he offered. Everyone's eyes widened at his claims. It was unprecedented that any Jedi could do something like this. There weren't even legends like this. "If you can really do what you say, then you can ask whatever you want and we will agree," she replied, totally not believing him. "Haha, don't go back on those words, pretty lady," Ragnarok chimed in. "He's really in heat," Dobby whispered. Alexander held his laughter and spoke, "Okay then, Dobby and Ragnarok here will go to Concordia, Mandalore's moon, and deal with all the troublemakers. Meanwhile, I will work on the planet. Now, open the doors." He went out and hovered in the air. The planet had breathable air, but due to war most of its ecosystem was destroyed. Not many plants grow on the surface now and animal life was non-existent. Repairing the planet was easy. With the limited power of the reality stone that he had eaten and his magic, combining it with the ever-present Force was a good cocktail. He made the soil richer in minerals and also less dry. The deserts were slowly converted into normal fields and a few more minutes later small grass grew on it. Then Alexander looked at the sky and pointed his hand at it. Soon it started to rain. In some designated places it was raining like crazy so that new lakes can be made. He even transported some water from Fixheim. For animals, he didn't bring any land species but filled the huge lakes and new rivers with different fish species. He also made a few glaciers in the poles and high-altitude areas so that constant freshwater sources can be maintained. Then finally, a few veins of various metals were added. The early Mandalorians had nearly sucked their planet to death. Not just exploiting its natural resources but also further damaging it with their constant wars. Duchess Satine Kryze was possibly the best thing that could happen to them as she promoted peace. After his work was done he satisfyingly came back to the ground. Duchess Satine Kryze and many of her advisors had gathered to see what the Jedi was going to do. They had no hopes but still decided to look. From the moment Alexander flew in the air to the end, their facial expressions changed from shock, happiness to reverence. No Jedi was this strong, no being in the known galaxy could do this. This was the work of a higher being for them. "Duchess, he did it. Look, it is grass and rain," an advisor exclaimed with tear-filled eyes. Satine Kryze came out of her shock and nodded, "Let's go out." It was certainly a day of surprise for her. Dobby and Ragnarok had reached the moon of Mandalore and were wreaking havoc there. They hunted down most of the Death Watch and caught their leader, Pre-Vizsla. They brought him back to the planet at the same time when Satine Kryze came out. Alexander saw people swarming out of the biodome and coming towards him. "Haha, I kept my promises. Look, they even brought Vizsla," Alexander stated, throwing the leader of the terrorists at the guards. "Now, it's time to fulfill your promise," Alexander said. The Duchess was a bit worried now, she had foolishly agreed to give whatever they wanted. But she could also not deny it now, because even if she wanted, her or her soldiers could never repel the powerful Jedi. "What can we do for you, Grandmaster?" she asked, assuming that Alexander was of the Grandmaster level. "I want this planet," he replied. The people started murmuring after hearing that. Alexander realized his wording didn't sound nice. I meant to say that I am going to use this planet as my base. You can run your government as you want but you cannot interfere in my work." "You mean you want to open a Jedi temple here?" Satine Kryze asked. Alexander nodded, "Yeah, you can say that. I will open a huge temple here. The Duchess was okay with it. With their newly healed planet, they would require some kind of protection until they got back on their feet as a major power. I accept, you will be allowed to choose the location wherever you want on the planet and we will also not meddle in your work. She agreed. Haha, good. Now, can you give me a star map? I need to go somewhere. He asked. After that, he was given the highest honors there. The people respected him to the point that they even saw him as the ruler of the planet, even though it was the Duchess. Alexander made sure to tell her that she didn't need to be afraid that he'd someday overthrow her. He had no interest in ruling the planet. After getting a star map, he simply erected a new city from scratch and a huge building in the middle as his temple. It was officially going to be the first open city on Mandalore now. Then he decided to leave and head towards the center of the galaxy where all the fun was. He flew out to space with Dobby and Ragnarok and took out a super star destroyer. It was already the strongest warship in the galaxy. They entered it and set the destination to Coruscant. Boss, isn't this the time when Shmi Skywalker dies? Should we save her? Dobby asked. Alexander didn't say anything and just changed the destination to Tatooine. Well, now that you have mentioned it, we can't just leave her to die, Alexander said and pressed the button to start their space jump. Normally all the ships in the galaxy he was in used hyperdrives to travel the hyperspace. Hyperspace was an alternate dimension that could only be reached by traveling at or faster than the speed of light. Hyperdrives enabled starships to travel through hyperspace lanes across great distances, enabling travel and exploration throughout the galaxy. This was a dangerous method of traveling which required hyperspace lanes, and without them, you could collide with some planet or celestial object at light speed. Alexander's method was just what it was called. It was like teleportation, jumping from one point in space to another by folding the space. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 304, 304. Tatooine. Alexander, Dobby and Ragnarok reached Tatooine in their huge ship. Tatooine was a lawless planet where nobody cared for anybody and they didn't have anyone who would spot them in the sky, and even if they did spot them they would not ask why they came there. Okay, let's leave the ship here and take a small aircraft down. That's what normal people do. Dobby suggested. Why waste time? Let's just fly down. Alexander said and straight away jumped out of the hatch. Soon the three were having a race on who reaches the ground first. Of course, after reaching terminal velocity, Alexander used his powers to move faster and reach the surface first. But when he fell to the ground a huge shockwave spanned out. He noticed a sandcrawler falling to its side due to the shockwaves. Haha, serves the thieves right. Alexander ignored the Jawas as they didn't have high enough sins to deserve death, but they did deserve time torture. So, he put them all in one-day time torture in which they would repeatedly come across a big loot but will never be successful in stealing it and die painfully while trying. At the same time, never steal words will be sounding on loudspeakers in a loop. Then Alexander spawned 3 dirt bikes from the GTA 4 cheats and they started to travel the desert plains. Ragnarok was new to riding bikes, so he fell a lot the whole way. Soon they reached the spaceport settlement called Mos Espa. He quickly found the previous slave owner of Anakin and asked him about the whereabouts of Shmi. He already knew they were on a moisture farm but not the exact location. Watto was the ex-slave master of Shmi and Anakin. He was also a junk dealer/human trafficker and Alexander despised slavery. Watto tried to ask for money in return for information, but Alexander just lifted him with force and choked him. To Alexander, the force felt like he had his arms spread around everywhere. It was like an extension of his body and could do anything with it. Tell me her exact location and I may let you go. He threatened him. Watto got scared when he realized that he was a force user. I sold her. She lives in. Alexander just looked into his head. Hearing the address was the same as not knowing it. Once knowing about the location, he just threw him away at a very high speed, which most likely killed him. They soon reached the moisture farm and found it was being attacked by Tusken Raiders. Boys, take out the toys, Alexander ordered. Dobby and Ragnarok took out their lightsaber made by Alexander. Alexander's lightsaber was golden in color with golden sparks of lightning coming from it, making it look even more dangerous. Dobby's was green and Ragnarok's red, but it also had fire texture around it and looked unstable. They jumped in the ongoing fight between the farmers and the Tusken Raiders. They started to cut them like butter. Alexander had no mercy for them. Their culture was too brutal. Not to mention they liked torturing, like what would have happened to Shmi. She would have probably gotten tortured for a month or so in their camp. Alexander knew that the Star Wars movies didn't show it, but those tortures surely included all kinds of mental and sexual harm as well, which was probably why Anakin got so angry that he even killed women and children in the Tusken camp. As soon as they saw Alexander and his party, the Tusken Raiders got scared and tried to flee. But Ragnarok just forces choked all 10 fleeing ones, but for some reason, their bodies were also burned to ashes. So you can make a fire. Well, I'm not surprised. Alexander exclaimed. Ragnarok was a dragon, so it was normal if his manipulation of the Force also included his inherent affinity for fire. They put their lightsabers back and walked up to the farmer that Alexander recognized as Klieg Lars. You must be hiding a hell of a treasure for them to come here with so many raiders, Alexander said. Klieg Lars looked at him gratefully. Thank you for your help, Jedi. No, we don't have anything except our meager lives. Before Alexander could say anything, a woman from behind Klieg Lars ran up to him. Is this about Anakin? Did something happen to him? Actually, I saved something from happening to him, he thought. Hello, Shmi Skywalker. No, your son is absolutely fine. He has become a Jedi Padawan, very strong at that. But I am not from the same temple as him. I only came here to save you. You see, I have an ability with which I can see the future. You would have died after getting tortured by those raiders, but it would have started a chain reaction which would have caused chaos across the galaxy. He blabbered. Shmi was confused and shocked. But she had just seen that Alexander was a Jedi and thought that he couldn't have lied. Some people saw the Jedi with just too much respect. Then, thank you. Can you pass my words to Anakin? Tell him that I still think about him and I hope he is doing good. Tell him to eat well and take care of his health. She nearly cried. Ah, mothers. Yes, I will pass the words when I see him. Though he's likely to come here himself in a few days. Okay, I will be leaving then. Come to Mos Espa in a few days, I will be giving an announcement. He told them and left. Shmi and Klieg Lars were confused but didn't ask anything more. On their way back, Dobby asked, Boss, what are you planning? Dobby, I am going to liberate this planet. Slavery is bad and the Hutt clan is one of its biggest contributors. Let's just destroy them and bring this planet under us. Blue Fong and Brian had a very good experience running 4 galaxies in Marvel Universe, so running one should be a piece of cake for them. He proposed. Yeah, that seems like a plan. Let's go to their base and kick some asses. Ragnarok agreed and sped up. Alexander also sent instructions to Ghost, point the orbital cannons at the Jabba's palace here. When I say, you fire. Understood, sir. Ghost affirmed. Alexander did a bit of research about the crime lord of Tatooine first. He lived in Jabba's palace and was called Jabba Desalegictuur, more commonly referred to as Jabba the Hutt or simply Jabba. He was a Hutt gangster and crime lord, as well as a member of the Grand Hutt Council, who operated and led a criminal empire from his palace from the outer rim world of Tatooine. Jabba was a major figure on Tatooine, where he controlled the bulk of the trafficking in illegal goods, piracy, and slavery that generated most of the planet's wealth. He was also highly influential in the entire Outer Rim as one of its most powerful crime lords. The guy had such strong influence that he was even sought after by both the Galactic Republic and the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Knowing all that, Alexander openly entered Jabba's palace. But when he reached the place, an auction was going on. A slave auction, to be precise. He noticed aliens from various species were on sale. Most of them were female, good-looking species. He looked at Ragnarok and Dobby. Okay boys, stand at the exits. I've already sent you data of all the sinners. Most of the people here are scum, so there is no need to be reserved. Alexander then moved into the crowd. He could see Jabba the Hutt sitting on a big seat, looking like an ugly worm. He didn't wait long and instantly took out his lightsaber and started cutting all the slave buyers and sellers near him. After seeing the commotion, many tried to run but were caught by Dobby and Ragnarok. Soon the guards came and sacrificed themselves to lightsabers. After a few minutes of slaughter, only the slaves, Jabba, Dobby, and Ragnarok remained. Jabba looked at Alexander and groaned in his heavy voice, Jedi. What do you want? Are you trying to cause a war between the Republic and the Hutt clan? Alexander smirked, what war when there will be no Hutt clan left? My next destination is Nal Hutta, your headquarters. Now, it's time to sleep for forever. He checked his sins. Jabba Desalegictuur, category. Murder, 123,123. Indirect murder, 1,789,654. R** PE, 1,112. Enslaved, 1,456,852. Tortured, 456,785. Robbery, 2,782,963. Sin percentage, 87%. Alexander had no idea what time torture to give him. Everything seemed less. So he just threw slow-burning poison on him and increased his pain senses by 1,000 times and made it so that after each session of torture his mind would reset so that he can never get used to the pain. Jabba kept on shrieking in pain. Alexander just helped all the slaves get out and decided to leave. But on his way, he saw a small white hovering pod. It was locked inside a cage. Alexander even sensed that the Force was getting sucked into the pod for some reason. He didn't know what it was, so he brought it along. After coming a good distance away, he gave the command, "Ghost, do it." In an instant, a few big missile-like things came down from space and fell on the Jabba's palace. It was like hell raining down. Boom. The blast was so big that the whole mountain disappeared, and in its place was a few 100 meters wide crater. Alexander took out water from Fixheim and filled it up. It was going to become the center of the biggest city on the planet in a few years. Unknown to Alexander, he would be hailed as a god on the planet from now on. But Alexander had something totally different in his mind. Goddamn, I should have decreased the power of bombs. This ain't Marvel Universe where people can stop these missiles with hands. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 305, 305. A Mystery Baby. Alexander left 50 Terminator droids on the planet to run it and told Brian and Blue Fong to start setting up a galactic federal empire. Then he left to Hutt Space, an autonomous region of the galaxy on the border between the Mid-Rim and the Outer Rim territories that was located to the galactic east of the core worlds, and was under the control of the Hutt clan. Largely noted as being a haven to the disreputable denizens of the galaxy. Alexander had stopped any emergency transmission from getting out of Tatooine. He had instead used Jabba's identity to call for an emergency meeting of the Grand Hutt Council, which ruled the Hutt crime family. "Boss, look. The pod is moving." Dobby pointed. Alexander went to the small white pod he brought with him. "Let's open it and see what's inside." Alexander used the Force to open it. For some reason, he had a feeling that it would open that way. As expected, it opened with a hush. Some smoke came out of it. Once it was fully opened, they saw what was inside. Alexander instantly recognized it. Baby Yoda. "You mean Yoda's baby?" Dobby asked. "Could be, I only know him and Yaddle to belong to the same species. This kid looks very young. Let's take him to Yoda, he'll know what to do." Alexander decided. Oh. The baby woke up. Sigh. Alexander picked him up. "Hey there, little goblin. You're gonna be traveling with us now." Baby Yoda must have felt the connection of the Force in Alexander, so he suddenly hugged him with his tiny body. "Haha, you like me? Well, I like you too. Now, I gotta work. You sleep." He put him back in his now half-open pod. He called Barry and Hats to babysit the child while they went to Nal Hutta and deal with the council. "Keep an eye on him. He can be very sneaky sometimes." Alexander warned the two nannies. "Yes, boss, Barry will not disappoint you." Barry firmly saluted. Hutz, on the other hand, just lazily lay on the side. "Ghost, keep your eyes on the planet. I want you to stop any hostile ship from leaving this planet." He instructed and again flew down to the planet. Tatooine. After Alexander left and organized the planet, things started to look better. The Terminator droids were too good and had nearly wiped out the whole Tusken Raider population who tried to take advantage and take over the planet's various cities. But then a ship landed on the planet and a young man came out of it. He went to find his mother. He was also very shocked by the ongoing changes on the planet. He couldn't find Watto, who owned his mother as a slave. After a long time of gathering some info, he found out that Watto died at the hands of an unknown Force user. But he also found out about his mother through there. He went to the moisture farm where she was supposed to be living. Anakin. The boy heard the voice he had been craving for so long. He looked back and saw his mother standing with a basket full of various vegetables and other things. Anakin ran up to her and hugged her. He was happy that the vision he had seen didn't come true. "I have come to take you, mother," Anakin said. "Oh, my Anakin. Look at you, you've grown so big and handsome." Shmi caressed his face. Then Shmi told him about how she was sold and thankfully a good man bought her and freed her. Initially, Anakin was a bit angry about her marrying someone but understood that things could have been much worse if she was bought by someone bad. "I will pay them back for their kindness, mother. But you must come with me." Anakin insisted. Shmi denied. "You are a Jedi, Anakin. I know about your oaths. Even your coming here goes against it. And I can't leave this place. I have a family here and recently this place had started to become much better thanks to the new government under Grandmaster Universe. To hell with being a Jedi. What's the point if I can't even help my mother? I was naive to believe in Jedi ways for this long." He blurted and unknowingly affected the Force around him. Shmi sensed him being in distress. "Easy, my child. My living here doesn't mean I don't love you. Maybe you also have someone you like. What if you were asked to leave them?" Anakin instantly thought about Padme. The woman he loved and was thinking of marrying. Shmi caressed his face. "If you don't like the Jedi Order, then go and find the ones who freed this planet from its misery. They are not like other Jedi. They seemed freer." Anakin got interested in knowing who the mysterious Jedi were. It was his dream when he was small to free all the slaves on the planet, but as he grew he forgot his dream. Do you know where they went? Yes, Grandmaster had announced before leaving that he was going to destroy the Hutt clan in Hutt space. He should be there right now. She revealed. Anakin's eyes widened in shock. He knew how powerful the Hutt crime family was, and going to attack them all alone was like courting death. But he needed to go and meet them. He had already seen the dark and light side of the Force, he wanted to see this one too. Thank you, Mother. I will return here after meeting them. And maybe get you to meet my Padme. He got up and left for Hutt space. Boom. Alexander, Dobby, and Ragnarok were wreaking havoc on the planet. It was a den of all the bad people in the galaxy. Ghost was also busy dealing with any fleeing criminals in the space. It was amazing what one superstar destroyer could do. Alexander couldn't imagine the dread his whole fleet and Ironheim would bring. Let's go and kill the Grand Hutt Council. They are the big boss of this whole crime syndicate. Alexander ordered. So they ran straight into their headquarters. It was filled with soldiers, but passing through them was very easy. Soon they reached the place all the council members were hiding. But when he entered he found Hats and Barry already sitting on a high chair in the room. Baby Yoda was strapped into a baby carrier on the back of Hats. All the big fat Hutts were kneeling in front of him. Hats, why? Alexander asked. Because this little guy was screaming non-stop. We had no option but to bring him here. So I decided I might as well just help you. These are the big crime lords, right, so I just made your work easier. Hats clarified. Alexander just shook his head. That's just how Hats was. Unpredictable and very powerful. Alexander looked at the Hutts and lifted all of them with the Force. He looked into their minds for all the information about their businesses and how they ran them. It would later be sent to Brian and Blue Fong so they could take over the economy of the Hutt space and their whole businesses. Okay, you all are nearly the same. Each of you deserves to die for destroying so many lives and also playing with them like nothing. He threw them towards a corner where Ragnarok would deal with them with his Fire Force ability. Alexander clapped his hands clean and went to help all the locked slaves get out. But then he heard a message from Ghost. Sir, there seems to be a new ship that just appeared in the space nearby. Let it come in. I'll see if it's friendly or hostile. He ordered. Then he went to the underground prison where he freed everyone. Then his eyes fell on a woman he knew. It was a Togruta and he knew her. He freed her and asked, I really want to know how a Jedi got caught here. She was surprised that he saw through her, but then she also felt him being soaked in Force like he was made from it. Who are you? She questioned. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 306, 306. A lesson. Ha ha ha. I am just an old man, Alexander said. He was still deciding on what to permanently call himself, and that's why he paused mid-sentence. But his laughter sounded evil at that moment. Ahsoka stepped back a few feet. Don't fear me, girl. I am just here to kill the Hutt clan. They are too problematic. Now, care to tell me your name? I am Ahsoka. You came alone? She asked with a raised eyebrow. No, my two friends and my cat also came. Let's go. I've already freed all the slaves. He said and started walking away. Wait, what about reinforcements? She inquired. What reinforcements? He asked back. From the Jedi Order. You are from the Order, aren't you? She questioned. She had been framed for and charged with the bombing of the Jedi Temple hangar and the murder of Letta Termund and several troopers. She had left the Order behind and didn't know much about its new members and thought he was probably some unknown one. Haha, I am not from the Jedi Order of Coruscant. My order is something called the Neutral Ones, and I am its Grandmaster. And I have already taken the planet under control, the Grand Hutt Council is already dead. He revealed. She herself was a Grey Jedi now, so she understood what kind of Jedi he was. Someone who didn't choose strictly a light or dark side. How did you do it? She asked. I am very strong, little girl, Alexander replied. He then waved his hand and dead bodies upon dead bodies of criminals and Hutt Council members were thrown into a pit. Then suddenly it caught fire. The whole place was a mess because of the fight. So he used his magic and fixed the whole place. But for Ahsoka, it was a Force ability in action. She looked at everything going in reverse and fixing themselves in shock. She had never seen such an ability, and even that on such a large scale. Alexander glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. He saw her interest in his abilities. She had been kicked out when she was just a Padawan, so she still had a lot to learn. Do you want to learn from me? He asked. What would I have to do? She asked. She was not going to take any weird vows like in the Jedi Order. Haha, nothing. I just ask you to use your powers for good. That's it. I don't care about your personal life or what you do in your free time. He blurted. She liked this. What will you teach me? How to use force properly and how to fight, Alexander replied. Although he had no idea how to teach using force because it came naturally to him. Sweet, I want to join, then, Ahsoka cheered. With a new disciple, Alexander came out of the underground prisons. Just when he had come under the open sky, a starfighter landed in front of him. Anakin came down from it and walked up to him. Ahsoka recognized him. Anakin. What are you doing here? Anakin was surprised to see her here and unknowingly smiled. Ahsoka, what are you doing here? I was infiltrating this place to save the slaves. She proudly announced. Then she got caught and was imprisoned. Alexander finished her words. Ahsoka ignored his revealing the info and asked Anakin, what about you? What are you doing here, Sky Guy? I told you I won't return to the Order. I'm not here for you. But for him. Anakin said and turned to Alexander. Thank you for saving my mother. I will not forget this help. He deeply thanked. Alexander, out of habit, went ahead and patted his back. It's all right, kid. I like helping people. You've got a lot of potential in you. Your connection with the Force is much better than anyone else I've met. I am Grandmaster Universe. Yeah, Universe is my last name. He introduced himself, deciding to go with the Grandmaster prefix. Anakin gave proper respect to him as he knew that Grandmaster status was only for those true masters in the ways of the Force and he was just a Padawan, unofficially a master. Yes, he's pretty strong. He's taken over Hutt's space. Ahsoka flaunted her new master. And Tatooine as well, Anakin added, causing Ahsoka to shut up in surprise this time. Then Anakin got to the business. Why do you have that ship in the orbit? Those models are only seen under the service of the Republic's military. My ship is way different from any other, kid. It's the best. Alexander proudly boasted. Just say it, kid. What do you want? You surely didn't come here to say thank you, he asked. Anakin firmly held his lightsaber in his hand. I want to have a duel with you. Anakin wanted to see firsthand how strong Alexander was. Alexander agreed in a blink, sure. In just a second he readied himself with his golden lightsaber in his hand. I recommend you use your full power from the start. Anakin didn't dare to take him lightly and started the fight. In the beginning, everything went smoothly for the young Padawan but soon Alexander started to gradually increase his power behind every lightsaber strike. Anakin used a combination of force skills with his fighting. But they were all thwarted by a simple strike from his opponent. I'm gonna get a bit serious now, Alexander said and just held his lightsaber in one hand now. This confused Anakin but he proceeded with caution. However, Alexander suddenly appeared in front of him and made a powerful downward slash. Anakin was only able to defend using his lightsaber. But his lightsaber was also being slowly cut by Alexander's. This is the limitation of being a normal Jedi. You have no motivation. Alexander increased his strength and pressed Anakin more. Anakin fell to his knees while still blocking with his sword. Boy, there is no dark or light side in Force, it was made by us. It's just about how you use it. If you were to use the power of the dark side to save people, then would that make you a bad man? And if you use the power of the light side for good, would you still be a good man? He asked. That question stuck with Anakin in his mind. Force is just a means of power. People choose light and dark paths because it takes a lot more mental training to be able to use the powers of both sides and yet not let it corrupt you. You will need to become stronger than the power trying to change you to become a true Master Jedi. Just because you are Force sensitive doesn't mean you need to lose your individuality. You like pod racing and building stuff, right? Why not still do it? You like a girl. Go ahead and marry her, live with her on a planet with a nice view. Do what brings you happiness. But if murder and chaos are what brings you happiness, then you were not a good man to begin with. Now, I want you to think of the most loved person in your life. Think about how much they love you, care about you. What if something were to happen to you? How would they feel? Use the Force to not only protect them but yourself too. A man must respect himself before forwarding it to others. Alexander decided to end the lesson there as Anakin was in deep thoughts and retracted his lightsaber. But when Anakin got up, Alexander suddenly attacked him with the lightsaber. But this time Anakin couldn't take out his lightsaber in time. Anakin's mind was thinking about Padme and his mother just a moment ago, and now this crisis came. He really didn't want to die right now. He wanted to meet them again. Alexander's sword was about to touch his body, but suddenly a bluish bubble formed around him. It was a protection bubble. A difficult ability to learn, and Anakin knew he was not a master of it. But just to drive the lesson in, Alexander still hit the protection bubble, cutting it in half. See that, you don't even know how to make a protection bubble and yet you were able to do it. All because your will to live was strong and hence it molded the force accordingly. However, you are still not strong enough, which is why I was able to cut it. Alexander explained. Anakin was exhausted at this point, realizing that he was not attacked but was just being taught a lesson. He fell to the ground, breathing heavily. Ahsoka came to Anakin and gave him some water. Why did you even challenge a Grandmaster? Anakin didn't say anything. He didn't drink the water either and just firmly looked at Alexander. He knew the lesson he learned today, the progress he made just by a little spar with Alexander gave him a better understanding of his power than many months of his previous training. He then loudly spoke, Grandmaster, please teach me. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 307, 307. Plans. Alexander accepted him to become his student. If he could stop him from becoming Darth Vader, then there was no harm in it. Palpatine wasn't going to be successful anyway. Boss, take him now. He keeps on shouting. Hats came to hand over the baby Yoda. Alexander sighed and picked up the 20 years or so old baby. Ahsoka and Anakin were surprised to see the familiar-looking creature. Wait, is that from the same species as Grandmaster Yoda? Ahsoka came to the child as he looked very cute and started pulling his cheeks. I can't believe Grandmaster Yoda used to look like this once. So cute, she exclaimed. Much to the annoyance of the baby. That is why we are going to Coruscant next. I'm gonna hand him to Yoda, he probably knows best what to do with him. Or maybe he knows about his parents. Alexander said. Or maybe he is the father. Anakin walked up to Yoda Jr., that's the name Alexander gave him for now. Anakin and Yoda Jr. touched each other's hands for some reason. He is force sensitive, Anakin claimed. Of course he is. He's also most likely much older than he looks. His species is known to live up to 900 years. He informed them. It was a surprise to both of them. They knew that Yoda was old but not this old. Okay, you to go and wait near Anakin's starfighter. I will be there in a while. I've got some work to do. He said and left to find Ragnarok and Dobby. Ahsoka looked back at Anakin, so, how is it going with Padme? Anakin acted oblivious, what do you mean? Ahsoka rolled her eyes, did you really think nobody ever noticed how you two looked at each other? I'm not that dumb. Anakin didn't say anything and just left, but Ahsoka followed him. Alexander was having a talk with Ragnarok and Dobby on how to go about taking over the galaxy so they could set up a new and better government. It was obvious that the Galactic Republic was corrupt, incompetent, and also compromised. Not to mention, they were very bad at truly managing the galaxy. The Mid-Rim and Outer Rim were left on their own devices while all the big shots lived in luxury, if not on Coruscant, then on some other core worlds. So, who's gonna be heading my army? Alexander asked his two buddies. I will, I am always up for a good fight. Ragnarok jumped at the opportunity. But Dobby quickly put him down, no, it should be me. We are not trying to destroy the galaxy but take it over in a friendly way. I have expertise in being friendly. Alexander nodded, it was best to keep Ragnarok away from this, okay, you can take my 50,000 Superstar Destroyer fleet and Ironheim. I have also ordered Alfred to start the production of 10 million universe droids. Arnold will be heading them under you. Hijack the already established Confederacy of Independent Systems which is a ploy by Darth Sidious and then start expanding. Hey, what will I do then? Ragnarok asked. You will be coming with me. We got to take care of the whole Dark and Light Force user fiasco. He said and walked out. Dobby left alone with Hats. Yoda Jr. made noise. He was currently sitting in his hovering pod and following him. What is it, kid? Alexander asked. Suddenly Yoda Jr.'s stomach made noise. Haha, you are hungry. Well, I can give you food. Although you are pretty old, I think baby food will still be best for you. He took out a bowl of milk and added some baby formula to it. Yoda Jr. first licked it. He liked it and quickly started eating. Haha, what a cute kid. Let's go, Raggy. They came to the starfighter of Anakin. He and Ahsoka were bickering about something. But it looked more like Ahsoka was teasing him about something. What are you talking about? He asked. Anakin wants to marry. She revealed. Anakin didn't know that having a wife or family was allowed in his new school of training and angrily looked at Ahsoka. Haha, that's good. This means you've got someone to protect and who loves you back. Okay, now give me a good pose for the picture of my two disciples. I'm gonna frame it to show others my protégés in the future. He took out a camera. Anakin was still in a bad mood with her bickering so he crossed his arms and haughtily stood. But Ahsoka was the cheerful one and did what she did best. She lifted her hand behind his head just as the photo was being taken. Okay, good photo, let's go now. He said and flew up towards his superstar destroyer in space. Wait, how will I come? Ahsoka shouted. Starfighter has 2 seats. He replied. But I also want to fly. Take me with you, Master. She asked him, trying to persuade him with her big eyes. Haha, it won't work, child. Besides, if I take you, you will die because of the vacuum. You still got a lot to learn. He warned her. Coruscant. Chancellor Palpatine sat in his office all alone. Angry because of the recent news he just received that Jabba was killed by a mysterious Jedi and the planet is under control of some foreign power. This was a huge problem for him because his plan to use the hot hyperspace lanes to transport his clone troopers to fight the separatist droid army that was slowly snatching away planets under the Galactic Republic would not be possible. Now everything was in danger. As he could not show a full plan to the Senate to get their votes to have the official full power over the clone troopers and gain emergency powers. To pour salt to his wounds, his plan to sway the greatest Force-sensitive men, Anakin, also failed. The Tusken Raiders he had hired to kill Anakin's mother were killed by the mysterious Jedi. But he had come too far already and wouldn't allow his plans to go to waste. I need to find alternatives. Alexander brought everyone to the command room of the Superstar Destroyer. The place looked less like a command room and more like a place to chill. There was a bar, sofas, TVs, and even a fireplace. Ghost, set destination to Coruscant. He commanded. Sure, sir. Ghost acknowledged. The voice spooked Anakin and Ahsoka. They were well versed with AIS, but no one used them on such big ships because of the probability of them getting hacked. Wait, how can you trust your ship on an AI? Ahsoka asked. Child, my boy Ghost is the strongest AI in the universe. He would rip you apart if you attacked him. No matter if you are some hostile AI or a living being. He revealed. Anakin, boy. Where is your master right now? Alexander asked. I don't know. The last thing I remember, he went to some non-existent planet called Kamino to check something. Anakin informed. Alexander remembered the clone army and had the idea to bamboozle a certain Dark Lord in the future. Okay, change of plans. We are going to Kamino. I will be training you here in the meantime, he said and changed the destination. He walked up to the bar and poured everyone drinks. Here, let's cheers to my 2 new students. Yeah, Yoda Jr. voiced. Alexander picked him up and put him on the counter and gave him a bottle of milk. And Yoda Jr. too. He added and clanked glasses with everyone's glasses and the milk bottle. Warning, warning. Suddenly the security system of the ship got activated. What happened, Ghost? Alexander asked without any worry. Sir, it seems a planet is being attacked by the droid army. What action would you like to take? Ghost asked. Attack the droids then. Wait, can't you just hack them and stop them? Alexander asked. Sure, sir, but there are some bandits on the ground too. Ghost said. Okay, you deal with droids, I deal with the bandits, he ordered. He then looked back and spoke, boys and girl. Let's go on our first mission. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 308, 308. The Way of Neutral Ones. Alexander and his party went into a small transporter craft and landed on the ground. It wasn't a very advanced planet. It was probably not even a majorly civilized planet as he could only see a settlement-like structure. As if the humans had recently arrived there. What he saw on the ground was chaotic. People were running here and there to save themselves from the fire. Number 1 rule of being a neutral one. Save people without asking or hoping for benefits. Use all force necessary. Alexander ordered them and they dispersed. Just as they started, the droids stopped shooting all of a sudden. They were now all under the control of Ghost. So he concentrated on the bandits who had tried their luck to steal or kidnap amid the whole chaos. People had now stopped running too and looked at him and his group with surprise. At the speed they were dealing with the bandits, their efficiency was too high. Soon the bandits started to run away, but he noticed one of them running with a big bag on his back and the bag was moving from time to time. He understood they had kidnapped someone, so he just used the force and pulled the bag towards him. Ragnarok, Anakin, go and finish them. He ordered them. Then he looked at the bag. A kid no older than 8 or 9 came out of it. He was breathing heavily. Easy, kid. You are safe now. He tried to ease him and also gave him some water. Here, drink this. What's your name? He asked further. The kid first drank all he could. My name is Din Djarin. Thank you for saving me. Haha, it's good you're fine. Where are your parents? He asked while recognizing that the kid was the Mandalorian who originally saves Yoda Jr. in the future, but it seems he would never become a Mandalorian now because 1, he had stopped the droids and 2, he was supposed to be saved by the Death Watch, which was the terrorist organization from the Mandalore, and Alexander had stopped them too. Din looked around at the mention of parents. Then suddenly a loud female shout came, Din. Thank God you're safe. I thought I'd lost you. She looked up at Alexander. Thank you so much. Alexander just shrugged the praise off with a laugh. Why are you people living on this planet? From the looks of it, it doesn't seem you've been here for very long. No, we have been here for more than 300 years. But because all the trade routes are so far away from here that we are still not able to advance ourselves. She explained. Why are you all even here in the first place? He asked. Our home planet got destroyed due to local wars, so we had to find another planet to repopulate. She added. Alexander understood it. You don't need to worry now. I am going to set up a new business route in the whole Outer Rim soon. You will be able to use it then. He then sent a small summary to Dobby to add this planet to their new republic. In it, most of the positions except his would be elected into office. Seeing his work done there and the planet saved, he decided to get back on his way to Kamino. Okay, everyone. These droid armies won't trouble anymore. All the best for your future. Some help will also be arriving here soon. He told them and walked back to the transporter. Anakin and Ragnarok had come back and were already waiting for him. Alexander looked at Anakin and Ahsoka. So, how do you feel now? Helping without any particular motive. Alexander then turned around and looked at Din. Look at that boy. His and his family's smiles. That kid will never forget us now and would probably aspire to become like us someday. So we not only saved these people but also influenced many of them to do good. If you do something hateful, then hate gets passed on. You do good and that goodness gets passed on. What could be a better reward than that? This is the way of the neutral ones, so remember it, he stated. Soon they returned to their ship in space. He also brought all the droids for himself. When they appeared back on the ship and started their journey to Kamino, Alexander noticed that Yoda Jr. was nowhere to be found. He looked around for a while and finally saw him going through the refrigerator in his quest to find his favorite baby food. Haha, kid, I never thought you'd be a heavy eater like this, Alexander commented and picked him up. He made him some food and went to train Anakin and Ahsoka. Dobby, meanwhile, was busy taking over the vast Outer Rim. Every time he would come to confront a separatist droid army, he would just hijack the droids and make them point guns at their own people. He kept violence to a bare minimum no matter what. He had already taken over nearly 50 minor and major systems. Hats, stop eating and go to the next target. Just take over the government as we practiced. Dobby said. Hats was very good at blending in and generally influencing the people around him with his mind tricks. He was continuously being used to make the separatists make mistakes so that Dobby can gain an advantage without too much loss of life. Okie dokie, Dobby. Keep my catnip pie ready. Hats responded and disappeared with a poof. Planet Kamino. Kamino was a remote water planet outside the main galaxy. It was inhabited by the Kaminoans, a race of tall, elegant beings with long necks who were regarded as a mysterious species that tended to keep to themselves. Kamino was renowned for its science and production of clone armies and often contracted with private security forces and other clients. Receiving minimal trade, Kamino's imports were only enough to support the planet's population of 1 billion. There were many cities scattered across the surface that were built on stilts, and many of them were devoted to cloning. Alexander's appearance over their planet's space was most likely known by the Kaminoans, so he didn't even try to hide and simply went to their base with the group. This time even Yoda Jr. came along. When their transporter landed on the platform of the base, they saw an ongoing fight between Obi-Wan Kenobi and Jango Fett. Alexander waved his hand and both the fighters were restrained in midair by his force. He brought them in front of himself. He needed to keep up the charade that he didn't know anyone, so he asked, "Which one of you is Obi-Wan Kenobi?" Obi-Wan was really surprised and shocked by the force-induced restraints he was in. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't get out of it. It did not even budge, not to mention that Jango Fett was also caught. This only meant that the other force user was leagues above him. Seeing no other way, I am. Until now he had not looked up, but now that he did, he noticed two known faces. No, it was three. Anakin. Ahsoka. Grandmaster Yoda. He confusedly asked. Aya. Yoda Jr. raised his hand like he was giving his blessings to this new individual. Obi-Wan instantly fell to the ground then. Well, Obi-Wan Kenobi, I have news to give you. Your disciple has decided to leave your order and join me and learn from me. Obi-Wan didn't say anything to him but looked at Anakin. Really? I thought you liked being in the Jedi Order. I don't. I felt restrained all the time. Anakin truthfully answered. But Obi-Wan tried to explain, but that is what being a Jedi means. You need to learn to keep calm and suppress that emotion. Ragnarok got impatient and grunted, Arg, blah blah blah, you and your whining. I don't suppress my desires, I eat what I want, sleep whenever I want, and I can use the Force just fine. Excuse me, what do you want from me? Jango Fett interrupted them. Knowledge, Alexander replied with a grin. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 309, 309. Anakin's worries. The Kaminoans weren't hostile people. As long as he didn't attack them, they would happily serve. So he took Jango Fett and his child-cloned self that he called his son into a room for questioning. Obi-Wan had already told them about what he found, though he still wanted to know more about Alexander, but he didn't get any answers. Say it, Fett. Even if you keep everything a secret, they would still kill you because you're a liability for them now. Alexander said. Jango couldn't see a way out of this without spilling the beans. I was initially hired by the Jedi Master Sifo-Dyas. The pay was good, so I saw no harm. But then something happened to him and my employer changed to someone by the name Tyrannus. Still, they paid me well, so I didn't ask. But I had my ways of gathering intel. I later found out that this Tyrannus is none other than Count Dooku, who is also the head of state of the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Obi-Wan was confused. Does that mean that this army of clones is for the Separatists now? Jango denied. I don't think so. I may not know too much, but I at least know that these clones are programmed to only serve the Republic. I don't know about any other conspiracies. It's not good for business to put your noses where they don't belong. Alexander released him but also confined him to a room. He was going to deal with him later. So, Jedi Master Obi-Wan. What are you going to do now? Alexander asked. I must go back to Coruscant now. I can smell a major plot here. Anakin, let's go. He instinctively called for him. Then he remembered that Anakin was leaving the Order. He looked at Alexander with suspicion and said, I know you are leaving the Order, but you still have to be present in front of the Jedi Council to officially resign. Ah, you can go, Obi-Wan. I will be coming to Coruscant to meet the Council myself. Don't worry. Alexander assured him. Obi-Wan didn't bicker anymore and silently left. Alexander then looked back at his group. You guys go back to the ship, Master Ragnarok will teach you something there. Anakin and Ahsoka realized that he must have something important to do, so they silently left. It was a rule of neutral ones not to meddle in each other's business as long as it was not a danger to you. Alexander alone went to the Prime Minister of Kamino, Lama Su, and talked to him. I hope you were happy with the inspection of our merchandise. Prime Minister Lama said. Lama still thought that Alexander was a high-ranking Jedi and had very high authority in the Republic. Yes, very good. But I have another task for you. I noticed the 150 contingency orders you have installed in them. I want you to change one of those orders. He demanded. Prime Minister Lama was more of a salesman than a politician, so he was happy as long as he was getting paid. That is easily possible. What do you want to change? I am the strongest Jedi in the galaxy at the moment, and if by chance the Republic falls into wrong hands, then these troopers will be used for committing crimes. So, I want you to change the function of Order 66. Now, if it is initiated, then the command of all the clone troopers will fall under my hand and they will listen to only my orders. I also want you to keep this change a secret, as it doesn't put the Republic in danger. In order to initiate Order 66, you need the permission of the Senate, so it will likely never happen. I will also pay you a lot more for doing this, Alexander said, and used a bit of his magic to make sure that Lama doesn't rat him out too soon. Kaminoans were xenophobic people, but they maintained a polite face to the outsiders. But still considered other species inferior nonetheless. Cloning was not supposed to be a good thing, as what they were doing was technically slavery, but the Republic allowed it. So, Alexander had no sympathy for them. Of course, Grandmaster Universe. We would be delighted to do this for you, and the extra payment is much appreciated. When do you need delivery? Prime Minister asked. Make the changes as soon as possible, and about the delivery. Well, it's on the Republic to decide. Alexander replied. Then it was a pleasure working with you. Thank you. After the meeting, Alexander went to Jango Fett. You are a bounty hunter and you have committed many crimes. For this, I can kill you if I want. But I can give you a chance to redeem your life. If you succeed, then I will make you so rich that you will never have to work another day. His proposal was too interesting for Jango. What's the job and the pay? You go to Count Dooku, act like you always do. Gather all the proof against him and about what he is planning. The bigger the intel, the better. Your standard payment will be 5 billion, but if you do well, then I can increase it to 10 billion. What will it be now? Alexander asked. And what if I decide to betray? Jango asked. Alexander suddenly moved forward and touched his forehead with the tip of his index finger. Then, I can grant you all these. Jango Fett saw himself die in a million ways in just 3 seconds. His heartbeat increased and his face became red with the sudden change of his mental state. He breathed heavily. I won't betray you. I promise. You better, Alexander said coldly and left him. He had also secretly put a tracker chip on him. Once he confirmed that Order 66 was rewritten, he went back to his ship. You got mud on your face, you big disgrace. Kicking your can all over the place, singing. We will rock you. We will rock you. Triple A. Woohoo. Grandpa Rag, this drink is so awesome. Ahsoka shouted. Alexander came to an ongoing party on his ship. Loud music was playing, Ragnarok was making drinks, Ahsoka and Anakin were drinking and dancing. Yoda Jr. was also rocking on his hovering cradle while trying to sing. What was I expecting leaving them under his care? Forget the dark side, he'd end up turning them into alcoholics, Alexander sighed. But honestly, he was also tired. Ahem, what is going on here? Alexander angrily spoke. The music stopped and everyone looked at him. Ahsoka and Anakin hid their glasses. Yoda Jr. copied them and hid his small milk bottle. Ragnarok came forward to ease the tension. Haha, Alex, I was just giving them a few relaxing moments before we started. Bam. Alexander knocked Ragnarok on his head and angrily roared, how dare you start without me? Ragnarok rubbed his head, sorry, Ma, wait. What? Then suddenly the music continued. We will rock you. We will rock you. Alexander laughingly walked to the bar and poured him a drink. Ha ha ha, you got bamboozled. He mocked them. What are you guys looking at? Dance all you want. Being a Jedi ain't easy. You gotta release that frustration out every once in a while. What better way than dancing? He said. Yes. Ahsoka exclaimed and danced without any worries. Ragnarok picked Yoda Jr. and joined her too. On the other hand, Anakin walked beside Alexander and took a seat. Alexander poured a drink for him and asked, so, what is troubling my student? I see visions, Master. Premonitions probably. Anakin muttered in a conflicting voice. What is the nature of these visions? Alexander inquired. They are of pain, suffering, death. Are they about you or someone you know? He asked further. Someone, close to me, Anakin hesitantly answered. Alexander calmly put one hand on Anakin's shoulder. You mean your mother and the woman you love? He saw Anakin getting uneasy. It is okay to speak your mind, child. There is no cowardice in fearing something. After all, humility is what makes us all humans. He quoted. Anakin felt a bit better hearing his words. He had never thought that he would meet someone who seemed wiser and also goofier than Yoda. Master, I saw this vision about the cruel death of my mother and now also about the death of Padme at childbirth, Anakin confessed. Then do what your heart says, not what your mind says. Force can be very confusing sometimes. It already knows about our past and future and only a few lucky ones have the ability to see it. The best way to save those you see dying is to harness the power of future sight and be able to see what causes their death and not just the moment of death. When you saw your mother's death, you did not go to see her while you should have, maybe you not going to see her would have proven fatal to her, but thankfully I was there. Now, when you see the death of Padme, you should do the opposite of what immediately came to your mind. Tell me, what did you think of doing? Alexander asked. I thought of going against the order. I don't know why I would do that, but I did think that. Anakin answered. Then you have already altered your fate by just coming to me. As long as you are with me, there won't be a reason to go against the order. Besides, remember Anakin, no matter how harsh things get, you can always come to your old master and I will help. The neutral ones may not put their noses in each other's business, but we do look out for each other. Alexander lectured. Anakin was truly feeling better now. Knowing that he had someone who would help him if things went bad was a great reliever. Now, Anakin. Let's go and dance. After that, I will teach you how to control your future sight and how you can utilize it in fights. He proposed and dragged him to the dance floor. Special thanks to Chesser Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support.